once glorious and revered Taoism. Now it lies in ruins and decay. They even allowed demons to forcibly enter and plunder under the pretext of the missing saint. Everyone thinks the Dao Sect is nothing special, yet none of them knew. Behind all these schemes, the shadow of the Dao Sect actually loomed. At the gates of the Dao Sect, someone asked, "Sect leader, are you alright?" Lu Daoxian brushed the dust off his shoulders, with a faint smile on his face. This should be since the founding of our Dao Sect. It must be the first time outsiders have barged into their heartland. Someone asked again, "Sect master, do you really think the first generation sect leader will appear?" Lu Daoxian replied, "Let's wait and see. The success or failure of our Dao Sect's entire generation rests on this one move." Inside the ancestral temple, everyone took a deep breath. Who would have thought the Dao Sect's mountain gate would be in such disrepair? Yet the interior of the ancestral temple remains perfectly preserved. Could it be hiding some secret of the Dao Sect? The Taishan sect leader glanced at the mural briefly. Instantly, intense disappointment was revealed. I wondered what it could be, but this Taoist sect truly has no treasures. Our Taishan sect can indeed offer them a few treasures. To engrave such things in the ancestral temple, it would only make one a laughingstock. This pillar is also quite ordinary. The scriptures within are very plain. It might be somewhat helpful for nascent soul to deity transformation cultivators, but it's useless to us, nothing special. The Zhao family had also sighed. After today, this Dao Sect won't even be considered second-rate anymore. I'm afraid in our 3,000 realms world, their strength might not even make it into the top 20. Did your majesty discover anything? Wu Quan did not speak. His gaze was fixed unwaveringly in one direction. Who is the person in this painting? Is this the first sect master of the Dao Sect? Could it be that the Daozong values this place so highly? Is it all because of this somewhat decent portrait? Someone laughed. Ha ha ha. Don't say that. The painting does have some real skill to it. At least the man in the painting is handsome. My girlish heart is overflowing. But it's hardly worth being cherished like this. Our Qingxian sect possesses a vivid landscape painting known as the Shanhe Tu, as if the entire landscape had been painted into it. But such paintings are rare in our Qingxian sect. It was also casually discarded in the library. All disciples are welcome to observe. This Taoist sect is renowned as the second-ranked sect in the world of the 3,000 continents. Now it seems unlikely it will even make the top 20. The laughter of numerous powerful figures echoed throughout the ancestral temple. After witnessing the true foundational strength of the Dao Sect's lineage, their laughter was no longer concealed. At the very moment when everyone burst into laughter, a voice arose from the depths of their hearts. Ranked 20th? Has our revered Dao Sect fallen to such a state? All the powerful experts were instantly startled. They immediately became vigilant and scanned their surroundings. Some even summoned their most precious natal artifacts for protection without hesitation. The elder of the Immortal Hall swiftly fixed his gaze upon the figure atop the altar. The voice was icy. Who are you? Why do you not kneel before this emperor? Who is it? The first sect leader of the Daozong sect, Muge. What? When did he appear? No, that painting on the altar. He is the one in the painting. He is the first sect leader of the Dao Sect. Is the first sect leader of the Dao Sect still alive? Wu Quan's divine sense swiftly swept toward Muge. Are you the so-called first patriarch of the Dao Sect? Do you know what crime it is to refuse to bow before the emperor? Muge sized up his surroundings with interest. Kneel down? Wu Quan continued, since you are the first patriarch of the Dao Sect, this emperor commands you in the name of humanity, effective immediately, to lead everyone in your Dao Sect, to march forth to the Imperial Pass at once and annihilate the demon race. Those who dare to resist or retreat in cowardice shall be slain without mercy. As the words fell, Wu Quan's pupils kept widening. His eyes revealed deep terror. Muge just glanced at him a moment ago. He instantly felt as if he were being suppressed. This voice seemed to carry some universal decree, instantly piercing through everyone's hearts. The entire ancestral temple was torn apart in an instant. The disciples of the Dao Sect cheer. It's the first sect master. We've finally waited for him. Our generation has finally found the first sect master. Ha 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 ha. 3,000 realms world. Countless people instantly looked up at the void. My heart trembled involuntarily. No one knew where this voice that struck straight to the heart came from. In a certain palace, the master of the Immortal Hall suddenly opened his eyes. His fingers trembled uncontrollably a few times, but soon, he returned to normal. He then stood up and walked deeper into the celestial palace, to meet a truly terrifying presence. In front of the ancestral temple of the Dao Sect leader, the elder of the Immortal Palace fell heavily to his knees, unbelievably looking at Muge. How could this be? Muge said, ranked beyond the top 20? Has my Dao Sect fallen so low that even insignificant ants like you look down on us? Where is the current sect leader of the Dao Sect? Hearing this, Wu Quan, humiliated and kneeling on the ground, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Sect leader of the Dao Sect? He probably won't be able to get up for quite a while. Lu Daoxuan's voice came through. How is this possible? Weren't these guys severely injured by my single move? Though I didn't strike to kill, an attack from a great Emperor-level expert. Even if they didn't die, how could it possibly recover so quickly? Then he respectfully bowed. The 27th Patriarch of the Dao Sect, Lu Daoxian. Greetings to the first sect leader. Voices of the Dao Sect disciples gradually rose from all around. Salutations to the first ancestral master. Muge commanded, kneel. The 27th ancestral master? Has our Daoist lineage reached its 27th generation already? Lu Daoxian lowered his head and stole a glance at Muge. His eyes instantly sparkled with boundless excitement. The first patriarch. Their generation has finally found it. This has been the lifelong pursuit of all past sect leaders of the Dao Sect. They spare no expense for this. Yet, in the end, generation after generation has failed. I never expected today. The first sect master who once set foot on that ancient battlefield has returned. Before Lu Daoxian could even rejoice, a terrifying pressure instantly engulfed him. Muge asked angrily, so you're saying that it was under your watch that our Daozong has fallen to such a miserable state? A mere ant of emperor-level cultivation could actually invade our Daozong's heartland? Is this the Dao Sect as it stands today? An ant at the level of an emperor? Wu Quan's eyes brimmed with fierce murderous intent. You ignorant little thing. Today, this emperor will let you see. What is the fury of a great emperor? Tremble, you insignificant ants. Just when his attack was a mere 0.01 centimeters away from Muge, Muge suddenly opened his eyes. He coldly shouted, get lost. A shadow instantly emerged behind Wu Chuan. A hand pressed down on his head. He was slammed heavily to the ground from midair, assuming an attitude of prostration. Wu Quan's face was full of disbelief, turned his head to look at the black figure behind him, bleeding from all orifices. Is it you? How is this possible? Have you also attained enlightenment? Lu Daoxian paid no heed to these matters. He turned around and respectfully cupped his hands toward Muge. The first sect master, our Taoist sect has not declined. Muge frowned. He could see that this 27th sect master of the Taoist sect, his abilities far surpass those of this group. As long as Lu Daoxian is willing, these people couldn't even dream of setting foot deep within the Dao Sect's territory, not even qualified to approach the Dao ancestor. So I asked, so you mean to say, was all this done deliberately by you? Speak your mind. Lu Daoxian felt somewhat embarrassed. Mugu unexpectedly saw right through his thoughts, but if I really tried to explain it, he didn't know where to begin, so he could only say, the first patriarch, when you left back then, didn't you say that if Dao Sect encountered an insurmountable crisis, you would return? Muge replied, this sect master did say that, but when did our Dao Sect ever experience a calamity in all these years? Tell me then, when has my Daozong ever faced calamity? Muge's frosty gaze swiftly turned toward Lu Daoxian. An inexplicable aura subtly emanated from the crowd. Lu Daoxian instinctively swallowed hard. I only felt a cold sweat running down my back, shivering with fear. In a sense, their Dao Sect has indeed weathered countless calamities. Even the mountain gate was breached, but strictly speaking, their Daoist sect has never truly experienced a major catastrophe. Lu Daoxian said nothing as he looked on. Muge frowned once more. The sect leader once left a secret technique in this temple. If an outsider with hostility trespasses here, I have my own perception. The words fell. Qin Shang's icy gaze swept over Wu Quan and the others. Back then, when he had ventured alone onto that ancient battlefield, he had feared something might happen to the Dao Sect in his absence and had left behind certain measures. This was not only for the Dao Sect, but also to prevent himself from getting lost in that ancient battlefield. Should he sense peril for the Dao Sect, even if lost within that ancient battlefield, he could force his return by harnessing the sect's crisis when necessary. Alas, he had wandered ever farther, until even he no longer knew where he stood. Yet the Dao Sect seemed to remain undisturbed all along. Hearing this, Lu Daoxian clenched his fists tightly. His suspicions were confirmed. Generations of Dao Sect patriarchs had exhausted every method to trace the footsteps of the founding patriarch, yet all efforts proved fruitless. Even when he had declared he would return should the Dao Sect face peril, the sect endured catastrophic upheavals and had its mountain gates breached multiple times, yet Xinjiang never returned. The problem lay precisely here. During each catastrophe, the sect's mountain gates were breached. The inner sanctum housing the founder's temple remained untouched. No enemy had ever breached its walls. Given Xinjiang's spiritual stature in the hearts of the Dao Sect disciples, they would never permit any outsider to violate this sacred space. As long as no enemy penetrated the Dao Sect's heartland, it meant the sect had not truly faced a crisis, and the first sect master would not return. Thus, even when the Dao Sect's ancestors had exhausted every method, as long as they lacked the courage to let enemies breach the inner sanctum, Xinjiang would not return of his own accord. This time, he made this decision that defied the ancestors. Fortunately, his gamble paid off. When the Immortal Hall elders led the enemy into the Patriarch's temple, the Dao Sect's first patriarch mistook it for the sect's apocalypse and returned. The joy on Lu Daoxian's face was impossible to conceal. What generations of the Dao Sect had failed to achieve, he had accomplished. The first patriarch was indeed not lost. He was alive. And he had found him. All these years, the Dao Sect remained untroubled. Even on the ancient battlefield, I felt a sense of relief, believing our sect was thriving, producing generation after generation of powerful disciples, and that I needn't worry about its future. Yet to return now and find the Dao Sect reduced to this state of decline, it truly disappoints me. Qin Zhang's gaze swept over the assembled Dao Sect disciples, and he sighed helplessly. First Patriarch. Lu Daoxian spoke with some agitation, trying to defend himself to Qin Zhang. First Patriarch, our Dao Sect has not fallen into ruin. He quickly corrected himself, the 27th Patriarch of the Dao Sect, Lu Daoxian. I wish to lead the entire 27th generation of disciples to receive the first Patriarch's inspection. As Lu Daoxian spoke, countless gathered Dao Sect disciples bowed their hands toward Qin Zhang in unison. The 27th generation disciples of the Dao Sect stand ready to receive the inspection of the first Patriarch. We humbly submit to the inspection of the first Patriarch. Chapter 9, Testing the Depths of Our Dao Sect's Foundations? Remember to add to your bookshelf. Mighty voices instantly echoed throughout the entire Dao Sect territory. More and more disciples arrived continuously. Upon seeing Qin Zhang, the figure from the painting, step forward, boundless excitement immediately surged across their faces. This. The patriarch of Qinxian's sect stared wide-eyed as the great yellow dog he had banished reappeared amidst the crowd. How is this possible? Hadn't he banished that dog? He sucked in a sharp breath, a chill involuntarily running down his spine. Something was terribly wrong with this dog. Woof woof. The big yellow dog seemed to sense the sect master's gaze. It whipped its head toward him, baring its teeth and flashing a savage grin. How could it be you? The Grandmaster of the Taishan sect, dragging his gravely wounded body, abruptly turned his gaze to his side. Quiet. Quiet. The old man who had been fishing by the river slowly brushed past the Grandmaster of the Taishan sect. Crucially, he was carrying another old man who looked exactly like him on his back, flashing him a smile. But soon, the figure on the angler's back instantly transformed into a paper effigy, which then burned to ashes right before the Taishan sect master's eyes. Su Qingshuo, the 27th generation supreme elder of the Dao Sect, greets the first patriarch. I humbly submit to the first patriarch's inspection. Su Qingshuo, the old fisherman, slowly approached Qin Zhang and bowed in respect. The Grandmaster of the Taishan sect froze solid in place, utterly stunned to see the man he had just severely wounded standing before him. Cluck cluck cluck. Amidst the stunned crowd, a black and white chicken drew a graceful arc through the air. A monk sweeping the grounds chased after it, shouting, Koengu, stop rapping and dancing. Our first patriarch might not appreciate that. Be quiet. Qin Zhang. The sweeper monk leapt up, swiftly catching the black and white chicken mid-air. He approached Qin Zhang with excitement and bowed respectfully. The 27th generation disciple of the Dao Sect, the sweeper monk at the gate, greets the first sect leader. I humbly await your inspection. He's not dead either? This. Countless powerful outsiders felt their hearts surge like raging tides at that moment. They realized the situation seemed far more serious than they'd imagined. This sect, standing firm in the 3,000 continents for untold millennia and mockingly dubbed the eternal runner-up, was likely far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. Everyone. I suddenly recall some urgent matters at my sect. I must take my leave. A powerful figure swiftly swallowed a pill to heal his wounds, rose, bowed to the assembly, and turned to leave. Boom. However, just as he leapt upward, golden iron nets instantly enveloped the surroundings of the Dao Sect, violently repelling him back. Fellow Daoist, what's the rush? Lu Daoxuan's gaze was icy cold. The courtesy he had shown upon first meeting these people was now completely gone. The cards were on the table. No more pretense. And nothing. The powerful figure spat a mouthful of blood, his gaze fixed in terror upon the formation hovering above the Dao Sect's peak. His aura wavered unsteadily. Then stay put. Lu Daoxian swept his sleeve aside with a cold snort, no longer paying them any mind. His gaze instead fixed firmly on Qin Zhang ahead. Interesting. Qin Zhang, rarely smiling, swept his gaze over the Dao Sect disciples. So you're confident in your strength and talent? We humbly submit to the inspection of the first patriarch. We are willing to undergo the inspection of the first patriarch. We are ready to be inspected by the first patriarch. Below. The disciples of the Dao Sect spoke in unison. From the very day they entered the sect, they had immersed themselves in the cultivation philosophy and system left behind by Qin Zhang. Throughout the entire Dao Sect, Qin Zhang stood as a spiritual symbol. They had trained diligently and sought every opportunity to meet him. Had they not pursued this very day by finding the first patriarch? Oh. Well then, I should like to see just how much strength my Dao Sect disciples possess after all these years. A faint smile curved Qin Zhang's lips as he rose slowly to his feet. That path had been too lonely. Ever since stepping onto that battlefield, no one had followed in his footsteps until his final loss. He too hoped that someone from the Dao Sect would rise to the occasion in the future. Yes. Feverish excitement instantly flooded Lu Daoxuan's face. His gaze swept across all the Dao Sect disciples present. Transmit my command. 1 month from now, every disciple of the Dao Sect shall undergo inspection by our founding patriarch, the first grandmaster of our lineage. Yes. Countless disciples of the Dao Sect roared in unison, their resounding voices echoing throughout the entire Dao Sect. 1 month? Qin Zhang looked at Lu Daoxian with confusion. If the first patriarch deems a month too long, then a month it is. Qin Zhang said no more. Truthfully, he had long since lost any sense of time. 1,000,000 years had passed, a single month was but the blink of an eye to him. Hearing this, Lu Daoxian breathed a sigh of relief. In truth, his stipulation of 1 month hadn't been made lightly. The situation had arisen suddenly. He needed to recall all Dao Sect disciples, including those in seclusion. Even those outside required time to prepare. 1 month? A long moment passed. Wu Quan finally caught his breath, but upon hearing Lu Daoxian's words, he couldn't help but sneer coldly. Lu Daoxian, don't you know the demons have given us only 1 month left? In 1 month, the demon race will launch a massive assault on our human race. With the demonic forces already on the march, how can the Dao Sect still be preoccupied with holding a military review? Ridiculous. Are these people waiting for the demonic forces to storm in and wipe them all out? The demon clan? Qin Zhang immediately frowned and turned to look at Lu Daoxian. What is going on? Reporting to the first patriarch. Several days ago, the demon clan gathered 1,000,000 troops at the Imperial Pass. They claimed a demon clan prodigy, the Holy Sun, had strayed into our human realm, using this as a pretext to attack our 3,000 continents. Lu Daoxian stepped forward to patiently explain to Qin Zhang. Ha! Qin Zhang looked at Lu Daoxian awkwardly and asked, I meant to ask, what exactly are these demons? And the 3,000 continents? Lu Daoxian paused, taken aback. After a moment's thought, he immediately clasped his fists toward Qin Zhang and said, reporting to the first patriarch, you may not be aware that 100,000 years ago, a great war erupted in the divine origin immortal realm. The entire world collapsed completely, and what was once the divine origin immortal realm became the 3,000 continents world we know today. As for the demonic race, they emerged during that time. Our Taoist ancestors mentioned that the present demon realm was once the foreign lands. Whether these demonic beings are connected to those foreign lands remains unknown for now. Is that so? Qin Zhang sighed. It seemed his absence had indeed been too long. The once glorious divine origin immortal realm had long since changed beyond recognition. His gaze swept back down to the intruders below. He sneered coldly, so, when the demonic race invaded, these people didn't choose to unite and resist immediately. Instead, they all fled to my Dao Sect? What are their intentions? Perhaps they seek to use this as an excuse to probe the depth of our Dao Sect's foundations? A mocking smile flickered at the corner of Lu Daoxian's mouth. Had his power been inferior, he might have felt impotent rage at their intrusion. But now, he found it rather amusing. It was like a 3-year-old child suddenly running into your home, wanting to see if you were taller than him, utterly presumptuous. Test the depth of our Dao Sect's foundations? Qin Zhang's icy gaze swept swiftly over Wu Quan and the other powerful figures present, a faint smile gradually curving his lips. Curious about our Dao Sect's strength? In that case, slaughter them all. Take their severed heads as gifts to their respective sects, inviting representatives to attend our Dao Sect's grand military review ceremony. If you wish to witness the depth and might of our Dao Sect, there's no need for excuses. All are welcome to come openly and honestly. P.S. Things are getting more exciting. Chapter 10, Fear Not, Benefactors. This monk dislikes killing. What? All the powerful cultivators who had invaded the Dao Sect felt their hearts tremble at these words. Instantly, they turned their wary gazes toward Qin Zhang, each summoning their own deadly weapons. To present their severed heads as offerings to their respective sects and clans, inviting all manner of powerful figures to witness the Dao Sect's military review? Hard to fathom. Such words coming from one man? It was sheer arrogance. Taoist friend. What do you mean by this? The face of the Grandmaster of the Taishan sect darkened instantly. He sensed a threat emanating from Qin Zhang's words. Fellow Taoist, might there be some misunderstanding here? The head of the Qinshan sect immediately stuck several protective talismans onto his body with caution, his face twitching slightly. Ha 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 ha. Your Dao Sect's first sect master certainly has a sense of humor. Ha ha ha. Rest assured. Your Dao Sect's grand military review banquet my Blood Moon sect will certainly attend. I shall return now to prepare. Fellow Taoist Lu, might you open your sect's protective array beforehand? Countless powerful figures fixed expectant gazes upon Lu Daoxian. Compared to their earlier arrogance and aggressiveness, they now appeared far more amiable. Lu Daoxian maintained a smile, standing utterly still. He showed no reaction whatsoever to their pleas. Invisibly, all the disciples of the Dao Sect immediately fixed their gazes on every powerful figure present, instantly thickening the atmosphere with an eerie tension. Didn't I warn you not to enter the sect master's temple? You chose to ignore me. Now look what's happened. Can you blame us? Not far away. Several Dao Sect disciples spoke with a mix of frustration and disappointment, their voices tinged with disappointment. Damn it! What the hell is wrong with these people? Seeing the Dao Sect disciples suddenly become utterly bizarre, countless powerful figures couldn't help but tremble inwardly, feeling their scalps prickle. Each of these Dao Sect disciples radiated a terrifying aura. Some were experiencing a palpable surge in cultivation, as if long-suppressed energy was finally being unleashed. Everyone, at this point, don't you understand? Wu Quan's injuries were healing at a visible pace. He slowly rose to his feet, wiping the dried blood from the corner of his mouth. The Dao Sect has colluded with the demonic tribes, he declared with absolute certainty. What? Countless powerful figures stared in shock at the Immortal Hall Elder. The very mention of the demon and demonic tribes was a sensitive topic throughout the entire 3,000 continents world. If this emperor sees correctly, that black and white chicken that raps and dances, along with this big yellow dog, are both great demons hiding within the Dao Sect. This emperor can already smell that repulsive demonic aura. The Dao Sect has long been infiltrated by the demonic race, plotting to ignite war between humans and demons so the demons may profit. Wu Quan's imperial aura surged once more. As an emperor-level powerhouse, his recovery was swift. With a wave of his hand, a crimson blood cloud swiftly enveloped the entire Dao Sect, thunder rumbling and churning within its depths. Everyone! With the demonic hordes pressing upon our borders, these traitors of the Dao Sect dare to strike against us. Their treason is undeniable, their crimes unforgivable. A mere Dao Sect dares demand your heads. Will you meekly offer them to these traitors, or join this emperor in purging the scourge from our human race? Hear my command. Not a single member of the Dao Sect shall be spared today. Wu Quan's voice reverberated across the heavens and earth as he instantly summoned a quasi-emperor-grade longsword in his hand, his icy gaze sweeping the surroundings. Many who sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Wu Quan straightened their spines considerably. Ha 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 ha. Well said. Execute the traitors of the human race. The entire Taishian sect abhors traitors above all else. The Dao Sect colluded with the demonic race, a crime deserving death. All under heaven must execute them. As the second-ranked sect in the 3,000 continents, enjoying resources granted by this world, yet openly betraying our human race, the Dao Sect's actions fill our Qingxian sect with profound regret. We pledge to follow Emperor Wu in exterminating the enemy and annihilating the Dao Sect. With the backing of an emperor, others began to speak up in agreement. Though the Dao Sect's actions had indeed shaken them to their core. But let us not forget. The Immortal Hall now stands as the foremost sect in the 3,000 continents, its foundations unfathomably deep. Moreover, standing before them now, standing up for them, was an emperor-level powerhouse who had successfully attained the Dao. As influential figures who ruled over their own territories, they were not easily intimidated by the Dao Sect's pretentious display. Moreover, they were gathered here in such great numbers. This emperor is most pleased. Seeing everyone rallying behind him, Wu Quan's face broke into a smug smile. Since these men stood by his side, he ought to demonstrate the majesty befitting an emperor. He slowly turned to face Qin Zheng ahead. So it is you who desires this emperor's head? Caw caw caw. The black and white earth chicken glared at Wu Quan. The demonic invasion, wasn't it these very people who refused to confront the demons, instead using it as an excuse to attack their Dao Sect first? No. How dare they turn the tables like this? Shut up. The sweeping monk clamped his hand over the black and white chicken's beak. I told you the first patriarch might not appreciate your rap singing. Stop clucking like that. Stay put here. Some trash has accidentally infiltrated the Dao Sect. This monk must sweep them out first, lest the first patriarch blame us later. The sweeping monk pressed his palms together, a peculiar smile curling his lips. The next instant, he vanished from the spot. Who is this monk? Countless onlookers clenched their fists instinctively at the sight, sucking in sharp breaths of cold air. Damn it, where the hell did he go at this speed? Everyone present were all the most elite warriors in the 3,000 continents. Yet just now, they couldn't even see how the sweeping monk vanished right before their eyes. He's over there. Soon. Someone held their breath, staring in disbelief toward the direction of Elder Wu Quan of the Immortal Hall. You? A cold sweat broke out on Wu Quan's back. You've got the wrong man. The sweeping monk's face seemed to cast a double shadow as a savage grin spread across his features. Heh, it is this monk who desires your head. Boom! Wu Quan instinctively unleashed a palm strike toward the sweeping monk. The next instant, a blood-soaked head rolled onto the ground, its life force rapidly ebbing away. My apologies. This monk dislikes taking life. The sweeping monk clasped his hands together. Ahmed Bab Buddha. Therefore, I ask you to die completely. The next second. Boom! 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 Wu Quan's entire corpse was reduced to dust. The first time he faced Qin Zhang, Lu Daoxian had pinned him to the ground. Little did he expect that this second time, the monk he had casually crushed earlier would be the one to end his life. A mighty emperor like him had been utterly powerless to resist in the other's hands. Boom! In an instant, Wu Quan's aura vanished completely, leaving only his head, its eyes wide open. No! What nonsense is this? You don't kill living beings, so killing someone first counts as killing, right? Everyone present was dumbfounded. Every pair of eyes turned to the sweeping monk in horror. Was this man truly a monk? Why did he look so unsettling right now? And another thing. How could the Dao Sect have a monk? Countless powerful figures grimaced, their expressions turning unbearably awkward. Staring at the battlefield ahead, their bodies trembled involuntarily. The Immortal Hall Elder is dead? The Grand Master of the Taishan sect spoke in disbelief, his voice trembling. They had intended to follow their leader into battle, only to see him who had seemed so formidable moments ago knocked out in a single strike before the fight even began. Where could they go to seek justice now? Damn it! Wasn't the Dao Sect supposed to be the eternal second-rate sect? How could they harbor such a terrifying existence? What do we do now? What about us? The Immortal Hall Elders are enlightened emperors, how could they be so utterly defeated? At that moment, countless powerful beings stared at the seemingly harmless monk before them, their hearts trembling involuntarily. Demon monk. This is undoubtedly a demon monk. Fear not, fellow practitioners. This humble monk dislikes taking lives. The sweeping monk swept away the bloodstains on the ground, bent down to pick up the blood-soaked head of the Immortal Hall Elder, then turned to face the surrounding powerful figures, his face breaking into a kind smile. Chapter 11, Haotian shall never betray Shushan in this lifetime. Ahmed Ba. He pressed his palms together in prayer, receiving an invitation to the military review from Lu Daoxian. Then, clutching the severed head of the Immortal Hall Elder, he soared toward the direction of the Immortal Hall. Phew! Watching the sweeping monk depart, countless powerful figures breathed a collective sigh of relief, as if bidding farewell to a plague demon. A monster. They felt that the fellow was nothing short of a complete monster. He's heading to the Immortal Hall? He dares? The Immortal Hall's lord has been an emperor for years, the sole emperor across our 3,000 continents. He's courting death. The Grand Master of the Taishan sect spoke with extreme coldness. I think you should worry about yourself first. The old angler Su Changsho of the Dao Sect appeared out of nowhere, patting the Grand Master of the Taishan sect on the shoulder. In that instant, a thin fishing line tightened around his throat. When did you? The Taishan sect master clutched his throat with both hands, his face flushing crimson. Well now, didn't I tell you? Only the willing take the bait. Su Changsho shook his head, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You came running right into it. Don't blame me. With a sharp tug on his fishing rod, the Taishan sect leader's head rolled down the line, eyes rolled back, death staring out from unclosed lids. Bait the spot. Su Changsho kicked the body toward the Dao Sect stream, letting it return to nature. Fellow disciples. I shall pay Taishan sect a visit. Ha 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 ha. Mad laughter echoed throughout the Dao Sect. Su Changsho, like a fisherman reeling in a big catch, walked toward the Taishan sect, rod in hand. The head of the Grand Mystery sect hung gruesomely on the rod's tip. Willing to take the bait? He. Seeing the Taishan sect leader dangling from Su Changsho's rod, those who had mocked him earlier as they passed by the stream collapsed to the ground in terror, utterly bewildered. At first, they hadn't understood his words. So this guy wasn't fishing for fish at all, he was fishing for them? What a perfect willing to take the bait. Why did they have to wade into this mess with the Dao Sect? Woof woof woof. Watching Su Changsho depart, Big Yellow immediately bared his teeth at the outsiders surrounding him. His gaze shifted, locking onto his target. With a single leap, he pounced on the Qingshan sect master before the latter could react, pinning him to the ground and clamping his jaws around his throat. Woof! Big Yellow blared at the outsiders, baring his teeth like a ferocious lion. Then, clutching the Qingshan sect master in his jaws, he soared toward the Qingshan sect. Monster! Monster! Everyone in the Dao Sect is a monster. This is the true depth of the Dao Sect. We were wrong, all of us were wrong. Damn them for hiding so deeply. The remaining elites stared at the Dao Sect's powerful figures with utter terror, fear permeating every heart. They had risked everything, hoping to exploit the demonic invasion's purge to uncover the Dao Sect's true strength. Now they had seen it, the power and foundations they could never hope to match. Now, one by one, the Dao Sect disciples locked onto them. They would carry their severed heads to their respective sects as a provocation, inviting their sects to attend this so-called military parade. What utter irony! Was the Dao Sect challenging every faction across the 3,000 continents? It was hard to fathom. After today, the 3,000 continents world will likely be turned upside down. Run! At this moment, no one hesitated. The Dao Sect had killed the Immortal Hall Elders and the Grand Master of the Taishan sect without a moment's hesitation. They certainly wouldn't spare these ones. Nor did the other side have any reason to spare them. To trespass into another sect's forbidden territory without permission was an act grave enough to spark a sect war anywhere. Damn it! We can't break through this protective formation. Someone raged as they slammed into the Dao Sect's protective formation. Their aura fluctuated incessantly, desperately trying to escape, only to find it utterly impossible. The Dao Sect seemed to have formed a prison. Gentlemen, why the rush? Allow me to escort you home. Dao Sect disciples began selecting gifts one after another, taking the invitation cards to escort these intruders back to their respective sects. The faces of the mighty figures twitched. They wondered, were the million troops stationed at the Imperial Pass the true demons, or was the Dao Sect standing before them now? Boom! One by one, the mighty fell amidst fear and regret. Not a single one was spared. Where is he? As outsiders were systematically eliminated by the Dao Sect disciples, Qin Zhang's gaze finally settled upon Huahuajian, the eldest disciple of Shushan. Reporting to the first patriarch, Shushan and our Dao Sect have always maintained friendly relations. An elder of the Dao Sect who hadn't secured a kill stepped forward to speak. He glanced at Huahuajian, a tinge of envy stirring within him. Truth be told, it wasn't that he didn't want to strike, it was simply that the Dao Sect and Shushan Mountain genuinely maintained good relations in everyday matters. Such an act would damage their harmony. Besides, this Shushan disciple had remained quite well behaved since joining the Dao Sect, never doing anything too outrageous. His entry into the sect was likely at the behest of those old fools back at Shushan. Humph. Since Shushan and our Dao Sect are allies, it's bad enough they didn't help us in our hour of need. But to join forces with others against us? That's unforgivable. The atmosphere around Xinjiang instantly turned icy. The ground beneath Huahuajian's feet began to sink inch by inch as a terrifying pressure instantly descended upon him. Put! Huahuajian grunted, spitting a mouthful of blood. First Patriarch, please wait. It's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. Lu Daoxian jumped in fright, rushing to stand before Huahuajian. He bowed his hands toward Xinjiang. First Patriarch, this is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Xinjiang frowned slightly, subtly reining in the aura radiating from his body. Huff. Seeing this, Lu Daoxian visibly relaxed, glancing back at Huahuajian before bowing respectfully to Xinjiang. First Patriarch, he is also a disciple of our Dao Sect. I'm not. Behind Lu Daoxian. Huahuajian immediately denied it. The Dao Sect elder who had spoken earlier froze, then abruptly turned to stare at Lu Daoxian. Something fishy is going on. Several Dao Sect disciples also shot Lu Daoxian peculiar looks, as if they'd caught a whiff of gossip. Spill it. What's going on? Xinjiang disliked speculation and addressed Lu Daoxian directly. Glancing at Huahuajian beside him, Lu Daoxian sighed with apparent resignation. Reporting to the first patriarch, Huahuajian is not actually Shushan's senior disciple. He is my junior disciple. Long before joining Shushan, he had already become a disciple of our Dao Sect. No. Huahuajian's clear gaze flicked toward Lu Daoxian. After a moment's thought, he shook his head firmly. I never joined your Dao Sect. His gaze was unwavering, as if determined to prove his innocence as Shushan's senior disciple. Though Lu Daoxian had recently displayed astonishing power enough to make any underworld figure yearn to apprentice under such a formidable master. But I, Huahuajian, shall never betray Shushan in this lifetime. Huahuajian reiterated with unwavering resolve, his eyes burning with determination, prepared to face death if necessary. Lu Daoxian shot him a dismissive glance. Had this fool gone mad from cultivation, or what? If he truly wasn't his disciple, declaring such loyalty now was nothing short of courting death. He refused the chance to live. He slowly raised his hand, flicking a mark onto Huahuajian's forehead. Turning back to Qin Zhang, he continued his explanation. Reporting to the first patriarch, this youth's cultivation path is unique. Back then, our Dao Sect lacked suitable cultivation methods for him. Out of necessity, I chose to conceal his identity and send him to Shushan for study. Study? Xinjiang's gaze grew peculiar as he couldn't help but glance down at Huahuajian. Below, Huahuajian silently observed Lu Daoxian. As the mark unlocked his buried memories, a tidal wave of recollections surged forth. His gaze flickered toward Lu Daoxian before he called out expressionlessly, Master? Yes. A faint smile graced Lu Daoxian's face. Huahuajian did not respond to Lu Daoxian. As the torrent of memories finished loading, his gaze swiftly shifted to Qin Zhang. He immediately clasped his fists and declared, Huahuajian, 27th generation disciple of the Dao Sect, is ready to receive the inspection of the first patriarch. In that case, you shall deliver the invitation to Mount Shu. Qin Zhang spread his hands. He never imagined that after a million years, the Dao Sect still had disciples studying abroad. His philosophy had truly been carried forward thoroughly. First patriarch, this. Lu Daoxian was about to suggest that sending Huahuajian to Shushan might not be appropriate. Huahuajian immediately stepped forward to interrupt, his eyes gleaming with unexpected excitement as he replied, This disciple obeys your command. Deliver an invitation to Mount Shu? For some reason, a faint sense of anticipation stirred within Huahuajian. What would it feel like to return to Shushan in a different capacity? Everyone. Why do I feel like this guy's bloodline has awakened? A Dao Sect disciple watched Huahuajian hurry toward Shushan, whispering to others. They saw intense anticipation in his eyes. Don't be ridiculous. What bloodline awakening? This is all about upholding the spirit of our founding patriarch. Long live the first patriarch. Qin Zhang. His gaze slowly swept toward Lu Daoxian beside him. Is this the strength of our Dao Sect that you speak of? A bead of cold sweat instantly formed on Lu Daoxuan's forehead. He had no idea why Qin Zhang had suddenly asked this, but he dared not hesitate. He immediately stepped forward, clasped his fists, and bowed, saying, reporting to the first patriarch, this is merely the basic training of these disciples. Our Dao Sect still has many disciples who have not yet returned from their travels or are in seclusion. I will immediately summon them to emerge and return, to receive the inspection of the first patriarch. Very well. Qin Zhang glanced at Lu Daoxian. And those demonic tribes and demonic races invite representatives from all factions as well. Yes. Lu Daoxian bowed respectfully. The return of the first patriarch might also mark the first time their Dao Sect revealed its true strength before the world. Chapter 12, where might the Immortal Hall be located? Could you kindly point the way? The 3,000 continents. What's going on? What's happening? The Dao Sect. Judging by the commotion, it's coming from their direction. Elder Wu Quan of the Immortal Hall, accompanied by various powerful figures, is heading to the Dao Sect to investigate the abduction of the demon clan's prodigious son. Surely they won't uncover anything? Could it be that the Dao Sect truly abducted the demon clan's holy son? Damn it! Is the Dao Sect trying to destroy us humans? If those demonic fiends truly invade the 3,000 continents, can the Dao Sect bear the responsibility? The Dao Sect must be destroyed. Countless powerful beings probed the direction of the Dao Sect with their divine senses, clenching their fists as tension reached its peak. With the demon clan's armies pressing at the borders, the entire human race felt as though a sharp blade hung over their heads, crushing them nearly to suffocation. Rumor has it that Elder Wu Quan of the Immortal Hall has likely attained the Emperor realm. If he discovers the Dao Sect harbors treacherous intentions during his investigation, he won't let them off lightly. Rest assured, everyone. Whoever dares threaten the safety of our human race, the Immortal Hall and Emperor Wu will not let these villains off lightly. Exactly. With the Immortal Hall standing firm, even if the demonic tribes breach the Imperial barrier, we need not fear those fiends. Should Emperor Wu truly succeed in his ascension, the Immortal Hall would then possess two great emperors. While still slightly outmatched by the demonic tribes, it would be far from an unbalanced situation. Emperor Wu attaining the Dao would be a monumental blessing for our human race. Countless voices buzzed with discussion, hope igniting in their hearts. On the surface, the demonic race possessed 3 emperor-level powerhouses, while the 3,000 continents had only one great emperor from the Immortal Hall all these years. But if Wu Quan also ascended, the scales of war would no longer tilt so heavily. It offered them a glimmer of hope against the demonic hordes. Gentlemen, this is inappropriate. Emperor Wu was his title during his quasi-emperor stage. Now that he has attained enlightenment, it would be inappropriate for us to continue calling him Emperor Wu. We should address him as Emperor Wu the Great. Precisely. Emperor Wu. Alas, I have never laid eyes upon an emperor in my lifetime. What an honor it would be to witness the majestic presence of Emperor Wu. Indeed. I have seen Emperor Wu before. Oh, no, I have had the honor of seeing the great Emperor Wu several times. Now that he has attained enlightenment, it will likely be far less easy to encounter such a figure in the future. Everyone, I think I just saw Emperor Wu. Amid the crowd, a man covered his mouth in shock, staring ahead as his pupils dilated, his eyes brimming with disbelief. What? Did you see Emperor Wu? Where? Where is Emperor Wu? Countless eyes turned toward the man who had spoken. His finger trembled slightly as he pointed in one direction, cold sweat pouring down his body. That's... The crowd instinctively retreated as they gazed toward the direction indicated, their eyes widening in horror. Those with weaker cultivation collapsed instantly, stomachs churning violently as nausea surged. A monk, clutching a blood-soaked severed head, was approaching their direction. His figure gradually came into sharp focus. Emperor Wu. That's Emperor Wu. Someone stared in horror at the severed head in the monk's hand. Though blood poured from its 7 orifices, its eyes rolled back, and death had not closed its lids, they still recognized the owner of that head. What on earth is going on? What happened? Damn it! The great Emperor Wu is dead? How could this be? Wasn't he said to have attained enlightenment? How could the emperor possibly die? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Countless powerful figures stared at the monk in terror, stumbling backward. They didn't know who this monk before them was, but they dared not find out. Gentlemen, do not panic. The monk swiftly landed amidst the crowd, moving so fast that none could react in time. This humble monk's name is Wen Yuan, from the Eastern Lands Dao Sect. Monk Wen Yuan clasped his hands together in a single gesture, bowing slowly to the crowd with a kind smile on his face. The Dao Sect? Countless eyes stared at Wen Yuan in horror. Were it not for the blood-soaked severed head dangling from his hand, they might have truly believed this man to be a benevolent monk. And what's more, how could the Dao Sect have a monk? Yet his claim of coming from the Dao Sect sent a chill through their spines. They knew all too well that Elder Wu Quan of the Immortal Hall had recently journeyed to the Dao Sect. Could the owner of this severed head truly be Emperor Wu? How could that be? Every powerful figure present sucked in a sharp breath. There were some things they dared not even contemplate, for such thoughts only deepened their dread. Ahmad Buddha. Monk Wen Yuan sighed helplessly at the panic spreading through the crowd. Truthfully, he detested taking lives. Run! Cold sweat poured down their faces as they frantically summoned talismans or activated their survival techniques, scattering in all directions in a chaotic stampede. The scene instantly became deserted. A chill breeze brushed past Monk Wen Yuan. Am I that terrifying? Monk Wen Yuan held up the severed head in his hand and asked curiously, then a sinister smile spread across his face. You're the bold one. Not only did you not run upon seeing me, you even dared to attack me. The next second, he vanished from his spot, swiftly catching up to a swift-running warrior. He forced a benevolent expression onto his face and called out, "Layman, please wait." How can you move so fast? Watching Monk Wen Yuan instantly materialize before him, Lu Hao felt his heart nearly leap out of his chest. He had activated the Lu family's ancestral technique, the Shadowless Step. Even against a quasi-emperor level powerhouse, he'd been confident he could escape. But now, do not panic, layman. Monks embrace compassion. This humble monk never takes life while traveling. Monk Wen Yuan clasped his hands together once more. He couldn't understand why these people feared him so much. Did he look like a villain? No killing? If not for the blood-soaked severed head in the other's hand, Lu Hao might have almost believed it. If this truly was the great Emperor Wu of the Immortal Palace, then the stakes were incredibly high. Even if given 10,000 times the courage, he wouldn't dare approach this monk now. He wanted no connection whatsoever with him. He forced himself to steady his breathing, lifting his head to stare intently at Monk Wen Yuan. What do you want? He knew. If the other intended to strike, given the power he'd already displayed, Lu Hao would have no chance of survival. The man's speed far surpassed that of a quasi-emperor. Who exactly was this man? This monk wishes to ask a question? A question? Might you know the location of the Immortal Hall? Could you kindly point me in the right direction? Monk Wen Yuan pressed his palms together in a single gesture. Having spent years sweeping the grounds at the Daoist sect, he was utterly unfamiliar with the outside world. In his haste to leave, he'd forgotten he had no idea where the Immortal Hall was. If he turned back now to ask at the Dao Sect, wouldn't he lose face? Moreover, it would easily cost him points in the eyes of the first sect master. You wish to go to the Immortal Hall? Lu Hao's gaze locked onto Monk Wen Yuan. What was this fellow thinking? Carrying the severed head of Emperor Wu to the Immortal Hall? Had the man lost his mind? Then so be it. Lu Hao sucked in a sharp breath. After a moment's hesitation, his finger trembled slightly as it pointed in a direction. That way? Monk Wen Yuan looked in the direction Lu Hao had indicated, a smile spreading across his face. Then thank you, benefactor. With that, he vanished instantly, head in hand. You showed him the way. When the Immortal Palace comes investigating, how will you explain yourself? A powerful figure watched Monk Wen Yuan depart before emerging from behind a mountain peak. If the head he carries truly belongs to Emperor Wu, then he is a wanted criminal of the Immortal Hall. They will surely seek him out. I merely guided him to deliver himself to his death. How could the Immortal Hall possibly blame me? No one in this world dares to offend the Immortal Hall lightly. Whoever he is, if the man in his grasp truly is Emperor Wu, then his going to the Immortal Hall is nothing but layman. Lu Hao's voice trailed off. Monk Wen Yuan's voice sounded again from behind him, wearing an innocent smile. Thud. Lu Hao felt his soul nearly leap from his body. He slowly turned his head, his expression stiffening as his entire body trembled. Holy monk, you didn't. Oh. Don't panic, benefactor. This humble monk merely forgot to mention something to you. What is it, holy monk? 1 month from now, all disciples of the 27th generation of our Dao Sect will gather at our headquarters to receive inspection from our sect's first founder. If any of you are interested, you are welcome to attend as observers. With that, the words fell silent. Monk Wen Yuan immediately picked up the severed head in his hand and hurried toward the direction of the Immortal Hall. Chapter 13, This World Has Gone Mad. The first patriarch of the Dao Sect? Countless people stared in stunned silence at the direction where Monk Wen Yuan had vanished. The first patriarch of the Dao Sect is still alive? How could that be possible? So much time has passed, and according to legend, Lu Daoxian is already the 27th patriarch of the Dao Sect. The first patriarch of the Dao Sect must be at least 1,000,000 years old by now. Even an emperor couldn't possibly have such longevity. With the cataclysmic changes in heaven and earth, even an emperor's lifespan now barely exceeds 10,000 years. How could someone from 1,000,000 years ago still be alive? A military parade? The Dao Sect is actually holding a military parade, and it's scheduled for a month from now? That's the deadline the demonic tribes have given us humans. Could the Dao Sect be using this parade to intimidate the restless demonic tribes? Countless minds couldn't help but wonder. With the demonic hordes pressing against our borders, the Dao Sect choosing this very moment for a military parade, it was hard not to draw such conclusions. I doubt it. Shi Feng's expression grew somber as his gaze drifted toward the direction where Monk Wen Yuan had departed, a sense of foreboding settling in his heart. What do you mean? Gentlemen, do not forget why those individuals traveled to the Dao Sect not long ago, Shi Feng said coldly. Wasn't it to investigate the Dao Sect's alleged abduction of the demon clan's holy son? Didn't Emperor Wu lead a group of powerful warriors there for that purpose? Investigate? Ha! Have any of you ever heard of a demon clan holy son? Well, countless faces exchanged glances in astonishment. Indeed, no one had ever heard of a holy son existing among the demon race. The name of their holy daughter, however, was known to all. She was hailed as the most gifted woman in the demon race's history. For her sake, the demon race was even willing to halt their conquests of other realms, granting her more time to grow. Oomph. Seeing no response, Shi Feng swept his sleeve and declared, on the surface, this is indeed an investigation into the Dao Sect's abduction of the demon clan's holy son. But tell me, who among you present dares claim no interest in the Dao Sect? A sect that has endured countless ages and survived innumerable calamities without destruction? Though the Dao Sect has never ranked first among sects in any era, countless top sects have perished in those calamities, while the Dao Sect endures. Everyone. Are you not curious how the Dao Sect weathered these calamities? Shi Feng's gaze swept across the assembled powerhouses. Not a single soul remained untouched by these words. The Dao Sect had always been shrouded in mystery, its existence stretching back untold ages. Who knew what secrets lay hidden within its walls? Truth be told, it did spark a certain curiosity. Yet curiosity was one thing. The Dao Sect was, after all, the second-ranked sect in the 3,000 continents. Even if they harbored thoughts, they could only keep them bottled up. Investigating the Dao Sect's abduction of the demon clan's holy son is merely a pretext. The true objective is to infiltrate the Dao Sect for reconnaissance. The demon clan's scheme is clearly a ploy to sow discord. Deceiving ordinary cultivators and common folk might work, but those here, doesn't every one of them see through it? Shi Feng's voice was utterly cold, as if he had long since seen through everything. Seeing no response from the others, he spoke again. Therefore, the Dao Sect's continued military review this time, I suspect it may not be targeting the demon clan at all, but rather our entire 3,000 continents world. Weren't we all curious about the Dao Sect's strength? Now they're displaying it openly before our eyes. Have you noticed that not a single one of the powerful cultivators who went to the Dao Sect has returned? The only thing we've seen so far is the severed head of Emperor Wu. Shi Feng left the sentence unfinished, allowing those present to draw their own conclusions. Countless people drew sharp breaths, finding Shi Feng's words undeniably reasonable. Then why did that monk go to the Immortal Hall just now? Could it be that the Dao Sect is challenging the Immortal Hall's top position? The gathered powerhouses grew increasingly uneasy about the situation. I think I just spotted the Grandmaster of the Taishan sect again. The cultivator who had first spotted Emperor Wu spoke again, his pupils dilating to their limits once more. The Grandmaster of the Taishan sect? Didn't the Grandmaster of the Taishan sect go to the Dao Sect too? What's going on? Did he return? Quickly ask him what happened. He should know. The murmurs abruptly ceased as an old man holding a fishing rod deliberately made his way toward the crowd. Of course. At that moment, no one paid attention to the old fisherman. Their focus was entirely on the severed head dangling from his fishing rod. Greetings, fellow anglers. Su Changsho wore a faint smile on his face. Fellow practitioners. Some of the powerful figures forced smiles onto their faces, their eyes involuntarily glancing at the severed head on the fishing rod, cold sweat running down their backs. What bait did you use? Ha 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 ha. Those who wish to bite the hook need no bait. His cultivation is only around the 7th or 8th layer of quasi-emperor, nothing extraordinary, but it was satisfying. Everyone. Didn't anyone actually ask? Senior, is he the Grandmaster of the Taishan sect? Seeing Su Changsho in a seemingly good mood, someone mustered the courage to ask. Where did you catch him? Su Changsho shot a wary glance at the speaker, hesitated for a moment, then replied, at my Dao Sect. But don't get your hopes up, the fishing spot won't be open to outsiders. The Dao Sect? Countless eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that this old fellow, like that monk, also hailed from the Dao Sect? 7th or 8th layer of the quasi-emperor realm, huh? Su Changsho deliberately waved his fishing rod in front of the crowd once more, his response evading the question entirely. Everyone. Yes, yes, yes. Daring not to provoke him, they nodded repeatedly. Though the old man before them seemed far more benevolent than the monk, the severed head dangling from his hand still held a formidable intimidation over them. After a while. After pacing back and forth countless times, Su Changsho seemed to grow bored and finally remembered his purpose. He turned to the crowd and demanded, by the way, everyone, how do we get to the Taishan sect? Oh boy. Asking for directions again. But someone quickly pointed him in the right direction. Truthfully, none of them dared let this guy linger here any longer. A severed head dangled from his fishing rod, the head of the once feared Grandmaster of the Taishan sect. Who wouldn't be terrified? They just wanted Su Changsho gone. Thanks, everyone. If you're interested, come to my Dao Sect in a month. You might just find something big. With that, Su Changsho shot the crowd another dismissive glance. But I doubt you've got the skills for it. With that, he hoisted his fishing rod and strode off toward the direction of the Taishan sect. He's gone? Only after confirming Su Changsho had departed without turning back like Monk Wen Yuan did the others breathe a sigh of relief. Is he also from the Dao Sect? When did the Dao Sect acquire such a formidable figure? Why haven't we heard of him before? The Dao Sect truly hides its depth well. Could there be even more terrifying masters lurking in this Dao Sect parade? Everyone, I'm freaking out right now, but I won't lie, this Dao Sect parade has piqued my interest. What do you say, should we go? I'm curious too. After all, this is a sect with countless years of heritage. Its true depth is likely beyond our imagination. Even the great Emperor Wu and the Grandmaster of the Taishan sect. Countless people sucked in their breath, their gazes instinctively turning toward the Dao Sect's location. The demon clan will likely attack the 3,000 continents in a month. Wouldn't attending such an event now be extremely dangerous? If the demon clan attacks the Dao Sect's parade grounds now, could we get caught in the crossfire? Surely the Dao Sect will be prepared. Indeed. Perhaps after the Dao Sect's parade concludes, the great masters will immediately head to the front lines to repel the demon clan? So what? The demon clan is no longer what it once was. They're not an enemy we can easily contend with. Some were deeply concerned. After all, a formidable enemy loomed before them. The demonic tribes were like a sharp sword hovering over their heads. At such a time, the more powerful beings gathered in one place, the more perilous it became for them. Look over there. A moment later, the powerful figures who had first spotted Emperor Wu and the Grandmaster of the Taishan sect turned their gaze forward once more. Run! The powerful figures present dared not linger any longer. Behind them, a large number of unknown Taoist masters were rushing toward them, each carrying a blood-soaked severed head. Hey, don't run! Which way is the Tianshan sect? Which way to the Zhao family? Fellow Taoist! Fellow Taoist! Which way to the Blood Moon sect? This is madness. This world has absolutely gone mad. Some screamed inwardly, finding this scene even more terrifying than a demonic invasion. Though they didn't recognize these powerful figures carrying severed heads, they knew the owners of those heads. Who dared linger here any longer? Chapter 14, The Dao Sect Sect Scriptures. Woof woof woof. In the void. A massive yellow dog, its jaws locked around a disheveled figure, darted swiftly through the dense crowd. Seeing the stunned looks on everyone's faces, Big Yellow suddenly bared his teeth and flashed a ferocious grin at the crowd. But unlike the others, he didn't linger or ask for directions. Following the scent, he could smell exactly where the Qingxian sect was located. Woof woof woof. De Huang swiftly carried the Qingxian sect's leader in its mouth as it raced toward the sect. A great demon. That's a great demon. Damn it, how dare a great demon act so brazenly within our human domain? Is no one here? Is there no one to stop it? Countless powerful beings witnessed the scene along the way, clenching their fists in frustration, wishing someone would step forward to stop Big Yellow. How could anyone stop it? It's so powerful, why don't you go? Haven't you seen it's got another powerful being in its jaws? It's that terrifying demonic aura emanating from it, would you dare approach? What kind of demon is this? Look! The figure in its jaws still seems to have a faint pulse. I swear I saw its fingers twitch just now. Yes, I saw it too. Who is that person? How tragic. The demon seems to be heading toward Qingxian sect. Could he be the sect master? He looks somewhat like. Countless wide-eyed onlookers stared at the direction Big Yellow had vanished, their hearts pounding with dread. Woof woof woof. De Huang paid no heed to the crowd, carrying the Qingxian sect master straight toward the sect. The Qingxian sect master lay barely clinging to life. He never dreamed he'd be paraded through the streets by a dog one day. This torment felt worse than death itself. How many people had witnessed this spectacle along the way? If his identity were recognized, where could he possibly hide his face? How could he ever walk the lands of the 3,000 continents again? Damn it, once we reach the Qingxian sect, I'll make you wish you were dead. The Qingxian sect master vowed silently within his heart. He was barely clinging to life, utterly drained of strength to resist. The dog's teeth dug deeper into his throat, choking him until he could scarcely breathe. But thankfully, they were almost at the Qingxian sect. Once they reached the Qingxian sect, he would surely be saved. How dare you? Who dares trespass upon the gates of the Qingxian sect? Halt immediately, or face death. The gates of the Qingxian sect. Countless Qingxian sect disciples watched as a great demon carried a person toward their sect, immediately going on high alert. The entire sect's protective formation activated in that instant. With the demonic hordes massing at the borders, this tense moment allowed no room for complacency, a warning their sect master had specifically emphasized before departing. No one was permitted to approach Qingxian sect. Woof! Big Yellow didn't pause. Sensing the aura of the Qingxian sect master ahead, he knew he was on the right track. His excitement grew as he leaped toward the direction of the Qingxian sect. How dare you? Dare to approach my sect again? You will be struck down immediately. Seeing Big Yellow not only continue advancing but draw ever closer, the Qingxian sect disciples guarding the mountain gate paled, their expressions turning grim as if facing a formidable enemy. Look! That great demon seems to be carrying a person in its mouth? Who could have met such a fate? How utterly pitiful! Ha 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 ha! Carried off by a demon dog? Senior brothers, that person looks like our sect master to me? A Qingxian sect disciple stared at the figure clutched by Big Yellow, his face twitching involuntarily. Smack! Shu Qing, the senior disciple of Qingxian sect, slapped the speaker across the face. You fool! Are you insulting our sect master? A mere dog demon? Our sect master could crush it with a single blow. Our Qingxian sect ranks third in the world, though we're truly second. How could our sect master be so pathetic? Smack! Shu Qing delivered another sharp slap. Senior brother speaks wisely. The disciple who spoke silently lowered his head, clutching his swollen cheek. He thought it over. This couldn't be possible. He must have seen things. Their sect master should already be en route to the Dao Sect by now. No! That demonic creature is charging straight at us. He's deliberately targeting our Qingxian sect. Alert! Everyone, alert immediately! That demonic aura is incredibly potent. Countless Qingxian sect disciples sucked in sharp breaths, glaring furiously at the giant yellow beast ahead, ready to strike at any moment. Woof! De Huan, clutching the Qingxian sect master in its jaws, appeared above the sect, barking excitedly several times. I'm saved! Gazing down at the familiar scene of his sect below, the barely alive Qingxian sect master struggled to open his eyes, a sigh of relief washing over him. Boom! A devastating attack erupted from beneath Qingxian sect, hurtling toward Big Yellow and the sect master. The Qingxian sect master froze in shock. He tried to speak, but with his throat locked in a chokehold, he could barely form a coherent sentence. Staring at the overwhelming onslaught, he was utterly dumbfounded. Couldn't these damned disciples recognize him? Shu Qing. With his last ounce of strength, he managed to utter 2 words before burning away his remaining lifespan. How dare you! The Qingxian sect disciples roared, unleashing a barrage of attacks toward Big Yellow and the sect master. Any intruder into Qingxian sect shall be killed without mercy. Boom! Boom! Senior brother, no matter how I look at it, that really resembles our sect master? Insolent! Dare to insult the sect master again, and I'll strip you of your cultivation and expel you from the sect. Shu Chung frowned, his gaze fixed on the figure atop Big Yellow. This couldn't be it, absolutely couldn't be their Qingxian sect master. In the 3,000 continents, aside from those few in the Immortal Hall, who could possibly be a match for their Qingxian sect master? It was utterly impossible for him to have met such an end. This was an insult to the entire Qingxian sect. Boom! He unleashed a palm strike directly forward, his furious gaze sweeping over the surrounding Qingxian sect elites. Hold nothing back! Before departing, the sect master commanded that absolutely no one be allowed to approach. Yes! Countless Qingxian sect experts raised their hands in unison, unleashing attacks toward the front. Put! The sect master of Qingxian sect, used as a human shield by Big Yellow, spat out a mouthful of blood. Wicked disciple! Bloodshot eyes filled the sect master's gaze as he struggled to speak, but Big Yellow's jaws clamped down on his neck, using him as a shield against the onslaught of Qingxian sect's elite fighters. Boom! A shield? That bastard actually used that powerful cultivator as a shield? Oomph! Then we'll destroy his shield first before slaying this great demon. Exactly. Blow him to bits. What kind of status or position does he think he has, daring to look so much like our sect master? That's a capital offense. He deserves to die, so no one mistakes him for the Qingxian sect master and brings shame upon our sect. Boom! Countless Qingxian sect powerhouses watched as Big Yellow used the sect master as a shield, intensifying their attacks relentlessly. Endless assaults pounded the sect master's body, reducing it to a mangled mess. Despair clouded his eyes as he lost the strength to speak. He never imagined his legendary life would end in such a manner. He had merely gone to the Dao Sect once. Put! His final breath of vital essence spurted from his mouth as the Qingxian sect master choked to death in rage. Woof woof woof! Big Yellow leapt onto the air above the Qingxian sect's protective formation, gazing down at the dead sect master with a hint of disappointment. Still, it had achieved its objective. In an instant, it hurled the corpse of the sect master down onto Qingxian sect with tremendous force, causing the entire protective formation to collapse with a thunderous crash. Oh no! Seeing the array shattered, countless Qingxian sect disciples froze in terror, staring at the Big Yellow dog in disbelief. How is this possible? The Big Yellow dog bared its teeth and grinned at the group of Qingxian sect experts below. Soon, the blood of the Qingxian sect master gradually gathered, forming rows of blood-red characters in the void. Dao Sect Edict. To all members of the Qingxian sect in Qingzhou. On this occasion, as Qin Zhang, the founding patriarch and first patriarch of our Dao Sect, returns from the ancient battlefield, the entire Dao Sect solemnly announces that a grand military review ceremony will be held at the Dao Sect on September 1, 9999 of the new era. This ceremony will be presided over by the first patriarch to demonstrate our commitment to peace and to promote the martial spirit of cultivators. As the third-ranked sect across the 3,000 continents, the Qingxian sect has long made immense contributions to maintaining the stability and security of the human race. Therefore, our Dao Sect sincerely invites the Qingxian sect to send representatives to attend this parade ceremony and jointly witness this historic moment. We firmly believe your participation will add profound significance to this event. Should you agree, please confirm the list of attendees and itinerary by August 20th, New Era 9999. With deepest respect, we have prepared a modest gift. We extend our heartfelt wishes for the Qingxian sect's continued prosperity and for all its cultivators to advance without hindrance. Dao Sect. September 1st, 9999 New Era. As the final line was written, the Qingxian sect master drained his last drop of blood. Chapter 15, the first sect leader I didn't mean to. The Zhao family. The Zhao family patriarch rose to his feet, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Dao Sect. His entire body trembled uncontrollably, his fists clenching instinctively. Ancestor. Countless Zhao family disciples looked at their patriarch with concern. Ever since that mysterious word Neil echoed through the heavens, their patriarch had remained in this state. This sight caused countless Zhao disciples to sigh inwardly. The image of their mysterious, invincible patriarch that they had held in their hearts crumbled in that instant. They couldn't fathom why their patriarch was so terrified. After all, the Zhao family was an immortal lineage. When had they ever known such fear? Shouldn't he possess an unshakable belief in invincibility? Ancestor. Ancestor, something terrible has happened. One after another, frantic figures stumbled into the Zhao family ancestral grounds, drenched in sweat from sheer terror. They immediately knelt before the Zhao family patriarch. What's happening? The Zhao patriarch's taut nerves snapped like a taut string. His gaze fixed on Zhao Qi as he roared, "Damn it! Didn't I order you to go to the Dao Sect and bring back your family head at all costs?" Creak! The old patriarch's clenched fists creaked, a terrifying aura spreading faintly around him, pressing down on the Zhao family members until they could barely breathe. Ancestor! Ancestor, the family head has returned. Zhao Qi knelt on the ground, his entire body trembling uncontrollably, his face contorted with fear as he spoke. Returned? The gathered Zhao disciples looked puzzled. Wasn't the family head's return a good thing? Why did Zhao Qi appear so terrified and flustered? I knew it. The sect master has returned safely, hasn't he? The Dao Sect isn't some den of dragons and tigers. What is there to fear? I reckon the patriarch has simply been buried underground too long and lost his edge. It's merely the second-ranked sect in the 3,000 continents. We needn't panic like this. Even if it were the top-ranked Immortal Hall, our Zhao family wouldn't necessarily be without a fighting chance. Exactly. Some Zhao disciples murmured behind closed doors. Earlier, they had indeed been swept up by the old ancestors' fervor. But now they realized their Zhao clan was, after all, an immortal lineage. Perhaps the patriarch had simply been buried underground too long, sleeping off his stupor, completely unaware of the Zhao clan's current terrifying might. Has he returned? The Zhao family patriarch muttered to himself, paying no heed to the other disciples. He seemed to exhale a sigh of relief as he settled back into his seat. Not yet, patriarch. Zhao Qi's pupils dilated. Just as he had steadied his mind to explain, a thunderous explosion shattered all sound. A blood-soaked severed head smashed through the Zhao family's protective barrier, leaving a gaping hole. It rolled several times across the floor before coming to rest before the ancient ancestor. The patriarch? Countless Zhao disciples sucked in sharp breaths. Staring at the blood-soaked head, its eyes wide open and refusing to close in death, they all instinctively staggered back several steps. The Zhao family patriarch did not glance at the severed head at his feet. Instead, he lifted his head and fixed his gaze on a man who had appeared above their clan's domain. Chen Feng slowly unfolded the sect scroll in his hand and recited the sect scripture of the Dao Sect. To the entire Zhao family of the immortal lineage. With deepest respect, we offer this modest gift, wishing the Zhao clan of the immortal lineage everlasting prosperity and that all disciples may cultivate without ever encountering bottlenecks. With that, he spoke no further. Glancing casually at the Zhao disciples below, frozen in shock, Chen Feng chose not to linger. He turned and departed immediately. The instant Chen Feng departed, countless Zhao disciples collapsed to the ground, their backs drenched in sweat, staring at the severed head as if their souls had been torn from their bodies. At the same time, Taishuan Gate. Fellow cultivators, might I exchange this fish catch for a meal at your Taishan sect? Su Changshou frowned in displeasure at the Taishan sect disciples blocking his path. Die! The Taishan sect disciples launched a fierce assault, unleashing terrifying formations that slammed directly toward Su Changshou. Kill him! Avenge our sect master! The Taishan sect disciples fixed their gaze on the severed head dangling from the fishing rod, their eyes bloodshot with fury. Their sect master was dead, and his head had been delivered to their doorstep. They felt this was an immense humiliation for the entire Taishan sect. Boom! Rumble! Form the array! The Taishan sect disciples instantly formed a deadly formation, encircling Su Changshou in the center. Fellow cultivators, let's talk this out peacefully. I only wanted to trade this head for a meal. Su Changsho instinctively stepped back, watching the Haotian sect members warily. I want you dead. An attack of endless destruction descended upon Su Changsho, instantly reducing him to ashes. His presence vanished completely from the spot. Countless Haotian sect disciples clenched their fists tightly, gazing upward toward the sky. Sect Master, we have avenged you. That was close. Su Changsho emerged slowly from behind a mountain peak, brushing dust from his clothes as the paper effigy beside him instantly burned to ashes. What? Paper effigy? Countless Haotian sect powerhouses stared wide-eyed, their gazes fixed intently on Su Changsho. Fellow cultivators, please don't misunderstand. Su Changsho flashed a gentle smile at all the Haotian sect disciples, thinking they were making a mountain out of a molehill. Mobilize all reserve energy sources of the Haotian sect immediately to destroy it. Quickly! The Haotian sect disciples stared at Su Changsho as if facing a formidable enemy, utterly stunned that the target they had just expended so much effort to destroy was merely a paper effigy. Soon, as countless Haotian sect disciples formed seals and gathered power, an unending stream of energy surged toward them from all directions. The leading Haotian sect elder unleashed a palm strike directly at Su Changsho. Instantly, blazing flames erupted around them. As Su Changsho within was reduced to ashes once more, the Haotian sect disciples finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. This time he's dead. That was close. Su Changsho's figure reappeared from behind a mountain peak, his gaze slowly sweeping over the Haotian sect members. Fellow cultivators, didn't I say it was a misunderstanding? You. Damn it. Countless Haotian sect disciples watched the scene, beating their chests in frustration. Seeing Su Changsho reappear, they clenched their fists in anger. Paper figures again? The leading Haotian sect elder glared at Su Changsho. How many paper figures do you have left? How many? Su Changsho paused for a moment, then smiled faintly. None left. This is the real me now. Boom! In an instant. As soon as Su Changsho's words fell, the Haotian sect elder, disregarding martial ethics, channeled the sect's energy to condense a devastating attack, hurling it directly at Su Changsho. Is that all you've got? The leader of the Haotian sect let out a cold snort, his eyes flashing with a hint of viciousness. He scanned the surrounding peaks. Sure enough, no one else emerged. How utterly foolish. Fellow Taoists, present my sect's edict. To all members of the Haotian sect. With deepest respect, we offer this modest gift, wishing the disciples of the Grand Mystery sect prosperity and everlasting progress in their cultivation. Observing the Haotian sect elders whose faces had frozen solid in place, Su Changsho, standing at the rear of the Haotian sect crowd, let a faint smile curve his lips. He then rolled the severed head from his fishing rod toward the Haotian sect elder. You. In an instant. Boom. Countless annihilation-level attacks converged upon Su Changsho once more, the Haotian sect elder's expression growing icy cold to the extreme. Boom. Boom boom boom. Countless attacks engulfed Su Changsho once more. Fortunately, this time, Su Changsho failed to reappear among the crowd. Finally dead. That bastard. How many paper figures does he have? Who cares how many paper dolls he has? This time, he's dead as a doornail. Countless Haotian sect disciples breathed a collective sigh of relief. Though they'd never faced such a stubborn foe before, the final outcome left them reasonably satisfied. That was close. Dao Sect. Su Changsho, who had never left the Dao Sect throughout the entire battle, suddenly appeared behind Xin Zhang. Watching the projection of himself being relentlessly bombarded by Haotian Sect's elite warriors, he couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. Xin Zhang. Glancing up at Su Changsho before him, Xin Zhang frowned. What's wrong, First Patriarch? How do you think I did? Su Changsho caught Xin Zhang's gaze, forced a smile onto his face, and immediately sought praise. Not bad. Xin Zhang smiled. With a flick of his finger, the figure of Su Changsho before him instantly transformed into a paper effigy, engulfed in flames. First Patriarch, I didn't mean to. The paper effigy of Su Changsho looked awkwardly at Xin Zhang before burning to ashes. Xin Zhang. This is rather interesting. Unconsciously, Xin Zhang found himself growing faintly curious about these Dao Sect disciples. Chapter 16. Everyone, remember to welcome our distinguished guest next time. So many years had passed. Returning to the Dao Sect still evoked a sense of familiarity within Xin Zhang. I wonder if these Dao Sect disciples, after their leap forward, will bring him any surprises. How nostalgic this feels. Xin Zhang murmured softly, his gaze fixed on the scene before him. With a light swipe of his hand, the image silently shifted. Watching the man in the scene boldly venture into Shu Mountain as if entering an empty realm, Xin Zhang's expression grew somewhat peculiar. While Haotian strode into Shu Mountain, advancing from the outer gate straight to the deepest recesses of the inner sanctum. Not only did no one obstruct his path, but along the way, he encountered nothing but murmurs of admiration and envy. Look! Isn't that Senior Brother Hua? Yes, it is Senior Brother Hua. But wait, didn't the sect master say he went to the Dao Sect? How could he return so quickly? Look! Senior Brother Hua is actually smiling. Really? He's been smiling the entire way. Good heavens, what am I witnessing? What? Senior brother Hua, who's always so stern, is actually smiling. Good heavens, has the sun risen in the west? Could it be that brother Hua gained something significant during his trip to the Dao Sect? It must be. And this gain could very well benefit our Shushan sect. It might even help us soar to new heights. Otherwise, senior brother Hua wouldn't be smiling so brightly. As Hua Huajian stepped on a Shushan, countless disciples' eyes followed him, speculating that he must have obtained some great opportunity. No one could have imagined that the perpetually stern-faced eldest disciple of Shushan would ever smile so brightly. It seems his gains were substantial this time. An elder of Shushan mountainside, stroking his beard. Who knew senior brother Hua could be so handsome when he smiles? Oh my, he's truly gorgeous. If only I could spend a single night with him, I'd die content. Hey! Junior brother, keep your composure. A Shushan disciple shoved away a fellow disciple who was gazing dreamily and inexplicably closing in. You're a man, junior brother. You're a man. Put. Qin Zhang, watching this scene from afar, spit out a mouthful of water. His expression turned slightly peculiar as he turned to look at Lu Daoxian beside him. Is there some kind of story behind this place? Lu Daoxian. But he was also curious what exactly would his young disciple do this time upon returning to Shushan. In the scene, Hua Huajian proceeded unimpeded, advancing deep into the heart of Shu Mountain. As he moved further, he approached the secluded retreats of several venerable elders. Honored guest has arrived. Why has no one from Shu Mountain come to greet you? Hua Huajian's gaze swept across the surrounding peaks as his icy voice echoed throughout the entire mountain. Straightening his back abruptly, the thought of what he was about to do made a smile spill from the corners of Hua Huajian's mouth, almost impossible to contain. Ahem! He could only cover his reaction with a couple of dry coughs, standing with his hands behind his back as he asked, Does Mount Shu lack even the most basic courtesy toward guests? Seeing no response, Hua Huajian's gaze swept over the Shushan disciples gathering around him, emanating a faint yet terrifying aura. Distinguished guests have arrived? All the Shushan disciples froze momentarily. Then, the disciple in charge immediately ordered the disciple beside him, Go check outside the mountain gate at once. Senior brother said an honored guest has arrived. Do not neglect them. Yes. Two disciples bowed and hurried off toward the mountain gates. Senior brother Hua, are distinguished guests visiting today? Linny, the Shushan disciple in charge of affairs, stepped forward and bowed to Hua Jianhua. Hua Jianhua shot Linny a dismissive glance, swept his sleeves, and brushed dust from his robes without responding. Linny froze, utterly baffled by the situation. He couldn't shake the feeling that this senior disciple before him had changed somehow after returning from the Dao Sect. Elder Lin. No. Soon. The disciples sent to the Shushan mountain gate returned, panting heavily and shaking their heads. Are you certain? Lin Yi's expression darkened instantly. Knowing Howard Jian as he did, this senior disciple was as stubborn as a mule. He wouldn't lie about something like this. If he said an important guest had arrived, then an important guest had arrived. But who could this distinguished guest be? Senior brother Lin, should I go check again? Both disciples startled, clasped their fists in respect toward Linny, and hurried off once more to investigate at the mountain gate. Senior brother Hua, might I ask where this distinguished guest hails from? Linny ignored the two disciples, stepping forward once more to clasp his fists and bow respectfully to Hua Huajian. Hua Huajian glanced at the other disciple, swept his sleeves, brushed off the dust from his robes once more, then turned to face the other direction without responding. Senior brother, it's perfectly clean now. Linny was a bit bewildered. He stepped forward and tactfully patted Hua Huajian's robe, but where was the dust? Clean? So you're trying to sweep our honored guest out the door, are you? Hua Huajian stood with his hands behind his back, turning his head to look at Linny with a distinctly displeased expression. No. I didn't say that. Honestly, I didn't. Linny immediately fired off a triple denial. It wasn't that he didn't welcome the so-called honored guest, he genuinely had no idea where the guest was. He pouted in frustration, the guest came, so why hide? He's not hiding. Hua Huajian looked utterly puzzled. Not hiding? Linny looked up and immediately spotted the two disciples who had gone out to investigate returning, panting heavily. He stepped forward and asked, Where is the distinguished guest? We must go and greet him at once. Where? The two disciples hastily waved their hands at Linny. No, Steward Lin, there really is no distinguished guest. We searched the entire mountain gate. None. Before Linny could speak, Hua Huajian shot a sharp glance at the disciple who had spoken. Wasn't he the distinguished guest? This was his first diplomatic mission representing the Dao Sect. Hua Huajian, you're back? At that moment, a supreme elder of Shushan suddenly appeared, striding toward Hua Huajian before inquiring, Did your mission to the Dao Sect yield any results? Hua Huajian glanced at the supreme elder before him, then cast a quick look around the room. His brow furrowed. There were surprisingly few people here. Especially since his Shushan master hadn't shown up yet who knew where he'd gone. Though the Dao Sect possesses profound foundations, whether its current state aligns with its former glory remains unknown. Even if you found nothing, it's understandable. Don't be disheartened. I'll speak to your master on your behalf. Seeing Huahuajian remain silent, the supreme elder of Shushan sighed helplessly. The Dao Sect, with its legacy spanning countless millennia, what secrets did it hold? For any sect, the temptation was simply too great. Yet finding nothing would be understandable. After enduring so many cataclysms, even if the Dao Sect had somehow survived, what could it possibly have preserved? If there truly were treasures, the Dao Sect wouldn't appear so weak on the surface. Findings? A faint smile gradually spread across Huahuajian's lips. Of course there is. And it's substantial. Significant? All the Shushan disciples immediately widened their eyes and turned to look at Huahuajian. The smile on Huahuajian's face grew even brighter. Never mind. I won't waste my time with you lot. It's a pity only you lot are here. Your Shushan hospitality has left me rather disappointed. You Shushan? All the Shushan disciples present were utterly bewildered. They had heard every word the senior disciple spoke, yet they couldn't make sense of it. Huahuajian paid no further attention to the crowd, instead slowly unfolding the sect scroll in his hand. Huahuajian, 27th generation disciple of the Dao Sect, specially commissioned by the first sect master, brings this sect book to you, Shushan. To all members of the Shushan sect. With deepest respect, we extend our wishes for Shushan's enduring prosperity and for its foremost disciple to advance in cultivation without ever encountering obstacles. The words fell silent. Huahuajian flashed a smile at the Shushan crowd. Everyone, remember to welcome distinguished guests next time. Soon. Before the Shushan disciples could recover from their bewilderment, he swiftly soared away from the mountain. Chapter 17, The Path to Eternal Existence of the Immortal Clan. At that moment, every disciple of Mount Shu wore a look of utter bewilderment. What the hell is going on? Even though Huahuajian had been gone for who knows how long, some still hadn't processed it. When did senior brother become the 27th generation disciple of the Dao Sect? No way. Rumor has it the Dao Sect has existed for untold generations. How could its founding patriarch still be alive? How is this possible? No. I'm confused. Can someone tell us when our Shushan senior brother became a disciple of the Dao Sect? Didn't our sect leader say that anyone from Shushan might betray us except for senior brother? Could there be some misunderstanding here? Many shook their heads in disbelief. It was hard to believe what was happening before their eyes. I get it now. It must be a Dao Sect imposter posing as the senior disciple. Something terrible must have happened to him. Exactly. And this Dao Sect is holding a grand military review? Every powerful cultivator in the sect will be mobilized for inspection? No way. The demonic forces are already massing at our borders. What the hell is the Dao Sect trying to pull? If they've got the guts, they should go inspect the troops on the battlefield. Though Huahuajian had departed, the disciples of Mount Shu remained unsettled. First, their senior disciple had likely defected. Second, their senior disciple might have met with misfortune. Neither scenario bodes well for them. So the honored guest he spoke of was himself. Staring at the direction Huahuajian had departed, Linny unconsciously clenched his fists. Someone from Shushan. The expression of the Shushan Mountain's Grand Elder darkened completely. What exactly does the Dao Sect intend to do? It seemed Shushan must pay the Dao Sect a visit. At the same time, similar events were unfolding across the major sects of the 3,000 continents. How could this be possible? Only after the giant yellow dog vanished completely. Countless Qingxian sect disciples snapped back to reality. Their gazes fell upon the corpse discarded within their sect's grounds, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Is it the sect master? It really looks like our Qingxian sect master. The sect master is dead? No. How could this be? All disciples of Qingxian sect kept rubbing their eyes in disbelief. The person earlier carried off by that big yellow dog was indeed their own sect master. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Disciples of Qingxian sect shook their heads in disbelief. Among them were many direct disciples and descendants of the sect master. Senior brother. Just now, didn't we see our master still moving in that monster's jaws? If we had intervened, could we have saved him? That's right. Master must have still been alive then. Yes. It's all our fault. It was our intervention that completely severed the sect master's last chance at survival. Ha! The Qingxian sect disciple who had spoken shuddered violently, his eyes darting warily around the room. The words on the tip of his tongue froze in his throat as cold sweat instantly beaded on his back, his hands trembling uncontrollably. All present. All the Qingxian sect disciples who had previously intervened suddenly realized something. They exchanged glances, and the atmosphere grew awkward. Who dares to dump trash on my Qingxian sect? Guards, seize him and throw him out immediately. Xu Qing's expression darkened slightly as he pointed at the corpse on the ground, his gaze darting swiftly to the two men beside him. What are you standing around for? Throw it out and bury it. If the sect master returns and sees this, do you think you can shoulder the responsibility? Cold sweat beaded on Chu Qing's palms and forehead, his face drained of color. If word of this got out, wouldn't he become a murderer of his own master? He would surely be despised by all under heaven. Though it was a misunderstanding. But if someone seized upon this as leverage, if those with ulterior motives exploited it, it would be something he could never explain away. After all, in a sense, it was they who delivered the final blow to the Qingxian sect master. If forced to swear by heaven's will, they wouldn't dare. Yes. The two Qingxian sect disciples, their hearts heavy with unease, swiftly dragged the weighty corpse of their sect master out like refuse. After all, they had participated in the act. Not a single soul present was innocent. They had personally delivered the final blow to their own sect master. Damn it! Chu Qing clenched his fists tightly, recalling the large yellow dog from earlier. This must have been the other party's deliberate scheme. Senior brother. Was that great demon from the Dao Sect? Could it be that the Dao Sect has truly colluded with the demonic race? Exactly. And what about the first patriarch of the Dao Sect? Rumor has it the sect has existed for untold millennia. How could that first patriarch still be alive? Unless the current Dao Sect isn't the same sect as the one from the past. A grand military review? All their strongest warriors mobilized? I'm actually curious what kind of powerhouses this notoriously secretive sect possesses. The patriarch, but the patriarch. Some disciples still couldn't accept the fact that the Qingxian sect's founder was dead, especially since they themselves had been the ones who had struck the fatal blow. Shut up! Chu Qing barked coldly. Clenching his fists tightly, his gaze darkened as he swept the room with a low voice. If word of today's events leaks out, I'll make you wish you were dead. Yes, senior brother. The surrounding Qingxian sect disciples trembled in fear. Chu Qing's expression grew grim as he turned his gaze to the Dao Sect disciples present and declared, the Dao Sect colluded with the demonic tribes, abducted the demonic tribe's holy son, and recklessly provoked war among humanity. Our sect leader journeyed to the Dao Sect to investigate, intending to restore a clear and just world for the human race across the 3,000 continents. Yet, those vile traitors of the Dao Sect laid traps and ambushes. Outnumbered and outmatched, he refused to betray the human race to the very end, dying a glorious death in battle. All disciples of the Qingxian sect, heed my command. Yes. Countless Qingxian sect disciples looked up at Chu Qing. It must be said. As Chu Qing spoke, the tragic image of their sect master, a lone hero ambushed yet refusing surrender even unto death, unconsciously surfaced in their minds. Unbidden, their fists clenched in silent resolve. All disciples of the Qingxian sect, whether in seclusion or traveling, whether high or low in cultivation, assemble immediately. Follow me to the Dao Sect to seek justice and avenge our sect master. A military review? Chu Qing's heart filled with icy coldness. Then he would turn the Dao Sect's grand military review into a funeral procession. Avenge our sect master. Avenge our sect master. Countless disciples of the Qingxian sect roared in righteous fury, demanding vengeance for their master, yet the lifeless body lying outside remained ignored. The Zhao family. The head of the Zhao family knelt with a thud, bowing toward the direction where Chen Feng had long vanished. I, Zhao Huaimin, pledge on behalf of the Zhao family to journey to the Dao Sect 1 month hence. There, alongside fellow cultivators of the Dao Sect, I shall join in celebrating this grand occasion. May we all wish for the Dao Sect's prosperity and flourishing, and may all fellow cultivators never encounter bottlenecks on their cultivation paths. Ancestor. The Zhao disciples, gazing at the direction where the Dao Sect's powerful figures had departed, clenched their fists and turned to the Zhao family patriarch, Ancestor. The Dao Sect killed our family head and dared to deliver his severed head to our doorstep. This shows utter contempt for our Zhao family, a lineage of immortals. How can you? Silence. Zhao Huimin's icy gaze swept over the assembled Zhao descendants, radiating a palpable aura of authority that caused the disciples to bow their heads and kneel. Ancestor. I don't understand. The Dao Sect killed our patriarch, yet not only did you fail to avenge him, you instead. Head of the family? Zhao Huimin glanced at the severed head on the ground, then sucked it up into the air. His voice was icy as he declared, he has been expunged from the Zhao lineage. Our family never had such a person. Is that clear? Boom. Zhao Huimin's face darkened. With a thunderous explosion, the Zhao family had severed head swiftly turned to ash and vanished completely. Must our immortal lineage endure such humiliation? Humiliated? Zhao Huimin seized the neck of the speaking Zhao family member. Do you know what enabled our Zhao family to become an immortal lineage? It's because our Zhao family has always known when to advance and when to retreat, recognizing the times. Not charging headlong into death over trifling gains or so-called pride without fully understanding the situation. Our Zhao family has witnessed far too many noble clans destroyed this way. Patriarch? It seems this generation of our Zhao family has truly raised a fine Zhao family. Zhao Huimin's expression grew colder and colder. He laughed bitterly, then tossed the Zhao disciple, who was nearly choked to death, onto the ground. All Zhao disciples, whether outside or inside, in seclusion or whatever, get your asses over here immediately. It seems I must teach you all a lesson in what it means to survive as a long-lived clan. Chapter 18. Who exactly is this Qin Zheng? How could he be so stupid? Ha 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 ha. Demon realm territory. A demonic general clutched intelligence documents tightly in his hand as he hurried toward the rear command tent. Foolish. Foolish. Utterly foolish. Ha 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 ha. The demon general's joy was impossible to conceal as he burst into the demon tent, laughter still echoing. The three great demon lords, in the midst of a meeting, instantly grew somber. As the joyful demon general burst in, the demon king seated in the center asked coldly, "What is it?" Ha 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 ha. Good news. Good news. Your Excellencies, this is truly momentous news. Heaven itself aids our demonic race. Ha 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 ha. The demonic general, visibly agitated, thrust the memorial forward. His grin was impossible to conceal. The humans truly never failed to disappoint him. Demon King Sha cast a deep look at the demon general before him, then slowly unfolded the memorial in his hand. His expression shifted repeatedly. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Heaven favors us. Heaven favors us. The demon king leapt to his feet, slapping his thigh repeatedly. He turned to the two demon lords beside him, his joy impossible to conceal. What's happened? Kokuawang and Bai Mianwan, standing nearby, were also stirred by Mo Sha's excitement. They immediately gathered around. What could possibly make him so overjoyed? Another great emperor has emerged from the Immortal Hall. The demon king teased, a faint smile playing on his lips. What? Both Kokuawang and Bai Mianwan paled visibly, instinctively clenching their fists. Demon King, this is hardly good news for our demonic race. King Kokue swept his sleeve aside with a cold snort, a look of gravity crossing his face. With the great battle looming, the fact that a human had broken through into the rank of great emperor was a development that could profoundly impact the course of the war. Ha 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 ha. Everyone. Rest assured. That new human emperor has already fallen. The smile on the Demon King's face grew even brighter. For the Demon Clan at this moment, this was undoubtedly excellent news. Fallen? King Kokue Wang's pale face betrayed utter shock. Without further comment, the Demon King handed the memorial in his hand directly to the two. Kokue and the white-faced king drew closer to observe, their expressions gradually shifting. Who is this Qin Zheng? How utterly foolish. Overcome with surprise, the pale-faced king instinctively glanced around before fixing his gaze on King Kokue beside him, his expression oddly twisted. This man may well become the great architect of our demon clan's unification of the three realms. Kokue Wang sucked in a sharp breath, nodded heavily, and a smile grew increasingly difficult to conceal on his face. With a great enemy at hand, I never imagined the humans would still find time for internal strife. Truly, the human race never disappoints us. A military parade? What is there to showcase for a sect ranked second in the 3,000 continents? Could it be that Qin Zhang and the Dao Sect intend to intimidate us with this? As the pale-faced king spoke, the smile on his face became utterly impossible to conceal. What status do we demons hold? What kind of imperial throne is this Dao Sect? What could possibly intimidate them? This so-called Dao Sect military parade was nothing but a joke in his eyes. Ah! Don't forget, the great emperor of the Immortal Hall met his end at the hands of this Dao Sect. Ha 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 ha. The Demon King's lips curled into a slightly amused smile. The great emperor of the Immortal Hall? Perhaps he was a shoddy product cobbled together with drugs in desperation as our armies pressed the border. How could a true great emperor be so easily broken through? A shoddy great emperor scarcely deserves the title. Now that the Immortal Hall's great emperor has fallen, has the intelligence sect mentioned any new great emperors emerging from the Dao Sect? Since they haven't, it proves the Immortal Hall's new emperor was slain by someone crossing realms, a textbook example of a subpar great emperor. The worst of the worst. The pale-faced king spoke with a hint of contempt, then added smugly, not everyone in the world possesses the same innate talent as our holy maiden. Since intelligence confirms no Dao Sect cultivator has attained emperorhood, what have we to fear? Gentlemen, our plan has changed. What's the status with the holy maiden? Should we still proceed with the original plan, launching a surprise attack on the human race within a week, or? King Kokue leaned in to speak. In truth, giving the human race a month was merely a casual suggestion. It was only needed if their holy maiden required time to prepare. Once she was ready, they could launch their assault immediately. Launch the assault now. I guarantee we can annihilate the human race within 3 months. The pale-faced king looked at the other two demons, speaking with equal confidence. The Demon King also fell into deep thought. After pondering, he said, that front shouldn't pose any problems. However, if the Dao Sect holds a military review, perhaps we should. The three demon lords huddled closer to plot their strategy. Oh, ha ha. Oh, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Soon, sinister, scheming laughter began echoing throughout the entire military tent. Rather than launching a large-scale assault on the human realm, they would wait until the Dao Sect gathered all its powerful figures together. Then they would strike directly at the review ground, eliminating every human powerhouse in one fell swoop. Otherwise, it would be far more difficult to track down those powerful figures once they went into hiding. Therefore, the Dao Sect's military parade, an attempt to gather all the powerful figures together, seemed utterly foolish to them. Qin Zhang was practically a hero to their demonic clan. At the demon clan's victory banquet, they wouldn't dare sit down without Qin Zhang present. Gentlemen, you seem quite pleased? Is it because you're delighted by this grand event of our Dao Sect? Just as the demon lords were plotting in secret, a figure materialized above the military tent, a hand resting on a nearby demon general, signaling silence. Cold sweat poured from the demon general's body as he stared in terror at Lu Daoxian beside him, frozen in place. It seemed as though a single thought from the other could reduce him to nothingness. Who goes there? The three great demon lords instantly tensed as if facing mortal enemies, their nerves stretched to breaking point as their eyes locked onto Lu Daoxian above the tent. Damn it! When did you get in here? The demon king spoke with a dark, ominous tone. After all, the three of them were emperor-level powerhouses. How could anyone approach them undetected in this world, save for the demon emperor himself? When did I enter? Lu Daoxian glanced up at the three great demon kings before him, smiling casually. Well, for quite some time now. It seems you gentlemen are quite pleased about the upcoming celebration of my Dao Sect. You are Lu Daoxian? Kokuowan fixed his gaze on Lu Daoxian. To fully conquer the human realm, the demonic race had conducted extensive background checks on the human race. This Lu Daoxian was a quasi-emperor tier powerhouse from the Dao Sect, the second-ranked sect of the human race. He possessed the potential to ascend to emperorhood in the near future, making him a key target of their attention. Lu Daoxian, the 27th patriarch of the Dao Sect, greets you, fellow demonic cultivators. Lu Daoxian bowed casually to the demonic crowd. The white-faced king, his demonic aura swirling before him, replied with a darkened expression, "What is your cultivation level?" This man hailed from the Dao Sect. His ability to approach unnoticed, coupled with recent events within the sect, led the white-faced king to suspect he might have achieved Dao-level enlightenment. My cultivation level? Lu Daoxian smiled and answered honestly, my talent is average. Unfortunately, after many years, I still haven't taken that final step. I remain at the quasi-emperor cultivation level. Near emperor? The three demon kings spoke in unison, exchanging glances as a collective sigh of relief escaped them. If he was merely a quasi-emperor, they could relax considerably. He must have used some secret technique to infiltrate, right? A mere quasi-emperor dares to trespass into our demonic tribe's rear military camp? You're quite bold, said the pale-faced king, his gaze darkening. A mere quasi-emperor? Lu Daoxian's face twitched slightly before he forced a smile. Gentlemen, please do not act rashly. I have come to the demon realm bearing a special letter from our sect. If any of you wish to join our Dao Sect for this grand feast, you may come openly and honorably. With that, Lu Daoxian tossed the sect letter he held directly onto the ground. No! He's escaped. The demon king's face paled. Just as the three of them focused their attention on the sect scroll presented by Lu Daoxian had vanished without a trace, taking one of their captured demon generals with him. Chapter 19, What the hell is that bald monk up to? Damn it! Where's Chao Hong? Kokuowan's gaze darkened as he scanned the surroundings. The moment Lu Daoxian vanished, the demon general beside him had disappeared as well. Boom! The demon king slammed his palm into the void, only to grasp at empty air. His expression darkened completely, like a volcano ready to erupt at any moment. Your Excellencies, look! A trembling demonic spearman hurried before the demon lords, pointing to characters etched into the ground ahead. Fellow Taoists, we shall meet again in the Dao Sect. Until we meet again. Boom! The conspicuous characters on the ground struck the three demon lords as a profound insult. We're invading the human realm. This Lu Daoxian must be handed over to this king. The white-faced king's eyes blazed with terrifying murderous intent, as if only killing him with his own hands could ease his hatred. Did he abduct Chao Hong? The demon king radiated a terrifying aura of malevolence. To have a demon general snatched away before their very eyes was more than mere disgrace, it was an outrage. His left hand, clutching the Dao Sect's sacred text, trembled uncontrollably. Fortunately, the text's unique material prevented it from melting instantly. You two remain here as guards. I shall go see the Holy Maiden and the Demon Emperor, the Demon King declared, his gaze darkening. He vanished from the spot instantly. The other two said nothing. Their minds were consumed solely by visions of conquering the 3,000 continents and then tearing Lu Daoxian into 8 pieces. Disgrace. This was nothing short of utter disgrace. 3 days later. Dao Sect. Let me go. Let me go. Chao Hong struggled relentlessly in Lu Daoxian's grasp. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that he, a mighty demon general, would meet his end before achieving victory captured by the human race before he could even launch his assault. Before the war, he had fantasized daily about how he would kill and earn glory. Now, it was all over. It was over. Completely finished. This is an utter disgrace. The demon race has always revered the strong. Now that he has been captured, how can he ever hold his head high among his own kind? Damn it! Chao Hong seethed inwardly. At that moment, all 3 demon lords were present. Why hadn't they intervened to save him? With their combined might, rescuing him from the grasp of a quasi-emperor like Lu Daoxian should have been no great feat. Gradually, Chao Hong's mind spun with a grand conspiracy theory. This entire incident was likely orchestrated by the three great demon kings themselves deliberately allowing Lu Daoxian to abduct him. This would solidify the Dao Sect's reputation for abducting demonic cultivators. And he had become the pivotal piece in this scheme. A sacrificial pawn in their demonic clan's quest for unification. Kill me. Chao Hong fixed a resolute, death-defying gaze upon Lu Daoxian. If the demon lords demanded his death, he would die, for the demonic race feared no death. Lu Daoxian. If you want to die, kill yourself. Lu Daoxian casually tossed Chao Hong to the ground before turning his gaze to Feng Dada nearby. Dada, once he's dead, remember to bury him promptly. Don't leave him here to rot. Ha? Why yes, master. Feng Dada stared blankly at Chao Hong, whom Lu Daoxian had brought back. He quickly snapped out of it, hoisted the shovel onto his shoulder, and responded. The sect leader actually captured a demon general from the demon clan? Truly worthy of his title. While we bring gifts when visiting other sects, he returns with them. Impressive. Ha 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 ha. Why is this demon general so ugly? Countless disciples of the Dao Sect noticed the scene and couldn't help but crane their necks to look, scrutinizing Chao Hong from head to toe. The one who captured a demon? Su Haotian, who had just gotten up from the ground looking somewhat listless, felt a sudden chill run down his spine. He cautiously looked up at Lu Daoxian. Our Dao Sect never tolerates false accusations. Did the demonic tribe claim we abducted their holy son? Well, this sect master will make it a reality. Lu Daoxian glanced at the murmuring disciples around him and smiled. Though this demon general isn't a holy son, his status as a demon general is still quite high. With that, Lu Daoxian strode directly toward the Dao Sect Patriarch's temple. Ha ha ha. Exactly. The sect master is absolutely right. Our Dao Sect has never taken kindly to being falsely accused. If they accuse us, we'll make it real, grant them their wish. Ha 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 ha. The gathered Dao Sect disciples echoed in unison, faint smiles playing on their faces. Exactly. Make it stick. Amidst the crowd, Su Haotian's heart skipped a beat. Watching Lu Daoxian depart, he instantly exhaled in relief before immediately joining the others in pumping his fist. Though the Dao Sect had not faced annihilation, the return of their first sect master was a blessing. This was cause for celebration for him too. He'd see if he could ask the first patriarch for a few treasures later, though all that depended on impressing the patriarch at the military review. They're mad. Absolutely mad. Chao Hong watched the scene unfold before him, feeling these people were either mad or utterly foolish. Didn't the Dao Sect disciples realize that abducting him would give the demonic tribes the perfect excuse? And they were actually trying to pin the blame on him? Could they withstand the demon clan's wrath? Hey! What are you staring at? Feng Dada strode over, shovel in hand, raising an eyebrow at Chao Hong. If you're gonna kill yourself, hurry up and jump. I'll bury you deep. Suicide? Su Haotian caught the scent and instantly joined them, though he now kept a cautious distance from Feng Dada. Chao Hong. These two disciples of the Dao Sect didn't seem particularly powerful, yet they gave him an inexplicable chill. This Dao Sect was truly bizarre. Was he really going to take his own life? His heart skipped a beat. Should he take his own life? If he didn't, it seemed no one in the Dao Sect dared to kill him. Then, when the demonic horde stormed in, wouldn't he be saved? No. This Dao Sect is far too peculiar. I must endure the humiliation and bear the burden. I must uncover the true nature of this Dao Sect for the demon clan. Soon. Chao Hong shook his head violently again, desperately searching for a reason to survive. He chose not to take his own life. Put. The countless eyes fixed on Chao Hong among the Dao Sect disciples immediately withdrew in disappointment. Coward. Feng Dada, utterly disheartened, slammed his iron shovel into the ground. His hard work was ruined. Chao Hong. He remained silent, silently urging himself to endure the humiliation. Before meeting Qin Zhang, Lu Daoxian suddenly paused as if remembering something. He looked up at the surrounding Dao Sect disciples and asked, "Have all the invitations been delivered?" Woof woof woof. Big Yellow rushed to claim credit. If there's nothing else, I'm off fishing. Su Changsho yawned deeply and headed toward the stream. Upon reaching the water's edge, he discovered another version of himself already angling there. In the end, he could only burn himself red hot. Master, I'll go prepare now. In 1 month's time, I will not disappoint the first patriarch. Master, I'll be going now. Caw caw caw. Koan Ji traced a graceful arc through the air, as if writing characters to remind the sect disciples. Master, that guy sweeping the floor still hasn't returned. Upon seeing Koan go and noticing the large amount of withered yellow leaves appearing on the ground beneath the sect, a disciple immediately reacted and said, "Monk Wen Yuan?" Lu Daoxian instantly furrowed his brow. Could he be lost? Some disciples who had once gotten lost pretended to look around, as if afraid other disciples nearby might see them. Wasn't he the first one to go out? Could this immortal hall be some kind of den of dragons and tigers? Did that monk get hung up in there? Missing? Ha 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 ha. If that bald monk got lost, I'd laugh at him for a whole year. Watching the murmuring crowd of Dao Sect disciples, Lu Daoxian raised an eyebrow and swiftly located Qin Zhang, about to speak. His gaze fell upon the projection screen before Qin Zhang, and he froze in place. What the hell is that bald monk doing? Chapter 20, Gentlemen, this is not for your eyes. Is this the disciple you taught? Qin Zhang tore his gaze away from the projection and glanced up at Lu Daoxian approaching. That damned monk. Lu Daoxian's face flushed crimson with rage as he pointed at the screen and cursed, can't that bald monk act like a proper monk for once? Turning around, he broke out in a cold sweat and immediately bowed his hands in respect to Qin Zhang. First Patriarch, once that bald monk returns, I will personally see to it that he receives a proper lesson. Never mind. Qin Zhang shrugged indifferently, offering no further comment. After all, Dao Sect disciples often possessed unique personalities. But when he looked up at the screen, the content was decidedly not suitable for minors. The Immortal Hall. West bank of the Huai River. Come on. Come on. Holy monk, you're so fierce. Several slender-figured songstresses tugged at him from both sides. A jade-like finger pressed lightly against Monk Wen Yuan's chest as a breath of orchid-scented air whispered, who would have thought the holy monk had a taste for this sort of thing? How virtuous! How virtuous! Monk Wen Yuan glanced down at the woman beside him, immediately straightening his posture. Clasping his hands together, he replied, this laywoman speaks amiss. The Buddha teaches, heaven cherishes all living things. If these female devotees could bear me several children, it would also accumulate merit for this humble monk. Amitabha. The woman froze for a moment, suddenly at a loss for words. She'd never encountered such an eccentric monk before. What on earth was he talking about? What nonsense about the virtue of compassion? And isn't it supposed to be Buddha said, not Buddha Day? This was clearly a fake monk. The woman glanced sideways. She noticed several figures behind the flowered curtain winking at her. Instantly understanding, she hooked one hand lightly around Monk Wen Yuan's neck from behind while the other stroked her belly. Holy monk, she murmured, I think I'm pregnant. Monk Wen Yuan. Holy monk, I'm alone in this place of debauchery. If I truly bear your child, how am I supposed to raise it? Holy monk, not only has sister conceived, but I feel I have too. What should I do? A woman on the other side bumped into Monk Wen Yuan's shoulder, pressing her jade-like hand against his neck as she gazed at him with longing eyes. Monk Wen Yuan. He glanced down at the jade-like hands that had unconsciously reached for a nearby chest and hurriedly cautioned, goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Ladies, you mustn't look at this. What's so forbidden about it? The blue-clad woman, realizing her actions had been discovered, dropped the pretense and grabbed the box. Thank you, holy monk. Rest assured, I will keep these treasures safe for my child and raise them well. With that, the blue-clad woman immediately trotted off, carrying the chest behind a flower-patterned curtain. The other woman, seeing this, followed closely behind. With the treasures secured, they abandoned all pretense, not even acknowledging Monk Wen Yuan. Amitabha. Monk Wen Yuan clasped his hands together, his heart aching like a child who'd just been dumped. Sisters, we've struck gold. This fake monk guarded it so carefully this box must hold some precious treasure. You bet. Every one of these fake monks is rolling in dough. Let's agree now whatever's inside, we sisters share it all. Yes, yes, yes. Clang. As the box swung open, a blood-soaked head rolled out. Screams erupted from behind the flower curtain. Ah! Ah! Amitabha Buddha! Monk Wen Yuan walked over, glanced at the woman who had fainted in terror, then bent down to pick up the blood-soaked head from the floor. At that moment, he seemed to finally remember his purpose. Layperson, is the Immortal Hall across the way? Monk Wen Yuan shook a woman pretending to be unconscious awake and asked. It's. The moment the woman opened her eyes and saw what the man was holding, her pupils rolled back and she fainted instantly. Monk Wen Yuan. Bald-ass monk, I've finally found you. Just as Monk Wen Yuan prepared to leave, the entire western bank of the Huai River was surrounded by heavy troops. All around. A disciple of the Immortal Hall immediately fixed his gaze on the severed head held by Monk Wen Yuan. His lips trembled slightly as he spoke, it's Elder Wu. Emperor Wu. He's really holding Emperor Wu's head. Those who reported it were telling the truth. That bastard, he really brought the great Emperor Wu's head to our Immortal Hall. The disciples surrounding Monk Wen Yuan glared at him, their eyes bloodshot with fury. This man truly had the nerve. Instead of hiding after killing our hall disciples, he dared to come knocking at our door. Everyone, be cautious. The young master of the Immortal Hall, leading the group, fixed him with a cold, intense gaze. If this man truly was the one who had slain Emperor Wu, then regardless of the methods he employed, he was absolutely not someone they could afford to underestimate. This aura. Monk Wen Yuan swept his gaze over the surrounding powerful figures. A delighted smile instantly spread across his face as he exclaimed excitedly, honored guests, could you be from the Immortal Hall? I am the young master of the Immortal Hall. The young master's voice was icy cold. Though the monk's strength remained unknown, even evoking a hint of apprehension, this was, after all, the Immortal Hall. Here, he was the sovereign. I ask you, is the fall of Emperor Wu connected to you? If you conceal even the slightest detail, this young master will ensure you die without a burial place. The young master's voice was icy as he pressed the monk Wen Yuan for answers. Not long ago, the Immortal Hall had received intelligence reports stating that something had happened to Emperor Wu. At first, no one believed it, and the first few messengers who came forward were nearly struck dead on the spot. After all, Emperor Wu had now attained the status of a Dao-attained powerhouse. In the entire 3,000 continents world, who besides the Immortal Hall could possibly threaten him? But then, as more reports poured in, they urgently checked the Emperor Wu's soul lamp only to discover it had indeed been extinguished. For days, he'd been hunting that damned monk, never imagining the man was hiding right beneath their Immortal Hall's feet. A monk frequenting brothels? Ahmed Bab Buddha. Monk Wen Yuan pressed his palms together in prayer, letting out a deep sigh of relief. He had finally found it. Honored patrons, this humble monk has been commanded by our first patriarch to proclaim the edict of our Taoist sect. At #%D. With deepest respect, we offer this modest gift, wishing your sacred hall everlasting prosperity and the western banks of the Huai River eternal peace and harmony. Soon. Monk Wen Yuan finished reciting the Taoist scripture as if chanting sutras, then exhaled deeply as if completing a task. Oh, right. You wanted this gift, didn't you? Here you go. With that, Monk Wen Yuan glanced around at the gathered crowd in the Immortal Hall, tossed the severed head directly to the young master of the Immortal Hall, and turned to leave. Kill him. The young master of the Immortal Hall refused to look at the blood-soaked head on the ground, his voice icy cold enough to freeze the surrounding air. Regardless of whether this man had anything to do with Emperor Wu's death, he had no intention of sparing this bald monk. Where do you think you're going, bald monk? The next instant, countless Immortal Hall warriors surged toward Monk Wen Yuan. Gentlemen, please do not act rashly. This humble monk has already delayed too long and must return at once. I shall not be able to accompany you further. Monk Wen Yuan pressed his palms together in prayer, flashing a gentle smile at the surrounding Immortal Hall elites. If any of you patrons wish to spar with this humble monk, you may all come to my Dao Sect. I shall welcome you then, but remember this monk dislikes killing. With those words spoken, Monk Wen Yuan's form dissolved into a swirl of golden light and talismanic dust, vanishing before the assembled crowd. He's escaped. Damn it, how did he manage that? A group of Immortal Hall disciples pounded their chests in frustration. One immediately turned to the young master of the Immortal Hall and asked, "Young master, what should we do?" "Young master, the Dao Sect is holding a military review. Should we go? We should wipe out the entire Dao Sect and avenge the Hall Master. I suggest we go. We should wipe out every last one of them and avenge Emperor Wu." Exactly. We must make the world know that the Immortal Hall is no entity to be trifled with lightly. We are an insurmountable mountain they dare not cross. Anger burned in the eyes of every Immortal Hall disciple. As the foremost sect under heaven, when had the Immortal Hall ever endured such humiliation? A military review? The young master of the Immortal Hall turned toward the direction of the Dao Sect, a grim smile curling his lips. Issue the decree. On August 31st, 9999 of the new era, our Immortal Hall will likewise hold a grand military parade ceremony at the Immortal Hall. We cordially invite all sects of the world to attend and celebrate together. The Dao Sect won't last much longer. They may escape the first day, but they won't escape the 15th. Chapter 21, Fairy Dang is the most beautiful immortal in the history of our Dao Sect. The Dao Sect just announced their parade, and now the Immortal Palace says they're holding one too and it's scheduled for the day before the Dao Sect's parade? No. What exactly are these two sects of the 3,000 continents trying to accomplish? With the demonic hordes pressing at our borders, they're both preoccupied with military parades? I have a suggestion. I think they might as well just go kill demons to prove themselves. One of these sects ranks first in the 3,000 continents, while the other holds second place. By staging this military parade, they might be trying to intimidate those restless demon clans, making them think twice before acting rashly. Of course, it's also possible this is simply a show of strength between the two sects. A powerful figure side. Such is the way of our human race. Many fell silent upon hearing this. The 3,000 continents are a realm of rival sects, and their mutual rivalries are no secret. Some sects harbor hatred for each other even deeper than their hatred for the demons. During past human-demon wars, many had sought to use the demon clans to destroy their rival sects, with numerous sects secretly passing on intelligence. The real question is, where should we go? A powerful cultivator carrying a stool toward the Dao Sect expressed his dilemma. He had originally intended to visit the Dao Sect without hesitation. But now, unexpectedly, the Immortal Hall had emerged as a contender. This left him conflicted, for the Immortal Hall was currently ranked as the foremost sect in the 3,000 continents. Moreover, it housed the 3,000 continents' sole emperor who had successfully attained Dao. At my cultivation level, it would take at least 7 days to travel from the Immortal Hall to the Dao Sect. Though the parades of the two sects are only a day apart, it's impossible to make a round trip. I can only choose one. The powerful figure holding the stool sighed. It was like choosing between the palm and the back of the hand, both were flesh. For a moment, he didn't know which direction to take. Perhaps this was the luxury of having too many options? I don't care about you lot. I'm going to the Immortal Hall. Remember, they have a great emperor there. But have you heard the latest? The forces led by the Immortal Hall went to investigate the abduction of the demon clan's prodigy, the Holy Sun, at the Dao Sect. Every single one of those powerful figures met with an accident. That's true. I heard a monk from the Dao Sect carried a severed head to the Immortal Hall. That must have enraged them. The Immortal Hall deliberately held a military parade the day before the Dao Sect's event. Who knows what their purpose is? What if they're using this as a pretext to attack the Dao Sect? Have you forgotten the fates of the Blazing Fire Sect, the Fire Nation, and the Stone Nation? The Immortal Hall is no entity we can afford to provoke. But the Dao Sect? What about the Dao Sect? If we go there, and the Immortal Hall uses the military parade as a pretext to gather forces and attack the Dao Sect, won't we be seen as accomplices and wiped out? Amidst the murmurs of the assembled powerhouses, many ultimately chose to head toward the Immortal Hall. Though rumors swirled about recent events at the Dao Sect, without first-hand witness, it was hard to believe. Conversely, fear of the Immortal Hall had long been ingrained in their very bones. At the Dao Sect. Compared to usual, the Dao Sect had seen a steady influx of disciples over the past few days. Upon returning from their duties, these disciples would come to pay their respects to Qin Zheng first. Afterwards, they would depart hastily to prepare for the upcoming military review. Is our Dao Sect a bit too male-dominated? Qin Zheng turned his head, looking at Lu Daoxian beside him with some confusion. This time upon his return to the Dao Sect, it seemed like all he saw were male disciples. They were monks, but that didn't mean the Daoist sect was a monastery. Master. Lu Daoxian opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. But when he lifted his head to gaze into the depths of the sky, his brow instantly furrowed, and his hands instinctively withdrew. What's wrong? Qin Zheng asked. And nothing. Lu Daoxian's eyes flickered nervously as he looked ahead. Has the first patriarch returned? Where is the first patriarch? If you dare deceive me, Lu Daoxian, I will never let you off the hook. A cold voice echoed throughout the entire Dao Sect. An old woman leaning on a cane instantly materialized above the sect. Her hair was snow white, and her face bore the wrinkles etched by time. This is bad. Like an alarm had been sounded, countless Dao Sect disciples looked up at the scene, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Marla, how did that old hag return? Yeah. If I'd known she'd return, I should have stayed outside longer. I regret it. Why is heaven treating me this way? The voices of some Dao Sect disciples trembled as they spoke. Junior brother. Su Haotian tugged at Feng Dada's sleeve beside him, glanced at the iron shovel in his hand, and pointed at the ground, signaling him to bury him again. All right. Feng Dada nodded and immediately began digging. A pro moves fast soon, a deep pit appeared in the ground. Su Haotian looked at Feng Dada with gratitude, his eyes brimming with tears. Junior brother, you're such a good person. Here. Su Haotian looked at the freshly dug pit, about to jump in, when Feng Dada handed him the shovel and flopped down inside. Senior brother. Hurry up. Feng Dada waved his arms frantically, signaling Su Haotian to bury him quickly. So? Su Haotian froze in place, utterly dumbfounded. This wasn't how the plot was supposed to go. What are you two doing? A cold, clear voice rang out from behind Su Haotian, sending an instant chill down his spine. The shovel in his hand clattered to the ground. His entire body trembled as if electrocuted. Grandma Dang is back. Su Haotian whipped his head around to face the elderly woman behind him, forcing a smile onto his face. Grandma? No, no, no. Fairy. Fairy Dang. You are the most beautiful woman in the world. Su Haotian shook his head then nodded repeatedly, his survival instinct kicking in with overwhelming force. He forced himself to utter the words he'd dreaded saying his entire life. The old woman before him had wrinkles practically folded into creases across her face, her head of white hair flowing freely. She looked like she was halfway to the grave. Judging by the lines etched into her face, it was undeniable that she had been a beauty in her youth. But now, beauty was the last word anyone would use to describe her. Yet she insisted on being praised for her beauty and she wanted it to be exaggerated. And sincere? Within the entire Dao Sect, aside from Lu Daoxian and that elusive figure who appeared only briefly, no one could defeat her. This forced countless Dao Sect disciples to speak against their conscience, enduring unbearable misery. Those daring to resist were immediately locked in the dungeon. The consequences were far more dire. That dungeon was the very nightmare of countless Dao Sect disciples, a place that made them pale at the mere mention of it. Do you think this old woman is blind? Can't I see you? Grandma Deng shot a frigid glance at Feng Dada, who was frantically scooping dirt from the deep pit to bury himself. The air froze instantly. Feng Dada's movements froze instantly. He sprang up from the ground and immediately began prostrating himself on the floor, hands pressed together as he kowtowed repeatedly. Immortal Deng is the most beautiful immortal in the history of our Dao Sect, and the most beautiful woman in the world. Better to speak insincerely than face the black room. Not sincere enough. Granny Deng shook her head. Both Su Haotian and Feng Dada froze as if struck by lightning upon hearing this, then collapsed to their knees with a thud. No, it's not. Before they could explain, they saw Grandma Deng, leaning on her cane, turn her gaze toward Chao Hong nearby, a demon clan member? Where did this old hag come from? Has the Dao Sect lost its mind? Calling this beauty? Chao Hong, catching the old woman's gaze fixed on him, sneered with utter contempt. These people probably haven't seen any real beauties before, have they? But I'm sure they'll get their fill soon enough. Before their demon clan's holy maiden, any woman in the world would pale in comparison. Chapter 22. This is getting more and more interesting. Old hag? A faint smile curved at the corners of Deng Apo's lips as a chill emanated from her body. She turned and walked toward Chao Hong. Wanla. Poor thing. Su Haotian and Feng Dada watched the scene unfold, both shaking their heads. Inwardly, they had already begun to mourn for Chao Hong. What do you want? As Grandma Deng approached him, Chao Hong instantly felt a sense of foreboding. He instinctively took a few steps back. Granny Deng said nothing, merely leaning on her cane as she inched closer to Chao Hong. Kill me or skin me alive, do as you please. We demons fear no death. Chao Hong fixed his gaze firmly on Deng Apa. Soon, he steadied himself and stood tall. Among us demons, there are no cowards who cling to life. Unafraid of death? Granny Deng's walking stick paused abruptly, her tone growing slightly heavier. Instantly, a vague sense of dread crept into Chao Hong's mind. No! What are you trying to do? Chao Hong's pupils dilated rapidly in that instant. Nothing. Just wanted to invite you into the little black room for a chat, Grandma Deng said calmly. The little black room? What is the little black room? You'll find out once you're inside. Ripples began to form around the cane in old lady Deng's hand. Before Chao Hong could react, a powerful suction instantly pulled him into the dark room. Those two little rascals sure can run fast. Grandma Deng turned to look behind her, only to find that both Su Haotian and Feng Dada had vanished without a trace. She shook her head. She paid them little mind and hurried toward the direction of the sect master's temple. Lu Daoxian, you'd better not deceive this old woman. Who is she? Qin Zhang stared at the projection of the old woman and couldn't help but ask curiously. The projection revealed that the Dao Sect held a palpable fear toward this woman. And what the hell was that dark cell where they were holding that demonic man? The only female disciple of our Dao Sect in this generation. Lu Daoxian shook his head helplessly. As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly flew forward. Deng Qingxuan, stop right there. This is the sacred ground of our sect. What kind of commotion is this? Lu Daoxian blocked Deng Qingxuan's path. Glancing at the staff in her hand, he immediately frowned. He knew the demonic being he'd brought back had been locked away by this woman in her so-called dark room. Where is the first sect master? Ignoring Lu Daoxian entirely, Deng Qingxuan demanded, Lu Daoxian, my time is precious. You should know the consequences of deceiving me. As the words fell, an overwhelming aura surged from her body, making the entire Dao Sect feel as if it might collapse in an instant. Oh? Another breakthrough? Seems your recent travels yielded significant gains. Perhaps you'll truly surprise the first patriarch when the time comes. Even Lu Daoxian was taken aback by the aura emanating from Deng Qingxuan. You'd better pray that summoning me back wasn't a lie. Deng Qingxuan's aura surged once more, carrying an increasingly terrifying weight. Crack! In an instant, cracks began to appear in the protective formation shielding the Dao Sect's headquarters. All the light seemed to dim in that very moment. But soon, the cracks swiftly closed, and the world seemed to regain its vitality. The aura emanating from Deng Qingxuan seemed suppressed, dissipating in an instant. You! Deng Qingxuan immediately fixed her gaze on Lu Daoxian, but she quickly sensed something amiss. Her eyes darted warily around the area. Who dares to offend my Dao Sect? Don't they want to live anymore? This old woman is eager to see who dares to be so insolent. Ripples surged from the staff in Deng Qingxuan's hand once more, and in that instant, the entire world seemed to be coated in a thin layer of frost. Soon, Deng Qingxuan staggered backward several steps, her aura vanishing without a trace. What exactly is that dark room? I'm quite curious. Qin Zhang's figure slowly materialized, lifting his head to glance at Deng Qingxuan before him. You! Deng Qingxuan instinctively prepared to strike. But when she saw Qin Zhang's face appear before her, she froze, her lips parting slightly as she uttered in disbelief, the first patriarch? Qin Zhang's portrait hung in the sect leader's shrine within the Dao Sect. Though none of the disciples had ever met Qin Zhang in person, his name was familiar to every one of them. The first patriarch. Deng Qingxuan. Deng Qingxuan was about to speak. Lu Daoxian immediately cut her off, fearing she might press Qin Zhang next with the question, First patriarch, who do you think is the most beautiful woman in this world? Qin Zhang. What's with all the shouting? Deng Qingxuan was furious at Lu Daoxian for cutting her off. Was she someone who lacked tact? She might have dared to offend anyone else in the Dao Sect, but Qin Zhang standing before her was someone she absolutely could not afford to provoke. What's the matter? Qin Zheng turned to Deng Qingshuang and asked, signaling Lu Daoxian to hold his tongue. Noticing Qin Zheng's gaze, Deng Qingshuang took a deep breath, realizing her lapse in composure. She quickly regained her poise. Deng Qingshuang, 27th generation disciple of the Dao Sect, is ready to receive the inspection of the first sect master. First Patriarch. I shall go prepare immediately. With that, she vanished in a flash, not pausing for a moment. Only as she departed did she shoot Lu Daoxian a fierce glare. Lu Daoxian. Watching Deng Qingshuang depart, Lu Daoxian seemed to exhale in relief. He lifted his head and immediately addressed Qin Zheng. First Patriarch, please forgive me. Why should I? Qin Zheng looked at Lu Daoxian with a hint of exasperation, thinking the man was overreacting. Glancing in the direction Deng Qingshuang had departed, a faint smile curved his lips. I'm quite looking forward to what kind of surprise she might bring me. Surprise? Lu Daoxian couldn't quite agree, fearing it might turn out to be a shock instead. The disciples of the Dao Sect knew all too well how terrifying this woman could be. Soon, Lu Daoxian also bid farewell to Qin Zheng and departed. With the sect's grand military review drawing ever closer, he still had numerous matters to attend to. Has Monk Wen Yuan returned yet? Before the Dao Sect's gates, Lu Daoxian turned to Elder Chen Feng beside him and asked. Reporting to the sect leader. That bald monk did return just now, but... Chen Feng relayed. But what? He heard that old lady Deng had returned, so he immediately ran off. Upon hearing this, Lu Daoxian's face twitched slightly before he shook his head. Then let him be. Master, it seems we haven't sent anyone to notify the demonic tribes yet. Chen Feng pondered for a moment. He had just finished compiling the list, and after adding Monk Wen Yuan's mission to the Immortal Hall, he realized they had apparently overlooked the demonic tribes. The demon clan? Lu Daoxian spread his hands. Leave that to us. Someone's already on it. Someone's already gone? Chen Feng immediately grasped something, his pupils widening in realization. Lu Daoxian offered no further explanation, instead turning to Chen Feng and asking, tell me, has anything significant happened in the 3,000 continents recently? The Immortal Hall is holding a military parade the day before ours. Chen Feng replied with a smile. The Immortal Hall's military parade? And the day before ours at the Dao Sect? What are they up to? Lu Daoxian's expression grew peculiar, a playful smile curling his lips. This is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 23, What's There to Fear? A Mere Emperor. Frontier. Demon Clan Military Tent. The Immortal Palace is holding a military review too? What exactly do those humans want? They're treacherous. Could this be some kind of trick? King Kokue frowned, a trace of gravity flickering across his face. What trick could they possibly have? The pale-faced king swept his sleeve aside with a cold snort. Humans always insist on these flashy displays. Do they think such spectacles will intimidate us? Ridiculous. I say we wait until my demonic soldiers invade the 3,000 continents. Then we'll give them a real inspection through actual combat. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The white-faced king roared with laughter, and the spear-bearing attendants around him couldn't help but join in the uproar. Having dealt with the human race for so many years, they understood them well enough, nothing more than fish on the chopping block for their demonic clan. The pale-faced king turned and shot a wary glance at King Kokue beside him. King Kokue, we must make it clear that old codger from the Dao Sect must be handed over to this king when the time comes. Rest assured, no one will compete with you. King Kokue's voice was thick and coarse. He glanced at the white-faced king and added, but the Holy Maiden once said that the Dao Sect might not be as simple as you imagine. The Dao Sect is one of our primary targets in our assault on the human race. Just don't go and die before our demonic cause is accomplished. Upon hearing this, the pale-faced king fell silent for a moment. This time, their scheme against the Dao Sect wasn't solely about sowing discord. The primary reason for choosing the Dao Sect was that their demon clan's holy maiden seemed to harbor a certain apprehension toward this very sect. Report! A demonic scout rushed in to report, kneeling before the white-faced king and Kokue king. Speak! King Kokue demanded in a cold, deep voice. Your Majesties, our investigation reveals no signs of reinforcements at the human empire's imperial pass in recent days. The defenses remain vulnerable, and aside from the initial contingent of powerful warriors, no other great human cultivators have been detected stationed there. A flicker of joy crossed the demon soldier's face. For their demonic race, this was undoubtedly a tremendous stroke of good fortune. No great powers have taken up residence? The white-faced king's expression darkened instantly. What are the humans playing at? Do they not regard our demon race with any respect? I shall lead our forces to breach the imperial gate at once. We shall utterly annihilate them. White-faced king, calm down. King Kokue, his expression grave, grabbed the white-faced king's arm. There's a trick here, definitely a trick. Perhaps the humans are deliberately luring us into the pass? The Dao Sect is holding a military review. The Immortal Hall is also holding a military review? The human border passes are unguarded? What exactly are these humans scheming? Damn it! Why hasn't that demon king returned yet? Kokuoan looked solemnly at the pale-faced king and said gravely, wait here. I must go see the demon emperor and the holy maiden. With that, before the white-faced king could respond, he vanished from the spot. Pale-faced king. Why is everyone rushing back in such a panic? His gaze swept toward the direction of the humans. He licked his lips, his body surging with boundless fighting spirit. At that moment, Human Empire's Imperial Gate. Apart from the demon race looking utterly bewildered, the entire high command of the Imperial Gate garrison was also dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? A human race elder slammed his fist on the table and leapt to his feet. This is the 18th 800 Li Express dispatch. Why hasn't the rear headquarters responded at all? It's been over 10 days now. If the demon clan attacks the city at this moment, how can we possibly defend it with just our numbers? Could it be we've been abandoned? Damn it! Where are the powerful figures from the Immortal Hall, the Dao Sect, the Qingxian Sect, and all the other sects? Not a single one has arrived, roared a burly independent cultivator. Lu Meng stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the assembled masters. Honored guests, the return of our Dao Sect's first patriarch brings joyous news that has kept me occupied. Please forgive my absence. A military review? Indeed. If any of you are interested, you are welcome to accompany me to the Dao Sect for a tour. With that, Lu Meng turned to leave. Hold on. A powerful cultivator spotted Lu Meng trying to slip away and immediately grabbed him. Lu Meng, you stay right there. Lu Meng. What kind of parade could a fallen sect like yours possibly put on? Don't make yourselves look ridiculous by showing off strength that doesn't even match one of our Xian Hall's subordinate sections. The Xian Hall elder shot Lu Meng a dismissive glance, his eyes brimming with contempt. Half a month later, the Immortal Hall would also hold a grand military parade, ensuring the world witnessed the true depth of the foremost sect across the 3,000 continents. At that moment, it would be the perfect opportunity for the Immortal Hall to rally the entire human race, unite all humanity, and stand together against the demonic tribes. Exactly. Exactly. You're absolutely right. Lu Meng did not refute the words of Elder Chung Qingfeng of the Immortal Hall. After all, time would reveal who truly looked ridiculous. What do you mean by that? Chung Qingfeng frowned, clearly sensing the contempt in Lu Meng's tone. Was this a show of disdain toward their Immortal Hall? He really didn't know his place. No. What exactly do you two sects intend to do? The surrounding human cultivators, all-powerful figures, were dumbfounded. Watching these two locked in confrontation, they were momentarily at a loss for words. With the demonic hordes pressing at the borders, the human race faced imminent peril. And these two sects still had the nerve to hold a military parade and engage in internal strife? The crowd felt nothing but frustration. Yet they remained utterly dependent on these two sections. The Dao Sect's decline could be overlooked, but the Immortal Hall stood as the foremost sect in the realm today. They dared not offend the Immortal Hall, nor could they afford to. Without the Immortal Hall's support, the entire 3,000 continents world would be utterly incapable of withstanding the demonic race's current assault. After all, the Immortal Hall was the only faction in the entire 3,000 continents world that possessed a great emperor, their sole source of reliance. Fellow Daoist Lu, refrain from such disrespectful words. A guard commander at the Imperial Gate immediately restrained Lu Meng. I spoke disrespectfully? Lu Meng was speechless. Could this blatant favoritism be any more obvious? Wasn't Chang Qingfeng the one who deliberately provoked him first? Brother Lu. A powerful cultivator who usually got along reasonably well with Lu Meng pulled him aside and whispered in his ear, bear with it, Brother Lu. That Immortal Hall houses a great emperor. Small grievances can ruin grand schemes. So what if he's an emperor? Lu Meng brushed the man's arm away. Our Dao Sect's leader, Lu Daoxian, is a quasi-emperor at peak strength, yet he remains so low-key. What gives you, an emperor, the right to be so arrogant? The crowd fell silent. Could this quasi-emperor at the peak level actually dare to be arrogant in front of an emperor? Brother Lu. Though the peak quasi-emperor realm appears but a step away from emperorhood, the chasm between them is unbridgeable. I know. Your Dao Sect might possess emperor-grade weapons or techniques that bridge the gap, but doesn't the Immortal Hall possess such treasures too? The man beside Lu Meng whispered in caution. A single step? It's far more than a single step. Lu Meng turned to face the speaker. Brother Lu, if you know this, then why? Lu Meng once again brushed aside the man's grasping arm and snorted coldly. What is there to fear? A mere great emperor. A mere great emperor? The gazes of the surrounding powerful figures instantly turned peculiar, as if they were seeing their comrade in arms for the first time. The title of great emperor was the lifelong pursuit of so many among them. For this fellow to dismiss it as a mere great emperor, had he had one too many today? Ha 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 ha. Lu Meng, you truly are the most foolish person I've ever met. Chung Qingfeng instantly closed in on Lu Meng, a shadow seeming to fall across his face. Do you know why our Immortal Hall chose to hold our military parade the day before yours? Oh? A flicker of interest crossed Lu Meng's eyes. Because when my Immortal Hall fully displays its true strength and depth, your so-called Dao Sect will realize just how foolish you truly are. Your Dao Sect chose to hold your military parade before the demonic invasion precisely to win over some factions from the 3,000 continents to your side, didn't you? But if at that very moment our Immortal Hall demonstrates power far surpassing yours before your Dao Sect, do you think your parade the next day won't become a laughingstock? Would your Dao Sect even have the courage to hold it then? Ha 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 ha. I wonder if you'll still be so cocky when facing that so-called mere emperor you speak of? Cheng Qingfeng paused, then patted Lu Meng's shoulder. Never mind. That day is coming soon. I look forward to it. Is that so? Lu Meng pushed away Cheng Qingfeng's face as it drew near, smiling as he replied, I'm looking forward to it too. May that day come sooner rather than later. Chapter 24, the day of the military parade? More like a day of sacrifice. Hurry. Hurry up. This way, that way everyone move faster. Within the Dao Sect. Countless Dao Sect disciples bustled about, each displaying their unique abilities as they rebuilt the sect leader's temple that had been destroyed. In less than a month, a magnificent palace rose from the ground in the heart of the Dao Sect. This was the new sect master's hall built for Qin Zhang. It resembled an earthly imperial palace. Ah, what a refreshing breeze. After a day of hard labor, Feng Dada had just sat down under the shade of a tree. A cool breeze swept past, bringing a wave of comfort over his entire body. A faint smile graced his face. Feng Dada. What are you slacking off for? Don't you love digging? Get back to laying the foundation. Lu Daoxian barked at the sweat-drenched Feng Dada the moment he spotted him. Feng Dada's heart jolted. He hastily waved his hands, trying to explain, Master, Enough with the excuses. Get moving. Yes, Sect Master. Feng Dada, drenched in sweat, reluctantly hoisted his shovel and stood up. No more giggling. No choice. The sect's elite were all preparing for the first Sect Master's grand display of divine power, while ordinary disciples like him were stuck doing the grunt work. At this moment, beyond the grand renovation of the sect leader's temple now transformed into the sect leader's hall where the first sect leader, Qin Zhang, resided and cultivated. The entire Dao Sect was undergoing massive renovations for the military parade. Sky-piercing avenues rose from the ground and the sect plaza expanded 100-fold. Quick! Pull harder! Everyone pick up the pace. Lift! Right side, right side. Off course, off course. Left, left. At this moment, the Dao Sect resembled not a sect but a massive construction site. Even the ants and frogs within the sect grounds were put to work, all meticulously assigned tasks by Lu Daoxian. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. Keep going, 1, 2, 1. For the sake of our first sect master, it's worth it. Push harder. The first sect master. The first sect master. Wait. Qin Zhang had just stepped out of the Patriarch's hall when Lu Daoxian immediately appeared, stepping in front of him with a forced smile on his face. Qin Zhang frowned. First Patriarch, the time has not yet come. Let us wait until September 1st. The disciples of the Dao Sect will not disappoint you, Lu Daoxian hurriedly said. After all, if Qin Zhang saw it now, how could the parade still surprise this first Patriarch? Qin Zhang. I look forward to it. Qin Zhang cast a glance at the frogs and ants toiling away at their labors before turning and returning to his palace. The clamorous commotion outside, though he could perceive every disciple's activity throughout the Dao Sect with a single thought, felt somewhat lacking in excitement. He did hope these disciples might bring him some surprises. Hurry! Speed up! Seeing Qin Zhang held back by him, Lu Daoxian breathed a sigh of relief and immediately shouted toward the crowd of humans and demons working ahead. He then instantly materialized before a lake. Splash! Under the concerted efforts of countless disciples, a massive warship slowly rose from the lake steps. Splash! Water cascaded down the hall like a waterfall. The entire warship radiated an ancient aura, majestic and sacred, as if it had been forged through countless battles. Most importantly, it was enormous. As it rose, it resembled a colossal mountain hovering in the sky. Transmit the Grandmaster's command. Conduct a comprehensive inspection of the warship immediately. On the day of the review, I demand it appear above our Dao Sect to receive inspection by the first Patriarch. Lu Daoxuan's gaze swept over all the disciples present, his expression stern. Yes. The disciples of the Dao Sect immediately clasped their hands in salute, daring not to take this lightly. None wished to embarrass themselves before the founding Patriarch. This was the most sacred figure of their Dao Sect, the very foundation upon which the sect was established. Clang! Clang! What's that sound? Lu Daoxian turned his head to survey the surroundings, his gaze quickly locking onto a blacksmith by the lake. Clang! Clang! The sound of weapons being hammered against the water's surface echoed continuously, the sparks flying out particularly dazzling. Blacksmith Chen, what are you doing? Lu Daoxian frowned, his gaze drifting toward several sacks beside Chen Jian, nearly filled to the brim with weapons. Though the weapons appeared haphazardly scattered on the ground, they faintly emanated an imperial aura. Didn't the sect master say the first sect master had returned? Chen Jian asked. Didn't you go to pay your respects? What's the rush? Once I polish these iron pieces, we'll present them together during the military review. Then our founding sect master can see them. Who knows? Maybe the first sect master will recognize my talent and teach me a few techniques for forging divine artifacts. What do you think? Clang! Clang! Chen Jian spoke while hammering away at the weapon, then glanced up at Lu Daoxian. Go, go, go. If you've nothing to do, get out of here and stop bothering me. Lu Daoxian. If I'm not mistaken, the imperial weapons across the entire 3,000 continents could be counted on one hand, right? Lu Daoxian glanced at the sack beside Chen Jian and shook his head. I wonder what the others will think when this guy shows up at the parade carrying several sacks of imperial weapons. Soon. He walked away from the spot. At this moment, besides the Dao Sect, the Immortal Hall was also preparing for their own military review. Countless Immortal Hall disciples had begun assembling, while various void warships started appearing within the hall's territory, forming battle formations and awaiting orders. Roar! From a deep dungeon, countless ferocious beasts let out shrieking roars. Anyone with insufficient cultivation who dared approach would surely tremble in terror. How dare you! The Lord of the Immortal Hall stepped into the dungeon, and a terrifying aura instantly radiated out, silencing the entire abyssal dungeon in an instant. All the beasts seemed to bow their heads in an instant. Master! These great demons possess cultivation levels approaching quasi-emperor status. Among them, the blazing Tiger King's power is nearly that of an emperor. Countless human geniuses have fallen by his claws. If word spreads that even the blazing Tiger King has been subdued by you, the sects across the 3,000 continents would likely tremble in fear. A powerful cultivator from the Immortal Hall trotted excitedly behind the hall's master, unable to suppress a grin. In the 3,000 continents, only our Immortal Hall possesses an emperor-level being. All humanity knows the terror of the blazing Tiger King. Besides our Immortal Hall, which of those useless fools dares claim they could defeat this blazing Tiger King? An elder of the Immortal Hall snorted coldly. One could only imagine the expressions on the faces of the powerful beings who had gathered for the ceremony when the news broke that the blazing Tiger King had been subdued on the very day of the Immortal Hall's military parade. It would be quite a sight, wouldn't it? Let's go. The Lord of the Immortal Hall said little else, merely strolling casually through the abyssal dungeon before turning to leave, ensuring these fools wouldn't cause any mishaps before the parade. Soon, the group reappeared in another cave dwelling. A young man inside immediately rose to greet them. Greetings, Lord Palace Master. Where are the items? Please follow me, Lord. Soon, the young man led the Immortal Hall Master to a place where 3 puppets were displayed. Lord Chamberlain. Each of these 3 puppets possesses cultivation equivalent to a quasi-emperor. Deployed together, they can suppress an ordinary emperor. Confidence shone in the young man's eyes. Who in the entire 3,000 continents dared claim they could suppress an emperor? But with these 3 puppets at his disposal, he felt confident enough to take on even the Demon King himself and hold his own. Very well. Upon hearing this, the smile on the Lord of the Immortal Hall's face grew even broader. The 3,000 continents have been in chaos for so many years. It's time to put an end to this situation. The Demon Clan's strength stems from their internal unity. The entire demon realm is governed by a single demon court, unified under the Demon Emperor's command. This is one reason they've grown so powerful they dare to encroach upon the 3 realms. And the internal strife within our 3,000 continents world must also come to an end. A palpable aura of authority emanated from the Lord of the Immortal Hall, his voice carrying the weight of some cosmic will. The young man operating the puppet beside him froze, turning to ask the Lord of the Immortal Hall, "What do you mean, Lord?" "Unify the 3,000 continents," declared the Lord of the Immortal Hall, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his eyes as if he had been waiting for this day all along. "On the day of the military review, when my Immortal Hall fully displays its true strength, I shall see which sect dares to resist. Those who refuse unification shall be annihilated." Lord! But what of the Dao Sect? The Dao Sect? Our military parade comes first. When we display our might, the Dao Sect will realize they are nothing but a laughingstock. They will regret killing Emperor Wu. The palace master's gaze darkened, a meaningful smile curling his lips. Too bad their regret will be useless. The reason we granted them an extra day is to let them live out this final day, fully aware of the terrifying might of our Immortal Hall. September 1st is not the day of their Dao Sect's military parade, it is the day of their annihilation. They shall become the sacrificial offering for our Immortal Hall's unification of the world. Chapter 25, This Lifetime. I, by Lioli, will reclaim everything that belongs to me. Senior Brother Chu, weren't we heading to the Dao Sect? What are you doing? A Qingxian sect disciple looked at Chu Qing, who had halted ahead, and asked in confusion. At that moment, a large procession of disciples, clad in white mourning robes and uniformly wearing white headscarves, marched along the path. Along the way, some disciples continuously scattered yellow talismans. Occasionally, the wail of a swana horn pierced the air. The Dao Sect. Of course we're going. We will avenge the sect master. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Chu Qing's eyes as he instinctively clenched his fists, veins bulging on his knuckles. The image of that great yellow dog appearing at their Qingxian sect surfaced unbidden in his mind, the murderous intent in his eyes growing ever more intense. This was simply too much. Then what are we doing here? The Qingxian sect disciples before him looked perplexed. Could it be that this senior disciple had second thoughts, panicking? After all, the Dao Sect was holding a military parade celebration, yet they were attending dressed in mourning attire. The word troublemaking was practically written on their faces. Going to the Dao Sect now meant a complete break with them. Senior brother, to avenge our sect master, I would die without regret. The Qingxian sect disciple who spoke clenched his fists tightly. Even if Chu Qing panicked, he remained unfazed. His eyes held a resolute determination, as if he had already prepared himself for death. He only wished to reach the Dao Sect swiftly and slaughter every last one of them. See for yourself. Chu Qing said little, instead handing the imperial edict he'd recently received to the disciple Lili beside him. Senior brother Chu Qing, does the Immortal Hall also hold a military review? Lili's eyes widened in astonishment. He immediately turned to Chu Qing and asked, Senior brother Chu, do you mean we should turn back to the Immortal Hall now? Lili glanced back at the funeral procession behind him, a group clad in white mourning robes and white headscarves, and his face twitched. Senior brother Chu, that might not be appropriate, would it? Chu Qing. Chu Qing shot Lili a cold glance. Lili, heed my command. Your disciple is here. Lili immediately stepped forward and bowed. As the foremost disciple of Qingxian sect, I command you to immediately represent our sect with the highest honors at the Immortal Palace, attending their military review ceremony. Senior brother Chu, what about you and the others? This is a joint petition signed in blood by thousands of disciples of our Qingxian sect. Ensure it reaches the hands of the Immortal Hall's Hall Master. It documents the heinous crimes committed by the Dao Sect. As the foremost sect among all the sects of our 3,000 continents, I trust the Immortal Hall will uphold justice for our Qingxian sect and for the human race of our 3,000 continents. Chu Qing placed the blood-stained letter into a box and handed it to Lili. After a brief pause, his gaze turned cold as he fixed it upon Lili. Lili, can you successfully complete this mission? This disciple shall not fail in this mission. Lili clasped his fists in salute, accepted the joint blood petition, and knelt deeply before Chu Qing. He had initially thought Chu Qing was panicking, but it turned out he was sending him to seek reinforcements. As the foremost power among the 3,000 continents, the Immortal Hall's involvement would spell certain doom for the Dao Sect, if not outright annihilation, then utter ruin. Moreover, he had heard rumors. This expedition to the Dao Sect involved more than just the unexpected demise of their Qingxian sect's leader. Without hesitation, Lili rose and set off immediately for the Immortal Hall to seek aid. Watching Lili's departing figure, Chu Qing slowly turned to address the Qingxian sect disciples behind him. All other disciples, heed my command. All follow me to the Dao Sect. To the funeral. As his voice echoed out, the vast Qingxian sect procession began to sound their Suona horns once more, while yellow talismans danced through the sky. At the same time, Demon Realm. Countless demonic powerhouses had been mobilized frequently over the past few days, nearly all gathering at the human-demon border, as if poised to launch an attack on the Imperial Pass at any moment. Within a demonic tent, a woman slowly opened her eyes. Her hair, as pure as the darkest ink, had a few strands gently lifted by the breeze, dancing beside her peerless beauty like black spirits. She rose slowly and stepped out of the tent. The very air around her seemed warped by her beauty. All eyes were drawn to her irresistibly, yet held in awe by her icy, bewitching aura, too reverent to dare profane her presence. Greetings, Your Holiness. We pay our respects to Her Holiness the Holy Maiden. We pay our respects. Along the way, countless demon soldiers knelt in homage except for the two demon lords standing nearby, who remained standing. You mean besides the Dao Sect holding a military review, this Immortal Hall has also held one? The demon clan's holy maiden, Yao Leng, shot a cold glance at the demon king and Kokue. The two great sects of the human race are holding a military parade, yet the Imperial Pass remains completely undefended. This is likely a ruse. King Kokue's expression grew grave. This king believes it presents the perfect opportunity to wipe out the entire human race in one fell swoop. Setting aside the Dao Sect, reports from our spies indicate that over 90% of the human race's top-tier powerhouses will be present at the Immortal Hall's parade. If our demonic clan launches a surprise attack, then we can wipe them out completely. That way, when we eventually breach the 3,000 continents, these powerful figures hiding away won't become a nuisance. The Demon King radiated a terrifying aura of malevolence, showing little concern for the Immortal Hall. In his view, any schemes were mere bubbles before overwhelming power. What of the Dao Sect? If you're worried about that old fool at the Immortal Hall, leave him to me. I'll personally pluck that old fool off. I asked about the Dao Sect. The Demon Clan's holy maiden's tone grew slightly colder. The Dao Sect? The Demon King paused, noticing the shifting aura around the Demon Clan's holy maiden. The identity of the one who ambushed our military tent that day has been confirmed without doubt. It was indeed the current patriarch of the Dao Sect, Lu Daoxian. Lu Daoxian? The demon clan saintess furrowed her brow. She had no recollection of this individual. After a moment's thought, she inquired, "What is his strength?" Hearing this, a smile gradually spread across the demon king's lips. "We've investigated. His cultivation is at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, making him the most powerful figure within the Dao Sect today. His ability to ambush our military tent that day likely involved some secret technique of the human race. That's why he fled immediately upon being discovered. Even if he were a peak quasi-emperor, he wouldn't be a threat. Let alone if he were to break through to emperor level." "Quasi-emperor, huh?" The demonic sect's holy maiden glanced around warily, still harboring some apprehension. After a moment's thought, she inquired, "And what of the Dao Sect? What of its so-called first patriarch?" "The first patriarch?" The demon king chuckled. "Perhaps it's just an excuse the Dao Sect concocted to bolster morale now that our demonic hordes are pressing at their borders. In recent days, no one has seen any trace of the so-called first patriarch of the Dao Sect coming or going." "None?" The demon clan saintess raised an eyebrow slightly before turning to the two men. "Very well. I understand. You two proceed immediately to the front lines to deploy and await further orders. When shall we launch our assault?" the demon king asked the demon clan's holy maiden. He couldn't see the demon emperor now. Yet he sensed this was the optimal moment to strike. "Wait for the demon emperor's arrival." The demon clan saintess said no more, turning to walk toward her court tent, her black skirt trailing along the ground. "Is the holy maiden concerned about the Dao Sect?" The demon king frowned, then tentatively suggested, "If the holy maiden fears the Dao Sect, perhaps we should strike first. We could destroy the Immortal Hall first, then turn our attention to the Dao Sect. The human race is full of scheming. With these two major enemies at hand, they're each holding military parades. No matter who we destroy first, I believe they won't come to the rescue. This plan is feasible." King Kokue agreed with the demon king's proposal. "Destroy the Immortal Hall?" The demon clan's holy maiden abruptly halted her steps, turning to face the demon king. "With just your forces?" This king volunteers to lead the vanguard. The demon king spoke without hesitation. "Vanguard?" The demon clan's holy maiden smiled, then her expression instantly turned icy. "The Immortal Hall harbors remnant immortals. If you don't wish to die, you may depart now." With those words spoken, she instantly returned to her courtyard tent and began meditating in deep contemplation. Gradually, her gaze grew increasingly icy and terrifying. She tore the jade pendant from her burning chest, clutching it tightly in her hand. Her gaze fixed on the distant horizon, her eyes burning with the resolve of vengeance. She gritted her teeth and declared, "In this lifetime, I, Bai Liuli, will reclaim everything that belongs to me." Bai Liuli's voice was icy cold as she clutched the burning jade pendant in her hand. Whether it be the Immortal Hall or the Dao Sect, no one could halt her advance. She must unify the three realms before the impending catastrophe struck. Chapter 26, The Celestial Palace Military Review Ceremony officially begins. Time passed. Soon, the day of the Immortal Palace Military Review arrived. Countless guests flocked to the occasion, crowding the western banks of the Huai River. On this day, countless warships and weapons of the entire Immortal Hall were arrayed in perfect order, as if all were preparing to welcome this grand ceremony. "Master, is this the Immortal Hall?" "This Immortal Hall truly lives up to its reputation as the foremost sect in the 3,000 continents. Its foundations are incredibly profound," exclaimed a blue-robed man beside an elderly figure. "Ha ha ha ha. Didn't I tell you I'd broaden your horizons? Do you see that giant axe circling in the distant sky?" "Yes, master." "What about it?" "Your cultivation is insufficient to sense the colossal power. It holds the aura of an emperor." "If I'm not mistaken, that should be an imperial weapon." An elderly sage, his white beard tucked behind his hand, explained to his two disciples. "An imperial weapon? An imperial weapon? Master, you said there are only a handful of imperial weapons in the entire 3,000 continents. I never imagined that besides yours, this Immortal Hall would also possess one?" "Watch your words, junior disciple." "Yes, senior disciple." "Junior brother, isn't it perfectly normal for the Immortal Hall to possess an imperial weapon? There isn't even a great emperor in the entire 3,000 continents world, yet this Immortal Hall possesses one? Today, Master has truly broadened our horizons. Thank goodness we didn't listen to you and go see that so-called Dao Sect. What's there to see in a fallen sect? They probably aren't even as powerful as Master." The three disciples walked toward the Immortal Hall's parade ground while conversing. The area was already teeming with powerful cultivators, countless heads craning upward in awe at the various static displays surrounding the Immortal Hall. Each exhibit here, if placed in the outside world, would be enough to spark bloody battles among countless sects. An imperial weapon. That's actually an imperial weapon. Holy, it really is an imperial weapon. The Immortal Hall actually possesses one. The top sect of the 3,000 continents truly lives up to its terrifying reputation. Is this the true depth of the top sect? I feel like if the demon clan came, we could just stomp them into the ground. Ha! If we'd known the Immortal Hall was this powerful, why did we only kidnap one demon clan saint's son? We should have taken their saint daughter too. I hear she's the most stunning beauty across the 3 realms. Countless arrivals wore expressions of boundless excitement, as if the Immortal Hall were their own sect sharing its glory and shame. Countless powerful figures pumped their fists, tears welling in their eyes. Worth it. This trip was worth it. Truly worth every moment. Thank goodness I never joined that so-called dog Dao Sect back then. Exactly. A measly Dao Sect? Could they even produce an Emperor-grade weapon? Do they have any powerhouses at the Great Emperor realm? Put. They're nothing. Exactly. Did you see that warship? They say its single strike could bury a quasi-Emperor-level powerhouse. That's a strategic-grade weapon of the Immortal Hall. And the kicker is, the Immortal Hall has over a dozen of these warships. It's absolutely mind-boggling. Heh, you're in for a treat. Word is the Immortal Hall will be test-firing these strategic-grade missed weapons right in front of everyone. We're in for quite the spectacle. Even before the official parade commenced, the static displays alone were sending waves of arriving powerhouses into a frenzy. Eyes followed the movements of various weapons, fists pumping in excitement. Amidst the seething crowd. As the leader of the Immortal Hall, the Hall Master slowly appeared on the main platform. His gaze swept the surroundings. Seeing the excited expressions on some faces, a smile likewise spread across his own. The Taishian sect comes to offer congratulations. The Cloud Heaven sect comes to offer congratulations. The ancient Jiang clan offers congratulations. The Tianshan sect has come to offer congratulations. The Bloodblade sect offers congratulations. We collectively present our congratulatory gifts, wishing the Immortal Hall's grand ceremony a smooth execution, everlasting prosperity, and guiding the human race toward glory. Soon. After the Lord of the Immortal Hall appeared, congratulatory voices filled the air without end. Most were venerable elders from prominent sects across the 3,000 continents, each radiating an utterly terrifying aura. Such powerhouses. One would rarely encounter even a single one in ordinary times, yet today they all gathered at the Immortal Hall's parade ground. Each had brought gifts to participate in the Immortal Hall's grand ceremony. Welcome, honored guests. Let us now share in this grand celebration, uniquely ours as the human race. The Lord of the Immortal Hall slowly stepped forward, a faint smile on his face. I hereby formally declare the commencement of this glorious parade, a celebration uniquely ours as the human race, the Immortal Hall's grand military review. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, the Lord of the Immortal Hall radiated an aura of authority unique to an emperor, marking the commencement of the Immortal Hall's military parade. Is this the power of an emperor? Countless individuals felt the terrifying pressure emanating from the Lord of the Immortal Hall, an impulse to bow down and kneel overwhelming them. Beneath the emperor, all are but ants. It seemed this saying was no idle boast. This divine hall parade is destined to be recorded in the annals of history. The patriarch of the Taishian sect sighed softly. Though their Taishian sect ranked 5th among the 3,000 continents, witnessing the Celestial Hall's display now revealed to him that the gap between 1st and 5th was as vast as an unbridgeable chasm. I hear the second-ranked sect in our 3,000 continents is also preparing a parade. I wonder if the Dao Sect has spies present. If they witness what the Immortal Hall has displayed today, I doubt the Dao Sect will have the courage to hold their so-called parade tomorrow. Ha 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 ha. How amusing, how amusing. The Dao Sect is merely a fallen sect. Where would they find the courage to hold a military parade? Is this some kind of show? It's truly laughable. Well, you're out of the loop. A major event has recently unfolded at the Dao Sect. Oomph. Nothing but scheming and murder plots. The Dao Sect is courting its own demise. If any of you feel wronged, you may all request the Hall Master to uphold justice for us when the time comes. Exactly. What's a mere Dao Sect compared to the Immortal Hall? Ha 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 ha. The laughter grew louder and more intense. Many had already heard rumors of the events at the Immortal Hall. Now that the Immortal Hall had displayed its terrifying power, they naturally seized the chance to kick the Dao Sect while it lay down, using it to show their allegiance. At that moment, just as the Immortal Hall's military parade was in full swing, Lu Daoxian appeared in Qin Zhang's palace. Looking down at Lu Daoxian below, Qin Zhang stretched lazily before inquiring, "Are all preparations complete?" Reporting to the first patriarch, everything is in order, but... Lu Daoxian glanced at Qin Zhang, opened his mouth, but stopped short. Only what? Qin Zhang frowned, deeply annoyed by people leaving their sentences hanging. As per the first patriarch's request, our Dao Sect invited representatives from all sects across the 3,000 continents and all races throughout the star domain to this military review. Yet, the turnout has been dismally low. Lu Daoxian sighed. Sometimes being too low-key wasn't advantageous. If not for the tight schedule on both sides and his own pressing matters, he would have considered paying a visit to the Immortal Hall himself. Never mind. Qin Zhang shrugged. He'd thought it was some major issue. After all, it was he who was inspecting the Dao Sect, not the other way around. Besides, he had ways to broadcast his sect's grand ceremony across all heavens. It wouldn't matter where he was. Where are the guests? Xin Zhang swept his divine sense across the area, instantly locking onto the Dao Sect's reception pavilion. How come hardly anyone came to the Dao Sect? I should have just gone to the Immortal Hall instead. What a rush job. What's going on? The Dao Sect is keeping the parade a secret? Making us wait here? Are they just playing games? If I rush to the Immortal Hall now, will I still make it in time? They've probably already started over there. The Immortal Hall has confirmed the presence of the great Emperor. Those who went must be thrilled to death, getting to witness His Majesty's majestic presence with their own eyes. Everyone. The Immortal Hall may be powerful, but I choose to trust the Dao Sect. This sect boasts the longest standing lineage across the entire 3,000 continents. Countless so-called first sects have perished in the river of history, yet the Dao Sect endures. Exactly. Looking forward to the Dao Sect tomorrow. The Immortal Hall's military parade? Xin Zhang seemed to recall something, swiftly withdrawing his divine sense. With a casual wave of his hand, a luminous screen soon materialized above the welcoming pavilion. A line of text appeared. Fellow Taoists, the Dao Sect's military parade commences tomorrow. Should you find yourselves idle, you may pass the time by observing the Immortal Hall. Chapter 27, wondering when we'll see the Demon Clan's holy maiden paraded through the streets. Roar. As the subtitles faded away, a thunderous roar erupted from the screen, causing the entire display to shake violently as if it might shatter at any moment. What is this? That's the roar of the blazing Tiger King. The Zhao family patriarch abruptly rose from his seat, his gaze fixed intently on the screen ahead as he instinctively clenched his fists. The blazing Tiger King? Throughout the entire Dao Sect's reception hall, countless powerful figures simultaneously turned their gaze toward the Zhao family patriarch, the blazing Tiger King, reputed to be invincible beneath the demon emperor. Indeed. That roar is unmistakable. It's that beast, the one that slaughtered countless human cities. The Zhao family patriarch's eyes darkened as he spoke. That roar had brought untold calamity upon the human race. No wonder my head nearly exploded just now. I never imagined it was this monster. This is bad. Could it be the blazing Tiger King attacking? In an instant, countless powerful beings present instantly went on high alert, each summoning their magical treasures to guard themselves. No. Though we heard the blazing Tiger King's roar, we didn't sense his aura. It's this. Countless eyes fixed on the projection suddenly appearing on the welcome pavilion, their expressions turning tense. The subtitles just said this is the Immortal Hall's military parade site. Could it mean this monster attacked the Immortal Hall's parade? How dare that monster? Our fear of the blazing Tiger King doesn't mean the Immortal Hall fears it. The ruler of the Immortal Hall is an emperor-level being. The Immortal Hall isn't some place a single beast can easily provoke unless the entire demon race invades amidst the chaos. At this thought, countless hearts instantly tightened. They exchanged glances, none knowing what had transpired. I suspect this is malicious rumor-mongering by the Dao Sect. Perhaps it's some demonic trickery. The Immortal Hall lies across countless continents from the Dao Sect. How could we possibly witness the parade here? I suspect the Dao Sect, seeing our intent to leave, deliberately fabricated this scene of the Immortal Hall under attack to keep us here. Exactly. The Dao Sect is so far from the Immortal Hall. Even an emperor likely lacks the means to see events unfolding at such a great distance, right? Many voiced their doubts. Earlier, a text prompt had stated this screen would broadcast the Immortal Palace's military parade? Ancestor, could this be a plot? Zhao Qi's gaze shifted to the Zhao family patriarch beside him. He had never placed much trust in the Dao Sect, harboring instead a hint of hostility. The Zhao family patriarch shot Zhao Qi a cold glance, his gaze fixed intently on the screen ahead. Just because others couldn't do it didn't mean the Dao Sect couldn't. No, look. It really is the blazing Tiger King. Wait. Why is the blazing Tiger King imprisoned? Where is this footage from? Could it really be the Immortal Hall's parade? As the screen's image sharpened, the crowd soon realized the blazing Tiger King was covered in blood, looking utterly wretched. Most crucially, the blazing Tiger King was now confined within a moving iron cage, being paraded through dense crowds as if in a protest march. The blazing Tiger King, reputed to be unmatched beneath the demon emperor himself, had fallen to such a pitiful state? Within the entire Dao Sect's welcoming pavilion, who among the assembled including every member of the Dao Sect hierarchy could claim to defeat this blazing Tiger King? Yet here he was. The blazing Tiger King was openly paraded in chains, clearly subdued beyond all hope. Who in this world could have achieved such a feat? It's the Immortal Hall. I recognize the Immortal Hall disciple escorting the blazing Tiger King. It's the Immortal Hall. Could it be the Immortal Hall's ruler who intervened? If that's the case, it makes sense. But is this scene truly the Immortal Hall's military parade? Are we really witnessing the Immortal Hall's parade here in Daojian? As the screen grew clearer, some of the stronger individuals grew increasingly stunned. Yes, it is the Immortal Hall's parade. I see people from the Taishan sect and the ancient Jiang clan. I heard they did go to the Immortal Hall. It really is. I spotted an acquaintance too. He tried to pull me into the Immortal Hall before, but I ended up joining the Dao Sect instead. Now I kinda regret it. Throughout the entire Dao Sect's welcome pavilion, countless people held their breath, finding it hard to believe the scene before them. Unconsciously, their fists slowly clenched. Is this the true depth of the Immortal Hall's power? Indeed. Compared to those watching through screens in the Dao Sect's welcome hall, the crowd witnessing the parade at the Immortal Hall itself was even more stunned. After all, seeing it firsthand struck deeper into their hearts and souls. From initial anticipation to present-day astonishment, it was hard to believe this soul-piercing spectacle was truly unfolding before their eyes. The blazing Tiger King? The Jiang family patriarch's tightly clenched fists trembled slightly as his gaze locked onto the blazing Tiger King within the cage, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Once, several cities belonging to his Jiang family had been devoured by the blazing Tiger King. He had struck out in fury, only to be severely wounded by that beast in return. Never did he imagine this beast would meet its end today. It truly is the blazing Tiger King. It wasn't just the Jiang family head. Every powerful figure present felt a cold sweat break out involuntarily. It was hard to believe what they were witnessing, yet the scene before them was undeniably real. Gentlemen, do not fret. The Lord of the Immortal Hall swept his gaze across the assembled powerhouses, a faint sneer or perhaps indifference flickering in his eyes. 100 years ago, this fiend committed countless atrocities against our human race. Upon learning of it, this lord personally ventured deep into the demonic realm to subdue it. The Lord of the Immortal Hall wore a faint smile as he slowly took his seat. Your Excellency ventured deep into the demonic realm to resolve our human race's troubles. This is truly a blessing for all humanity. Every member of our race should be profoundly grateful for your immense kindness. Someone below bowed with clasped hands. You flatter me. The Lord of the Immortal Hall smiled. Having been born into this world, we cultivators should naturally do our part to contribute to it. With the Lord of the Hall here, should those fiends dare to invade lightly, they will surely find no return. Perhaps they'll even lose their holy maiden in the end. Rumor has it that Holy Maiden possesses peerless beauty, hailed by the demonic tribes as the world's most exquisite maiden. I wonder when we'll see the demonic Holy Maiden paraded through the streets, stripped bare. Hey hey. Ha 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 ha. May the Immortal Hall flourish and prosper. Countless powerful figures rose to their feet, clasping their fists in salute toward the Lord of the Immortal Hall. The moment the blazing Tiger King emerged, they understood clearly, as the foremost sect, the Immortal Hall was now far beyond what they could ever hope to provoke. The might of an Emperor-level powerhouse were far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. Everyone, continue watching. The Lord of the Immortal Hall said little more. For the Immortal Hall, this was merely an appetizer. The Immortal Hall was no small, fallen Taoist sect to be compared with. Wu. Several warships slowly materialized before the crowd, their rumbling echoing across the entire plaza of the Immortal Hall. Each vessel bore ancient, sacred runes etched into its hull, radiating an aura of divine sanctity. Is this truly the Immortal Hall's military review? Didn't you hear? The Lord of the Immortal Hall ventured alone into the heart of the demonic tribes 100 years ago and subdued the blazing Tiger King. Is this what an emperor is? I regret it so much. Why did I come to the Dao Sect? No matter how powerful the Dao Sect is, could it ever produce an emperor? And even if it did, could any emperor compare to the Lord of the Immortal Hall? I'm utterly foolish. Exactly. I heard this Lu Daoxian is only at the quasi-emperor level. And this so-called first patriarch of the Dao Sect, does he even exist? Why hasn't he come out to greet us? Dao Sect's welcome pavilion. Many powerful figures sighed deeply. The scene before them had left them utterly stunned. Look! That's the Immortal Hall's strategic grade weapon, the Hall Master Void Battleship. Didn't the Immortal Hall always claim they only had 2? What a celestial hall. 2 ships? They must have at least 20. They're defying the heavens. Do they want other sects to survive? I heard each attack from this warship packs the power of a quasi-emperor. No one below that level can withstand it head-on. Countless hearts raced with regret. Glancing back at the Dao Sect still shrouded in mystery ahead, they wondered if they'd made a mistake coming here. If only they had gone to the Immortal Hall to witness this with their own eyes. Alas, such an opportunity had slipped through their fingers. Chapter 28. Should the Hall Master agree, our Taishian sect will swear allegiance to the Immortal Hall. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the entire screen was engulfed in a blinding wall of fire. Countless people instantly felt the earth-shattering energy, especially those with weaker cultivation bases who broke out in cold sweat. Boom! Boom boom! Xian Hall Plaza. Several warships simultaneously unleashed terrifying power, firing in unison like ceremonial cannons. Countless people were stunned by this horrifying spectacle. The Immortal Hall is truly terrifying. Truly terrifying. With 20 warships deployed together, which sect in the world could possibly withstand the Immortal Hall? Dao Sect's welcoming pavilion. Countless powerful figures watched the spectacle, their hands trembling slightly, their eyes filled with shock. If we refuse to go to the Immortal Hall, isn't that a slight to their face? Might the Immortal Hall hold it against us? One misstep leads to many. I should never have come to this Dao Sect. How could this insignificant Dao Sect compare to the Immortal Hall? I, Han Man, have failed my ancestors. Is this the true depth of the Immortal Hall's power? Countless observers watched the unfolding events. Even from an unknown distance, they could sense the terrifying energy erupting from the Immortal Hall's worship. Ancestor. Should we? Even Zhao Qi's hands trembled slightly as he cautiously glanced at the Zhao family's ancestor. Could this Dao Sect, no matter how mysterious, truly rival the Immortal Hall? Do what you must. The Zhao family patriarch shot Zhao Qi a glance before his gaze returned to the screen, his brow furrowing slightly. He harbored no regrets about choosing to come to the Dao Sect. As the leader of an immortal lineage, decisions concerning the clan's survival were never made on a whim. The Dao Sect was far more complex than its outward appearance suggested. How could ordinary people possibly achieve real-time transmission of the Immortal Hall's footage from such a vast distance? If it were possible, wouldn't that mean every move of the Immortal Hall was within the Dao Sect's grasp? Moreover, if the images before them were truly a live broadcast of the Immortal Hall's military parade, why would the Dao Sect, if inferior to the Immortal Hall, choose to display them before everyone? Would any normal sect deliberately allow another sect to steal its thunder on the eve of showcasing its own strength? Unless the Dao Sect's power was far more terrifying, rendering the Immortal Hall's actions utterly insignificant. Though he currently saw no display of the Dao Sect's capabilities, he believed this sect, with its legacy spanning countless ages, was far more complex than its outward appearance suggested. Of course, this wasn't merely his personal opinion. It was wisdom accumulated through the lives of generations of Zhao family ancestors. The Dao Sect was absolutely not to be provoked. His gaze swept across the entire welcome pavilion, noting that besides his own Zhao family, many other powerful figures maintained their composure. Though shock and unease at the Immortal Hall's world flickered in their eyes, they collectively retained their composure, not losing their bearings. Except for the impatient few. Witnessing the power displayed by the Immortal Hall, some even chose to leave the Dao Sect to avoid suspicion. Yet compared to the Dao Sect's reception hall, the powerful figures present at the Immortal Hall's site found their hearts far less at peace upon witnessing this scene. What they witnessed there struck them almost like a blow to the soul. Everything the Immortal Hall now displayed might be beyond the reach of their entire generation. It was utterly staggering. This foremost sect was terrifying beyond measure. No ordinary being could afford to provoke it. With such strategic-level weapons at their disposal, the Immortal Hall could withstand even a million-strong demonic horde. Ha! Our human race is saved. Now I understand why the Immortal Hall remained unmoved by the demonic hordes pressing at its borders. After today, once the Immortal Hall has demonstrated its might, those demonic fiends will likely be too terrified to move a muscle. Ha 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 ha. Thankfully, I had the foresight not to attend the Dao Sect's parade. After today, the Dao Sect will likely become a laughingstock tomorrow. Can someone stop the Dao Sect's military parade? Don't let them make fools of themselves. The contrast might just be too painful to watch. Countless powerful figures roared with laughter. Though they bore no grudge against the Dao Sect, this opportunity to undermine them also carried an implicit gesture of ingratiation toward the Immortal Hall. Of course, some felt uneasy inside. After all, the power the Immortal Hall had displayed was overwhelming, so formidable it inspired dread. Honored guests. These warships are strategic grade weapons of our Immortal Hall, yet they are also a sharp blade safeguarding the myriad heavens and protecting the human race across the 3,000 continents. The Lord of the Immortal Hall spoke with a faint smile, his satisfaction growing as the crowd below trembled in awe. This was precisely the effect he sought today, to strike terror into the world, compelling all to submit in fear, and then unify the 3,000 continents. Long live the Immortal Hall! Long live the Lord of the Immortal Hall! Long live! Long live! Long live! Countless mighty beings shouted in acclamation. The Lord of the Immortal Hall, seated upon the main dais, remained the focal point of everyone's attention. Yet no one dared to speak lightly of this Emperor-level powerhouse, nor did they dare to show disrespect for even a moment. Look! It's the Immortal Palace's spirit guards. The Immortal Guard of the Immortal Hall has actually appeared. Legend has it the Divine Spirit Guard is an invincible army of the Immortal Hall, having participated in several of the Hall's clan annihilation campaigns. They struck terror into both demon and beast clans, remaining undefeated in over 1,000 battles across all fronts. That's right. Their commander is Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu. Alas, it's a pity. Countless gazes fixed upon the imposing, armored army ahead, and all felt the sheer terror radiating from them. Each soldier emanated a terrifying aura, thick with the scent of blood. This Dao Sect is utterly insolent. Exactly. That insignificant Dao Sect kidnapped the demon clan's holy son, attempting to provoke conflict between humans and demons that alone is unforgivable. But to dare slaughter their own kind? Utterly outrageous. Exactly. The Dao Sect's crimes against heaven and humanity are unforgivable. Countless powerful beings who knew of the events at the Immortal Hall began attacking the Dao Sect. With the leader of the Immortal Guard slain by the Dao Sect, this matter would surely not end peacefully. Seeing no response from the Immortal Hall's ruler, the chorus of voices attacking and dragging down the Dao Sect grew ever louder. At this moment, it seemed as though the entire Dao Sect was a target for everyone's wrath. Your Excellency! The patriarch of the Taishan sect approached the Lord of the Immortal Hall and, before everyone present, knelt before him. Lord, I implore you to uphold justice for my Taishan sect. What is this about? The Hall Master's gaze settled on the Grand Ancestor of the Grand Mystery sect before deliberately sweeping over the other powerful figures present. Your Excellency, the Grand Master of the Grand Mystic sect traveled to the Dao sect as a guest, only to be framed by these villains of the Dao sect. These scoundrels colluded with demonic tribes to murder our Grand Master. Alas, our Taishan sect lacks sufficient strength. We implore the Hall Master to uphold justice for our sect. Should the Hall Master deem it appropriate, our Taishan sect pledges allegiance to the Immortal Hall. The words of the Grand Ancestor of the Taishan sect echoed across the entire Immortal Hall plaza. No one had anticipated that such a high-ranking figure would kneel directly. This was understandable, however. After all, the Immortal Hall was ruled by a great emperor. Though the patriarch of the Taishan sect held seniority, kneeling before a great emperor was hardly a disgrace. Yet while the preceding words were expected, the final declaration from the Grand Ancestor of the Great Mystic sect utterly astonished everyone present. The Grand Mystic sect submits to the Immortal Hall? Countless individuals drew sharp breaths, their gazes settling on the Grand Ancestor of the Grand Mystic sect. They could clearly sense the atmosphere shifting towards something deeply unsettling. The Taishan sect ranked 5th among the sects of the 3,000 continents. If even they submitted to the Immortal Hall, where would that leave the others? Many powerful figures instinctively clenched their fists, their gazes shifting toward the Lord of the Immortal Hall as beads of cold sweat formed on their palms. I am Li, disciple of the Qingshan sect. I bring a blood-sealed petition signed by 10,000 disciples of the Qingshan sect, beseeching the Lord of the Immortal Hall to uphold justice for our sect. Avenge our sect master. Soon. Another voice echoed from the distance, causing powerful figures along the path to part and make way. Li now wore a different set of clothes, torn and stained with blood, his entire appearance utterly wretched. With heavy, deliberate steps, he advanced toward the Lord of the Immortal Hall, followed by 2 fellow disciples, both equally scarred and wounded. The 3 knelt heavily before the Immortal Hall Master. Li presented his blood-stained letter with both hands. Qingshan sect? Countless powerful figures were instantly drawn by Li's voice. Was this another attempt to seek justice from the Immortal Hall's master? Fortunately, the crowd did not hear news of Qingshan sect submitting to the Immortal Hall. Otherwise, their hearts might have leapt out of their chests. After all, Qingshan sect ranked 3rd among the major sects, rumored to possess power even surpassing the Dao sect. Who could have imagined it would now be in such a pitiful state? Could it be because of the Dao sect again? Chapter 29, What are their true intentions? Don't forget to add to your bookshelf. A joint blood petition from 10,000 disciples of the Qingshan sect? Dao sect's welcome pavilion. Countless powerful figures watching this unfold froze instantly, utterly stunned that Qingshan sect had now declared outright enmity against the Dao sect. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Even those who had remained composed moments before now abruptly rose to their feet, their expressions shifting with uncertainty. For it must be remembered. The Qingshan sect ranked 3rd among all sects in the 3,000 continents. Now they dared appear before the Immortal Hall bearing a joint blood petition requesting the Hall Master to uphold justice? And just moments ago, the patriarch of the 5th-ranked Grand Mystic sect had openly declared his willingness to pledge allegiance to the Immortal Hall? Was all this orchestrated to target the current Dao sect? Do you think the Immortal Hall will take action against the Dao sect? A powerful cultivator asked nervously, glancing around at the others, his expression tense. Surely not. With the demonic hordes pressing at our borders, now is no time for internal strife among us humans. If the Dao sect and the Immortal Hall clash, wouldn't that simply play into the demon's hands? Exactly. The Dao sect's abduction of the demon clan's holy son was clearly fabricated. Even if we handed over the Dao sect, the demon clan might not withdraw their forces. Those fiends have been coveting our human realm for ages. They've attacked us before. Exactly. But I heard that Wu Dino, the great Emperor Wu, leader of the Immortal Guard of the Immortal Hall, also died at the hands of a monk from the Dao sect. His head was even brought back to the Immortal Hall. I wonder if that's true. Definitely fake. The Dao sect isn't a Buddhist order. How could they possibly have monks? These rumor mongers are getting more and more absurd. It's obviously fabricated. But what if it's true? If we show up here, might the Immortal Hall mistake us for siding with the Dao sect? Then they might take us down with them. Someone glanced at the group and made a throat-slitting gesture. Many of the powerful figures present began to feel uneasy. Judging by what the Immortal Hall displayed at the military parade, even setting aside the fact that its ruler was an emperor, those strategic great warships alone were enough to pose a devastating threat to their sects. And the Immortal Spirit Guards, who had never suffered defeat, they were not foes to be trifled with. Everyone. I suddenly remembered my sect's holy maiden has given birth. I must return immediately. Someone immediately rose and withdrew. Farewell, everyone. Gentlemen, our sect's holy maiden is also pregnant. I hear it was done by that good-for-nothing menial disciple. This sect master must return at once. Farewell. Farewell. One by one, people chose to rise and depart. At this moment, they feared any association with the Dao Sect, wanting to distance themselves as far as possible. Of course. Some powerful figures had already risen, but upon catching sight of the immovable elder of the Zhao family still seated, they read the room and silently sat back down. Where are the Dao Sect's friends? They really are as mysterious as ever, aren't they? One powerful figure slowly sat back down, offering an awkward smile to those around him. The remaining powerful figures kept their eyes fixed on the screen ahead, seemingly eager to see how the Lord of the Immortal Hall would choose. Dao Sect Master's Hall. Lu Daoxian stood before Qin Zhang, his gaze fixed on the screen displaying the Immortal Hall's military review. His expression darkened slightly. What a bunch of clowns. No need to get angry. Qin Zhang waved his hand dismissively. Compared to Lu Daoxian, his expression remained largely unruffled. Instead, he smiled with interest. Don't you find it rather amusing? Indeed. Lu Daoxian bowed his hands in respect, his gaze lingering deeply on the screen before a faint smile also touched his lips. It was indeed rather amusing. First Patriarch, I shall take my leave to attend to matters. Lu Daoxian bowed to Qin Zhang and quickly withdrew. Their Dao Sect had endured generations of ancestors, and now that they had finally found Qin Zhang, he was determined not to disappoint him in this military review. Soon, the day their Dao Sect would reveal its hand to the entire world. Go ahead. Qin Zhang paid little heed to what Lu Daoxian was doing. If these younger generations wished to show him something, he would simply watch. Uphold justice? Qin Zhang's gaze returned to the screen, finding the spectacle rather amusing. He was genuinely curious how this man intended to uphold justice. Is there anyone left who dares to uphold justice for my Dao Sect? Qin Zhang reclined leisurely in his rocking chair, a playful smile involuntarily flickering at the corner of his mouth. His voice seemed to resonate with the very laws of the universe. Who is it? The Immortal Hall review site. Countless powerful beings abruptly looked up. Though they heard no sound or saw no figure, for a fleeting moment, they felt as if they were being watched. A wave of dread welled up from the depths of their souls. Could there be someone even more powerful than the Immortal Hall's ruler present? This Immortal Hall. The ancestor? The Lord of the Immortal Hall furrowed his brow, sensing this peculiar presence himself. A faint smile touched his lips. His gaze returned to Lili before him, glancing briefly at the joint blood oath in his hand. Speak. What has transpired within your Qingxian sect? Reporting to the Hall Master. It's like this. Then this happened, followed by that, and then. The Dao Sect colluded with the demonic tribes, plotting to ambush and kill our Qingxian sect's sect master. Their perverse actions defy heaven's justice. We implore the Hall Master to uphold righteousness for our Qingxian sect. Having spoken, Lili bowed heavily to the ground, his expression impassioned as he vividly described how their sect leader had faced the ambush, refusing to surrender even in the face of death. What? The Dao Sect has committed such an outrageous act of treason? This is utterly preposterous. The Patriarch of Qingxian sect truly lives up to being a hero of our human race, swearing never to betray humanity or ally with traitors. I'm moved to tears. The Dao Sect truly deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Deserves death 1,000 times over. The scene. Countless people, swept up by Li Li's impassioned speech, joined in the chorus of condemnation, attacking him en masse. In contrast, the Lord of the Immortal Hall before Li Li remained remarkably composed. He merely remarked casually, I understand. Does this mean the Lord of the Hall agrees to uphold justice for our Qingxian sect? At these words, an unmistakable surge of joy flashed across Li Li's face. He immediately knelt and bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, Li Li, on behalf of the Qingxian sect, thanks the Hall Master. Thank you, Hall Master. However, the Immortal Hall Master showed no reaction to Li Li's prostration. He let Li Li continue kowtowing on the ground without even glancing at him. Thank you, Lord Chamberlain. Li Li's voice trailed off as he sensed the awkwardness in the air. Amidst his prostrations, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the ancient patriarch of the Taishan sect standing nearby. His entire body trembled, and his facial expression twitched. He had just heard the Taishan sect declare their willingness to submit to the Immortal Hall. What exactly was the Lord of the Immortal Hall implying? Could it be that he too was being asked to declare his allegiance? He held no authority over Qingxian sect's affairs. Moreover, as the third-ranked sect among the 3,000 continents, how could they possibly submit to another sect? To surrender without a fight? Absolutely impossible. His expression instantly twisted into profound discomfort. Was this the true purpose of the Immortal Hall's military parade? First, display their might to intimidate the present powerhouses, deterring any rash actions, then employ various means to coerce the various sects into submission. This was the Immortal Hall's ambition. Did they intend to unify the entire 3,000 continents? Cold sweat beaded on Li Li's forehead. The more he thought about it, the faster his heart raced, and he couldn't stop trembling. At that moment, not only Li Li, but several powerful figures present sensed the atmosphere growing distinctly unsettling. Particularly among the leaders of various sects, hearts began to race. What is the Immortal Hall up to? Why hasn't the Lord of the Immortal Hall spoken? Has he agreed to Li Li's request or not? Wait, is the Dao Sect truly as utterly depraved as that Li Li claims? This Dao Sect military parade is supposedly to celebrate the return of their first sect master, with all disciples receiving his inspection. Yet the Immortal Hall has never publicly revealed the purpose of this military parade. We suspect it's to confront the demonic tribes, but what is their true objective? Countless powerful figures murmured among themselves, all casting wary glances toward the Immortal Hall's master. At the Dao Sect's reception pavilion, the powerful figures watching this scene couldn't help but feel a knot tighten in their hearts. Ever since the Taishan sect expressed its willingness to submit to the Immortal Hall, they had sensed something was amiss. Perhaps they all shared a common suspicion, yet none dared voice it aloud, unwilling to accept the harsh truth. Chapter 30. Are you trying to force this emperor into a position of unjustified guilt? Palace Master. Our Qingxian sect possesses a mountain river map. If you are willing to uphold justice for our sect, we offer it to you. Li Li clenched his teeth as he spoke. Though he held no authority over Qingxian sect's allegiance as the third-ranked sect in the 3,000 continents, it would never submit lightly. But he knew that without some sacrifice, nothing would be gained. Thus, he could only make this decision that defied ancestral will. Though the mountain and river map now belonged to Chu Qing, he believed senior brother Chu would understand his predicament. This palace master has no interest in your Qingxian sect's mountain river diagram, the palace master of the Immortal Palace remarked coldly, casting a dismissive glance at Li Li. A faint yet palpable aura of an emperor's authority pressed down upon him. Palace Master. Li Li opened his mouth, his face twitching. The Dao Sect colludes with the demonic tribes, betraying humanity and losing all conscience. Even as the demonic hordes press against our borders, they openly slaughter our human strongholds. Even if you hadn't spoken, this emperor would still execute them. However, the Lord of the Immortal Hall paused, his gaze sweeping over the assembled elites. A faint yet palpable pressure rapidly expanded outward. But with a great enemy at our doorstep, countless sects stand across the 3,000 continents. This emperor fears that beyond the Dao Sect, many other sects may secretly collude with alien races as well. The Immortal Hall master shot Li Li a meaningful glance. A terrifying aura instantly rippled outward, enveloping every powerful figure present. His icy gaze swept over the assembled crowd. Lord Palace Master. The patriarch of the Taishan sect, observing this. Once again, as if prepared in advance, he stepped forward and bowed respectfully before the Lord of the Immortal Hall, saying, "The demon clan's strength stems from the complete order within the demon realm, free from the scheming and internecine warfare plaguing our human race. Now, with the demonic hordes pressing upon our borders, our human race remains fragmented and divided. Everyone lives in fear, scheming against one another even in the face of this great enemy. How can we possibly stand against the demons like this? I, Xiaoqingji, the venerable patriarch of the Taishan sect, pledge to lead all disciples of our sect to join the Immortal Hall. I beseech the Hall Master to unite the entire human race and lead us in resisting the demon clan. Lord of the Hall, our demonic race can endure no further chaos. If we persist in acting independently, our human race faces grave peril. This old man earnestly implores you to shoulder the great responsibility of our human race. We must unite." As he spoke, Xiaoqingji knelt before the Hall Master in sheer agitation. "How dare you!" The Hall Master's gaze turned icy cold, and a terrifying aura surged outward. Xiaoqingji was instantly flung backward, spitting a mouthful of blood. Unify the human race? This emperor has stated it. Our Immortal Hall has never entertained such thoughts, nor will it ever act upon them. Across the 3,000 continents, every sect and race possesses its own unique faith and heritage. Throughout the course of our human race's development, they have played an indelible role. They should rightfully preserve their distinctive characteristics. Even if the demonic tribes invade, what then? Our Immortal Hall will always stand at the forefront representing the human race. As long as all sects unite their strength, I believe we will fight those demonic fiends to the bitter end. Dare mention this matter again, and do not blame this emperor for slaying you." The Lord of the Immortal Hall swept his hand, unleashing a terrifying aura that radiated outward. He appeared like a fearsome god of slaughter, brimming with fury. Oomph! As the words left the mouth of the Immortal Hall's ruler, countless leaders of sects, clans, and dynasties present visibly exhaled in relief, their taut nerves finally relaxing slightly. Thankfully, the Immortal Hall had no such intentions. They never imagined that the Tianxian sect, ranked 5th in the 3,000 continents, would actually submit to the Immortal Hall. This news was undoubtedly a bombshell. If the Taishan sect joined the Immortal Hall, and the Immortal Hall sought to unify the entire 3,000 continents, who in this world could possibly halt its advance? But thankfully, the words of the Celestial Hall's ruler undoubtedly served as a reassuring tonic, and the crowd instantly breathed a sigh of relief. After all Although the Immortal Hall was powerful and joining it would likely bring numerous benefits, they did not wish to become the last patriarch of their sect or the ruler of a fallen kingdom. As the Hall of Immortals leader had stated, each sect had cultivated its own distinct culture. They refused to see their legacies severed or themselves constrained by others. Greetings, Lord. We pay our respects to the Hall Master. We pay our respects to the Hall Master. However, just as the surrounding powerful figures breathed a sigh of relief, 3 quasi-emperor level experts from the distant Immortal Hall descended through the air, approaching to pay their respects to the Lord of the Immortal Hall. Their auras radiated outward, permeating the surroundings. Quasi-emperor level powerhouses represented the very foundation of any sect across the 3,000 continents. Yet now, 3 quasi-emperors simultaneously appearing at the entire review ceremony. Just how terrifying was this Immortal Hall? Countless onlookers drew sharp breaths. They had profoundly underestimated the foundations of this foremost sect. The celestial halls might clearly extended far beyond the support of a single great emperor. Very well. The ruler of the Immortal Hall nodded to the 3 quasi-emperors before him. Esteemed Dao friends, are you satisfied with today's journey to our Immortal Hall? The imposing pressure of the 3 quasi-emperors radiated outward simultaneously. Their icy gazes swept across all the powerful figures present, their auras faintly emanating a hint of hostility, almost like a threat. Some weaker cultivators visibly felt their aura suppressed, their expressions turning extremely awkward as they instinctively looked up at the Immortal Hall's ruler. Ahem. Ahem, ahem. Xiao Qingji, the ancient patriarch of the Taishan sect, slowly pushed himself up from the ground. Dragging his gravely wounded body, he approached the Hall Master and clasped his fists once more. For the sake of the human race, Xiao Qingji risks his life to beseech the Hall Master to unite humanity and stand against the demonic forces. Lord Chamberlain. Our race can no longer remain scattered like loose sand. For the sake of humanity, we must unite. Only through unity lies our race's sole path forward. Only thus can we stand against the demonic tribes. Across the entire 3,000 continents, it seems only you, Lord of the Immortal Hall, can shoulder this immense burden. My Bai clan. The Great Wind Dynasty. Panlong Sect. The Qi clan. From this day forward, we pledge allegiance to the Immortal Hall, submitting to its command. We beseech the Hall Master to lead the human race, slay demons and monsters, and unify the 3 realms. Soon. One after another, others stepped forward as if they had been waiting for this moment, declaring their allegiance. Crash! This sect leader shall smash this plaque today. From now on, all disciples of the Panlong sect are servants of the Immortal Hall. The Panlong sect leader smashed the sect's plaque in front of everyone. Nonsense! Nonsense! I have already stated. The Immortal Hall has never entertained such thoughts, nor would we ever act upon them. Are you attempting to force me into a position of injustice? The tone of the Celestial Hall's ruler instantly turned grave. Ignoring the few below, he swept his gaze over the other present powerhouses and smiled. Honored guests, today marks our Immortal Hall's grand military review. I urge you to continue witnessing this celebration. Pay no heed to their nonsense. Lord Emperor. Just as someone below attempted to speak, testing the true intentions of the Celestial Hall's ruler, a wave of terrifying energy swept over them. Disciple Zhang Tai greets the Lord. A young man from the Immortal Hall, wearing a conical hat, slowly emerged from the crowd and bowed deeply to the Hall Master. My children! Emerge! As his voice echoed, 3 humanoid puppets descended from the sky, their terrifying auras saturating the surroundings. Some standing powerhouses were suddenly forced to sit down, unable to move. The Great Emperor? Witnessing this scene, countless powerful figures stared wide-eyed at the young man and the 3 puppets he controlled. Is this the pressure of an emperor? This Immortal Hall actually harbors an emperor. This. Observing the crowd's faces frozen in shock and dread, the ruler of the Immortal Hall slowly stepped forward with a smile. Everyone. This is Zhang Tai, a disciple of our Immortal Hall. These 3 puppets were all crafted by him. Though these puppets lack the cultivation of an emperor, when all 3 are deployed together, they would not be at a disadvantage even against an emperor-level powerhouse. They could even slay an emperor. Slay an emperor? Some, their hearts unsettled, were so startled they stumbled backward and fell to the ground. Is the Immortal Hall attempting to defy the heavens? But rest assured, everyone. The Immortal Hall's master smiled, lifting his head. The emperor-level pressure that had weighed down countless powerhouses in the hall vanished instantly. These puppets will be the sharp weapons protecting our human race. They can slay demons. The Divine Hall Master's icy gaze swept around the room. After a brief pause, a faint smile curved his lips. Of course, it will also severely punish traitors and spies within our human race. Chapter 31, requesting the Lord of the Hall to preside over the situation. This. Countless hearts clenched in dread, while some, overcome by fear, collapsed to the ground. They weren't fools. They clearly heard the threat hidden within the Lord of the Immortal Hall's words. This wasn't merely ambition to unify the 3,000 continents. The Palace Master was offering a polite refusal 3 times over. It seemed no one in the 3,000 continents could halt the celestial palace's march toward unification. The Lord is correct. Any who collude with demons or attempt to betray our human race deserve to be executed. Heaven itself would not tolerate such treachery. However, I have matters to attend to and must depart now. I beg your forgiveness, Lord. Someone immediately clasped their fists in salute toward the Immortal Hall Master, forcing a smile onto their face as they desperately sought to depart this place as quickly as possible. Li Hong? You are the current sovereign of the Li dynasty? The Hall Master turned to face the speaker. As his voice fell, the three puppets ahead simultaneously pivoted to regard Li Hong. Boom! 3 beams of light shot forth from the 3 puppets simultaneously, instantly piercing Li Hong's vital meridians. A mouthful of blood spurted forth from Li Hong's mouth. Lord! The Li dynasty secretly colludes with the demonic race and massacres the human race. They deserve annihilation. The palace master's icy gaze instantly fixed upon Li Hong. A terrifying aura crushed him beneath its weight. Bloodshot eyes filled Li Hong's gaze as his hands trembled slightly. Even if he wished to explain or plead, he found himself utterly unable to do so. Palace master. The Li dynasty and my Han family are sworn allies for generations. There must be some misunderstanding here. I implore you, Palace master. The Han family patriarch trembled as he stepped forward to plead. After all, the Han and Li dynasties were bound by marriage. He could not stand by and watch Li Hong meet his end. But his plea was cut short mid-sentence. Boom! The Lord of the Immortal Hall drew his hands back with a gentle flick. His gaze was filled with utter coldness. Li Hong, lying on the ground, instantly turned to ashes, vanishing completely from the world. The Li dynasty maintains friendly relations with your Han family. Does this mean your Han family has also sided with the demonic tribes? The palace master's icy gaze swiftly swept toward the Han family head. Lord Chamberlain, I. The Han family head's heartstrings tightened instantly. He instinctively took a few steps back, cold sweat pouring from his palms and back of his hands as fear instantly consumed his mind. No, no, no. My Han family would never possibly side with the demonic race. I implore the Lord of the Hall to discern clearly. The Han family head collapsed to his knees with a thud, his entire body trembling as he spoke. Quickly, he seemed to realize something. No. My Han family wishes to submit to the Immortal Hall. Sorry. Our Immortal Hall isn't some dumping ground for scum and traitors. Those who side with the demonic race have no path back. The Celestial Palace Lord seized the Han family head by the throat, his grip tightening inch by inch, his expression cold and terrifying. Lord, you accuse my Han family of colluding with the demon clan. Do you have proof? The Han family head felt his breathing grow increasingly difficult. His face contorted into a grimace as he spoke, hoping the other party wasn't someone who disregarded evidence. Evidence? The Immortal Hall Lord sneered with disdain. Are you questioning this emperor? Boom! In an instant, the Han family patriarch exploded into a mist of blood mid-air, vanishing completely from the world. Dead? Everyone present froze in shock, as if the scene had suddenly frozen in time. A long silence followed. The patriarch of the Haotian sect immediately stepped forward again, clasping his fists and bowing respectfully. Your Excellency, you are truly wise. We thank the Hall Master for eliminating yet another scourge of our human race, restoring a clear and bright world for the people of the 3,000 continents. Exactly. Exactly. Quite so. Quite so. Countless powerful figures echoed the Haotian patriarch's words, their voices trembling slightly, their gazes no longer daring to meet the Lord of the Immortal Hall. Every soul present at the review ground could not calm their hearts. They had come to understand. The chicken was dead, and they were all monkeys present. The Lord of the Immortal Hall was making an example of them. Whether there was real evidence or not didn't matter. The Lord of the Hall is wise. Execute the scum of the human race. The Lord of the Hall is wise. The Lord of the Hall is wise. The Lord has served our human race so devotedly. I pledge my allegiance to the Immortal Hall and shall become part of it from this day forward. Me too. Me too. Under the awe-inspiring might of the Celestial Hall's ruler, more and more people at the scene began clasping their fists and bowing to the Hall's master, expressing their intent to pledge allegiance. Everyone. Exterminating demons and purging traitors and scum from our race is the duty of every cultivator. There is no need for such formalities. The Lord of the Immortal Hall smiled, then turned to glance at the ancient patriarch of the Haotian sect standing nearby, shooting him a knowing look. Absurd! Absurd! I never imagined the human race across the 3,000 continents could be infiltrated to such an extent. If this continues, our race faces grave peril. The grand ancestor of the Haotian sect sighed repeatedly. Stepping forward once more, he bowed his hands toward the Lord of the Immortal Hall and pleaded, Lord of the Hall. At this critical juncture for our race's survival, this old man implores you to step forward and lead the human race. With the demonic hordes pressing at our borders and our 3,000 continents beset by both internal strife and external threats, if we remain a disorganized mess with traitors secretly colluding with the demons, we will inevitably be crushed piece by piece. I implore you, Lord Chamberlain, to step forward and shoulder this weighty responsibility. Should you refuse, humanity's extinction may be but a breath away. Old Xiao begs you. Lead the human race, uphold justice, and we pledge our allegiance to the Immortal Hall. We pledge allegiance to the Immortal Hall. Soon. One after another, more individuals stepped forward, repeatedly clasping their fists and bowing respectfully toward the ruler of the Immortal Hall. You bastard, do you really want to die? The gloomy gaze of the Immortal Hall's ruler fell upon the patriarch of the Taotian sect. The patriarch of the Great Mystery sect showed no fear, even if it means death. This old man is willing to plead on behalf of the 10,000 people of our 3,000 continents. It is time for our 3,000 continents to end this era of turmoil. I implore you, Lord of the Hall, to take charge of the situation and stand up with the human race of the 3,000 continents. The patriarch's words echoed throughout the hall. Some powerful figures instantly recalled the inexplicable deaths of Li Hong and the Han family patriarch. Though their hearts bled, they stepped forward. We beseech the Lord of the Hall to take charge, lead our human armies, and unify the 3,000 continents. Is this what you all desire? The Lord of the Immortal Hall swept his gaze across the assembled powerhouses. This time, his tone held none of the previous restraint. Please, Lord Chamberlain, take charge of the situation. Please, Lord Chamberlain, support the greater cause. End the internal strife within our human race and unite against the demonic tribes. Please, Lord Chamberlain, take charge. A wave of voices swept across the entire Immortal Hall parade ground. No one had imagined that stepping out of their homes merely to witness a parade would reveal their very world had been transformed. Yet they knew that if they did not declare their allegiance swiftly now, the consequences would be beyond their endurance. Given the power the Immortal Hall had now displayed, who in the world could stand against it? Please, Lord Chamberlain, take charge of the situation and shoulder the heavy responsibility of reviving our human race. Please, Lord Chamberlain, take charge. The voices around them grew louder and louder, with calls for unification ringing out incessantly. You're putting this emperor in a terrible predicament. Witnessing this scene, the Immortal Hall's ruler tried desperately to suppress the smile tugging at his lips, but to no avail. He could only clear his throat twice to ease his awkwardness. Ahem. What merit do I possess to deserve such high expectations? For years, our human race has been fragmented and at war with itself. This situation truly must come to an end. Since you have chosen to elevate this emperor, I shall gladly shoulder this weighty responsibility. However, the Lord of the Immortal Hall swept his gaze across the entire assembly, seeming to take in every movement and inner thought of those present. Let me be clear from the outset. This emperor abhors traitors. Once you step forward today, there will be no turning back. Are you certain you wish to pledge allegiance to my Immortal Hall and accept unification? Please, Lord Emperor, take charge of the situation. Please, Lord Emperor, take charge of the situation. Led by the Taotian sect, several sects spoke without hesitation. Please, Lord Emperor, take charge of the situation. The resounding cries echoed once more, though far fewer than before. Many now grappled with inner conflict and hesitation. The Lord of the Immortal Hall paid them no mind. Since you all insist, then this emperor shall shoulder such a heavy responsibility. Effective immediately, this emperor shall personally lead the great army to exterminate the demonic race. But before that, this emperor will first purge all traitors within our human race, beginning with the Dao Sect and those treacherous rebels who have betrayed humanity. Chapter 32, Because I am immortal. Eradicate the Dao Sect. Restore a clear and bright world to the human race. Eradicate the Dao Sect. Purge all traitors within the human race. The patriarch of the Taotian sect immediately answered the call, raising the banner of righteousness high. Many present began to see through the scheme. It seemed the old patriarch of the Taotian sect had secretly defected to the Immortal Hall long ago. I wonder which other sects across the 3,000 continents have defected to the demonic forces besides the Dao Sect. The patriarch of the Taotian sect spoke with a hint of meaning, his gaze lingering on several powerful figures as he deliberately appraised them. Damn it! Many dared not meet the gaze of the Immortal Hall's ruler, so their eyes fell instead upon the Taotian sect patriarch standing nearby. They hadn't anticipated such cunning from him. Which sects had defected to the demon clan? The threat in his words was now unmistakable. Those who hadn't submitted to the Immortal Hall would inevitably be labeled as traitors like the Dao Sect, likely becoming the pretext for the Immortal Hall's purge. Yet faced with the Celestial Hall's terrifying power and depth of resources now on display, even those who recognized its wolfish ambitions dared not speak out in anger. They couldn't utter a single word of defiance. Otherwise, they would likely meet the same fate as the two men earlier. The enemy needed no evidence, absolute power was proof enough. Before attending the Divine Hall's military review, they had believed the Divine Hall intended to confront the demonic tribes. Little did they expect that in the end, it was themselves who faced the brunt of its wrath. Now, with the demonic hordes pressing at their borders, the Immortal Hall was using the invasion as a pretext for unification. This left them utterly helpless. After all, without the Immortal Hall, no one could guarantee they could withstand the demonic assault. My entire Taiga Jiang clan pledges allegiance to the Immortal Hall. Our human race has endured turmoil for far too long. It is time to end this strife. The ancient Jiang family patriarch stepped forward to declare his allegiance to the Celestial Palace's ruler. At this moment, even he had no other choice but to make this decision that defied his ancestors. The ancient Jiang clan? The ancient Jiang clan, second only to the Zhao clan of the Immortal families? They've joined the Immortal Hall too? Countless powerful figures watched as the patriarch of the ancient Jiang clan stepped forward with his followers to declare their allegiance. Panic spread among them as they turned to look at the remaining clans who had yet to declare their stance. With both the 5th-ranked Taishan sect and the 8th-ranked ancient Jiang clan now aligned with the Immortal Hall, its march toward unification seemed utterly unstoppable. We wish to join the Immortal Hall. We pledge allegiance to the Immortal Hall. Countless powerful figures present declared their allegiance one after another, fearing that delaying would brand them as traitors. Very well, very well. The cold gaze of the Immortal Hall's ruler swept over the crowd. A faint smile played at the corners of his lips as he said, "Rest assured, my friends. The Immortal Hall will not wrong a single righteous soul, nor will it spare a single villain. Your Excellency, I report that the Luoshui sect has colluded with the demonic tribes. Their crimes are unforgivable." A powerful individual who had just pledged allegiance to the Immortal Hall immediately stepped forward, clasping his fists in salute to the Hall Master. Those around him who recognized him exchanged peculiar glances. They knew full well this man harbored a grudge against the Luoshui sect. "Zhongfei, you dare make such slanderous accusations?" The sect master of the Luoshui sect fixed his gaze on the man who had falsely accused him, about to speak in defense. But the next moment, his voice cut off abruptly as he stared at the Hall Master in utter disbelief. "Is that so?" The Lord of the Immortal Hall glanced at Zhongfei, then swept his gaze toward the frozen lord of the Luoshui sect. In an instant, the latter dissolved into a mist of blood. The assembled powerhouses all took several steps back, cold sweat pouring from their palms and backs of their hands as they fixed their gaze on the Immortal Hall Master before them. Perhaps this was the consequence of delaying allegiance. "Master, what is happening?" A man clad in plain robes turned to the white-haired elder beside him, clearly unprepared for the inspection to escalate to this extent. The Immortal Hall is setting out to unify the realm. At this moment, these people no longer care about right or wrong. Only those who join the Immortal Hall are deemed correct. Any refusal or hesitation risks being branded as colluding with the demonic tribes. The white-haired elder's gaze grew grave as he sighed helplessly. "Master, what should we do?" Beside the elder, another disciple had clearly grasped the gravity of the situation. "We leave." The white-haired elder shot a glance at the ruler of the Immortal Hall. When the ruler's gaze met his, he quickly averted his eyes and led his two disciples away immediately. "Let's go." One by one, others around them also chose to leave. They refused to join the Immortal Hall, knowing that staying would put them in danger. "Everyone. Since you've come to visit our Immortal Hall, why rush to leave? Just treat this place as your own home." Just as the crowd prepared to depart, a voice slowly spread throughout the entire parade ground of the Immortal Hall. Those attempting to leave were instantly frozen in place, a terrifying aura steadily eroding their defenses. "Who's there?" The white-haired elder's expression changed drastically as his gaze locked onto a youth who appeared remarkably youthful. This youth sat leisurely upon a terrifying throne, which radiated an ancient aura, instantly imposing an overwhelming sense of dread upon him. His body began to sink inch by inch, his complexion turning deathly pale. "Damn it! Who the hell are you?" All around, the other powerful figures attempting to flee were in far worse shape than the white-haired elder, blood continuously seeping from their 7 orifices. They could distinctly sense the eerie presence of the youth before them, as if he were a being transcending all living creatures. "Greetings, ancestor." The ruler of the Immortal Hall stepped forward, respectfully clasping his hands before the youth seated upon the throne. "Ancestor? Is there a power in the Immortal Hall even more terrifying than the Lord of the Immortal Hall?" Countless eyes widened in disbelief. Though they had no idea what realm the youth seated upon the throne truly possessed, the suffocating pressure emanating from him was undeniably more intense than that of the Immortal Hall's master. Could this be the Immortal Hall's ancient progenitor? Could it be that everything the Immortal Hall had displayed earlier still fell short of its true depth? This defies the heavens. Countless people sucked in a sharp breath, some even feeling relieved that they had joined the Immortal Hall. The Immortal Hall's ancestor? The white-haired elder turned to glance at his two disciples beside him, swiftly sealing them within his gourd for protection. His gaze remained fixed on the youth before him. "I have no interest in joining your Immortal Hall," declared the white-haired elder. "If you won't join the Immortal Hall, does that mean you intend to join the Demon Clan?" The youth seated upon the throne spoke in a tone that was almost flat, revealing nothing of his emotions. "Rest assured, I'm accustomed to acting alone. I certainly won't join the Demon Clan." "Then why are you leaving? Are you trying to stop me?" A hint of coldness crept into the white-haired elder's voice. The youth remained silent, merely twirling a bead between his fingers. His stance had been clear from the moment he appeared. "I shall depart. And no one can stop me." The white-haired elder's aura erupted violently. His snow-white hair began to darken, strand by strand, as a massive battle-axe suddenly materialized in his grasp. An imperial weapon. It is an imperial weapon. It's Axeman Munka. Who would have thought it was him? Rumor has it he's at the peak of quasi-emperor strength. He once wielded an imperial weapon and slew an actual emperor. Not an emperor, but comparable to one truly terrifying. Who would have thought he'd be here? If he leaves today, it seems no one can stop him. Not even the Immortal Hall could do it. Countless eyes fixed on the scene before them. Immediately, some recognized the white-haired elder's identity, and hope flared in the hearts of those preparing to leave. Unifying the realm proved far more difficult than the Immortal Hall anticipated. Though they lacked an emperor, certain sects possessed means to mount a formidable defense against one. If all united in resistance, victory might not be beyond their reach. Are you certain you wish to stand against this old man? Munka slowly steadied his stance, his aura expanding as he spoke with domineering authority. Immortal Hall. Enough. Curb your wolfish ambitions. Severing my lineage to submit to the Immortal Hall won't be so simple. Some immediately spoke out in condemnation. You seek to devour the 3,000 continents. Such actions, how are they any different from the demon clans? The speaker's voice abruptly cut off. A crack instantly appeared on their body, rapidly expanding until it exploded. Damn it! Munka glanced at the vanished man, seized an enemy soldier's weapon, and leapt forward. In an instant, he charged toward the youth atop the throne, closing in as if to depart. You have courage. A terrifying pressure descended upon Munka, causing the imperial weapon in his hand to dim. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, he crashed to his knees in a heap, spitting out a mouthful of blood, utterly disoriented. Never mind that you're merely a quasi-emperor at peak strength. Even if you were an emperor at peak strength, you still wouldn't have the right to act so brazenly before this sovereign. A playful smile flickered at the corner of the youth's lips upon the throne, for I am an immortal. Chapter 33, wasn't he here to suppress these rebels? An immortal? The atmosphere instantly fell silent. All eyes immediately turned to the youth upon the throne, their expressions shifting constantly. The imperial weapon. That imperial weapon was shattered. What? He's an immortal. He's actually an immortal. Some stared in horror at Munka kneeling before them, staggering backward in terror. No one had imagined that beyond the great emperor, immortals still existed within the Immortal Hall? Immortals still existed in this era? Munka, wielding an imperial weapon and boasting the power to slay an emperor, couldn't even last a single exchange. No one could even discern how the attack had been delivered. Merely the weight of his presence shattered the imperial weapon. A man who had come within a hair's breadth of the emperor himself now knelt. What kind of terrifying existence was this? Heaven itself seeks my ruin. Some who had been about to flee collapsed to the ground, as if drained of all strength. If the presence of a single great emperor from the Immortal Hall had left them clinging to a sliver of hope, then the emergence of a true immortal utterly extinguished all their aspirations. They could only accept the fact that the Immortal Hall would unify all. How could this be? Lili, a disciple of the Qingxian sect, the third-ranked sect among the 3,000 continents, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Shu Qing had been right to send him to the Immortal Hall for aid. The hall could indeed confront the Dao Sect. But before that confrontation, the Qingxian sect would likely cease to exist. Immortal? Dao Sect's reception tower. Countless powerful figures who had come to the Dao Sect stared at the scene, frozen in place, repeatedly rubbing their eyes. With the Immortal Hall unifying the 3,000 continents, there's likely no one who can stop them. We're finished. Someone sighed. An inexplicable dread took root within them. The power the Immortal Hall had now displayed seemed utterly unstoppable. Who would have thought our sect would perish before falling to the demonic tribes? Indeed. Some powerful figures seemed utterly disoriented. Though joining the Immortal Hall offered them numerous benefits, which sect would willingly abandon its legacy of thousands, even tens of thousands of years? Who would willingly submit to another? The Immortal Hall's unification is inevitable. The real question is, will they spare us now that we've been exposed? Exactly. The Lord of the Immortal Hall declared they would purge human traitors. Their primary targets are the Dao Sect first, then the demonic tribes. We all came to the Dao Sect instead of the Immortal Hall. Do you think they'll label us as accomplices and wipe us out entirely? Damn it! How could this be? We were merely invited to attend the Dao Sect's military parade celebration. We have no other involvement. Surely the Celestial Palace Lord wouldn't strike without evidence? Why don't you go ask Li Hong, the Han family head, or the Luoshui sect master? See if the Lord of the Immortal Hall will bother to present evidence to you. Hearing this, those who had remained composed moments ago now visibly shifted in their seats. Their earlier calm demeanor now gave way to palpable panic. Damn it! The moment a true immortal appeared, the balance was shattered completely. The Lord of the Immortal Hall declared intent to confront the Dao Sect. With the Dao Sect likely doomed, our fate becomes uncertain. Powerful figures clenched their fists. They never imagined events would escalate to this point. The Immortal Hall and the Dao Sect had chosen to hold their military parades almost simultaneously, their dates coinciding by a mere day. though they were reluctant to admit it. But by appearing at that particular sect now, they were clearly signaling their allegiance. Choosing the Dao Sect. They had indeed gambled on this outcome, yet none had foreseen the Celestial Hall's power far exceeding all expectations. First, they subdued the blazing Tiger King. Then came the quasi-emperor level worship, the invincible immortal spirit guards, and puppets rivaling emperors, each surpassing their wildest imaginings. Not only did the Immortal Hall possess the sole emperor of the 3,000 continents, but now a true immortal had emerged. Neither was an entity they could afford to provoke. It could be said. They had lost their gamble. Damn it! This was the thought echoing in most present minds. Even if the Dao Sect remained formidable, it likely couldn't rival the Immortal Hall's current might. With the emergence of a true immortal. At that moment, the scales of victory between the two sects tilted irrevocably. They chose to stand with the Dao Sect, only to suffer utter defeat. We were wrong. We were all wrong. Perhaps this projection wasn't the work of the Dao Sect at all, but rather that true immortal from the Immortal Hall. Only an existence of that caliber could project events occurring across countless provinces onto this very place. The Immortal Hall is warning us. Let us witness the consequences of refusing to go to the Immortal Hall. Some beat their chests in regret, staring at the screen with a sudden realization that came far too late, their voices trembling uncontrollably. Elder Zhao, what is your perspective on this matter? Inside the welcome pavilion. A powerful figure fixed his gaze upon the Zhao family patriarch, his hands gripping the armrests of his seat with deathly force. The Zhao family patriarch merely gave the man a brief glance, quickly recognizing his identity. This individual was Zhang Tang from the Zhang family. The Zhang family was originally just a minor clan among the 3,000 continents. Later, they initiated reforms, comprehensively emulating the Zhao family, a long-lived lineage. They aspired to become an immortal lineage like the Zhao family, destined to endure through the ages. Since adopting the Zhao family's reforms, the Zhang clan gradually grew in strength. After over 1,000 years of development, they rose to become one of the top powers in the 3,000 continents. What do you make of it? The Zhao family patriarch merely gave the Zhang man a fleeting glance before speaking. A junior member of our clan has committed an error. I have come today to offer my apologies to the Dao Sect. Observing the true immortal powerhouse appearing on the screen, though the Zhao family patriarch appeared outwardly composed, a flicker of unease stirred within him. The true immortal's appearance had also caught him off guard. He himself knew little about the Dao Sect, relying largely on lore passed down by his ancestors. The moment the true immortal appeared, his heart raced with trepidation. This had all become a high-stakes gamble. He knew that if they lost, the Zhao family, one of the immortal clans, would come to an end. Does your Zhao family place such unwavering faith in the Dao Sect? Zhang Tong stared at the screen, his gaze darting back and forth over the Zhao family patriarch, trying to discern some hint of his inner thoughts. The Zhao patriarch shook his head and gently closed his eyes. The secrets of the Dao Sect had been obtained by generations of Zhao ancestors at the cost of their lives. Even he did not know what special power the Dao Sect possessed. However powerful it might be, could it truly withstand a true immortal? Yet this was knowledge passed down through the Zhao ancestors' blood. Unless he was absolutely certain the Immortal Hall could prevail, he would never overturn his forebear's decision. Unless he died. This was the survival principle of their immortal clans. To overturn intelligence obtained through ancestral sacrifice, one must pay with one's own life. Never provoke the Dao Sect. This was the Dao Sect ancestors' edict. Their Zhao family patriarch had already provoked the Dao Sect. If he now chose to defect at the critical moment and side with the Immortal Hall, it would be a complete betrayal of the Zhao ancestors' will, placing him squarely in opposition to the Dao Sect. He remained silent. He said nothing more. And no one knew what thoughts churned within his mind. You don't know? Zhang Teng cast a deep, lingering glance at the Zhao family patriarch before his gaze settled back on the screen, his aura subtly emanating. Though the Zhao family patriarch concealed it subtly, Zhang Teng could still detect a flicker of unease in his eyes. This revealed that even he did not fully trust the Dao Sect. The Zhang family had studied the Zhao family for years, yet today he intended to make a decision that defied his ancestors. This time, he refused to follow the Zhao family's lead. What should we do? What should we do? The Immortal Hall won't spare the Dao Sect. By attending their military parade celebration, we'll be branded as accomplices and annihilated. We're finished. With the demonic hordes pressing at our borders, I never imagined we'd meet our end at the hands of our own kind. Yes. The Lord of the Immortal Hall has always executed people without evidence. He won't listen to our excuses or explanations. Even if we were willing to surrender to the Immortal Hall now, they wouldn't give us the chance. With the 3,000 continents unified, they'll make an example of us. We'll be the sacrificial chickens used to intimidate other sections. Why did I ever come to the Dao Sect? I hate the Dao Sect, it's all their fault we're ruined. Inside the welcome pavilion, countless faces wore expressions of despair, each one etched with regret. Everyone. Who said we came here for the Dao Sect's celebration? Zhang Tang's gaze flashed with coldness as he surveyed the crowd, their faces heavy with despair. He cast one final glance at the Zhao family patriarch nearby, took a deep breath, and stepped forward. What do you mean? Countless puzzled gazes turned toward Zheng Tang. A faint smile curved Zheng Tang's lips. The Dao Sect colluded with foreign tribes, plotting to ambush and slaughter our human race's elite warriors. Their crimes are heinous. We have formed a righteous army. Did we not come to the Dao Sect precisely to punish these traitors? Chapter 34, Is the Dao Sect really as terrifying as you claim? Upon hearing this, countless people present stared wide-eyed at Zheng Tang. Those quick to react looked as though they'd discovered a new continent. That's right. We've all come to punish the Dao Sect. Damn it! The Dao Sect acts against heaven and earth, colludes with foreign tribes, and commits heinous crimes. They deserve no mercy. Come on. Let's march together to destroy the Dao Sect. As voices erupted in agreement, even the slower-witted among them began to grasp the situation. Some cast grateful glances toward the Zheng family's powerful figure. His simple words had undoubtedly pulled them back from the brink of death. Who said they were here for the Dao Sect's celebration? Boom! In an instant, the doors of the Dao Sect guest house were kicked open with a single blow. Led by Zheng Tang, the group of powerful figures leapt up and stormed out of the building with fierce momentum. Everyone! Kill! We are the vanguard of the Immortal Hall. Charge into the Dao Sect and purge the traitors. The entire Dao Sect guest house erupted like a disturbed hornet's nest, with powerful figures continuously bursting forth from within. Ancestor, what shall we do? Zhao Qi watched as more and more powerful figures poured out of the welcome hall toward the Dao Sect. He then turned his gaze toward the Zhao family's patriarch, who sat with eyes closed, resting his spirit. He knew. If they failed to act now, the Immortal Hall would surely make them pay. Once the Immortal Hall reached the Dao Sect, the Zhao family would be finished. Since this is a gamble, and the final outcome remains uncertain, why should we surrender prematurely? The Zhao family patriarch slowly opened his eyes, cast one final glance at the screen before him, and sighed. Watch. But patriarch, even if we chose the Immortal Hall, do you think our Zhao family would survive? The patriarch of the Zhao family sneered coldly. Ancestor. Zhao Qi clenched his fists tightly. A deeply entrenched immortal lineage. Even if they submitted to the Immortal Hall, would the Hall truly trust them? They feared the Hall might use the demon clan as a tool to eliminate them. Without completely dismantling these immortal clans, the Celestial Hall's unification would hold no meaning. At that moment, he could only helplessly lift his gaze back to the projection screen, hoping to observe further. On the screen, the Immortal Hall's military review continued. We pledge allegiance to the Immortal Hall. We pledge allegiance to the Immortal Hall. Across the entire parade ground, countless supreme powerhouses knelt in unison before the Lord of the Immortal Hall and the ancestral patriarch. Boom! Anyone who showed even a hint of hesitation vanished into nothingness in an instant. By the end, the Lord of the Immortal Hall didn't even need to intervene. The new Immortal Hall powerhouses were already striving with all their might. Fellow Taoistly, what about you? The Lord of the Immortal Hall smiled, his gaze sweeping down to Lili below. My Qingxian sect pledges allegiance to the Immortal Hall, accepting its unification. We vow to end the turmoil across the 3,000 continents alongside the Immortal Hall and jointly forge the glory of the human race. Lili bowed respectfully, never imagining that his trip to the Immortal Hall seeking aid would lead to the Qingxian sect's demise. Faced with the overwhelming tide of events, refusal was no longer an option. Even if the Qingxian sect remained formidable, with its sect master already dead, it stood no chance against the Immortal Hall. He knew. From this day forward, the Qingxian sect ceased to exist. Excellent. Very good. The smile on the Immortal Hall's master grew even brighter. Since that is the case, then all of you shall follow me to purge the scum of the human race. And then we shall exterminate the demons. All listen to my command. The army is to prepare immediately. Then follow this emperor as we march toward the Dao Sect. Purge the scum of the human race. The voice of the Lord of the Immortal Hall echoed in the ears of all present. Purge the scum of the human race. Purge the scum of the human race. A resounding chorus of unified voices filled the air. As the Divine Hall's military review concluded, nearly 3,000 of the world's most elite forces had assembled, preparing to march in full force toward the Dao Sect. Somewhere in the void, the Dao Sect claims to have endured countless eras and weathered innumerable calamities. Yet it seems destined to become history very soon. A playful smile curved the corners of Ko Kuiwan's lips. The human race of the 3,000 continents has been in turmoil for so long. Who would have thought they would achieve unification today? Truly unified? Does unification mean no more internal strife? Ha 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 ha. The gathered demonic overlords, observing the scene unfolding at the Immortal Hall from afar, couldn't help but chuckle. So that's the remnant immortal of the Immortal Hall? A deep sense of apprehension flashed in the Demon King's eyes. Apart from their own demon emperor, this was the first time he had ever sensed such profound pressure emanating from an opponent. The Holy Maiden was right. The Immortal Hall truly harbored a fallen immortal. Had he rashly attacked earlier, he might well have squandered the demon clan's advantageous position. Emperor! Why don't we strike directly? While the Immortal Palace believes everything is under their control, we'll surprise them with an unexpected blow. Battle fervor surged through the white-faced king. Though the Immortal Hall had unexpectedly harbored a true immortal, he still believed this moment presented the optimal opportunity. If we eliminate these people in one fell swoop, the fate of the 3,000 continents will be sealed. His gaze fell upon a dignified middle-aged man standing behind him. The man exuded an aura of natural authority, radiating a faint divine energy. The demon emperor remained silent. Instead, he turned his gaze to Bai Liuli standing nearby. Bai Liuli's icy gaze fixed on the broken immortal in the distance. Given the Immortal Hall's ambition, they must unify the 3,000 continents. Why not let them proceed to the Dao Sect first? Humans delight in tearing each other apart. Why shouldn't we indulge them? Now that we're at war with the Immortal Hall, if the Dao Sect truly harbors secrets, wouldn't that needlessly place us at a disadvantage? Foolish. Bai Liuli shot the white-faced king a look of utter contempt. Ha 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 ha. The demon emperor roared with laughter, the smile at the corners of his mouth growing increasingly restrained. The more he looked at his daughter before him, the more satisfied he felt. As a demonic tyrant who had lived for untold millennia, he seldom smiled. Yet since Bai Liuli's birth, this daughter had brought him such immense delight. His ascension to true immortal status. And that was largely thanks to his daughter's efforts behind the scenes. Did you hear that? The demon emperor's icy gaze swept instantly over the assembled demon lords and demon generals behind him. The holy maiden speaks the truth. The white-faced king's face twitched. Though insulted, he wanted to retort, yet he couldn't deny that Bai Liuli's words held some truth. Is the Dao Sect truly as terrifying as you claim? The white-faced king inquired, his tone deliberately casual. Could it be that the Dao Sect also harbors remnant immortals? Even the demon emperor now looked at his daughter with a hint of doubt. According to intelligence gathered by the demonic faction, the strongest cultivator within the Dao Sect was none other than Lu Daoxian. Even if this fallen sect were hiding its true strength, its most powerful member could only be a great emperor at best, right? And now he had ascended to immortality. Even a true immortal might not hold his interest, let alone an emperor. Surely the Dao Sect couldn't harbor beings more terrifying than true immortals? A sect that has survived countless calamities must possess extraordinary qualities. Let us first observe whether they can endure the siege of the Immortal Hall. Bai Liuli remarked. In truth, her understanding of this world was far from deep. When she fled here gravely wounded in her previous life, this realm had already become a ruin. The Immortal Hall clung to existence through a crippled immortal, yet ultimately could not escape destruction. Yet, at the very last moment, she witnessed that sect standing firm amidst the flames of war, unshaken. Alas! Before she could approach and investigate, she perished in this realm, only to be reborn in the demon realm as the demon clan's holy maiden. And time itself had reversed, as if the heavens had granted her a second chance. After her rebirth, 1,000 years remained before the great calamity. Alas! No matter how intensely she trained over the next millennium, her cultivation only reached the level of a great emperor. In the eyes of others, she was already a prodigy of heaven, a rarity that came once in a millennia. Yet she knew this was nowhere near enough. If she failed to restore her cultivation before the calamity struck, her fate would remain unchanged. She would inevitably meet her end. This time, she absolutely could not repeat the same mistake. Therefore, she must unify this world before the catastrophe strikes, consolidate cultivation resources, and aid her own breakthrough. Even if this war brought some calamity to the world, it was still the best outcome compared to the impending catastrophe. Only by restoring her cultivation could she stand a chance of preventing that catastrophe. Otherwise, whether it be the 3,000 continents, the Demon Clan, or the Beast Clan, none would escape utter annihilation. Chapter 35. The demonic clan faces turmoil. Where have all the great demons gone? So what if the Immortal Hall can't destroy the Dao Sect? The pale-faced king stepped forward as if seizing an opportunity to retort to Bai Liuli, his voice cold. I have stated that the Dao Sect shall be handed over to me when the time comes. And as for that Lu Daoxian, his head is mine to claim. With just you lot? I advise you to release us immediately. Lu Meng, his arms bound, fixed his gaze on the assembled demonic powerhouses before him. Not long ago, under the Demon Emperor's leadership, the entire Imperial Pass had been silently breached by the demonic forces. All the powerful figures within the Imperial Pass instantly became prisoners. Shut up! The white-faced king's imposing aura spread out, its weight crushing Lu Meng until he could barely breathe. Lu Meng raised his head, his gaze locked firmly on the white-faced king. Wasn't your Dao Sect supposed to be holding some kind of military review? The white-faced king spoke with a hint of amusement in his voice. What? Aren't you supposed to be receiving inspection from your so-called first patriarch? A mere quasi-emperor at peak strength isn't worthy of the table. I'm unfit to receive inspection from our founding patriarch. Lu Meng said with a hint of regret. It was precisely because of his insufficient cultivation that the Dao Sect had dispatched him here to guard the so-called Emperor's Pass. His desire to return was thwarted by the other commanders guarding the Imperial Pass. Even if he managed to get back, with his current cultivation, he'd only be waving from aboard a warship. A quasi-emperor cultivation level isn't worthy of a seat at the Dao Sect's table? Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. He. Ha he. Ha 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 ha. The maniacal laughter of a horde of demonic fiends echoed all around. A quasi-emperor cultivation level is top-tier combat power even among our demonic race. Your Dao Sect sure knows how to put on a show. The pale-faced king leaned closer to Lu Meng, his tone suddenly darkening. I'm curious, though. Could this so-called Dao Sect of yours save you from my grasp? Then don't regret it. A faint smile also curved the corners of Lu Meng's mouth. What good is a puny Dao Sect? It won't be long before my immortal hull wipes them out. Chen Qingfeng, also captured by the demon clan, sneered coldly. His eyes brimmed with contempt as he looked at Lu Meng. Then, he raised his head to address the assembled demonic overlords. I advise you to release me peacefully. Otherwise, once my immortal hull unifies the 3,000 continents and directs its might against your demon clan, I fear you won't be able to withstand the wrath of my immortal hull. Is that so? Hearing this, the white-faced king's attention shifted from Lu Meng to Chen Qingfeng. A mere prisoner dares to bark like a mad dog here? Are you not afraid to face this king's wrath first? What are you doing? Boom! The white-faced king sent Chen Qingfeng flying with a single palm strike. You fool! The assembled demonic overlords shook their heads in unison. These humans are truly intriguing. We've breached the Imperial Gate, yet they've made no response whatsoever. A female demon general glided over with an alluring grace, her entire being radiating a cold, captivating charm. She glanced at the group of captured Imperial Gate commanders behind her, a hint of amusement flickering across her lips. Perhaps that's just how humans are. The demon emperor chuckled, then turned his gaze forward, his expression growing slightly grave. What concerns me now is not the human side, but rather that group of great demons. The demon race? The assembled demonic elites frowned in unison. For them, the demonic race could indeed pose a greater threat. The demon race? Bai Liuli's gaze also shifted toward the direction where the demon race resided. In her previous life, she didn't know much about the demon race in this world. By the time she fled here, the demon race had long since ceased to exist. The current demon race could indeed be a wildcard. Report! Just as they were discussing the demon race, a demon soldier rushed forward to report. Greetings, Demon Emperor. What is it? The demon emperor inquired. The demon soldier immediately presented the memorial in his hand. News from the demon clans? The demon emperor frowned, swiftly examining the memorial in his hand. His expression shifted noticeably. Your Majesty. What's wrong? The demon king, noticing the emperor's troubled expression first, asked with concern. The demon clan has suffered a catastrophe. The demon emperor clenched the memorial in his hand, his gaze growing colder and more intense. A calamity has struck the demon clan. Their domain has become a virtual wasteland. All the great demons have vanished. All the great demons have vanished? The three great demon kings and the assembled demon generals stared wide-eyed at the demon emperor, their expressions filled with disbelief. How could that be? How did those great demons vanish? Could they be plotting something behind our backs? The demonic assembly was filled with confusion, a faint unease and worry creeping in. During their assault on the human race, their greatest fear was that the demonic tribe would take advantage of the chaos to plunder. Thus, vigilance was essential. Demon King Sha took a deep breath and surveyed the assembled crowd. Before the Holy Maiden attained enlightenment and the Emperor achieved immortality, those great demons, if united, were not necessarily weaker than our demonic race. How could this place have become a wasteland now? What on earth is going on? Even Bai Liuli looked at the demon emperor with surprise. Though her knowledge of the demonic race was limited, she understood they were a significant adversary at this stage. Having unified the three realms, she could not afford any unforeseen complications. How could the demon realm suddenly become a wasteland? Could it be that the great calamity of heaven and earth had come early? The thought made her clench her fists unconsciously. I don't know. I had intended to send forces to stabilize the demon race before attacking the human race. I feared they might seize the opportunity to strike against us. But the moment our men set foot in the demon realm, they witnessed scenes of utter desolation, countless great demons lying dead in pools of blood. At the scene, our scouts even sensed the presence of that dragon. Barring any surprises, it's highly likely the dragon met with an accident as well. The demon emperor unfolded the memorial before everyone, detailing everything that had transpired within the demonic realm. This can't be possible. All present. Everyone present watched the scene unfold, gasping in shock. Some demon generals even staggered back several steps. We haven't even moved against the demon race yet. The human race is preoccupied with civil war and fending us off. They're barely managing their own affairs. It couldn't possibly be them. Then who could have done this? The demon king radiated a palpable aura of malevolence, clearly sensing the gravity of the situation. The others exchanged bewildered glances. I've heard the demonic tribes are even more prone to infighting than the humans. With so many factions, they often prey on each other. Could it be an internal conflict? The female demon general looked around speculatively. Could it be that dragon? Possible. Right. Hearing this, many nodded in agreement with the female demon general's words. Even the demon emperor frowned slightly. That dragon had been a force to be reckoned with even for him before he attained immortality. If it had acted, it might indeed be possible. But why would that dragon do such a thing? The demon emperor couldn't fathom it, his gaze drifting involuntarily toward Bai Liuli beside him. Proceed to the Dao Sect immediately. Bai Liuli's expression turned icy cold, her entire being seeming to freeze over. There was no time to wait. She must accelerate her plans. This lifetime, she would not repeat the past. She must unify the three realms before the impending catastrophe struck. Proceed to the Dao Sect at once. Glancing at Bai Liuli, the demon emperor hesitated not a moment before issuing the order to march on the Dao Sect. Chapter 36, Look! What is that? At the Dao Sect. Countless powerful figures were also converging rapidly on the Dao Sect. Punish the traitors! The Dao Sect has turned against humanity and betrayed our race. All under heaven must destroy them. Follow me to storm the Dao Sect. Countless powerful figures burst forth from the welcome pavilion. Yet in an instant, they seemed to lose their bearings, as if entering a labyrinth. A faint white mist permeated the air around them. What's happening? Damn it! Which way is the Dao Sect? Countless warriors sensed something was terribly wrong. Zhang Tong frowned, instantly retreating behind the crowd and turning to rush back toward the welcome pavilion. How could this be? The welcome pavilion, which had been right before his eyes, vanished as suddenly as a mirage. Damn it! This must be the work of those traitors from the Dao Sect. Everyone, don't panic. We are fighting for the Immortal Hall. We are its vanguard, here to subdue the Dao Sect. The Immortal Hall will witness our valor. Zhang Tang immediately rallied the crowd, his gaze darting warily around the area. He touched the surrounding white mist, his expression turning peculiar. Energy coalesced in his hand, but as if remembering something, he glanced toward the approximate direction of the Dao Sect and instantly withdrew the energy. Look! There seems to be someone over there. The group was quickly drawn to a sudden cluster of figures emerging from the white mist. Within the mist, a procession clad in white mourning robes, accompanied by the wail of Swana horns, moved slowly toward the crowd. Along the way, figures continuously scattered golden talismans. From afar, they resembled a procession of ghostly soldiers. All members of the Qingxian sect. We come to the Dao Sect to seek justice for our sect master. All members of the Qingxian sect. We come to the Dao Sect to seek justice for our sect master. The disciples of Qingxian sect chanted in unison, instantly transforming the atmosphere into something eerily unsettling. Fellow Taoists from Qingxian? Zhang Tang immediately stepped forward, bowing his hands toward Chu Qing. Humph. Chu Qing, the leader, raised a hand to signal the Qingxian sect disciples behind him to halt. His voice turned cold. The Dao Sect ambushed and killed our sect master. We have come to seek justice. Why are you blocking our path? Could it be that you intend to shield those scoundrels of the Dao Sect from us? Those who obstruct us die. Behind Chu Qing, a group of Qingxian sect disciples roared in response to his words. Fellow Daoist, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Zhang Tong immediately clasped his fists in a bow, forcing a smile onto his face. Fellow Daoist, you misunderstand. We too have come to punish the Dao Sect. As the third-ranked sect across the 3,000 continents, Qingxian sect had learned through the screens that Lili had chosen to join the Immortal Hall. At this moment, he had to confirm before Qingxian sect that they were indeed here to subdue the Dao Sect. It's the Qingxian sect. Qingxian sect is here too. And led by Chu Qing, the sect's foremost disciple. The Dao Sect truly deserves divine retribution. The scene. Countless powerful figures watched as the group from Qingxian sect appeared, clad in mourning robes. Instantly, joy flooded their faces as they pumped their fists in excitement. Of course. They did not know that this very scene was also being watched by the Dao Sect at this moment. Ancestor, is this the illusionary array you set up? Su Haotian cautiously glanced at Qin Zhang before lifting his gaze to the scene unfolding on the screen, his expression growing intensely peculiar. Qin Zhang. Isn't this the illusion array you set up? Qin Zhang turned to face Su Haotian. Could he really fail to see through his disciples' petty tricks? First Patriarch. I did casually set this illusion array a while back out of boredom, but surely I'm not that powerful? Staring at the screen, Su Haotian felt utterly bewildered, his expression growing even more peculiar. When had he become this powerful? A mere gold core disciple casually setting up an illusionary array had managed to block so many powerful opponents at once? Consider this, the figures on screen included not just core formation and spirit transformation cultivators, they were practically insignificant here. Among them were numerous quasi-emperor level powerhouses. How could a mere gold core cultivator like him possibly achieve such feats? Is array blocking a quasi-emperor? He wouldn't dare dream of such a thing. He knew the Dao Sect harbored hidden talents, but before the sect's heavenly sacrifice, he was nothing. He was merely a source of amusement. How could he be this formidable? First Patriarch, could it be you secretly aided me? Su Haotian blinked, casting a doubtful glance at Qin Zhang. Though his confusion array couldn't hold these men back, if Qin Zhang had intervened secretly, it would explain everything. No. Qin Sheng denied. Lu Daoxian, who had just entered the room, glanced at Su Haotian. After a moment's thought, he offered an explanation. These men witnessed the power and depth of the Immortal Hall through the projection. Overwhelmed by the pressure, they chose to defect at the last moment and strike against our Dao Sect. Though they bellow about confronting our Dao Sect, it's merely for show. They're all old foxes. Why would they willingly be the vanguard? After all, we are still the second-ranked sect in the world. Lu Daoxian emphasized the word second heavily, his tone tinged with amusement. Glancing once more at the images on the screen, he smiled and added. Besides, if they attack us now, the Immortal Hall won't see it. Victory brings no reward, and defeat means certain death. So they'll pretend to be trapped in the maze while secretly waiting for the Immortal Hall or reinforcements to arrive before putting on a show. Master Sect Leader, are you saying these people are all putting on a show? After hearing Lu Daoxian's explanation, Su Haotian couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered. Slowly, he raised his thumb toward the screen in admiration. He never imagined the maze he casually set up would become the stage for their theatrical performance. First Sect Master. Do you need me too? Lu Daoxian watched the unfolding scene, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. No need to rush. Qin Zhang spread his hands. These people fear the Immortal Hall, yet they think our Dao Sect is weak and easy to bully. Then let them see whether our Dao Sect is weak and easily bullied. Watching them die in terror is far more entertaining than simply swatting them like flies. Qin Zhang's voice grew icy, yet he seemed to recall something. He glanced up at Lu Daoxian and suddenly chuckled. The Immortal Hall's military parade has left me thoroughly disappointed. After a brief pause, his gaze settled on Lu Daoxian as he continued, you don't think our Dao Sect would do the same, do you? No. A chill ran through Lu Daoxian's body. For some reason, Qin Zhang now radiated an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure. Good. That's good. Qin Zhang chuckled. Lu Daoxian instantly relaxed, his gaze returning to the screen before him. Chapter 37, are these all the Dao Sect's parade exhibits? Campaign against the Dao Sect? Shu Qing frowned. If you've come to attack the Dao Sect, why are you loitering here? Daoist friend Chu, you are unaware that this place is an illusionary array set by the Dao Sect for us. The Dao Sect is treacherous and cunning. We must proceed with caution. Zhang Tang clasped his fists in a bow. But now that you've arrived, fellow Daoist Chu, if you lend us your strength, we can storm the Dao Sect directly. An illusionary array? Chu Qing glanced coldly at the gathered crowd. What a bunch of old foxes. He sneered coldly, this sect plotted to ambush and kill the patriarch of our Qingxian sect. Now they resort to the same trick, seeking to harm us once more. Today, I shall shatter this illusionary array, storm the Dao Sect, and avenge my Qingxian sect's sect master. Avenge our sect master. Avenge our sect master. Behind him. A group of Qingxian sect disciples, clad in mourning robes and resembling ghosts as they marched forth, immediately echoed the cry, ready to answer Chu Qing's call at any moment. He glanced up at the surrounding mist. Chu Qing formed seals with both hands, then drove a fist directly into the void. Space shattered inch by inch, and the surrounding mist seemed to show faint signs of dispersing. Seeing this, he glanced around, his eyebrow arching slightly. His palm shifted subtly, and suddenly, a mouthful of blood spurted forth. Damn it! Who cast this mist? How terrifying! Zhang Teng. He hadn't expected the Qingxian sect's top disciple to be such a tough nut to crack. So what? Does the Dao Sect truly believe this mere illusionary array can hold us back? Everyone, attack together. Boom! As Chu Qing struck, another powerful force surged from the shadows, thickening the waning mist with an additional layer of fog. Damn it! Once we storm the Dao Sect, the one who set this fog trap will be handed over to me. I will tear them limb from limb. Su Haotian. He continued staring at the screen. This bastard. Hold nothing back. Countless powerful figures relentlessly unleashed their attacks, sustaining the surrounding illusory array. The gazes exchanged between these great masters grew increasingly peculiar. It was as if they had reached some tacit understanding earlier, fearing that once the confusion array dissipated, they would have no choice but to fight the Dao Sect to the death. You know it, I know it, everyone knows it. Fellow Daoists, what brings you here? As the crowd continued to bolster the white mist, with the Dao Sect's military review entering its final countdown, several unfamiliar faces burst into the thick fog. Their eyes swept the surrounding crowd in confusion. You're the patriarch of the Blood Moon sect? Someone recognized the powerful figure who had appeared, speaking with astonishment etched across their face. The Blood Moon sect master scanned the area warily. Yet upon seeing the Qingxian sect members all dressed in mourning robes, his brow furrowed slightly. My fellow Daoists, you are unaware. An elder of my Blood Moon sect has fallen victim to the Dao Sect's treachery. We have come here today to demand justice. The same holds true for our great Qian dynasty. Our great Luo sect and the Dao sect are sworn enemies. The Hu clan and the Dao sect are locked in a battle to the death. A group of powerful followers accompanying the Blood Moon sect master spoke out in anger, each radiating a terrifying aura. You've come at the perfect moment. Seeing more and more people arrive, all intent on punishing the Dao sect, Zheng Tang's eyes lit up. He immediately stepped forward and bowed his hands, declaring, "Esteemed fellow cultivators, you may not know the Dao sect acts against heaven, colludes with foreign tribes, and persecutes our human race. We have all gathered here to punish the Dao sect. But why gather here?" The Blood Moon sect leader glanced around. Zheng Tang feigned a sigh. "You see, we were about to attack the Dao sect, but this illusionary array." "Confusing array?" The Blood Moon sect master snorted coldly. "Such a trivial confusion array could bind you lot?" "Wait." Zheng Tang tried to stop the Blood Moon sect master, but it was too late. With a casual wave of his hand, the surrounding mist instantly dissipated. "You are all top-tier powerhouses in this world, yet you're bound by such a trivial trick? This is rather laughable, isn't it?" The Blood Moon sect master sneered coldly. Seeing this group held back by such a petty trick, his confidence soared considerably. The scene. Some of the powerful figures couldn't help but twitch their faces. Though most present were intelligent, exceptions inevitably exist in this world. Moreover, their deliberate delay stemmed from knowing the Immortal Hall would arrive. But that didn't mean the Blood Moon sect's leader and his followers were aware of the situation. "What are you all standing around for? Since we're here to crush the Dao sect, follow me into battle. Today, the Dao sect must be destroyed." The Blood Moon sect master's voice was dark and ominous. Yet the instant he turned, as the surrounding mist dissipated, many eyes widened in shock. "Look! What is that?" A vast plaza appeared before them, and warships materialized before their eyes like mirages. This scene left every powerful individual present in awe. Even among the world's most elite warriors, none had ever witnessed such a spectacle. Could this be the Dao sect? Probably. No. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be the Dao sect. Though the Dao sect ranks second among the 3,000 continents, everyone knows it has been steadily declining. It simply cannot be this grand. Even the Immortal Hall we just saw pales in comparison to this grandeur. How could the second-ranked sect be so colossal and imposing? No, this absolutely cannot be the Dao sect. No, this is definitely the Dao sect. I've been there before. Though it's changed a lot, this is undoubtedly the Dao sect. And we're heading straight toward its location. Bull. I arrived in Dao province just last month and saw the Dao sect from afar. While it wasn't as dilapidated as people claim, it still held a certain grandeur. But it was nowhere near as colossal as this. Even if immortals descended, the Dao sect couldn't possibly undergo such drastic changes in such a short time. Countless powerful figures kept rubbing their eyes, finding it hard to believe the scene before them. This colossal plaza seemed to stretch endlessly. Even the Immortal Hall they had seen not long ago paled in comparison to this spectacle. Look! What is that colossal thing among the warships, the one covered in cloth? Could it be a mountain? Then this can't be the Dao sect. I must be mistaken. I distinctly recall there being no mountain peaks at this location. Soon, all eyes were drawn to the cloth-covered object at the center of the warships. The object was immense. Even dozens of warships combined couldn't match its scale. Countless people speculated it was an immovable mountain or one of special significance. Our divine sense can't penetrate it? Zheng Tang frowned, his gaze drifting to the others nearby. Judging by their expressions, most shared his inability to discern what lay concealed beneath the cloth. Could this truly be the Dao sect? Are these all Dao sect's parade exhibits? The thought struck him. A bead of cold sweat formed on Zheng Tang's forehead. He instinctively clenched his fists and glanced behind him. The Zhao family had ultimately chosen not to step forward. Chapter 38. I don't think that cloth is hiding anything. It's hiding shame. Look over there. It's the Dao sect's banner. This is definitely the Dao sect. Could this be the square where their parade will be held tomorrow? It really is the Dao sect. Look closely, those warships all bear the Dao sect's banner too. Damn it! The Dao sect possesses this many warships? One by one, people spotted the Dao sect's banners. Each warship bore the same emblem, confirming these were all Dao sect possessions. They hadn't come to the wrong place. The gazes of the present powerhouses grew solemn. Who would have thought this perpetually enigmatic Dao sect harbored such a vast fleet? They knew nothing of these warships' combat capabilities, but judging by their outward appearance alone, they were in no way inferior to the Hall Master-level warships displayed by the Immortal Hall. If this is the Dao sect, why haven't we seen any disciples? Some swept their divine sense forward to investigate, yet detected no trace of any Dao sect disciples. Nothing but a charade. This sect master sees these as nothing more than junk they picked up from who knows where, but only for display and utterly useless in battle. I'd say that cloth isn't covering anything, it's covering up shame. The Blood Moon sect master slowly stepped forward, his icy gaze sweeping the surroundings with utter disdain. Hiding shame? Could it be that the cloth conceals a wrecked warship too damaged to be displayed? Since the Dao Sect can't move it anytime soon, they're forced to cover it up? Some of the surrounding experts immediately fell into speculation. It didn't seem entirely impossible. I'd say there's an 80% chance that's exactly what it is. The Blood Moon Sect master spoke dismissively, stepping forward and barking coldly at the front. Lu Daoxian, has no one in your Dao Sect dared to meet this sect master? A terrifying aura of pressure spread out. The death of my Blood Moon Sect elder must be accounted for by your Dao Sect today. Otherwise, don't blame me for tearing your entire sect apart. At the same moment, Xu Qing glanced at the Blood Moon Sect leader and stepped forward as well. His quasi-emperor level pressure instantly radiated outward. Xu Qing, disciple of the Qingxian sect. I come seeking death. Today, the Qingxian sect declares war upon the Dao Sect. We shall fight to the death. Until one side is destroyed. Until one side is destroyed. Behind him, countless Qingxian sect disciples clad in mourning robes echoed the cry in unison. Soon, mournful music from Swana horns filled the air, making many at the scene feel as though they were witnessing a funeral procession, a sense of unease washing over them. Of course, this was entirely intentional on the part of the Qingxian sect. They sought to discuss the Dao Sect at their own celebration. To turn this celebration into a funeral. The Dao Sect had sent their sect master to deliver the invitation in person. The Qingxian sect could equally humiliate them in return. Zhang Teng. Watching these two step forward one after another, his face twitched. But soon, after a moment of internal struggle, he too stepped forward. With a sweep of his sleeve, he roared, the Dao Sect acts against heaven, betraying our human race. Today, the Zhang family will take justice into our own hands. Boom! As the words fell, his gaze locked onto a Dao Sect warship ahead. He unleashed a palm strike, aiming to obliterate it. These were all resources belonging to the Dao Sect. Having chosen to provoke them, there was no need to spare them. This was the perfect opportunity to demonstrate their resolve to the Immortal Hall before everyone. Boom! Xu Qing shot a glance at Zhang Teng before joining the fray. The Dao Sect had attacked the leader of their Qingxian sect. Even if he destroyed every single warship here, the Dao Sect would likely say nothing. They wouldn't dare openly defy him. Once the Immortal Hall's powerful figures arrived, that would be the Dao Sect's doom. Strike! Destroy these warships. First, teach these Dao Sect rebels a lesson. Destroy every last one. Not a single one is to be spared for these scoundrels. These are resources of our 3,000 continents. They must not fall into the hands of those rogues. Seeing Xu Qing, the Blood Moon Sect master, and others strike, others gradually joined in. These were the Dao Sect's foundations. Destroying them would weaken the Dao Sect's strength. Boom! Boom! Rumble! A blinding flash erupted as golden barriers materialized within the Dao Sect, intercepting every attack aimed at their warships. Every strike struck the barrier, only to scatter like faint ripples on water before vanishing completely. That's the Dao Sect's barrier. Countless onlookers watched the scene, their breaths catching in their throats. Damn it! All our attacks are being blocked by this damn barrier. Looks like we can't destroy these warships unless we destroy this barrier first. Everyone, attack together. Shatter this barrier for me. Countless powerful figures gritted their teeth as they spoke. Having already chosen to attack, holding back now served no purpose. Destroy the Dao Sect's barrier. A mere barrier won't save the lives of these Dao Sect scoundrels. A barrage of diverse techniques erupted from the hands of the assembled powerhouses. Yet when these assaults struck the Dao Sect's barrier, they barely created a ripple like a heavy punch landing on cotton. Damn it! Are you even putting any effort into this? The Blood Moon Sect master's face darkened as he spoke, summoning a quasi-emperor grade weapon from his body. Clutching it in his hand, he trembled slightly. Damn it! Zhang Tang shot the Blood Moon Sect leader a dark glare, feeling as though the man had stolen his line. Something's wrong. This is the Dao Sect. Where are all the Dao Sect disciples? How could they just let us attack like this? Xu Qing scanned the surroundings warily, veins bulging on his tightly clenched fists. Was the Dao Sect ignoring them? With so many of them present, such a large force appearing at the Dao Sect and even striking its protective barrier, it was unthinkable that not a single Dao Sect disciple had been spotted. Yet now, no matter what they did, not a single Dao Sect disciple appeared. Unnoticed, the sky had grown dim. Could this be the Dao Sect's empty city tactic? Someone glanced at Xu Qing and speculated. An empty fortress tactic? Unless they hide within the Dao Sect forever, my Qingxian sect will wage an all-out war against them until not a single one remains. A cold, murderous intent filled Xu Qing's heart. Only when every last member of the Dao Sect was dead would the truth of him delivering the final blow remain concealed. Especially that big yellow dog. It must die. Until the bitter end. To the bitter end. Countless Qingxian sect disciples immediately echoed Xu Qing's words, followed by the sound of Swana horns blaring as if performed by a professional ensemble. Everyone! Look! What's that over there? Soon. As the sky grew completely dark and the sun gave way to the moon, a line of text slowly appeared upon the golden-hued barrier of the Dao Sect. Esteemed guests, welcome to the Dao Sect's Grand Military Review. Chapter 39, we all stand united with the Dao Sect. Like the rising sun. The entire Dao Sect's magnificent scene began to unfold before everyone's eyes. All warships erupted in a thunderous roar, as if activated in that instant. Lu Daoxian? You actually dared to show yourself. The Blood Moon Sect leader watched as Lu Daoxian slowly materialized before the Dao Sect's gates, his aura surging. His expression darkened to the extreme. Lu Daoxian. For the death of my master today, if you don't give me, Xu Qing, an explanation. Xu Qing swiftly summoned the mountain river diagram above his head, his voice icy cold. I fear today's Dao Sect military parade will become the scene of your clan's annihilation. To the death. Until one side is destroyed. Countless disciples of the Qingxian sect, clad in white mourning robes, erupted simultaneously, forming a standoff with the Dao Sect. Lu Daoxian. You are unworthy of being human. If you take your own life now, we may spare you a dignified death. Otherwise, we shall take justice into our own hands. That's right. The Dao Sect has committed heinous crimes colluding with foreign tribes, defying heaven and harming humanity. They deserve death 1,000 times over. We shall mete out heavenly justice. Soon. More powerful figures leapt high into the air, forming a standoff with Lu Daoxian. Is this all you've got? Lu Daoxian studied the crowd emerging one after another with keen interest, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Something's off. Zhang Tang frowned, retreating behind the others as his gaze locked onto Lu Daoxian. A member of the Zhang family? Lu Daoxian's gaze happened to notice Zhang Tang's presence. What are you doing? The Blood Moon Sect leader's gaze immediately shifted to Zhang Tang behind him, drawing the attention of many around them. Zhang Tang's expression twitched. Clenching his fists, he swept his sleeves aside and confronted Lu Daoxian, fellow Daoist Lu. Some matters your Dao Sect has indeed taken too far. Youngster of the Zhang family. Care to tell this old man exactly where the Dao Sect has overstepped? The Zhao family patriarch slowly stepped out from behind Lu Daoxian, the shock still lingering on his face. Beyond that, several other figures materialized one after another. Zhang Tang recognized most of them. They had all been present earlier in the Dao Sect's reception hall. How is this possible? Zhang Tang sucked in a sharp breath, stumbling backward as he stared at the Zhao family patriarch in utter disbelief. That old fossil from the Zhao family? The Blood Moon Sect master frowned, his gaze also settling on the Zhao family patriarch. He hadn't expected this immortal lineage to align themselves with the Dao Sect. The Great Wu dynasty? The Great Qing dynasty? Qiankuan's sect? Xu Qing's eyes instantly sharpened with alertness. He hadn't expected so many sects to have chosen to stand with the Dao Sect at this moment. How could it be them? How did they end up with the Dao Sect? Countless powerful figures who had previously stayed at the Dao Sect's welcome pavilion now shared Zhang Tang's look of utter disbelief. What's going on? The Blood Moon Sect master also immediately sensed something amiss and turned to look at Zhang Tang beside him. These people were traveling with us earlier. We parted ways mid-journey due to disagreements. Zhang Tang steadied himself as best he could, glancing toward the direction of the Zhao family patriarch. His knuckles cracked as he continued. What I don't understand is this: they were clearly all still here moments ago. Yet somehow, they arrived at the Dao Sect before us and have now joined forces with those traitors within the sect. Don't understand? Beside the Zhao family patriarch, Zhao Qi couldn't help but step forward, his gaze sweeping toward Zhang Tang. Fool! That's because the Dao Sect's welcome pavilion is located within the Dao Sect itself. You chose to leave the Dao Sect on your own accord. Zhao Qi's face still bore traces of lingering fear. He cautiously glanced at Lu Daoxian before immediately retreating back behind the Zhao family patriarch. He now held profound respect for his patriarch from the bottom of his heart. Recalling the events that had unfolded earlier still sent a chill down his spine. Earlier, at the Dao Sect's welcome pavilion. After most of the powerful figures chose to leave out of fear, only a small number remained there besides the Zhao family. These sects either maintained good relations with the Dao Sect, harbored grudges against the Immortal Hall, or refused to accept unification. Watching the Lord of the Immortal Hall order his armies toward the Dao Sect, they all felt profound unease. Even he had nearly jumped out in panic. Yet just as panic gripped them all, the Xian Hall's military parade footage concluded. The Dao Sect's propaganda film and footage of their disciples rehearsing immediately followed. Needless to say, the shock they felt upon seeing that promotional video was immense. Simultaneously, they silently thanked their ancestors countless times for divine protection, grateful they hadn't chosen to side with the Immortal Hall. Zhao Qi's gaze flickered briefly behind him, toward the massive mountain shrouded in green cloth. He knew full well it wasn't a mountain. It was a colossal battleship, capable of cleaving the heavens and obliterating stars with a single strike. Inside the Dao Sect? Zhang Tang's gaze locked onto Zhao Qi, as if trying to discern the truth behind his words. How could that be possible? How could it be? Didn't they say earlier that it was merely the Dao Sect's reception hall, accessible only on the day of the military parade? That's what they said. But no one mentioned the reception hall wasn't actually inside the Dao Sect grounds, did they? We followed the directions and went right in. The surrounding crowd fell silent. What business do they have there? The Blood Moon Sect master snorted dismissively, sweeping his sleeve as he glanced at the assembled crowd. Gentlemen, did you not come here to subdue the Dao Sect? Exactly. We're here to punish the Dao Sect. Right. Some who caught the Blood Moon Sect master's gaze quickly realized his intent and nodded in agreement. Zhao Huiman. Even if you choose to ally with the Dao Sect, what difference does it make? You should know that no one in this world can stop the Immortal Hall's march toward unification. Zhang Tang's gaze darkened as he spoke, a cold smile flickering at the corner of his mouth. Surely you don't want to see an entire immortal lineage perish by your own hand? After speaking, Zhang Tang's gaze drifted casually toward the direction of the Blood Moon Sect's leader and Chu Qing. Is that so? The Zhao family patriarch fixed his gaze on Zhang Tang. The survival of my immortal lineage doesn't require your reminders. As the words fell, the terrifying pressure emanating from the Zhao family patriarch surged in an instant as he took a step forward. So, fellow cultivator, you choose to betray our human race and align yourself with the Dao Sect, do you? The Blood Moon Sect master radiated a similarly overwhelming quasi-emperor level aura. His gaze shifted to Zhang Tang beside him. Fellow Taoist, after today, the immortal lineage may well shift from the Zhao family to yours, the Zhang family. Zhang Tang smiled. This time, he chose the opposite path from the Zhao family. Their decision to align with the Dao Sect was nothing short of courting death. You should know the wrath of offending the Immortal Hall now. Are you still so stubborn? Zhang Tang ignored the Zhao family patriarch, instead turning his gaze to the other powerful figures from various sects and dynasties standing beside Lu Daoxian. How dare you? We all stand with the Dao Sect. Numerous powerful figures beside Lu Daoxian stepped forward, their auras erupting instantly. P.S. Don't forget to add this to your bookshelf and click to request updates after reading. Chapter 40. The Dao Sect has had enough, no more pretenses. Kneel. You. Zhang Tang's gaze darkened to its absolute limit. What the hell? Did these people not fear bearing the wrath of the Immortal Hall? Are you truly intent on stubbornly refusing to see reason? Everyone. Turn back now, and I can speak well of you before the Hallmaster. Zhao Huiman, do you truly believe the Dao Sect can stand against the Immortal Hall? To associate with thieves is to become a thief. Zhao Huiman, Li Busi, all of you deserve death. I say we slaughter every last one of you. Many of the powerful figures who had emerged from the welcome pavilion earlier now glared malevolently at those who had chosen to stand with the Dao Sect. Can the Dao Sect truly stand against the Immortal Hall? The gazes of those who had sided with the Dao Sect grew strangely uncertain. Could the Immortal Hall truly stand against the Dao Sect? The Immortal Hall harbors treacherous ambitions. They seek to overthrow all governments across the 3,000 continents. Are you all aiding tyrants in their wickedness? Li Busi stepped forward. Their ancient Tang kingdom had long been at odds with the Immortal Hall. Joining them was utterly unthinkable. He had staked his final gamble on the Dao Sect, never imagining he would win, and win so decisively. Ha 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 ha. The Blood Moon Sect master stepped forward. This sect master cares not for the Immortal Palace or any such nonsense. But the Dao Sect has slain my elder. If you insist on siding with them today, then do not blame my 10,000 souls banner for showing no mercy. Ha ha ha. The Blood Moon Sect master erupted with overwhelming aura as soul banners swiftly materialized around him, billowing crimson black mist. Ghostly apparitions and vengeful spirits seemed to emerge from within, emitting shrill and eerie laughter. 10,000 souls banner. It's the 10,000 souls banner. This is the Blood Moon Sect's treasured artifact, the 10,000 souls banner. It's said to have been forged through the sacrifice of countless lives. Though merely a quasi-emperor grade weapon, its true power likely surpasses that of ordinary emperor grade weapons. It seems the Blood Moon Sect's leader has come to the Dao Sect with a purpose. The scene. Countless onlookers watched the Blood Moon Sect leader, their breath catching in their throats. The countless specters and demons within the banner of 10,000 souls emitted piercing wails, sending shivers down the spines of the gathered powerhouses. The 10,000 souls banner? Chu Qing glanced at the Blood Moon Sect master. The mountain river diagram in his hand likewise radiated a terrifying aura. Within it, sun and moon alternated, resembling a miniature world. He doesn't know about the Immortal Hall? Zhang Tang's gaze turned grave as he looked at the Blood Moon Sect master. From the latter's words, he had already concluded that, aside from those present in the welcome pavilion earlier, neither Chu Qing of the Qingxian sect nor the Blood Moon Sect master before him seemed aware of the current events unfolding in the Immortal Hall. It appeared that projection was exclusive to the welcome pavilion. However, when his gaze shifted toward Lu Daoxian, Zhao Huiming, and the others, he froze in surprise. Were these individuals unafraid? He noticed that after the Blood Moon Sect master had summoned the 10,000 souls banner, the powerful figures standing beside Lu Daoxian showed no trace of shock or fear on their faces. Instead, there was a hint of disdain. How could this be? Even he had to tread carefully around the Blood Moon Sect master wielding the 10,000 souls banner. The slightest misstep could mean death without a proper burial. Zhao Huiming's confidence he could understand, but why were the others so calm? Did they truly believe Lu Daoxian could protect them? Zhang Tang's fists clenched tighter and tighter, his gaze fixed intently ahead. Everyone. I shall grant you one final chance. The Blood Moon Sect Master's words carried a threat. Behind him, the banner of 10,000 souls grew denser, swirling with countless crimson black mists. Sacrificing billions of lives as offerings before you accuse our sect of perverting the Tao and harming heaven and humanity, have you considered what you yourselves are doing? Zhao Weiman stepped forward, his gaze unfazed as he looked at the Blood Moon Sect Master. Above his head, a golden bell materialized, its surface flickering with countless runes. Where there's a will, there's a way to frame someone. Li Buxi stepped forward as well, his aura surging with the potent energy of a true dragon coursing through his veins. I see you lot as the true villains. You aid and abet tyranny, you are the ones who have lost all humanity. The Dao Sect sighed. One after another, powerful figures stepped forward. Even facing the Blood Moon Sect Master's banner of 10,000 souls, they remained utterly unafraid. Ha 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 ha. The Blood Moon Sect Master's laughter grew increasingly savage and terrifying. His dark gaze swept toward Zhao Weiman. It seems an immortal lineage will ultimately be destroyed by you, you fool. Today, my Qingxian sect will fight the Dao Sect to the death. Do you all wish to fight us to the death as well? Xu Qing's voice was icy cold as he gripped the mountain river diagram. At this moment, his aura seemed no weaker than that of the Blood Moon Sect Master beside him. To the death! To the death! Countless Qingxian sect disciples roared in unison, each immediately summoning their life-bound treasures. I gave you a chance. Zhang Tong shook his head and stepped forward. Retreating now was pointless, all eyes were upon him. Moreover, even without the Immortal Hall's forces present, their current formation was in no way inferior to that of the Dao Sect. Lu Daoxian. Are you intending to use these people as human shields, hiding behind them? Zhang Tang's gaze fixed on Lu Daoxian at the rear of the crowd, a cold sneer curling his lips. Ha 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 ha. The Blood Moon Sect Master roared with laughter upon hearing this, nothing but a dying struggle. Today, no one can protect the Dao Sect. Fellow Daoist, no need to worry. Leave these trifles to us. Wei. Zhao Weiman immediately clasped his fists in a bow toward Lu Daoxian. Ah! Lu Daoxian slowly stepped forward. After a brief glance at Zhao Weiman, he gestured for him to stop. Today is our Dao Sect's grand ceremony. You are our honored guests. How could we possibly trouble our guests with such trivial matters? No one can protect the Dao Sect? Lu Daoxian stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the Blood Moon Sect Master before lifting to the rampaging banner of 10,000 souls behind him. Kneel now and repent before the deceased elders of my Blood Moon Sect. This sect master may consider sparing your life. The Blood Moon Sect Master's voice was dark and ominous, the air itself seeming to grow colder. He closed the distance to Lu Daoxian in an instant, a playful smile playing on his lips. Otherwise, this sect master wouldn't mind inviting you to take a seat within my 10,000 souls banner. Is that so? Lu Daoxian smiled indifferently as a terrifying aura rapidly spread from his body. His gaze fixed on the Blood Moon Sect Master before him. I intended to coexist with you as an ordinary man, but what I received in return was insult and arrogance. Since that is the case, I shall shed all pretense. The Dao Sect lays its cards on the table. Kneel. An overwhelming, terrifying pressure spread instantly. The Blood Moon Sect leader, who had just opened his mouth to protest, suddenly felt his pupils widen as if bearing the weight of a mountain. His body collapsed to its knees in a rush. The demons and spirits that had burst forth from the 10,000 souls banner instantly retreated back into it. Chapter 41, Rest assured. Even if the Immortal Hall dares to act recklessly in my Dao Sect, they will kneel. This is impossible. The Blood Moon Sect Master's pupils dilated relentlessly, his eyes brimming with bloodshot veins as his face contorted into a hideous, terrifying grimace. Put. A mouthful of blood spurted forth, and he collapsed to his knees on the ground. His body felt as though a mountain had crushed him, leaving him utterly immobilized. Who the hell are you? Blood dripped from the Blood Moon Sect Master's lips as his entire body shook violently. Thud. The banner of 10,000 souls he had summoned behind him suddenly lost all momentum, crashing heavily to the ground like a lifeless object. Fellow Daoist. Are you all right, fellow cultivator? Damn it. What did he do? Xu Qing's gaze swept toward the Blood Moon Sect Master kneeling on the ground, his expression darkening instantly. What on earth had happened? Could it be that Lu Daoxian has already attained enlightenment? But even if he had attained enlightenment, the Blood Moon Sect Master wielding the 10,000 souls banner shouldn't be this utterly defeated. The great Emperor. He must be that legendary Emperor-level powerhouse. No wonder Wu Quan from the Immortal Hall fell to the Dao Sect earlier. I never imagined he had already attained enlightenment. Damn it. The Blood Moon Sect Master has been forced to kneel. What should we do? Countless onlookers felt their hearts sink with dread and unease at that moment. No wonder those others chose to side with the Dao Sect. So what if he attained enlightenment? Zhang Tang took a deep breath, slowly straightening his back. His gaze swept over the crowd as he declared, "Gentlemen, do not forget that the Immortal Hall is already heading this way toward the Dao Sect." Zhang Tang's reminder jolted everyone present into sudden realization, instantly recalling the scene they witnessed at the Dao Sect's welcome pavilion. Even if Lu Daoxian succeeded in attaining enlightenment, so what? Regardless of whether this newly crowned emperor could match the veteran emperor who ruled the Immortal Hall still harbored true immortals. Exactly. Everyone, don't panic. Keep your composure. We'll hold him off. Once the main force of the Immortal Hall arrives, it will be the end of these rebels. Right. Countless mighty warriors instantly found excuses to console themselves. We'll fight to the death. Until the bitter end. The disciples of Qingxian sect hovered mid-air. This time, before Chu Qing could speak, they erupted in unison with a resounding shout. Chu Qing's face twitched. Never give up until death? Lu Daoxian materialized before Chu Qing, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You! Cold sweat drenched Chu Qing's back. Just as he prepared to summon the mountain river diagram in his hand to counterattack, he discovered that the diagram had mysteriously vanished from his grasp and now appeared in Lu Daoxuan's hands instead. Does this trash even deserve to be compared to the portrait of our Dao Sect's first patriarch? A cold, murderous intent flashed in Lu Daoxuan's eyes. In an instant, the mountain and river diagram burst into flames, a priceless treasure reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. How is this possible? Chu Qing's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lu Daoxian. Damn it! This is an imperial weapon. How could you? Boom! In an instant, Chu Qing's voice abruptly ceased. An irreversible crack appeared on his face as his life force rapidly drained away, the fissure widening relentlessly. At that moment, Chu Qing resembled a torn magma bed. Damn it! How could this happen? Bloodshot eyes fixed on Lu Daoxian in disbelief, Chu Qing's hands frantically formed seals in an attempt to stem the spreading fissures. No! You can't kill me! A roar erupted from Chu Qing's throat, his eyes pleading for mercy. Senior brother Chu! This is bad. Quick, save senior brother! Countless Qingxian sect disciples paled, instantly flying toward Chu Qing to rescue him. Lu Daoxian merely lifted his head slightly. In an instant, the countless Qingxian sect disciples plummeted from the sky like drones that had lost their signal. They fell to their knees on the ground, unable to move. How could this be? Fear deepened on Chu Qing's face. Watching the disciples fall one after another, he was utterly panicked. No! You can't kill me! As he watched Chu Qing pleading for mercy on the ground, a playful smile curved the corners of Lu Daoxuan's mouth. Didn't you say it was to the death? I'm granting your wish. No! I didn't! At that moment, Chu Qing seemed to be screaming with his last ounce of strength. A flicker of contempt crossed Lu Daoxuan's eyes. Ignoring Chu Qing, he coldly declared, "Rest assured. The first patriarch has decreed no bloodshed before our Dao Sect's celebration. You won't die until our Dao Sect's military parade concludes." I won't die. Hearing this, Chu Qing exhaled in relief. He felt the cracks spreading across his body, though their pace had clearly slowed considerably. At least he could hold on for a few more hours. A cold thought flashed through his mind. As long as he was safe now, perhaps if the powerful figures from the Immortal Hall arrived in time, he might still have a chance to survive. He destroyed an imperial weapon like that? Zhao Qi looked at the Zhao family patriarch beside him and couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. The aura of the mountain river diagram has indeed vanished, Zhao Huiman remarked, equally surprised. To us, an imperial weapon might be a supreme treasure, but to the Dao Sect. Li Buxi shook his head, his gaze settling on Lu Daoxian ahead. Just how powerful was this Dao Sect? Both the Blood Moon Sect master who summoned the 10,000 Souls banner and Chu Qing wielding the mountain river diagram were instantly defeated upon meeting them. One could only imagine. Had they chosen to defect at the last moment, their fates would likely have been no better. They could see that although the cracks spreading across Chu Qing's body had slowed considerably, they were still advancing. It was safe to say he had been given a death sentence with a stay of execution. Once time ran out, unless someone intervened, he too would face certain death. Lu Daoxian, you really intend to exterminate us all? Damn it, how could he be this terrifying? Even the third-ranked Qingxian sect couldn't stop this guy. Watching Chu Qing and the Qingxian sect disciples fall one after another, countless powerful figures at the scene involuntarily took several steps back. Some even turned and fled. Leave? Lu Daoxuan's aura instantly expanded, freezing everyone who had intended to leave in their tracks. Since you've come, why rush to leave? My Dao Sect's military review celebration was held with sincere invitations extended to you all, intending to treat you as honored guests. Yet you arrived bearing murderous intent. In that case, then kneel here and watch our Dao Sect's military parade. As Lu Daoxuan's voice fell, one by one, everyone present bowed to their knees. You traitors of the Dao Sect, who betrayed the human race, the Immortal Hall will not let you off. Someone snarled in defiance, feeling this was an immense humiliation. Rest assured. Even if the Immortal Hall dares to act recklessly within our Dao Sect, they too shall kneel. Lu Daoxian smiled, and in an instant, the oppressive aura emanating from the speaker intensified significantly. Chapter 42, I declare, the Dao Sect military parade ceremony officially begins. Even the Immortal Hall must kneel? Zhao Qi stood quietly behind the Zhao family patriarch. Seeing all the powerful figures before them kneel to the ground, he couldn't help but feel a wave of dread wash over him. Thankfully, their ancestor had shown foresight. All these years, what have we sects been fighting over day in and day out? Li Busi sighed helplessly. Whether it was the world-renowned Immortal Hall or the now enigmatic Dao Sect, neither could compare to their own sect. In the presence of these two sects, he felt like a laughingstock, like a 3-year-old child playing around before two adults. These people. At that moment, the person standing beside Lu Daoxian couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. The gaze they cast upon Lu Daoxian was no longer as casual as before. Why are you all standing there? You are honored guests of our Dao Sect. Please, come inside. Lu Daoxian no longer paid attention to the group of powerful figures kneeling before the Dao Sect's gates. He turned instead to face the Zhao family patriarch, Li Busi, and the others. Yes. But at that moment, these individuals visibly grew uneasy, their discomfort palpable. After all, the power Lu Daoxian had just displayed placed him far beyond their reach. Could this sect master Lu be an emperor? I don't know. I can't sense that terrifying power emanating from him. The Blood Moon sect master had the 10,000 souls banner to bolster him. Even facing an emperor, he might have had some resistance. Yet in this sect master Lu's hands, he didn't put up a single fight. The same goes for Chu Qing of the Qingshan sect and Zhang Tang of the Zhang family. These are figures renowned across the 3,000 continents for ages, yet they were all instantly slain. Could he truly be an emperor? This Dao sect is unfathomably profound. A group of people followed behind Lu Daoxian, murmuring among themselves. In that moment, they seemed to see their own insignificance for the first time. Soon, the crowd arrived at the square, where numerous premium viewing seats had been prepared. A towering structure stood at the front, forming the central axis of the entire parade ground. Upon it sat a divine throne radiating a sacred aura, surrounded by ancient runes swirling in the air. That is, countless powerful cultivators who had just entered the Dao Sect's parade ground found their gazes irresistibly drawn to the sacred throne before them. These runes are profoundly mysterious, resembling ancient scriptures. They contain countless terrifying energies. If one could comprehend them, the potential for cultivation advancement would be immeasurable. The Dao Sect possesses such a treasure? Its grade likely far surpasses the Emperor tier. Its aura is even more terrifying than that emanating from the seat of the Immortal Hall Patriarch we've seen on screens. Could this be a divine artifact? Countless individuals clench their fists, their expressions defying mere description is shock. A divine artifact? Lu Daoxian also withdrew his gaze from the divine throne, his eyes fixed on the surrounding crowd with a peculiar look. Even he had rarely seen this divine throne before, and the slightest energy it emitted could make him feel apprehensive. Could a mere immortal artifact achieve such feats? Master Lu, is this the seat of the venerable elder Qin Zhang? The Zhao family patriarch took a deep breath and turned to ask Lu Daoxian beside him. The divine throne occupied the central axis of the entire plaza, aligning perfectly with the axis of the parade ground, undeniably the seat of the master. Facing this sacred divine seat, even he, with his head of white hair, felt like a child, displaying profound reverence. Indeed. This is the divine seat of our Dao Sect's founding patriarch, the first sect master. Lu Daoxian nodded. Today's grand parade of the Dao Sect marked the day they fully revealed themselves to the myriad heavens. There was no need for concealment. The divine throne of the Dao Sect's first patriarch? You didn't know the first patriarch of the Dao Sect existed? Hey! What are you saying? This is the Dao Sect's parade celebrating the return of its first patriarch. How could the first patriarch not exist? This Lu Daoxian is unfathomably deep. Could it be that the Dao Sect's first patriarch? Countless people sucked in their breath. Some questions they dared not ponder deeply, it was too terrifying. Master Lu, might this elder Qin? Li Busi dared to ask, but upon catching Lu Daoxuan's gaze, he promptly shut up, realizing his curiosity had gone too far. The first patriarch has arrived. Without another word, Lu Daoxian vanished from his spot in a single leap. The first sect leader has arrived? Witnessing Lu Daoxuan's sudden vanishing act, the surrounding crowd froze in shock, their eyes darting frantically around the area. When they regained their senses and looked back at the divine throne ahead, they froze as if struck by lightning. This reaction was especially pronounced among the female disciples of the sects. Upon the divine throne, a figure had materialized at some unknown moment, robes of crimson flowing in the breeze. The man appeared remarkably youthful, as if untouched by the world's impurities. His handsome features held not a trace of effeminacy, yet simply sitting there, he exuded an aura of unassailable authority. No one dared meet his gaze directly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand military review ceremony of our Dao Sect. Qin Jing smiled at the crowd surrounding him, sweeping his crimson sleeves as he declared, I hereby announce the official commencement of the Dao Sect's military review ceremony. Lu Daoxian stepped forward, his gaze sweeping the crowd. All disciples of the Dao Sect, we stand ready for inspection by the first patriarch. We humbly welcome the return of the first patriarch. May the Dao Sect endure forever, and may the first patriarch live eternally. We stand ready for inspection by the first patriarch. We humbly submit to the inspection of the first patriarch. The Dao Sect shall never perish. A chorus of resounding voices erupted from every corner of the Dao Sect, their cries piercing through worlds and galaxies in an instant, seeming to penetrate the very soul of every being. In that moment, the Dao Sect seemed like a candle suddenly ignited, blazing with dazzling light. What's happening? At that instant. Whether it was the honored guests entering the Dao Sect for the review, the mighty warriors kneeling before the sect's gates, or the armies of the immortal halls and demonic tribes approaching the Dao Sect from afar, all immediately lifted their heads toward the direction of the Dao Sect. Has the Dao Sect's military review begun? At that moment. In the vast void, countless warships continuously shuttle through one teleportation array after another, steadily closing the distance to the Dao Sect. What exactly is that sound? Why can we hear it? What is the Dao Sect doing? Everyone, be on guard. The Dao Sect is cunning. Knowing we're coming, they won't surrender easily. They might have set an ambush. Everyone, be on guard. The patriarch of the Taishan sect's gaze grew solemn as he turned to glance behind him. Hundreds of warships were now rapidly converging upon the Dao Sect. Even the ruler of the Immortal Hall was among them. Such a display would strike fear into any sect under heaven. It was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, even against the Dao Sect. Chapter 43, Universal Celebration. Emperor Qin bestows blessings upon the realm. What's going on? Who spoke? At that moment. Across the myriad worlds of the 3,000 continents, countless cultivators of lesser cultivation were utterly stunned by this majestic voice. A Dao Sect military review? The Dao Sect is at least 1,000 states away from here. With my cultivation, I might not even reach it in a lifetime. How could we possibly hear a voice from there? How is this possible? At that moment. Countless cultivators across the 3,000 continents all looked up, seeking the source of the sound. They distinctly felt the grandeur of these resounding voices. Yet they found it hard to believe it originated from the distant Dao Sect. At the Dao Sect's military review site. As the resounding voices of the Dao Sect disciples faded, Qin Zhang rose once more, his crimson robe sweeping across the crowd as he addressed them. The Dao Sect's celebration is a joyous occasion for all under heaven. This is a blessing bestowed by the heavens, wishing smooth cultivation paths for all cultivators across the land. As his words fell, with a casual wave of his hand, golden blessings descended upon the land, gathering upon the masses like raindrops. Blessings? What is this? Senior, you flatter us. We've merely come to show our support. We appreciate your kindness, but this blessing. Some of the powerful figures had barely begun to speak when they felt the benefits of the golden radiance touching their bodies. They immediately fell silent, swallowing hard. Ancestor, what is this? Zhao Qi watched the transformation upon the Zhao family patriarch, a flicker of joy instantly lighting up his own face. I feel I've touched that realm. I could attain enlightenment at any moment, the Zhao family patriarch declared, his excitement impossible to conceal. He looked up at Qin Zhang seated in the main position, then knelt down in excitement, clasping his fists and bowing. Thank you, Senior, for your blessing. Thank you, Senior, for your blessing. Every powerful member of the Zhao clan knelt in unison. Beyond the clan's patriarch himself, as they received the blessing's baptism, they too felt their own bottlenecks shatter. Has Li Busi broken through again? Li Busi excitedly examined his own condition. He never imagined that having just broken through before arriving at the Dao Sect, now, under the blessing's baptism, his realm had once again achieved a breakthrough. Moreover, his realm was stable, without the slightest fluctuation. Could this blessing casually bestowed by the Dao Sect's first patriarch truly be such an immense opportunity for him? Li Busi of the ancient Tang dynasty humbly thanks the venerable elder for bestowing blessings. May the elder enjoy boundless prosperity and eternal immortality. Li Busi knelt down, equally overwhelmed. My old ailment is gone. Years ago, I was ambushed by a brother, leaving me with a hidden affliction. I never imagined today's blessing would erase my chronic condition. Me too. I've broken through. I feel my innate talent has improved significantly. Ha 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 ha. Thank you, Senior, for your blessing. Thank you, Senior, for your blessing. Thank you, Senior, for your blessing. Joyful emotions echoed throughout the entire Dao Sect review grounds, countless smiles lingering on faces impossible to suppress. What an extraordinary blessing! The bottlenecks countless had struggled to break through for years, the hidden ailments they faced, and their overly ordinary aptitudes all were elevated in this very moment. Of course. This blessing did not remain confined to the Dao Sect's parade grounds. As Qin Zhang had declared, it was a celebration for all under heaven. Across the entire 3,000 continents, reaching every nook and cranny, countless cultivators felt this heavenly blessing descend. It's a blessing from heaven and earth. This is a blessing. Thank you, Senior, for your grace. Mother, you're finally healed. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. Thank you, honored elder, for your blessing. I've broken through. At that moment, countless cultivators bathed in this golden blessing, their hearts unable to conceal their excitement. Among the myriad cultivators, they had once been the lowest of the low, utterly incapable of participating in the grand parades of the first and second sects. Such matters were neither their concern nor their focus. Yet at this very moment, they all received blessings from it. Even in the most remote corners, people knew that the Dao Sect was holding a military parade. Every soul felt the grandeur of this celebration. Look! What is that? At that very moment, scenes from the Dao Sect's military parade unfolded like a celestial screen across the realms of every province, causing countless powerful beings to look up. Is that figure in the crimson robe the first patriarch of the Dao Sect? Impossible. The first patriarch of the Dao Sect lived ages ago. Even if he were alive, he couldn't possibly be this young. Shouldn't he be a wrinkled old monster with white hair? It is him. This venerable elder is the first patriarch of the Dao Sect. Our venerable ancestor has bestowed blessings upon us. His majestic presence is truly godlike. We must not be disrespectful. Countless people looked up at the Dao Sect's military review unfolding across the sky, their gazes inevitably drawn to Xinjiang. Aha! The Dao Sect. The first sect master is so handsome. I've decided I'm joining the Dao Sect. I'll go there to seek a master and become a rebellious disciple. Snap out of it. Even when the Dao Sect was considered fallen, they never actively recruited disciples, let alone now. I don't care. I'm going to marry this first patriarch and become his wife. The scenes unfolding on screen, especially the close-up shots zooming in, send countless female cultivators across the realm into a frenzy. Oomph. The first patriarch of the Dao Sect? What an existence. How could we ever hope to see him? Princess. How could you elope? Holy Sun. Wake up. The first patriarch of the Dao Sect is male. Look closely. I know. Heavenly blessing? Where is this blessing? At that moment, within the massive procession of the Immortal Hall hastening toward the Dao Sect, many lifted their heads to scan their surroundings. They had all heard the Dao Sect's proclamation of heavenly blessings, yet they sensed no fluctuations whatsoever. Look! Below! Blessings are truly descending below. Several powerful cultivators looked down at the world below, discovering countless practitioners bathing in golden blessings. Simultaneously, subtle changes were occurring within their bodies. Why aren't we getting any? On the warship, some powerful figures murmured in confusion, watching the scene as if they had been cut off from the world. Oomph! The patriarch of the Taishan sect gave a cold snort, his gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd. It's merely the Dao Sect's despicable trick to deceive those foolish ants. Surely you don't actually believe this blessing is some kind of favor? The patriarch of the Taishan sect paused, his icy gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd. Rest assured. The Hall Master has stated that if everyone performs well this time, he has some insights regarding the path to enlightenment. He won't mind sharing them with you then. What? The assembled powerhouses stared wide-eyed at the grand ancestor of the Taishan sect. Are you serious? The patriarch of the Taishan sect smiled indifferently. Rest assured. Soon we'll all be disciples of the Immortal Hall. Even if you don't attain the insights of an emperor, achieving immortality itself won't be a problem provided you have the talent. Yes. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, the group of powerful individuals instantly straightened their backs, their faces flushing with unmistakable excitement. They glanced once more at the people below, who were grateful for even the slightest blessing, and couldn't help but find them somewhat laughable. Accelerate at full speed. In an instant, countless warships surged forward once more, eager to appear before the Dao Sect's headquarters at once. Chapter 44, since we're already here, why sneak around? Heaven sent blessings? Ha ha, who'd have thought the first patriarch of the Dao Sect was actually pretty decent? With this divine blessing, perhaps our injuries might heal bit by bit. Ha 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 ha. Before the Dao Sect's gates, countless powerful figures knelt on the ground. As they witnessed the blessings descending from the heavens and sensed the fluctuations of breakthroughs within the sect, joy spread across their faces. The closer they were to the Dao Sect, the more they sensed the terrifying opportunities hidden within this blessing. If they could obtain it, they would undoubtedly benefit immensely. What's happening? Has the first patriarch of the Dao Sect emerged? Does such a figure truly exist? Oomph. Don't think this measly blessing can buy us off. I, Zhang Tang, came here to uphold heaven's will. Zhang Tang sneered coldly. Earlier, he had frowned and retreated behind the others, ultimately choosing flight as the best course of action. Thus, when Lu Daoxian froze time, Zhang Tang was facing away from the Dao Sect. Now, whatever unfolded at the parade ground, whatever appeared, was as dark as night to him. He could only gauge events by sound. A mere blessing. Zhang Tang casually lifted his gaze toward the sky. Instantly, his eyes widened in shock and his breathing grew ragged. He could clearly perceive the terrifying energy contained within this blessing, an opportunity far too immense for him to ignore. Come down. Come down. Zhang Tang's gaze locked onto the blessing above him, his voice tinged with urgency. Though the blessing had descended rapidly at first, its descent suddenly slowed as it neared his head. No! Don't stop! Don't stop! Don't stop! Don't stop. In an instant, the blessings before his eyes froze solid, then swiftly vanished into thin air right before his eyes. What just happened? How could this be? Damn it! What did you Taoists do? My blessings. Where are my blessings? They're gone. Damn the Dao Sect. Not only Zhang Tang, but the others were equally stunned. They knelt on the ground, unable to move, their eyes filled with a desperate longing for that blessing. But then, just as the blessings were about to descend upon them, they vanished before their very eyes. Especially witnessing the enhancements bestowed upon figures like Li Busi, the patriarch of the Zhao family within the Dao Sect, after receiving the blessings, this made their inner turmoil even more unbearable. No! Snowflakes drifted down, the north wind howled, and the world lay shrouded in desolation. Xin Zhan watched the scene unfold as well. The blessings clutched in his hand instantly dissipated. A cold smile curved his lips, and he turned away without another glance. Though such blessings meant little to him, he wasn't foolish. If the other side sought to harm his Dao Sect, why should he offer them warmth? The heavenly pride blessing? Not far from the Dao Sect, a mobile void sanctuary silently materialized. What kind of technique is this? The gazes of the demonic clan's elite fixed silently upon the direction of the Dao Sect, their expressions instantly turning grave. Who cares what trick it is? I reckon it's just some petty trick the humans use to win over hearts and minds. This king is curious, just what abilities does this Dao Sect possess? The pale-faced king sneered coldly, not forgetting to glance at the demonic lords behind him. I made it clear beforehand that brat Lu Daoxian must be left for this king. I call upon the demon emperor's holy maiden to bear witness. With that, the pale-faced king bowed his fist respectfully toward the demon emperor and Bai Lioli. The demon emperor remained silent, his gaze turning solemn as he looked at Bai Lioli beside him. The opportunities contained within the Fuxia sect seemed to have found their rightful owners perfectly suited to each individual. What manner of art is this? Bai Lioli instinctively clenched her fists, lifting her head to gaze toward the direction of the Dao Sect, her expression growing profoundly grave. Even in her previous life, such a technique was rarely seen. How had the other party achieved this? What's so difficult about that? These individuals were invited to the Dao Sect. The sect must have known them beforehand. Wasn't it simply a matter of laying the groundwork in advance? The pale-faced king spoke dismissively. This wasn't his first dealings with the human race, he understood their petty tricks well enough. Prearranged? The demon emperor's gaze grew solemn. It seemed the only plausible explanation. Bai Lioli shook her head. She sensed the matter wasn't that straightforward. Taking a deep breath, she fixed her gaze forward once more. I think you're overthinking this. The white-faced king spread his hands dismissively, then sneered coldly. If it weren't for those immortal hall bastards still lurking behind us, forcing us to avoid exposure prematurely, I'd stomp that red-robed brat underfoot right now. He's too full of himself. Everyone. Before the white-faced king could finish his sentence, his entire body shuddered involuntarily. An inexplicable dread welled up within him. He looked around in disbelief. Who's there? Who's there? No, how could this sound penetrate this mobile secret realm? Not only the white-faced king, but all the demon lords and generals instantly went on high alert, sensing something terribly wrong. Your Majesty, didn't you say earlier that this mobile secret realm was in a concealed state? That even true immortals wouldn't easily detect it? When we appeared in the Immortal Hall, even that remnant immortal there didn't notice us at all. Could it be that the Dao Sect also has true immortals? The group of demonic lords immediately turned their wary gazes toward the direction of the Dao Sect. True immortals? The demon emperor scanned his surroundings warily but detected no anomalies. He then turned his gaze toward Bai Lioli. Nothing unexpected should have happened, right? Bai Lioli swiftly scanned the surroundings of the mobile secret realm, detecting no anomalies. Though the small mobile secret realm held little intrinsic value to her, it could indeed block scrutiny from beings below the true immortal realm. Could it be that the Dao Sect truly harbored a true immortal? The thought sent a chill through Bai Lioli's heart. She hadn't expected this decaying, ruined place to be so formidable. But even if the Dao Sect harbored true immortals, so what? In her previous life, true immortals were merely stepping stones for her. I'll see for myself what makes this Dao Sect so exceptional, Bai Lioli declared coldly. Whether it was the Immortal Hall or the Dao Sect, they were nothing but stumbling blocks on her path to unification. Everyone! What makes our Dao Sect so extraordinary? Why not come in and see for yourselves? Xin Zhang looked up at the hidden demonic powerhouses within the shifting secret realm and smiled. Since you're already here, why sneak around? In the blink of an eye, a terrifying attack shot from Qin Zhang's fingers, striking the demon clan's mobile secret realm. The entire realm disintegrated in an instant. At the same moment, the demonic forces, including the demon emperor's holy maiden, froze in utter bewilderment. They stared at each other in stunned silence, as if caught red-handed after spying on someone. Chapter 45, Attending the ceremony or causing trouble? The demon clan? How did the demon clan end up here? The aura emanating from these fiends is terrifying. Could it be that the Imperial Gate has been breached? Many powerful figures kneeling before the Dao Sect's headquarters glanced around in shock at the sudden appearance of demonic cultivators. What on earth is going on? What's happening? Zhang Tong, his back turned to the crowd, felt his face twitch. Unable to move, he could only prick up his ears and ask, "Demons? Where are the demons? What's happening?" Demon clan members. The white-faced king's expression darkened as he scanned the surroundings, swiftly gathering a ball of black energy in his hand. "Don't act rashly." Bai Liuli shot the white-faced king a cold glance. "Since we've already been exposed, why bother hiding? I say we wipe out the Dao Sect completely before the Immortal Palace forces arrive." The aura surged from the white-faced king's body, and the energy sphere in his hand swelled even larger. "How dare you!" The demon emperor unleashed a terrifying aura that instantly dispersed the dark energy cluster in the white-faced king's hand. His deep, piercing gaze fixed on the white-faced king. "Did you not hear the holy maiden's words?" "Yes." The white-faced king clenched his fists so tightly they cracked. Bai Liuli paid no heed to the white-faced king, her gaze sweeping instead over the human cultivators pinned to the ground, unable to move. Many possessed formidable cultivation, yet here they suffered such humiliation before the Dao Sect's gates. What's going on? Bai Liuli waved her hands lightly, then frowned as she realized she couldn't repair the shattered mobile secret realm. In an instant, her gaze swept directly toward the Dao Sect's parade ground. The demon clan? Within the Dao Sect, numerous powerful beings who had traveled from across the 3,000 continents to witness the event instantly rose to their feet in alertness. This is bad. Everyone, be on guard immediately. Don't let the demonic race come and cause trouble. The Zhao family patriarch immediately scanned the surrounding crowd. They had just received the blessings of the Dao Sect, reaping tangible benefits. At this critical moment, they could not stand idly by and allow the Dao Sect's parade to be disrupted by these demonic fiends. White-faced king. Do you still remember me, Li Buxi? Li Buxi fixed his gaze on the white-faced king before him. During their previous battle against the demonic forces, he had been severely wounded by this very white-faced king. A blood feud of life and death bound them. An ant. The white-faced king sneered with disdain, not even bothering to look at Li Buxi. Finally, he slowly closed his eyes. "You!" Li Buxi's aura surged violently, his face contorted with barely contained fury. He turned and bowed respectfully to Qin Zhang. "Thank you for your blessing, senior. Li Buxi is willing to shoulder the burden for the Dao Sect and stop these troublemaking fiends. The entire Zhao clan will never allow these demons to disrupt the Dao Sect's grand military review." The Zhao clan patriarch, accompanied by his followers, bowed with clasped fists to Qin Zhang before turning to confront the demonic forces encircling the Dao Sect. "We pledge to ease the Dao Sect's burdens. We pledge to assist the Dao Sect." Soon, one by one, others stepped forward from the surrounding crowd. Having received the blessings and favors of the Dao Sect, this was naturally their moment to declare their stance. "You fools! The white-faced king is a demonic powerhouse who attained the Dao years ago. How could mere ants like you hope to stop him? Seems we won't need to wait for the Immortal Hall's mighty ones to intervene. You rebels will first face the backlash of these demonic tyrants." Ha 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 ha. Countless onlookers couldn't help but sneer coldly. They never imagined the demonic race would appear en masse here. They were eager to see how this group from the Dao Sect would withstand these merciless, bloodthirsty fiends. "Who is that man? The white-faced king you speak of seems like a child before him. Just one glance from him made me feel suffocated." "Exactly. If not for this damned binding spell on me, a single glance would have torn me apart. This curse locks not only my cultivation but my very life force." The demon emperor. Shu Qing clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. As a prodigy of the human race, he had once infiltrated demon territory to plunder secrets from the realm. He had seen the demon emperor's statue in demon lands. It bore an uncanny resemblance to this man. Demon emperor? Countless powerful figures present sucked in a sharp breath. The demon emperor had appeared in the Dao Sect? Ha 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 ha. Without me, I could witness the downfall of the Dao Sect with my own eyes. Dao Sect, did you ever imagine this day would come? Ha 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 ha. The Dao Sect is finished. This sect, whose legacy spans countless millennia, is doomed today. We are witnessing history unfold before our very eyes. So then, without the Immortal Hall intervening, the Dao Sect will meet its end prematurely. Countless powerful beings forced to kneel before the Dao Sect's gates to witness the spectacle wore expressions of exhilarated joy, nearly cheering for the demonic race outright. For they had suffered the greatest humiliation of their lives here, a peerless powerhouse forced to kneel before this place. This would inevitably affect their Dao hearts in the future, perhaps even breeding inner demons. Are these demons truly here to confront the Dao Sect? Some voiced their doubts. Of course they're here to deal with the Dao Sect. What else would they be doing paying a courtesy visit to offer gifts? The demon emperor himself has arrived. It seems he knows that bastard Lu Daoxian has been hiding something, so he intends to uproot the Dao Sect entirely. Countless eyes fixed on the front, parts filled with conjecture. Yet most secretly hope to witness the Dao Sect's annihilation by the demonic forces. Witnessing this scene, The white-faced king felt utterly cold-hearted. They certainly hadn't come to dine or present gifts. Whether it was the Dao Sect or the Immortal Hall, both would ultimately be trampled underfoot by his demonic tribe. But compared to the Dao Sect and the Immortal Hall, what he most wanted to crush like ants beneath his heel were the lowly creatures below. The demon clan revered strength above all else, and they despised scheming cowards like these the most. Damn it! Dao Sect Military Review Ceremony, Spectator Area. Countless powerful figures gritted their teeth in fury at the sight. Those bastards. They're human after all, yet they practically wish us dead at the hands of the demon race. Master Lu should have executed them earlier. Why keep them alive to spew their venom? Yet beyond their fury toward those men, they also noticed that the leading demonic warrior seemed to be none other than the Demon Emperor himself. The Demon Emperor has personally arrived at the Dao Sect? Even the Zhao family patriarch felt an overwhelming pressure at that moment. Having reached that level of perception, he felt nothing when looking at the white-faced king, but this figure before him was utterly inscrutable. The Demon Emperor, too, had noticed the surrounding crowd's awareness of his presence. He abandoned all pretense of concealment, allowing a faint yet palpable aura of demonic might to emanate from him. Beware! Stop him! The Zhao family patriarch, treating this as a grave threat, instantly amplified the aura radiating from his entire being. The other powerful figures, stunned yet equally alert, summoned their magical treasures, their gazes fixed intently ahead. Please, take your seats. Qin Zhang, seated upon the divine throne, smiled. Instantly, a surge of power flowed into the Dao Sect's viewing area, dispelling their fear and unease. Honored guests. Have you come to witness the ceremony, or to cause trouble? Chapter 46, The Most Beautiful Woman Under Heaven? In an instant, the oppressive aura emanating from the Demon Emperor dissipated instantly. He raised his head, his gaze fixed intently on the crimson-robed figure seated upon the divine throne. A cold sneer escaped his lips. This emperor shall see just how deep the foundations of your Dao Sect truly run. Waves of demonic energy rapidly surged forth from his body. Wait! Bai Liuli frowned and reached out to stop the Demon Emperor. What is it? The aura surrounding the Demon Emperor instantly dissipated as he turned to face Bai Liuli beside him. Although Qin Zhang had just suppressed a fraction of his power, it meant nothing. Having attained true immortal status, he knew exactly how formidable he was. We came here in response to the invitation to witness the Dao Sect's grand military review. Could it be that the Dao Sect does not welcome us? Bai Liuli smiled, her gaze shifting toward the front of the Dao Sect as she produced the sect's invitation letter. It's the Dao Sect's invitation. Countless people recognized the Dao Sect's official invitation in Bai Liuli's hand. They all possessed one, still bearing the sect's distinctive aura. How did the Demon Clan obtain the Dao Sect's official invitation? Could it be the Dao Sect invited them too? No, they must have killed one of our sect's powerful members and stolen it from them. The Dao Sect's invitation scrolls clearly state the name of the invited sect. Even if they stole it, they couldn't impersonate us. Dao Sect's viewing area. Countless powerful figures pulled out their own invitations, examining them repeatedly, utterly stunned that the Demon Clan possessed them as well. What is there to fear? Gentlemen, do not forget the Dao Sect now stands mighty, blessed by heaven's favor. What is the purpose of this military review? Why? To intimidate the Demon Clan. Tell me, if the Demon Clan hadn't come, how could they intimidate anyone? The Dao Sect isn't panicking, why should we? Even if the Demon Clan shows up, so what? I trust our fellow Daoists of the Dao Sect. Exactly. Some nodded firmly, their doubts swiftly dissipating. Now, all they needed to do was choose to stand with the Dao Sect. Besides, not long ago, Qin Zhang had bestowed a great opportunity upon each of them. Deter the Demon Clan? Observing the internal discussions within the Dao Sect, Bai Liuli smiled indifferently. Though the Dao Sect members had indeed brought her some surprises, they were merely that surprises. Having lived another lifetime, the paths she had traversed far outnumbered those of the so-called first patriarch of the Dao Sect. To her eyes, these people were nothing more than children playing games. She couldn't help but admire this man. A mere token of favor had managed to rally hearts and minds in such a short time, preventing internal chaos. But so what? These people alone could never withstand the Demon Clan's assault, not even if Qin Zhang were a true immortal. The first patriarch of the Dao Sect? Surely I'm not the fake patriarch of this sect? Bai Liuli flung the sect's founding text directly at Qin Zhang. The sect's founding document? Qin Zhang shot a puzzled glance toward Lu Daoxian nearby. Lu Daoxian. He knew these so-called sect documents were likely fabricated by those fellows themselves. According to Qin Zhang's claim, anyone in the world was welcome. There was no requirement for an invitation to enter. So then, you're here to witness the ceremony? Qin Zhang ignored the others and turned his attention to the demonic clan members. Naturally. Bai Liuli smiled. Isn't that exactly the point? Qin Zhang's lips curved into a smile as he looked meaningfully at the Demon Emperor. If you wish to see the depth of my Dao Sect's foundations, you may do so openly and honestly. There's no need for such a grand display of force. Noticing Qin Zhang's suggestive gaze, the Demon Emperor's aura surged violently. Father! Bai Lioli quickly tugged at her sleeve, whispering urgently, the Immortal Hall is right behind us. Since we're already here, why not see what tricks the Dao Sect has up its sleeve? Besides, we demons were invited to witness the Dao Sect's military parade. What will the other human clans think when they see this? The pale-faced king stepped closer, his gaze darkening as if he had already grasped the crux of the matter. They will inevitably conclude that the Dao Sect has sided with us. Once confirmed, the Dao Sect will find no refuge left in the 3,000 continents. They'll either be annihilated by the humans or by us. Of course, there's another possibility. That they defect to us. Bai Lioli shot the white-faced king a peculiar look. Since when did you become so sharp-witted? You. The white-faced king fixed Bai Lioli with a piercing stare. Was this woman insulting him? Enough. Since that is the case, let us leave it at that for now. The demon emperor's voice was cold as he instantly suppressed the aura radiating from his body. He intended to see what kind of surprise this Dao Sect would bring to him, a true immortal. Qin Zhang. Wait, are they openly plotting right here? Though the demonic clan used secret arts to conceal their conversation from the heavens, to him it was as clear as day. He had to admit it was a clever plan. Even Qin Zhang couldn't help but give them a mental thumbs up. This. Not far away. Lu Daoxian glanced at the demonic beings, his expression growing slightly peculiar. However, seeing Qin Zhang remain silent, he stepped forward and addressed the demonic group. In that case, esteemed guests, please come inside. Lu Daoxian. Noticing Lu Daoxian, the white-faced king's voice trembled as if he'd seen an enemy. Demon energy surged from his body, swirling around him. This is bad. Is the white-faced king planning a sneak attack? Numerous powerful figures observing the group sensed something amiss and immediately warned Lu Daoxian, Master Lu, be cautious. Lu Daoxian. Stop. Bai Lioli's voice rang out coldly. She couldn't understand how someone she had just praised moments ago could suddenly act so foolish. The white-faced king glanced at Bai Lioli, then caught the demon emperor's gaze. His aura instantly retracted as he leapt swiftly toward the Dao Sect's viewing area, brushing past Lu Daoxian. You'd better be waiting for me. Don't you dare disappoint this king. Lu Daoxian. Let's go. Bai Lioli turned to the other demonic lords behind her and followed the demon emperor toward the Dao Sect's viewing area. Who is that veiled woman? As Bai Lioli entered the viewing area, countless onlookers grew curious. It seems even the demon emperor and the white-faced king listened to her to some extent? No, wait. Could she be the demon clan's holy maiden Bai Lioli, reputed to be the most beautiful woman in the demon clan, indeed in all three realms? At this thought, many powerful figures couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Even among the human race, they had heard much of this holy maiden's fame. She was said to be unmatched in both beauty and talent throughout the three realms. Damn it! Why is she wearing a veil? Can't the world's most beautiful woman be seen? That figure, those beautiful eyes. Even with the veil, I can almost sense the breathtaking beauty hidden beneath. She is undoubtedly the most beautiful woman in the world. What most beautiful woman in the world? But I thought our world's most beautiful woman was in the Dao Sect? In the Dao Sect? Countless Dao Sect disciples awaiting inspection heard the murmuring crowd and couldn't help but twitch their faces. Chapter 47. Everyone. What's happening? Damn it. The Dao Sect has indeed sided with the Demon Clan. Who would have thought the Demon Emperor and that Demon Clan Holy Maiden would appear at this Dao Sect military review? Could it be that the Dao Sect and the Demon Clan are conspiring here, waiting for the Immortal Hall to walk straight into their trap? Damn it, how could this be? I told you these traitors of the Dao Sect had defected to the Demon Clan, but you wouldn't believe me. Well, now you see. The evidence is undeniable. Before the Dao Sect's gates, countless powerful figures knelt on the ground, their eyes fixed intently on the scene before them. Some struggled desperately, only to find themselves utterly immobilized. Dao Sect. You have colluded with alien races, forsaken all humanity, and committed heinous crimes. You villains will face divine retribution sooner or later. You bastards. I advise you to release us now. Otherwise, when the Immortal Hall's army arrives, you'll all be left with no place to bury your corpses. Countless mighty warriors roared with all their might, their eyes bloodshot and filled with layers of red veins. At that moment. In the Dao Sect's parade viewing area, many powerful figures, having recovered from their earlier awe at the Demon Clan's Holy Maiden, also realized the gravity of the situation. Especially those seated in direct opposition to certain demonic powerhouses, their faces twitched visibly. When the opposing gaze fell upon them, they could only force stiff, frozen smiles. At this moment, even if they jumped into the Yellow River, they couldn't wash away the stain. Now that Qin Zhang, the first patriarch of the Dao Sect and host of this grand military parade, had personally invited the other party to enter, they could hardly say anything. Had the Dao Sect truly sided with the demonic forces? They knew not that from the moment they chose to stand with the Dao Sect, there was no turning back. Now, they could only hope the Dao Sect would demonstrate its true strength and intimidate these demonic fiends. Ha 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 ha. The Demon Emperor had barely sat down when an unmistakable grin spread across his lips. He couldn't help but glance at Bai Liuli with satisfaction. Indeed. Merely by entering, they had already sown seeds of discord among the humans. Once such divisions took root, these mortals would never again unite to oppose the demonic race. It could be said. This scheme had paid off handsomely. Fellow Daoist, do you know when the Dao Sect's formal parade will commence? Might we demons witness it? The demon emperor's face bore a faint smile as he looked at Qin Zhang, his tone now carrying considerably more confidence. He was eager to see what kind of storm the Dao Sect could stir up. Qin Zhang. With a casual wave of his hand, the Dao Sect seemed to undergo infinite transformations as if the very sky had shifted. A rift opened in the void, and a man bearing a bow and arrows emerged slowly, striding along the plaza's main avenue toward Qin Zhang. He appeared utterly ordinary, clad in simple robes. Judging by his attire, he resembled nothing more than a menial disciple of the sect. Is it starting already? The pale-faced king spoke with a hint of disdain. When the rift had opened, he had even imagined some great figure emerging from it. Little did he expect it to be such a trifling thing. This one looks pretty weak to me. I could smack a bunch of these types dead with a single slap. A quasi-emperor level demon general stepped forward with a smirk, also eager to impress the demon emperor's holy maiden. This one conceals his aura deeply. His cultivation likely reaches the Dao-attained emperor realm, the demon emperor remarked, frowning. Even if the opponent hit exceptionally well, he could not escape the demon emperor's piercing gaze. Not probably. Bai Liuli shot a cold glance at the demon general behind her and declared, he has already attained the emperor realm. This. The demon general who had spoken earlier shuddered violently, immediately retracting his earlier words. That powerful? Bai Liuli's gaze grew solemn. If Lu Daoxian was an emperor, combined with Qin Zhang, that so-called first patriarch, and the figure before them. In that case, the Dao Sect likely already possessed 3 great emperors. Truly a place where dragons and tigers lie hidden. No wonder this sect managed to endure longer than the other sects across the 3,000 continents during that great catastrophe in the previous era. But that's still nowhere near enough. A playful smile curved at the corners of Bai Liuli's lips. Before a true immortal, even countless great emperors would prove useless. Her gaze returned to Qin Zhang, clad in crimson robes. This man had likely also ascended to true immortal. If she could tie him down, the rest of the Dao Sect would be no match for the demon emperor, a true immortal. Of course. The best approach now was to exploit the conflicts among the human clans, letting the Dao Sect and the Immortal Hall fight each other to the death. Then they could reap the benefits as the third party. Attain the emperor realm? Zhao Qi pulled his gaze away from the demonic clan in disbelief. The very first person from the Dao Sect to step forward for inspection was an emperor realm cultivator? Who is he? How come I've never heard of this disciple of the Dao Sect? He's an emperor too? Isn't it perfectly normal you haven't heard of him? Besides the sect master Lu Daozong and elder Lu Meng guarding the imperial pass, how many others from the Dao Sect do you even know? Well, the speaker fell silent. Indeed. The Dao Sect had always maintained a low profile. Aside from Lu Daoxian and Lu Meng, few knew of its other disciples. Moreover, the Dao Sect never actively recruited new disciples. But soon enough, whispers of discussion also reached the ears of the powerful figures kneeling outside the Dao Sect gates to observe the ceremony. Many eyes fell upon the man in the center of the square, and they couldn't help but sneer inwardly. The great emperor? How could that be possible? A mere fallen sect couldn't possibly have so many great emperors. They're likely just fake emperors fabricated to bolster morale, knowing the Immortal Hall was coming to attack. Look at him, does he even look like an emperor? Exactly. Even at the Immortal Hall's military parade, the opening act was merely the quasi-emperor, the blazing Tiger King. This Dao Sect is just a second-rate sect after all. Many shook their heads in disbelief, their eyes brimming with contempt. Attaining the emperor realm? The man shook his head, slowly approaching Qin Zhang. He removed his bow and arrows, then bowed respectfully before Qin Zhang, disciple Chen Yi, presenting himself for inspection by the first sect master. Approved. Qin Zhang smiled, his eyes lingering on the man with a hint of curiosity. After announcing the parade, many Dao Sect disciples, whether emerging from seclusion or returning from outside, would choose to see him first. Yet some made exceptions, and clearly, Chen Yi before him was one such exception. Got it. Chen Yi drew his bow and nocked an arrow, his aura steadily rising. He aimed the arrow at the group of powerful figures kneeling outside the sect's gates. Damn it! What is he doing? He's not going to execute us for entertainment, is he? Damn it! Don't aim at me! Don't aim at me! Don't aim at me! Several powerful figures frantically waved their hands, their hearts filled with panic as they watched Chen Yi draw his bow and aim at them. Damn it! The Blood Moon Sect master's gaze was fixed intently on the front as well. How could this be? Xu Qing sensed the surge in Chen Yi's aura as well. Now that he was immobilized, if that arrow truly flew toward him, death was certain. Everyone! What's happening? Zhang Teng, facing away from the crowd, looked utterly bewildered. Unable to see the scene behind him, he had no idea what was unfolding. Chapter 48. Don't be impulsive, he can't kill me. Right, right, right. Shoot him. Shoot him. Countless eyes turned toward Zhang Tang as Chun Yi's bowstring pulled taut, aiming directly at him. No. You. You bastards. Though Zhang Tang didn't know what was happening, he sensed something was terribly wrong from their reactions. But now he couldn't move at all. The moment Chun Yi's arrow pointed at him, he instantly felt a sense of impending doom, and fear began to grow. I was wondering what all the fuss was about. Witnessing this scene, the pale-faced king chuckled indifferently. Ha 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 ha. I've heard humans love infighting. Never imagined I'd witness it firsthand today. Why aren't these people running? Are they not afraid? It's just a mere emperor. What is there to fear? Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The demonic warriors erupted in melodious laughter. A smile slowly spread across Chun Yi's lips. The arrow, originally aimed at Zhang Tang, instantly shifted its trajectory toward the demons. Phew! Zhang Tang instantly exhaled in relief, feeling the terrifying pressure crushing him dissipate. His entire back was drenched in cold sweat. You! Seeing Chun Yi's arrow now aimed at the demons, the aura around the pale-faced king surged violently. Chun Yi remained silent. Instead, fiery flames began to swirl around him, gradually coiling around the arrow's shaft. In an instant, Chun Yi aimed his arrow at the white-faced king. Before the latter could react in anger, he swiftly shifted his target to the demon emperor. How dare you! The surrounding demon generals immediately went on high alert, roaring at the white-faced king as their aura surged violently. Could it be that these Dao Sect disciples intended to lure them into a trap and slaughter them? Insolent! Remove that bow at once. Do you wish to die? The white-faced king snapped back to his senses and roared at Chun Yi. In that instant when the arrow locked onto him, he had distinctly sensed the touch of death. He turned to glare at Chun Yi, unable to contain his shock that this man dared show disrespect to the demon emperor. Calm down. Chun Yi chuckled, glancing at the demonic tribe members who remained on high alert throughout. Finally, a playful smile touched his lips. If he won't do, then she will. In an instant, the bow originally aimed at the demon emperor shifted right, locking onto the demon clan's holy maiden, Bai Liuli, standing nearby. Kid. You can try. The demon emperor's aura erupted violently, his gaze darkening into something terrifyingly sinister. In that moment, he resembled a true demonic overlord. Do you believe this emperor could make you die without a burial ground before you even get a chance to strike? As the demon emperor's words fell, the heavens and earth instantly darkened, as if shrouded by a black cloud. If this demon emperor, who had dominated the world for years, had any sore spots, then Bai Liuli was one of them. Bad news. That demon lord is enraged. Everyone, be cautious. The Zhao family patriarch and the other powerful figures instantly went on high alert, their eyes fixed intently on the demon emperor. Father! Don't act rashly. Bai Liuli glanced at Qin Zhang, who had sat unmoved in the seat of honor throughout the entire exchange, and couldn't help but warn the demon emperor. I shall say this one last time. This time. The demon emperor ignored Bai Liuli, his aura growing increasingly cold and oppressive as his surging demonic might became even more rampant. Boy! I advise you to know your place. Otherwise, even if this is the Dao Sect, no one will be able to save you. The white-faced king's gaze was equally cold and stern. Young master! The Holy Maiden is His Majesty's most cherished daughter. I advise you not to act rashly. The female demon general, too, radiated demonic energy. Though she had never particularly liked Bai Liuli, the demon clan differed from the human race. At a moment like this, she could not stand by and watch Bai Liuli fall into the hands of the humans. Why are you all so impulsive? Chun Yi sighed in exasperation, surveying the tense standoff. Father! This is urgent. Don't act rashly, he still can't kill me. Bai Liuli transmitted telepathically. Though the power contained within the arrows of the man before her grew increasingly terrifying, having lived 2 lifetimes, she was not about to fall here. The demon emperor's gaze fixed intently on Chun Yi, saying nothing. Chun Yi. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Chun Yi sighed. I'm gathering my power. With people all around, I'll inevitably aim at them before I shoot, right? I've been constantly shifting my position, yet you still aren't satisfied. Honestly, your honored guests, how could I possibly harm you? Chun Yi grew increasingly exasperated as he spoke. I can't exactly aim this thing at our first sect master, can I? Everyone? Why didn't you say so earlier? All around. Countless people felt as if a flock of crows had just flown overhead, speechless yet secretly relieved. To be honest. As time passed, they increasingly sensed the terrifying power contained within the bow and arrows in Chun Yi's hands. Just one glance made their hearts tremble, let alone being targeted by such a weapon. Qin Zhang. Now that you're ready, let me see what you've got. On the divine throne. Qin Zhang sighed and shrugged. This guy was clearly just trying to scare people. He sure knew how to play innocent. Alright then. Chun Yi's gaze swept toward the demon emperor, who stood poised for battle. A faint smile curved his lips. Are you certain you can block this arrow? Can you make me vanish before I even draw my bow? Whoosh! As Chun Yi finished speaking, the fiery sword pierced the sky. The once dull heavens suddenly brightened, revealing a cloudless expanse stretching for miles. Reporting to the first patriarch. How does this disciple's arrow serve as the opening act for our Dao Sect's military review? After releasing the arrow, Chenyi immediately turned, clasped his fists in a bow toward Qin Zhang, and offered his report with a faint smile. Qin Zhang lifted his gaze toward the depths of the void. Not bad. Is that all? Before the Dao Sect's gates, countless powerful figures kneeling on the ground instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Humiliated and forced to kneel, they had believed their tragic end was imminent. Now it seemed the Dao Sect's so-called military review was nothing but a farce. Once the Immortal Hall's army arrived, they would be saved. The humiliation suffered today would be repaid tenfold in the days to come. The elders of the Zhao family, including Li Buxi, exchanged glances. Though the Dao Sect's arrow seemed to carry terrifying power enough to cause a sensation under normal circumstances now. Not bad? The pale-faced king couldn't help but laugh aloud. Ha ha ha. Has the Dao Sect run out of tricks to show? And you call this not bad? Young man, you should count yourself lucky you didn't strike just now. The demon emperor watched the arrow fly and couldn't help but sneer coldly. Did the opponent truly believe that piercing through the celestial colors he had suppressed with this single arrow was some remarkable feat? Ridiculous. The demon emperor's icy gaze swept toward Chenyi as he raised his hand slightly. Boy, I suggest you. A sudden sway nearly sent the demon emperor tumbling backward. His voice cut off abruptly. Regaining his balance, he looked up at the void in utter disbelief. Boom! A deafening roar erupted across the heavens and earth, causing the entire world to violently shake as if it had been torn apart. Boom! Another thunderous roar echoed, as if a barrier had been utterly pierced, shattering in an instant. Boom! 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 The sky echoed with deafening explosions. Countless people looked up in disbelief, only to see the sky instantly engulfed in flames. Like the void itself shattering, one gaping hole after another appeared. Yet, this spectacle showed no signs of ceasing. The searing flames relentlessly shattered boundary after boundary, relentlessly advancing as if nothing in this world could halt their advance. Chapter 49, Interested in joining our demon clan? What is this? A hole appeared in the sky? A hole? This is more than just a hole. How did that arrow appear? How could it possess such immense power? At that moment, across the 3,000 continents, countless powerful beings looked up in unison. Staring at the void suddenly pierced by countless holes, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. The heavens are truly broadcasting the Dao Sect in real time. That arrow's trajectory points directly to the Dao Sect. Who exactly is this Chenyi? To shatter the void with a single arrow, what a terrifying existence. I never imagined I'd have the fortune to witness such a powerhouse demonstrate their might before my very eyes. Is this truly the Dao Sect? Wasn't it said to be a fallen sect? Though ranked among the 3,000 continents, its actual standing is likely beyond the top 100. Who would have thought that besides benevolent elders like Qin Zhang, the Dao Sect also harbors powerhouses like Chenyi? This is simply too terrifying. 3,000 continents. Countless powerhouses alternated their gaze between the sky and the gaping hole in the void. Within it, terrifying energies surged forth ceaselessly, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. What's happening? Among the hundreds of warships deployed by the Immortal Hall, its ruler cast a cold, shadowed gaze toward the Dao Sect's location before lifting his head to survey the void. How much longer until we reach the Dao Sect? The Lord of the Immortal Hall turned his gaze to the young master of the Immortal Hall beside him. Father! At full speed, we'll reach the Dao Sect in 1 hour. The young master bowed respectfully. Accelerate to full speed. The ruler of the Immortal Hall spoke with a hint of depth in his voice. Yes, father. Anything else? Father, what about that arrow? The young master of the Immortal Hall glanced up at the layers of cavities deep within the void. After a moment's thought, he added, that terrifying arrow has caused panic among many on the warships. Those who harbored lingering illusions about the Dao Sect, those who never truly submitted, might defect at the critical moment. Defect in the midst of battle? The terrifying aura of the Lord of the Immortal Hall swept over all the warships advancing at full speed. He spoke coldly, whether they are sincere or not is irrelevant. What matters is whether they can be utilized for our purposes. Go tell them these so-called cavities are merely illusions conjured by the Dao Sect, nothing more than a veil obscuring the heavens, meant to scare us off. Rest assured. Tell them that once we breach the Dao Sect and purge those traitors, this emperor will personally select the most meritorious among them to impart the Dao. The ruler of the Immortal Hall spoke with utter coldness, casting only a fleeting glance at the cavern in the boundless void before withdrawing his gaze. Yes, father. An illusion? The young master of the Immortal Hall said nothing, immediately conveying the Immortal Hall master's orders as requested. Shortly after the young master departed, the Lord of the Immortal Hall descended onto a massive warship. Approaching with a respectful bow, he addressed the figure, Ancestor. I know. You guessed correctly. That was indeed an illusion from the Dao Sect. Inside the warship, the patriarch of the Immortal Hall, who had been in seclusion meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and spoke. He glanced up at the void, now pierced with countless arrow-like holes, his heart growing utterly cold. Destruction of this magnitude was beyond his current capabilities. Even at his peak, he would have struggled to achieve such devastation. Though these fissures appeared utterly real, their very realism exposed their falseness. The Dao Sect had simply tried too hard to appear authentic. Having lived for so many eons, what storms had he not weathered? Rest assured. With this sovereign here, the Dao Sect cannot stir up any significant trouble. For now, our concern should be the demonic tribes. The Immortal Hall Patriarch paused briefly before continuing. I shall personally negotiate with those demonic tyrants. If possible, we shall divide the realm along the river. Yes, ancestor. The Lord of the Immortal Hall said no more. Bowing respectfully, he withdrew. Is that the direction of the Dao Sect? What's the story with that arrow? It actually pierced a hole this big in the heavens and earth. Human realm, you show. After leading the demonic forces of 500,000 troops to this rear base, the Demon King now gazed into the depths of the void with equal gravity. Father, could something unexpected be happening over there? Should we? A man with antennae protruding from his horns and black fissures running through his brow crushed several skulls beneath his foot, grinding them to dust. His face twisted into a savage grimace. That old fool is dead and done with. But that Bilioli had better not die so soon. I've said it before, I'll tear off her noble mask and make her crawl beneath my feet. The Demon King merely glanced at the man before withdrawing his gaze. Rest assured. Once we subdue the human race this time, I'll petition him to arrange a marriage between Bilioli and you. But that woman has made another breakthrough recently. I suggest you focus on enhancing your cultivation first. The man with the fierce, horned face dismissed the concern. Rest assured, father. That old fool only became a true immortal because of that woman. Once I capture that woman and uncover her secrets, I'll make you the true emperor of our demon clan. How could that be possible? Dao Sect Review Grounds. Seeing the hole appear in the sky at such close range, even the demon emperor's hands trembled slightly. How could this guy be this strong? No. You're not an emperor. You can't be an emperor. Even Bilioli stared at the scene in utter disbelief, her gaze fixed on Chen Yi as she declared, this isn't something an ordinary emperor could accomplish. You can't be an emperor. Chen Yi. When did I ever claim to be an emperor? Emperor? Chen Yi spread his hands helplessly, wondering if she was actually insulting him. Bilioli looked up at the void, where a hole brimming with countless powers gaped open. Her gaze then locked onto Chen Yi. Even a true immortal powerhouse couldn't achieve something like this so easily. He was still an elite among true immortals. She never imagined that in this desolate land, where no one could ascend to immortality anymore, such a gifted individual could still emerge. It truly surprised her. Perhaps in the previous era, the Dao Sect had endured so long amidst the calamity precisely because of this man, though ultimately, even they might not escape annihilation. You're Chen Yi, correct? Bilioli stared at Chen Yi as she spoke. What's up? Chen Yi yawned listlessly, but upon realizing they were at the military parade site with Qin Zhang still watching, he snapped to attention and stood ramrod straight. Interested in joining our demonic clan? Bilioli didn't beat around the bush, extending an olive branch directly to Chen Yi. A talent like his, with just a little cultivation, might one day become a force to help her fight against that impending catastrophe. He absolutely must not be wasted in a place like the Dao Sect. Chapter 50, just you wait. This time he'll definitely accept. What? The spectator area. Countless human cultivators glared angrily at the demonic crowd. Damn it! That witch dares to poach people in public. Has she forgotten this is still the Dao Sect? Exactly. She's not even trying to hide it anymore? Fellow Daoist Chen Yi, you absolutely must not agree to these fiends' demands. Even if she possesses a perfect figure and may be the most beautiful woman under heaven, you cannot consent to her. No way. Brother, are you seriously trying to talk him out of it? Countless human cultivators grew tense. Given the power Chen Yi had displayed earlier, this could very well be an emperor-level being or even beyond. Having such a being on their side would undoubtedly bring immense security. Who would have thought the demonic race would attempt to poach allies so brazenly in public? Gentlemen, this is going too far. You are our guests, but as guests, you should abide by the rules. The Zhao family patriarch stepped forward, his voice cold. Ha 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 ha. Follow the rules? Old man, you should know we're demons, shouldn't you? When have we demons ever followed any rules? Such a powerful being should become part of our demonic clan. How could you weak humans possibly possess it? From the demon clan side, many demon generals couldn't help but retort coldly. A powerhouse like Chen Yi truly belonged among their demonic ranks. You? The Zhao family patriarch was about to retort, but his gaze shifted and he noticed that not a single visible disciple of the Dao Sect had spoken. They seemed utterly indifferent. What was going on? He immediately fell silent, choosing not to speak further. Instead, his gaze fixed intently on the demonic tribe members, a chill settling in his heart. Didn't the Dao Sect already collude with the demonic clan long ago? What's this new alliance about? Many powerful figures kneeling before the Dao Sect's gates wore expressions of bewilderment. Just playing along. They're deliberately distancing themselves to make the world believe they never colluded with the demonic race before. Zhang Tang, standing with his back to the crowd, couldn't help but snort coldly. Though he couldn't see what was happening behind him, he could infer from the surrounding murmurs. After a moment's thought, he continued. If I'm not mistaken, they'll soon find an excuse to shift the blame for their joining the demonic forces onto us, claiming we forced their hand. Countless people heard this. Couldn't help but draw in sharp breaths, realizing Zhang Tang's words held undeniable logic. So that's how it is. Who would have thought the Dao Sect was so treacherous? Hypocrites. They're clearly a bunch of scoundrels, yet they still put on such a show. The fact that these traitors remain unmoved by the demonic forces appearing here speaks volumes. They truly deserve to die. Countless people knelt on both knees, suddenly seeing the light. The deeper the Dao Sect sins, the more it proved their choice was correct. Once the Immortal Hall's army arrived, salvation would be theirs. But frankly, it was nothing more than self-comfort. Rest assured, everyone. Hearing his words met with approval, Zhang Tang's lips curled into a smug smile as he continued, if I'm not mistaken, within 3 seconds. He will surely agree to that demonist's request. 3, 2, 1. Sorry. Not interested. Chen Yi indifferently withdrew his gaze, having thought the other party was about to say something. Zhang Tang's voice abruptly cut off. A sudden chill ran down his spine. How could this be? Wait. No. Fellow cultivators, my apologies, I forgot I still need to go through the motions. Zhang Tang quickly steadied his breathing and continued, rest assured, after 3 refusals and 3 offers, that which will invite him again immediately. 3 refusals and 3 declines? The expressions around him grew peculiar. No, I didn't mean to imply anything about the Immortal Hall. Zhang Tang suddenly realized something, shuddering involuntarily as cold sweat poured down his back. What on earth was wrong with him today? Normally, he should have kept a low profile like the Zhao family of the Immortal clan, avoiding unnecessary talk to prevent revealing more weaknesses. But today, he seemed to be talking more than he ever had before. It's him! Zhang Tang instantly grasped something. Ever since he chose a different path from the Zhao family, his mindset had shifted. It was as if his subconscious was struggling against defeat, constantly seeking to prove the validity of his choices throughout the process. Soon, he calmed himself once more. This time, he would not be mistaken. The demonic sect saintess would undoubtedly speak again. Not interested? Bai Liuli seemed unsurprised by Qing Yi's refusal. She smiled and said, there's no need to rush your answer. Join us, demons. We can provide you with a far superior cultivation environment. Don't waste your potential. With your talent, only the demon clan can offer you. I'm really not interested. Chen Yi quickly cut Bai Liuli off. Join the demon clan? Was he out of his mind? He stole a glance at Qin Zhang, who was watching him with keen interest from behind, and a shiver involuntarily ran down his spine. Him? Bai Liuli, who had also noticed Chen Yi's furtive glance toward Qin Zhang, spoke with confidence. He can offer you no assistance in your cultivation. Only by joining the demon clan can we better support you, enabling you to advance further on your cultivation path. Though Qin Zhang was likely a true immortal himself, how much assistance could one true immortal offer another? Regarding this, Bai Liuli remained highly confident she could lure Chen Yi over. You? Help me go further? Chen Yi pointed at Bai Liuli, then at himself, his gaze growing distinctly peculiar. I'll help you. Bai Liuli. Not necessary. Chen Yi warily pulled away from Bai Liuli, as if he'd seen a ghost. Bai Liuli's expression darkened instantly. Her gaze locked onto Chen Yi before she whispered telepathically, what if I told you I could help you break through to the Immortal King realm? Immortal King? Chen Yi stared at Bai Liuli in shock. Damn it! Bai Liuli gritted her teeth, not expecting this guy to blurt out her whispered words. Yet, she still nodded triumphantly in the end, that's right. For her, as long as Chen Yi possessed sufficient talent, helping him become a celestial king posed no real difficulty. Now that Chen Yi had reached the true immortal realm, he was no stranger to the Immortal King realm and would certainly not refuse her condition. No true immortal level powerhouse would ever turn down her offer. Well, Bai Liuli peered at Chen Yi from beneath her veil, smiling cheerfully as if his acceptance was merely a matter of time. Ha 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 ha. I told you so. After 3 refusals and 3 offers, he'll agree. Zhang Tang heard the surrounding murmurs, and a smile began to spread across his face once more. His guess had indeed been correct, the woman had spoken again, and Chen Yi had refused. But this time, he would likely refuse once more. Not interested. Chen Yi said flatly. Think carefully. Once this opportunity passes, it won't come again. Bai Liuli's lips curved into a playful smile. She was eager to see how long he could maintain his aloofness. Ha ha ha. I, Zhang Tang, truly possess the makings of a master strategist. Seeing his prediction had come true once more, Zhang Tang's smile grew even brighter. Everyone, just watch. This time, he'll definitely agree. 3, 2, 1. Are you out of your mind? Do you think I need you to tell me I'm already a divine king? Why would I need your advice? Chun-Yi couldn't help but snap back angrily. Chapter 51. This only proves these people are panicking. He seriously suspected this woman was mentally unstable. If she caused the first sect master to doubt him, that would be disastrous. Immortal king? Bai Liuli appraised Chun-Yi with a few glances before shaking her head. To break through to true immortal in this shattered world alone was proof enough of Chun-Yi's extraordinary talent. As for immortal king? The rules of this shattered world were long since incomplete. Even for her, breaking through to immortal king in the future would likely prove no easy feat. This fellow probably has no idea what a celestial king truly represents, does he? You have no idea what a immortal king entails. It's beyond true immortal. Will you shut up? Chun-Yi shot Bai Liuli a withering glance. Was this woman trying to drive him to his grave? Out of the corner of his eye, he caught Qin Zhang watching everything unfold behind him. A chill ran down Chun-Yi's spine, and he dropped to his knees with a thud. First Patriarch, I, Chun-Yi, have served the Dao Sect with unwavering loyalty and devotion. Heaven and earth bear witness to my sincerity. Please do not misunderstand me. Him? Bai Liuli's face twitched. She hadn't expected Chun-Yi to be so ungrateful as to refuse her again. Could it be because of this man? Are you afraid of him? Watching Chun-Yi grovel so utterly before Qin Zhang, Bai Liuli stepped forward and asked coldly, rest assured, with me here, he can't touch you. Chun-Yi. This was the venerable ancestor of their Dao Sect, the very spiritual totem of their order. How could there be any fear? He was their faith itself. Of course. Saying he wasn't afraid would be a lie. Bai Liuli glanced at Qin Zhang but quickly averted her gaze. This man wielded demonic arts. A mere glance could draw one deep into its depths. Just as when she had removed her veil. His demonic arts proved troublesome for her to counter, her cultivation still too shallow in this lifetime. Thud. Bai Liuli pressed her jade-like hand lightly against her chest, swiftly steadying her breath. She looked at Chun-Yi again and said, join the demon clan. Only the demon clan can truly help you. Staying in the Dao Sect will offer no benefit to your cultivation path. No. Do I look like I'm giving you face? Chun-Yi's aura erupted instantly. He drew his bow and aimed it directly at Bai Liuli, the blazing flames on the arrow flaring higher and higher. You. Bai Liuli shot Chun-Yi a wary glance, clearly sensing the terrifying energy contained within his arrow. This power far exceeded that of a true immortal. Could he truly be an immortal king? Impossible. Bai Liuli shook her head frantically. In this shattered world, attaining immortal status was already the ultimate limit. Breaking through to immortal king was utterly impossible. Her eyes fixed on Chun-Yi warily as she swiftly backed away. I thought you weren't afraid of death. Chun-Yi sneered. In this world, no one but Qin Zhang could aid him. Within these fractured rules, ascension to immortality was no longer possible. The reason Dao Sect could still produce immortals was because its disciples practiced Qin Zhang's teachings, a system transcending this world entirely. No one but Qin Zhang could aid him. Oh no! As if struck by a sudden realization, a bead of cold sweat formed on Chun-Yi's forehead. He immediately turned and bowed his fists toward Qin Zhang, exclaiming, First Patriarch, don't listen to his nonsense. Who in the Dao Sect doesn't know that I, Chun-Yi, am utterly loyal to the Dao Sect? Enough! Qin Zhang spread his hands dismissively, glancing at Bai Liuli with interest. He never imagined someone would dare poach disciples right before his eyes. How amusing. Of course. He could clearly sense secrets hidden within the man. After all, a normal great emperor wouldn't possess the audacity to speak to an immortal king in such a manner. First Patriarch. Please don't misunderstand. Chun-Yi forced a smile. Don't disrupt the parade proceedings. Qin Zhang said. He was eager to see what surprises the disciples of the Dao Sect would bring him next. Yes, First Patriarch. Chun-Yi clasped his fists and stepped aside, shooting Bai Liuli a fierce glare. You ungrateful brat. You'll regret this. Bai Liuli's voice was icy cold, her eyes filled with a thread of chill. It seemed his refusal was likely due to Qin Zhang's presence. She would have to wait until he had completely subdued the Dao Sect before making her move. Such extraordinary talent was truly wasted in a place like the Dao Sect. Of course, after today, the Dao Sect may cease to exist in this world. Oomph. Utterly ungrateful. The Holy Maiden personally invited you time and again, yet you still refused. Boy, do you have any idea what colossal fortune you've missed out on? Utterly foolish. Since you've chosen to stay in the Dao Sect, prepare to die. You fool. To reject the Holy Maiden's invitation, are you courting death? Countless demonic cultivators watched this scene unfold, their faces flushing with rage. They never imagined this man could be so utterly ungrateful. The demon emperor stepped forward, his aura surging. No need to rush. Once the Dao Sect is destroyed, this man will have nowhere to turn. He'll naturally come to us. Bai Liuli whispered telepathically. Then Chun-Yi would realize just how foolish his choice had been. That red-robed sorcerer wielding demonic arts would be of no help to him. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. I told you so. How could any Taoist cultivator possibly want to associate with this bunch of demons? The spectator area. Rather than sharing the demon's fury, the human realm's powerful figures burst into laughter, hearty, unrestrained laughter while simultaneously breathing sighs of relief. Had Chen Yi truly joined the demonic race, it would have spelled utter ruin for them. To their surprise, not only did he refuse to join the demonic race, but he also unhesitatingly rejected the temptation of the Immortal King's opportunity. Some eyes drifted toward the kneeling spectators outside, a hint of smugness flickering in their hearts. These individuals had defected at the last moment when the Immortal Hall revealed a true immortal. Little did they expect that now, the Dao Sect had also produced a true immortal. A true immortal? How could that be? How could he be a true immortal? This must be fake. Isn't it true that immortality ceased to exist in this world long ago? In a world where even great emperors are few and far between, how could so many true immortals suddenly appear? Countless powerful beings kneeling before the Dao Sect's gate stared in disbelief at this scene. How could the Dao Sect possibly harbor a true immortal? If true immortals existed, why did they remain so low-key? Why did they tell others that their sect's strongest was merely a quasi-emperor? Refuse? No, how could they refuse? After 3 refusals and 3 offers, he should have accepted. How could he refuse? He should have joined the demon clan. No, that's not right. Zhang Tang, standing with his back to the crowd, felt utterly bewildered. He sensed the cold remarks and sharp sarcasm behind him. How could he have misjudged again? Why wouldn't that man join the demon clan? The demon clan had offered such favorable terms. Everyone, don't be fooled. Wrong. Everything before was a mistake. It was the Dao Sect's illusion, meant to intimidate us. How could this world possibly harbor so many true immortals? The Dao Sect must have long since defected to the demon clan. Now that they know true immortals have appeared in the Immortal Hall, they've deliberately set this trap with the demon clan to deceive us and the Immortal Hall. This only proves they're panicking. Zheng Tong roared with all his might. It had to be true, otherwise, how could he have been so wrong? Chapter 52, Old Scoundrel Lu Daoxian. Come out to face me at once. Upon hearing this, the surrounding experts all froze in surprise, a glimmer of hope flickering in their eyes. Right. It must be so. Do you really think such a cheap illusion could fool me? This must be a grand scheme orchestrated by the Dao Sect and the demon clan. With a true immortal appearing in the Immortal Hall, both the Dao Sect and the demon clan must be panicking. Exactly. Ha 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 ha. Once the Dao Sect arrives, they won't even have a place to bury their dead. Countless powerful figures kneeling on the ground chanted these words to brainwash themselves. Soon, the fear that had once clouded their faces began to fade, replaced instead by a growing numbness until they could only believe what they chose to believe. Qin Zhang. He seriously doubted whether these people were stupid. A bunch of doomed men, and the Dao Sect was still rushing to put on a show for them? Qin Zhang shook his head, uninterested in engaging with them. They were merely toys for the disciples of the Dao Sect. Woo! A deafening roar echoed across the heavens and earth. From the newly opened secret realm, warships began slowly emerging one after another. Woo! The warships formed a disciplined formation, steadily closing in on Qin Zhang. The Dao Sect actually possesses warships of this caliber. And by the looks of it, there are quite a few. At least dozens. No, it's already over 100. How can there be no end to them? The Dao Sect. The viewing area. Countless powerful figures sucked in their breath in unison, staring wide-eyed at the breathtaking spectacle. Who could have imagined the Dao Sect concealed such depth? The appearance of over 20 warships from the Immortal Hall alone had already left them speechless. Now, witnessing this Dao Sect's formidable display, it was no wonder that countless so-called number 1 sect had perished while this second-ranked sect endured. With the Dao Sect's current foundations, what foolhardy fool would dare attack it? Wouldn't that be courting death? Many felt profound relief, grateful they hadn't defected at the last moment but had steadfastly remained loyal to the Dao Sect. Oh no! In the same viewing area, the expressions of the demonic clan's elite warriors darkened noticeably. As they watched over 100 warships slowly emerge from the secret realm, they instinctively clenched their fists. How could this be? Even the white-faced king no longer carried his usual composure. How could the Dao Sect suddenly produce over 100 warships of this caliber? His gaze shifted to Bai Lioli. No wonder this woman had repeatedly warned that the Dao Sect should not be underestimated. These warships might not pose a threat to him individually, but deployed together, they could spell utter annihilation for the demon clan's million-strong army. What kind of sect is this Dao Sect? Even Bai Lioli's expression had grown grave. With Father Emperor here, they won't be able to stir up much trouble. Seeing Bai Lioli's concern, the demon emperor immediately spoke with renewed confidence. Since ascending to immortality, he hadn't had a proper chance to demonstrate his full power. He was eager to see if these people could withstand him. There seemed to be people aboard these warships. Yes. Bai Lioli's gaze swiftly swept across the approaching warships. Each vessel bore a disciple of the Dao Sect standing watch. But soon, she exhaled in relief, a rare smile curving her lips. Golden core? Nascent soul? Golden core? Each worship carried a Dao Sect disciple, yet none possessed particularly high cultivation levels. The Dao Sect hid its true strength deeply, yet not everyone was like Chen Yi. Perhaps this first one to appear represented the sect's greatest reserve. In the previous era, the reason the Dao Sect managed to cling to existence in this shattered world for so long was likely due to Chen Yi's existence. She absolutely could not let such talent slip away. Even if she regained her cultivation by then, the impending catastrophe was not something she could withstand alone. She needed more allies to lend her strength. How could this be? Countless powerful figures kneeling before the Dao Sect were utterly dumbfounded. Their attention wasn't fixed on the Dao Sect disciples aboard the warship. Instead, the sheer number of Dao Sect warships sent shivers down their spines. When the Immortal Hall had deployed over 20 vessels, it had already made their legs tremble. They never imagined the Dao Sect had concealed so many. Judging by the aura emanating from these vessels, they were in no way inferior to the warships previously displayed by the Immortal Hall. If anything, they seemed even more formidable and opulent. How could there be so many? How could the Dao Sect possess such a vast fleet? It's fake. It must be fake. That's right. This is an illusion, a sleight of hand. All of it is absolutely fake. You rebels. Stop putting on this charade. The eyes of these powerful figures glowed crimson, their features contorting into grotesque, terrifying expressions. What's happening now? Zhang Teng, still facing away from the crowd, looked perplexed once more. Exactly. This must be an illusion. How could the Dao Sect possibly have so many warships? Could this tiny Dao Sect even hold them all? Exactly. Exactly. Though countless others couldn't see Zhang Teng either, they wholeheartedly agreed with his words. Rest assured, everyone. The Dao Sect's good days are numbered. Seeing his words met with agreement, Zhang Teng continued with a smile, they won't be able to run rampant for long. Once the Immortal Hall's army arrives, the tables will turn. As long as... Zhang Teng was about to say more when his eyes suddenly widened. Several figures clad in Taoist robes were flying swiftly toward the Dao Sect on swords. Old scoundrel Lu Daoxian. Come out and face me at once. A cold voice echoed from the distance. Upon realizing the arrivals were equally hostile, a flash of delight crossed his face. Shu Shan? Master Shu, over here. Zhang Teng waved excitedly toward the group of flying Taoist elders. An old Taoist with a white beard and a whisk in hand slowly descended beside Zhang Teng. Zhang Tong? Rise. Though I have attained the status of an immortal emperor, I remain approachable. Fellow Daoist, there is no need for such formalities. Shu Woman, the Shu Mountain Patriarch, gently stroked his white beard, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Zhang Teng. Zhang Teng's face twitched. Did he want him to kneel here? But he quickly grasped the crucial point. Had the Shushan sect leader also attained enlightenment? In the past, he might have felt envy, but now this was actually a good thing for him. From their earlier exchange, he'd already deduced the other party meant no good. In other words, the Dao Sect now faced another enemy of emperor-level power. Great Emperor Chu, I. Shu Woman paid Zhang Teng no mind. His gaze instead drawn to the others kneeling around him. Among them were Chu Qing of the Qingshan sect and the master of the Blood Moon sect. Could it be that these individuals had somehow learned of his ascension to emperorhood in advance? A radiant smile spread across Chu Woman's face. Please rise, everyone. My visit to the Dao Sect concerns the traitorous disciple. It has nothing to do with you. There's no need for such formalities. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, Chu Woman exuded the air of an exalted emperor. He deliberately circled each kneeling figure, his smile growing increasingly difficult to contain. Is this the treatment reserved for an emperor? Chapter 53, Who dares challenge our Dao Sect? Everyone, please rise at once. Shu Woman continued, gently stroking his beard as he gestured for everyone to rise. This. The corners of the powerful figure's mouths twitched. Did they actually want to kneel on the ground? They seriously suspected this old man was deliberately humiliating them. Daoist friend Chu, we. The Blood Moon sect leader opened his mouth, his face betraying a look of awkwardness. The relationship between their sect and Mount Shu had always been somewhat delicate. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine they'd one day pay such profound respect to this old man, especially since he'd actually attained the status of an emperor. Ah! Is this not the Blood Moon sect's leader? This emperor cannot bear such profound courtesy. Please, rise at once. Shu Woman deliberately sauntered over to the Blood Moon sect leader, swaying slightly as he approached, his smile growing ever more pronounced. Put! The Blood Moon sect leader spat out a mouthful of blood. You! His gaze locked onto Chu Woman as the sect master struggled desperately, only to find himself still immobilized. Finally, he forced down the rage boiling within. We are trapped by bandits. We implore you, fellow cultivator, to lend us your aid. The Blood Moon sect leader pleaded. Shu Woman and the group of Shushan elites, including the Supreme Elder, all froze in shock. Their gazes swiftly swept over the crowd kneeling on both knees around them. These individuals did not appear to be paying respects, rather, they seemed forced to their knees. Woman! Look over there. The Supreme Elder of Mount Shu took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping toward the Dao Sect's parade ground. Countless warships continued to emerge one after another. Each vessel was immense, radiating a terrifying aura. Even he, as the Supreme Elder of Shushan with near-emperor cultivation, felt a faint pressure confronting a single warship. Let alone so many hulls. Dao Sect. Shu Woman gritted his teeth, his aura steadily expanding. As if recalling something, the rage within him surged uncontrollably. His successful seclusion to attain enlightenment should have been a cause for celebration. Yet upon emerging, he had heard something he never dared believe possible in his lifetime. His beloved disciple had betrayed him. My beloved disciple. Did you not expect your master to have broken through? A flicker of amusement crossed Shu Woman's face. He was eager to see the reaction of that traitorous disciple upon seeing him. Senior Chu. The Dao Sect has committed heinous crimes against heaven and earth. We implore you to uphold justice for us. Chu Qing also looked at Shu Woman and said, we heard the Dao Sect was holding a grand military review ceremony, so we specially brought our blessings to congratulate you. Yet we never imagined these traitors of the Dao Sect would collude with the demonic tribes. To curry favor with those fiends, they schemed to force us to kneel here. And those demonic tyrants have entered the Dao Sect, joining these traitors and participating in this very military parade celebration. Exactly. 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 We implore you, Master Chu, to vindicate us. As Chu Qing spoke, the crowd kneeling all around him joined in chorus. Now that Chu Woman had attained enlightenment, he would surely rescue them from their suffering. Come bearing blessings? Chu Woman's gaze swept over Chu Qing and the group of Qingxian sect disciples nearby. Were it not for the mourning robes still draped upon them, he might have almost believed it. But the demonic race. Chu Woman's gaze shifted toward the Dao Sect's viewing area. Soon, his expression darkened slightly. It really is those demons. The Supreme Elder of Shushan and the other Shushan powerhouses beside him instantly went on high alert, their gazes fixed intently on the demonic tribe members. Could it be that the Dao Sect had truly defected to the demon clan? Fellow Daoists, how could we deceive you? The Dao Sect has openly betrayed our human race. Please rescue us first, fellow Daoist. We will certainly aid you in eradicating these traitors of the Dao Sect. Exactly. Today, we shall take justice into our own hands. Powerful cultivators around them spoke up one after another, their eyes fixed on Shu Woman with a hint of eagerness. Shushan Mountain had always been at odds with the demonic tribes, constantly proclaiming their mission to exterminate demons and uphold the Dao. Once it was confirmed that the Dao Sect had colluded with the demonic tribes, Shushan would certainly not spare the Dao Sect. They would also intervene to save them. Rest assured, all of you. This is but a minor matter. Rise. Shu Woman drew a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on the direction of the Dao Sect. Imperial might surged and rolled around his entire body. He glanced at the crowd kneeling around him. With a casual wave of his hand, ripples instantly spread across their bodies, seemingly dissolving the restraints binding them. He declared confidently, you are free now. Finally, Shu Woman deliberately turned his gaze toward the Blood Moon Sect Master and Chu Qing standing nearby. Thank you, fellow Daoist Chu. Thank you, Senior Chu. The Blood Moon Sect Master and Chu Qing were about to rise when, in the next instant, they froze in place, staring at Shu Woman with puzzled expressions. Shu Woman frowned, channeling another surge of spiritual energy toward the two before turning with confidence. Rise. Shu Woman. Are you mocking me? The Blood Moon Sect Master's face darkened, his entire being brimming with fury. Senior Chu. Chu Qing's face also twisted in discomfort as he opened his mouth. The moment they attempted to rise, not only did they fail, but the terrifying pressure bearing down on them grew even more oppressive. Master Chu. Emperor Chu. What's going on? Didn't you say it was over? My knees are numb from kneeling. In an instant, boundless terror washed over every face in the room. Chu Woman's actions had not only failed to save them but had intensified the oppressive force bearing down upon them. What's going on? Chu Woman turned, utterly bewildered. As an emperor-level cultivator who had attained the Dao, how could he possibly fail to save these people? Only by attaining the Dao. Only then could one truly grasp the vast chasm between an emperor and a mortal and unbridgeable divide for all others. Go! Shu Woman formed seals with both hands, and streaks of talismanic light instantly descended upon the surrounding group of powerful individuals. Put! Gushes of blood spurted from the bodies of the mighty warriors, who gazed at Shu Woman with their dying eyes. They began to suspect whether he was sent by the Dao Sect to kill them. Who did this? Shu Woman demanded, his face darkening. Lu Daoxian. A powerful figure glared ahead with hatred, his dying voice barely audible. Bang! Shu Woman's expression instantly darkened as he turned toward the Dao Sect's parade ground. Lu Daoxian, are you certain you dare not show yourself? There are matters this emperor must settle today. Otherwise, do not blame this emperor for overturning your Dao Sect. Whoa! The rumble of warships continued unabated. Within the Dao Sect, no one paid Chu woman any mind as vessel after vessel emerged from within, filing past to receive Qin Zhang's inspection. Who dares threaten to overthrow our Dao Sect? In an instant, the heavens and earth shook violently, as if the very cosmos trembled in dread. A colossal warship began to emerge from the secret realm. Chapter 54. Had your junior brother not intervened, I would have purged the sect myself. Whoa! Whoa! The warship's rumbling persisted as a colossal entity slowly moved within the secret realm. For an instant, it seemed as though the entire heavens and earth had been obscured by this colossal presence. What is this? At that moment, whether it was the demonic and human cultivators in the Dao Sect's viewing area, or the powerful figures kneeling before the Dao Sect, or the countless cultivators across the heavens witnessing this scene, all held their breath in shock at this sudden, colossal apparition. What on earth is happening at the Dao Sect? Over 100 warships are one thing, but what is this colossal thing? Could it be a demon beast? No. Look. That seems to be another warship to a colossal warship. How is that possible? How could such a colossal warship exist in this world? It's bigger than my entire sect. Countless cultivators across the myriad heavens, watching the celestial spectacle, found their hearts unable to settle. This utterly shattered their understanding of reality. Though they weren't physically present at the scene, those across the heavens could sense the sheer terror of the spectacle through this mysterious projection. Which sect in this world could possibly withstand such a terrifying presence? Never imagined I'd witness a warship of this caliber in my lifetime. Truly, I die without regret. My Yun family and the Lin family fighting tooth and nail over a few streets in a small place like Tianyong City. Now that I've seen the true vastness of the world, it all seems rather laughable. Indeed. This world is vast indeed. Let us go explore it together. Countless cultivators couldn't help but marvel inwardly. With their cultivation levels and realms, they would normally never encounter such an existence. Yet now, the Dao Sect had shown them what a truly vast world looked like. Is that a warship? Demon Clan Viewing Gallery. The white-faced king's mouth twitched as the colossal entity within the secret realm gradually emerged, its form taking shape as a warship. At that moment, even he felt a suffocating sense of pressure. Watch out! The demon emperor instinctively shielded by Liuli behind him, his gaze growing unusually grave. How is this possible? At that moment, even Bai Liuli's eyes widened in disbelief. How could the Dao Sect possess such a colossal entity? Bai Liuli's gaze shifted toward Qinzheng. Such colossal entities were rare even in her previous life. In this small, shattered world, how could such an existence be possible? Yet everything before her eyes was undeniably real. Could it be that the Dao Sect was some hidden sect? At that moment, she clenched her fists tightly. If her suspicions were correct, then her plan to swallow the 3,000 continents whole would prove far more difficult than she had anticipated. No one can stop me. Layers of frost instantly crystallized around Bai Liuli, her eyes burning with the resolute fire of vengeance. This lifetime, she would change the outcome. Whoa! A terrifying roar once again echoed across the heavens and earth. Some weaker cultivators immediately shut down all their senses. The sound made the entire world tremble. Is that a warship? How could such an enormous warship exist in this world? It's practically a miniature mobile sect. This is terrifying. Ancestor, you are truly the benefactor of our Zhao family. Thank goodness we heeded your warning. This Dao Sect must never be provoked. Could it be that your Zhao family had foreseen this all along? No, the Dao Sect must never be provoked. Upon my return, I shall inscribe this into the imperial ancestral precepts of our great Tang dynasty, so future generations may heed this warning. The viewing area. Countless powerful figures, regardless of cultivation level, stared wide-eyed in disbelief as the colossal warship emerged from the secret realm. Many voices trembled as they spoke. How is this possible? That warship looks exactly like the mountain the Dao Sect covered with cloth earlier. Bull! How could that be? An illusion. It must be an illusion. How could such a colossal warship exist in this world? The Dao Sect must have masters with profoundly advanced illusion techniques. Ha 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 ha. I see right through their trickery. What warship would dare to move against a minor sect? Before the Dao Sect's gates, the hearts of those powerful figures kneeling on the ground nearly leapt out of their chests. They could only repeatedly reassure themselves through mental repetition. What's happening now? A warship equivalent to a minor sect? How is that possible? Zhang Teng, standing with his back to the crowd, immediately dismissed the notion with disdain. Rest assured, everyone. If that's the case, it must be an illusion. How could such an enormous warship possibly exist in this world? Master! The Shushan disciples immediately crowded around Chu woman, their expressions turning grave as their hands trembled uncontrollably. The sheer scale of that colossal entity, appearing in an instant, was enough to strike fear into anyone's heart. It matters not. Chu woman steadied his breathing with all his might. Now that he had attained enlightenment, how could he possibly feel fear? He shot a wary glance at the supreme elders of Shushan Mountain beside him. Thankfully, they hadn't noticed his earlier lapse. This artifact has truly opened my eyes. Shu Woman immediately straightened his posture, lifting his gaze toward the fully materialized warship. He placed a hand on the Supreme Elder beside him for support, nearly stumbling from the sudden shift in balance. Is it you who seeks to overturn our Dao Sect? A voice echoed coldly once more from the colossal warship. A misunderstanding, I. Hearing this, a strange fear welled up within Shu Woman, his voice trembling slightly. But soon, when his gaze fell upon that colossal entity once more, his eyes widened in shock, swiftly transforming into fury. Rebellious disciple. Shu Woman stared at the figure standing atop the colossal beast, his voice trembling with rage as his aura surged violently. This traitor had indeed betrayed Mount Shu. And now, this traitor dared to wear the robes of the Dao Sect. What traitor? On the void carrier, Haotian stood with his hands behind his back, surveying the crowd below. The smile on his lips was impossible to suppress. Ahem. After clearing his throat twice, he glanced toward the Shushan disciples gathered before the Dao Sect's gates. With a flick of his sleeve, he declared, though your Shushan lacks the courtesy of hospitality. But visitors to our Dao Sect are guests. After a brief pause, Haotian continued, I wonder if you have come to visit our Dao Sect, or to cause trouble. Woo. As Haotian's voice faded, the void carrier erupted in a terrifying roar once more, its energy emitters instantly locking onto the Shushan forces below. Rebellious disciple. Rebellious disciple. Shu Woman's face flushed crimson with rage, his aura surging violently. Only the Shushan disciples beside him restrained him, otherwise, he would have struck without hesitation. Master, calm down. Calm down. Shu Woman struggled furiously. I have attained enlightenment. Do you think I fear this traitor? Let me go. Soon. Imperial might rolled off his body. Did this traitor even know he had attained the path to emperorhood? Rebellious disciple. Had your junior brother not intervened, I would have purged the sect without hesitation. Shu Woman shot a glance at Lin Yi behind him, signaling him to secure his restraints. If he truly broke free, things might get messy. An emperor, huh? Haotian glanced down below, a faint smile curling his lips as he straightened his posture. Then this emperor shall ask you once more, have you come to cause trouble, or as guests? In an instant, the imperial aura surged forth from Haotian's body. Chapter 55, The Void Carrier. How could such a colossal vessel exist? Rebellious disciple. Rebellious disciple. Shu Woman's hands trembled as he pointed at Haotian. What shocked him, however, was that Haotian radiated the same imperial aura as his own. How did this guy manage that? Could he have become an emperor too? Senior brother. Lin Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, never expecting Haotian to have ascended to emperor-level cultivation in such a short time. Now, with that colossal void carrier added to his arsenal, he truly seemed like someone no ordinary mortal could easily provoke. Master. Calm down, calm down. Lin Yi, terrified, quickly tugged at Shu Woman's sleeve. If the other side unleashed a single strike, he'd be reduced to ashes instantly. This was the Dao Sect. And the Dao Sect wasn't just Haotian alone. Among the powerful figures kneeling outside now, some had already reached the quasi-emperor realm, yet they remained unable to move. Even Shu Woman couldn't lift the restriction for them. Isn't that Shushan's top disciple, Haotian? What are they doing at the Dao Sect? And on top of that colossal thing? Emperor-level cultivation. He possesses emperor-level cultivation too. Why are these Shushan disciples at the Dao Sect? Judging by the Shushan sect leader's expression, it seems the Shushan sect's top disciple has betrayed Shushan. Didn't Shu Woman say Haotian was the disciple least likely to betray Shushan? Dao Sect's viewing area. Many gazed toward Shu Woman's location outside with peculiar expressions. Damn it! Shu Woman's face twitched as his gaze shot fiercely toward Haotian aboard the void carrier. The energy emitters on Haotian's carrier instantly locked onto Shu Woman below. Weren't you here to observe the ceremony? No. What nonsense is this traitor spouting now? Shu Woman clenched his teeth in fury, but as the colossal barrel of the weapon slowly locked onto him, an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. Though he had now successfully attained enlightenment, the overwhelming pressure emanating from this colossal machine was no less formidable than that of an ordinary great emperor. Fellow Daoist Shu, it seems this worthless disciple of yours has already defected to the Dao Sect. I should support you in purging your ranks. Exactly. Those who betray the human race deserve to be executed by slow slicing. The celestial powerhouses kneeling on the ground couldn't help but speak up, utterly stunned that Haotian had joined the Dao Sect. And this fellow was actually an emperor. If the Shushan sect leader now sided with the Dao Sect, they would be finished. So they could only desperately try to sow discord. Shu Woman's gaze returned to Haotian aboard the void carrier. Disciple. In an instant, the energy systems on the void carrier began to stir, gathering vast amounts of spiritual energy toward it. It seemed as though if Shu Woman dared utter another word, the weapon would launch an attack at once. Seeing this, Shu Woman's face twitched. How dare you? Doesn't everyone know that Mount Shu and the Dao Sect have always been on friendly terms? We've come here specifically to attend the Dao Sect's military parade celebration. Don't you dare stir up trouble again. Lin Yi swept his sleeve, unleashing a terrifying aura that pressed down upon the crowd behind him as he roared angrily. You! The Blood Moon Sect leader and his followers fixed their eyes on Lin Yi, stunned that a junior from Shushan dared show such disrespect. Truly, a tiger fallen into the plains is bullied by dogs. Yet no matter how furious he felt now, he could offer no resistance. Lin Yi merely glanced indifferently at the crowd behind him before lifting his gaze back to Howard Jian on the airborne carrier. He then produced the Dao Sect invitation letter from his robes. Senior brother, see? We truly came to attend the Dao Sect's military parade celebration. We mean no harm. Having said that, Lin Yi quickly turned to Chu woman beside him and whispered reassuringly, Master, let's see what tricks the Dao Sect has up their sleeves first. Oomph. He's lucky. Chu woman snorted coldly, choosing silence. Yet inwardly, he cast a rather satisfied glance at Lin Yi. This young man had proven himself thus far. Perhaps he could be cultivated into a worthy successor in the future. Ha 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 ha. I knew it. On the void carrier. Huajian roared with laughter. Well then, everyone, please come aboard. Let's go. Lin Yi led Chu woman, Shushan, and the others directly into the Dao Sect. You! Are you truly choosing to ally with demons and betray our human race? Shushan! Do not mislead yourselves. Soon, the armies of the Immortal Palace will descend upon you. Do not come to regret the choice you make today. You of Shushan, who pride yourselves as a renowned righteous sect, are you truly about to stray onto the wrong path? Watching the Shushan disciples march toward the Dao Sect, the countless figures kneeling on the ground grew impatient, their voices rising in frantic shouts. Of course. Given the chance, they too would have wanted to sit inside and watch. How dare you! Lin Yi's icy gaze swept back over the crowd behind him. We are here by invitation to witness the ceremony. You lot had best not speak out of turn. As Lin Yi's voice fell, a palpable aura of murderous intent spread over the surrounding crowd. In an instant, everyone instantly fell silent, watching helplessly as the Shushan disciples strode toward the Dao Sect. Upon entering the viewing area, the Shushan disciples cast peculiar glances at the demonic cultivators seated beside them. Oomph. I only came in to keep an eye on these demonic scum, to prevent them from causing trouble. Finally, Chu woman found himself an excuse and slowly took a seat not far from the demonic clan's powerful figures. But at that moment, the demonic tribe paid no heed to the Shushan elites. Their gazes remained fixed upon the colossal void carrier, their excitement lingering long after. After all, the demonic clan had not come to witness a ceremony, but to invade the 3,000 continents and annihilate the Dao Sect. The Dao Sect's formidable strength was far from welcome news to them. Huajian, 27th generation disciple of the Dao Sect, commanding all warships of our Dao Sect's galactic fleet, present for inspection by the first patriarch. As the colossal void carrier reached the center, Huajian respectfully bowed his hands toward Qin Zhang. Galaxy warships, undergoing inspection by the first patriarch, present for inspection by the first patriarch. As Huajian spoke from the void carrier, disciples aboard countless warships echoed in unison. Approved. Qin Zhang rose slowly, his divine sense sweeping across all the warships in an instant before settling upon the void carrier. Whoa! Accompanied by a series of terrifying booms. A beam of fire shot straight into the heavens. The warship unleashed a devastating attack capable of obliterating everything, instantly firing it into the void. The world dimmed in an instant. Countless thunderclouds churned violently. Boom! Rumble! Countless onlookers watched the scene, their hearts trembling and racing. In a certain realm, a man clutched a rocket with all his might, halting it with every ounce of strength. Such petty tricks dare challenge my great dream immortal realm. Boom! Boom! Soon, with a deafening roar, his voice abruptly cut off as his entire body was violently hurled backward, a mouthful of blood spurting forth. Who the hell is that? He roared, his face contorted in fury. Staring at the gaping hole in the world, his eyes widened in disbelief, bulging as if they might pop out of their sockets. Chapter 56. I only want this void carrier. What's going on? Soon, several terrifying figures appeared around them like streaks of light. Seeing the sudden hole in the world, their expressions darkened slightly. Those ants in the lower world, has no one kept them in line, letting them start causing trouble? A white-haired elder stroked his beard and snorted coldly, his body emanating a faint yet terrifying aura of authority. His gaze fell upon the man lying on the ground. He withdrew his gaze coldly, shifting his eyes downward. A sliver of icy killing intent flickered in his stare. Dao Sect Military Review Grounds. Countless people sensed the immense energy emanating from the Dao Sect's colossal warship. The sky had been blasted open, revealing a gaping hole leading to an unknown destination, a sight that sent shockwaves through the crowd. What kind of world-shattering attack was this? Even if Nuwa herself arrived, I doubt she could mend this sky. Observation area. Someone took a deep breath. No one could ever have imagined that a warship could unleash such terrifying power. How was such a vessel even forged? Probably no one could know. Just how formidable were the foundations of the Dao Sect? How could this be? Countless powerful figures kneeling before the Dao Sect trembled uncontrollably within. The Dao Sect at this moment. They could no longer be described as mere monsters. The mere existence of this worship alone ensured the Dao Sect's enduring prosperity. Originally, they had pinned their hopes on the Immortal Hall. But could the Immortal Hall truly stand against the Dao Sect now? The Dao Sect's parade had only just begun, yet it had already displayed such terrifying depth. Whether it was Qin Yi who appeared earlier, or the subsequent appearance of over 100 warships and that colossal entity, it was enough to overturn some of his fundamental beliefs. The crucial question was whether the Dao Sect still had hidden reserves after all. This was only the beginning. Did we act too rashly? Demon Clan Spectator Section. A bead of cold sweat formed on the foreheads of several demonic powerhouses as they cautiously glanced at the Demon Emperor and Bai Liuli beside them. How could that be? Bai Liuli took a deep breath, her gaze immediately fixing on Qin Zheng ahead. How could this be? What kind of sect is this Dao Sect? She had already greatly underestimated the Dao Sect. Otherwise, she wouldn't be sitting here in the viewing area observing the ceremony. She would have already taken action to annihilate them. Yet why did the Dao Sect continue to surpass her expectations step by step? In her previous life, the Dao Sect had held out until the very end, becoming the last sect standing amidst the ruins. Though she didn't know what happened afterward. In that cataclysm, the Dao Sect's demise was merely a matter of time. The pity was that she had died too soon, before witnessing its collapse. Having never witnessed the Dao Sect's downfall with her own eyes, she now maintained vigilance toward it. Of course, she did not believe the Dao Sect could have escaped that catastrophe. Only through personal experience. One could truly grasp the horror of that catastrophe. Daoist friend. Bai Liuli took a deep breath, glanced up at Qin Zheng ahead, and bowed her hands. What is it? Qin Zheng looked up at Bai Liuli. What exactly is this vessel? Bai Liuli asked, taking another deep breath. Noticing Qin Zheng's gaze shifting toward them, Lu Daoxian stepped forward from the side and addressed the gathered crowd, including Bai Liuli. This is our Dao Sect's void carrier. His attacks can reach any target he chooses. As he spoke, a meaningful smile curved the corners of Lu Daoxian's lips. Not a single sect across the 3,000 continents could withstand a single strike from it. Bai Liuli paid little heed to these words. Having lived a second life, she knew that the strike unleashed by this warship moments ago was indeed beyond the reach of anyone in this world. One Qin Yi was enough. I never imagined the Dao Sect would possess such a void carrier. Fellow Daoist, might we purchase this warship from you, Demon Clan? How about a deal? Bai Liuli addressed Qin Zheng. A faint sense of anticipation stirred within her. It could be said that, if this warship fell into her hands, facing that impending catastrophe would grant her an extra layer of assurance. You can't afford it. Qin Zheng withdrew his gaze with a hint of boredom. He'd thought this woman was about to say something important. Can't afford it? Bai Liuli froze for a moment, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Zheng. Name your price. Only in my hands can this warship truly unleash its full power. Here, it will only be wasted. As she spoke, Bai Liuli swept her gaze around the room. Instantly, the powerful aura of the demonic clan elites behind her surged forth. Bai Liuli continued, her voice brimming with confidence as she addressed Qin Zheng. I can promise you this, our demonic clan will never again be enemies with your Dao Sect. Now, the demonic race was determined to unify the world. If Qin Zheng was willing to hand over this warship to her, she might just spare the Dao Sect. After all, her goal in unifying the world was to prepare for the impending catastrophe. So you wish to oppose my Dao Sect? Qin Zheng chuckled with interest. In that instant, a bead of cold sweat involuntarily formed on Bai Liuli's forehead, and an inexplicable fear welled up within her. Who exactly was this man? Why did she feel utterly unable to see through him? The first patriarch of the Dao Sect? Could this small, broken world sect truly harbor a powerhouse at the Immortal King level? Soon, Bai Liuli regained her composure. Even if they were immortal kings, so what? In her previous life, she had already broken through to that realm. Emperor. A true emperor. A terrifying existence these people could never comprehend. Yet even so, she couldn't survive that catastrophe. This time, she must change everything. I have no intention of opposing the Dao Sect. It's just that treasures like this can only unleash their full power in my hands. Bai Liuli declared with unwavering confidence. Qin Zheng. Seeing this, Lu Daozongxian beside him immediately addressed Bai Liuli. This is our Dao Sect's grand military review. Now, it seems every time one of our members takes the stage, you intend to poach them? If you keep watching, will you end up emptying my entire sect? How about this, why not just join my Dao Sect outright? Bai Liuli. How did the tables turn and I ended up being poached? But besides this void carrier and Qin Yi, could the Dao Sect possibly have other, even stronger beings? Bai Liuli shook her head. The Dao Sect was merely a sect from a shattered world. No matter how deeply hidden it might be, what she saw before her was likely its absolute limit. I only want this void carrier. Bai Liuli declared. As her gaze lingered on the slowly passing void carrier, anticipation grew in her eyes. With this warship in hand, her chances would increase by 10%. Since you're so eager to take it on, if you can withstand this warship's attack, it's yours. From the foremost seat, Qin Zhang waved his hand. Chapter 57. So it was you insects causing trouble. Take another hit? Bai Liuli's eyes twitched. In her previous life, she knew she could easily withstand this strike from the void carrier at her peak. But now she had been reincarnated and was rebuilding her cultivation. She was merely at the great emperor cultivation level. Even with her extraordinary abilities, withstanding such a terrifying blow was no simple feat. Yet precisely because of this, she was so desperate to obtain this warship. The stronger it was, the more beneficial it would be for her. If she could effortlessly block the attacks of this void carrier, then possessing the warship itself would hold little meaning. I'll handle it. Seeing Bai Liuli's hesitation, the demon emperor stepped forward. He was a true immortal level powerhouse. He believed he could handle the warship's attack without issue. Bai Liuli turned to look at the demon emperor beside her, momentarily startled. Taking a deep breath, she addressed Qin Zhang. Is this acceptable? Of course. Qin Zhang's gaze merely swept casually over the demon emperor, his tone unconcerned. Then bring it on. The demon emperor's gaze was cold. He stepped forward, his gaze growing exceptionally icy. A mere demon emperor. Chu woman, seated not far from the demonic race's viewing area, instantly rose to his feet. Shushan had always taken it upon themselves to exterminate demons and uphold the way. Now, he certainly couldn't stand by and watch the demon race steal the spotlight. So what if he was the demon emperor? Now that he had attained enlightenment, what was there to fear? A mere demon emperor? The moment he took a step forward, the demon emperor noticed Chu woman. His icy gaze swiftly locked onto him. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. Chu woman. He quietly slumped back into his original seat, feeling a touch of resignation. Wasn't the great emperor once a formidable figure throughout the entire 3,000 continents? Now, however, the entire 3,000 continents world had only the immortal hall with an emperor. How could it be that now, just as he had attained the status of emperor, thinking his moment of glory had finally arrived? Why did the title of emperor suddenly become so worthless? Oomph. The demon emperor, seeing this, he immediately withdrew his gaze. Now was not the time for the demon clan to act, so he had no immediate plans to move against Chu woman. They were all here anyway. None of them would escape. He lifted his head and slowly gazed toward the colossal void carrier suspended in the void. His body shot upward in a swift leap, his demonic aura surging relentlessly. Strike! The demon emperor's voice was utterly cold. Bai Liuli watched the scene unfold without intervening. Strike? On the void carrier. Haotian stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the demon emperor floating mid-air. He sneered, "You're not worthy yet." Haotian felt immensely pleased. This was the glory of being a disciple of the Dao Sect. Fortunately, Lu Daoxian had revealed the truth to him immediately after Qin Zhang's return. Otherwise, wouldn't he have missed this grand spectacle? Standing atop this void carrier, he felt invincible. Even facing the once terrifying demon emperor, he now felt utterly unconcerned. What did you say? The demon emperor's expression darkened instantly. In an instant, the heavens and earth were instantly shrouded in swirling masses of black mist. Overstepping your bounds. A meaningful smile curved at the corners of Haotian's lips. Soon, as he began to channel his power, a gun barrel abruptly rose above the void carrier, slowly aligning itself with Haotian. A devastating attack began to coalesce. Terrifying black lightning raged within it, and within this energy, it seemed as though countless chaotic laws were intertwined. The demon emperor frowned. The instant this terrifying attack coalesced, he distinctly sensed a palpable aura of death. This is bad. Bai Liuli's expression changed drastically as she swiftly shouted toward the demon emperor, "Father, beware!" Her pupils dilated rapidly. She realized she had severely underestimated this void carrier. She couldn't quite comprehend it. In this shattered world, even ordinary people struggled to attain the rank of great emperor. How could such a terrifyingly powerful carrier exist? Damn it! A bead of cold sweat involuntarily formed on the demon emperor's forehead as tension gripped him to the extreme. After all, he was a true immortal level being, virtually unmatched in this world. Yet now, facing the concentrated assault of the void carrier, he felt a chill run deep within him. Even if he wanted to retreat now, it was too late. Countless eyes were watching. To retreat now would mean admitting defeat. How could he ever hope to rule the world afterward? Damn it! Can the demon emperor even withstand this attack? It feels like it'll destroy everything when it hits. Ha 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 ha. It would be best if that demonic fiend were obliterated. Let him commit evil throughout the world. Whether at the scene, Or across the world, countless human warriors held their breath, hoping the void carrier could obliterate the demon emperor with a single strike. For the human race, the demon race had never been anything but a scourge, so they naturally relished any misfortune befalling them. What is this worthless junk? The demon emperor need only lift a finger to obliterate this trash. Hearing the murmurs around them, many among the demonic race dismissed it with indifference. The demon race revered strength above all else, and the demon emperor was the mightiest being in their eyes. No one could stand against him. Demon emperor? The demon emperor's face twitched slightly with awkwardness. This was nothing short of flattery gone wrong. Now, even if he wanted to back down, it was impossible. His gaze shifted to Bai Liuli beside him. How could that be? Bai Liuli stared at the immense energy contained within the void carrier, her eyes filled with utter disbelief. If a single Haotian could unleash such a terrifying attack from this void carrier, what would happen if she were given command of it? Bai Liuli dared not imagine the consequences. Her eyes grew increasingly greedy. She didn't notice the demon emperor beside her pleading for help. Ready? Haotian's gaze fell upon the demon emperor, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Back in Shushan, he had never imagined that one day he would stand before the demon emperor himself. Then, the demon emperor gritted his teeth. At this moment, he could not retreat. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and press on. After all, he was a true immortal. He shouldn't be too badly affected. But the moment he spoke, his voice abruptly cut off. A thunderous roar instantly echoed through the void. Boom! Rumble! The entire world shook violently in that instant. The sky, already torn open by the explosion, began to rip apart even further. A colossal palm seemed to smash down from beyond the heavens, completely engulfing the Dao Sect. The sky darkened in an instant. Found it! So it was you ants causing trouble. A bone-chilling voice echoed through the void. Chapter 58, Offend him, and none of us will survive. In an instant, an invisible giant hand pressed down from the heavens, its terrifying pressure sweeping over the area. Countless powerful figures standing in the Dao Sect's viewing area couldn't help but gasp in shock. Witnessing this scene, a thread of fear began to stir within their hearts. How could this be? What is happening? The Zhao family patriarch abruptly rose to his feet, clenching his fists as he stared intently at the colossal hand above. In that moment, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Who on earth is this? Some gazed in confusion toward the direction of Qin Zhang and Lu Daxian. Yet they detected no fluctuations emanating from either of them. Their gazes then shifted toward the demon emperor and the assembled demon clan elites. Could this be the demon clan's doing? Watch out! Chu woman, standing closest to the demonic forces, roared the warning to the Shushan masters. Under the terrifying pressure enveloping the void, his entire body trembled uncontrollably, a force beyond his command. The demon emperor, who had already braced himself to withstand the void carrier's attack, paused in surprise. This, of course, had nothing to do with him. He abruptly looked up toward the void. Under the crushing weight of that terrifying giant hand, an inexplicable dread began to take root within his very soul. Under the suppression of this terrifyingly powerful being, he felt as though all living beings were mere ants. His gaze then involuntarily shifted to Bai Liuli beside him. Oh no! Bai Liuli's expression began to darken. It was clear. The actions of the Dao Sect had now alarmed other realms, potentially triggering an even greater catastrophe. At that point, all her plans would likely come to naught, and she might even face an imminent life or death crisis. Elder! Could this be some kind of misunderstanding? Bai Liuli immediately stepped forward, gazing up at the void with a solemn expression. Misunderstanding? You dared attack my great dream immortal realm. What misunderstanding could there be? Today, you ants should prepare to face your fate as ants. From the void, a cold voice spread relentlessly, like an invisible law pressing down upon everyone. The colossal hand pressing down from the celestial abyss seemed to descend across the Milky Way, its descent growing ever faster. The great dream immortal realm? Bai Liuli's face twitched slightly, clearly recognizing the name. This was a complete immortal realm, even more prosperous than the world she had inhabited in her previous life. This was no entity she could possibly provoke in her current state. How could she have offended such a power? Attacking the great dream immortal realm? Could it be caused by the attack launched by that void carrier from the Dao Sect earlier? Impossible. Bai Liuli shook her head frantically. That void carrier was indeed terrifying, but ultimately, it was controlled by a junior like Haotian. Could a casual strike from him really assault an entire immortal realm? And it had even stirred such an existence? How could that be possible? There must be some misunderstanding at play. Elder! Bai Liuli was about to speak further, but a terrifying roar abruptly cut her off. Boom! A terrifying aura spread relentlessly. The entity in the void paid no heed to Bai Liuli's explanation, as if in its eyes, every being in this world was but an insignificant insect. They were utterly insignificant. Ha 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 ha! This is divine retribution. The Dao Sect must have incurred divine retribution. I told you these people would get their comeuppance. The powerful figures kneeling before the Dao Sect roared with triumphant laughter, watching the relentless descent of the giant hand. To them, the Dao Sect was clearly receiving its just deserts. This is divine punishment. This is divine retribution sent down by heaven upon the Dao Sect. The entire Dao Sect shall cease to exist from this day forward. Some eyes were bloodshot, as if the humiliation the Dao Sect had inflicted upon them was finally being released in this moment. Divine punishment? Sitting atop the void carrier, Haotian paused in surprise, his gaze instinctively lifting toward the immense, formless hand rapidly descending through the gaping hole in the heavens. Even he couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Of course. This wasn't fear, but shock at witnessing such a technique for the first time. The first patriarch. Haotian immediately bowed his hands toward Qin Zhang, seeking instructions. Should we eliminate him? Approved. Qin Zhang, clad in crimson robes, sat upon the highest seat. What better way to demonstrate power than by taking direct action? This was also the finest display of military might. Upon hearing this, Haotian immediately withdrew his gaze, a faint smile gradually curving his lips. Soon, the cannon barrels, which had been aimed at the demon emperor, began to slowly shift, gradually targeting the colossal hand above. Attacking the demon emperor. This made Howard feel like he was using a cannon to swat a mosquito. This celestial intruder had arrived at the perfect moment. Why did he have to show off during their Dao Sect's military parade? Wasn't this just asking for death? With that thought, Haotian unconsciously increased the cannon's power once more, preparing to deliver a devastating opening salvo. What's going on? Those Dao Sect people don't seem the least bit flustered? They're more than calm. Look, the entire Dao Sect, from top to bottom, hasn't acknowledged the enemy at all. Exactly. Look at those Dao Sect disciples stationed on each warship. Every single one wears a solemn expression, as if professionally trained. Soon, countless powerful figures, gripped by terror at the giant hand emerging from the void, found their gazes drawn to the Dao Sect disciples participating in the parade. They discovered that these individuals, regardless of their cultivation level, their faces showed no trace of panic, as if the being in the void were the true insignificant creature. Most crucially, the Dao Sect disciples seemed entirely unaffected by this overwhelming pressure. Soon, someone noticed the changes in the void carrier. What is the Dao Sect up to? Are they preparing to bombard that mysterious presence in the void? Who exactly is that entity in the void? Countless people held their breath at that moment. Even figures like the Zhao family patriarch and Chu woman were momentarily taken aback. Is the Dao Sect about to strike? They could clearly sense the terror emanating from that colossal hand in the void. If a single hand reaching down from countless timelines could instill fear in an emperor, how terrifying must the entity itself be? On the demonic side, the demonic clan's elite warriors were also stunned. Overstepping their bounds. By offending such an existence, is the Dao Sect courting death? King Whiteface remarked coldly. If the Dao Sect provokes him, we won't escape unscathed either. When the nest is destroyed, no eggs remain intact? Bai Liuli shot the white-faced king a cold glance. She immediately flew toward Qin Zhang, shouting urgently, "Stop him. If we offend that man, none of us will survive." Chapter 59, a single blast shatters the dream realm, earthquakes ripple through. We won't survive? Qin Zhang studied Bai Liuli with keen interest. Exactly. Bai Liuli's gaze grew solemn as she spoke. I know your Dao Sect hides its depth well, but those people are far beyond what you can provoke. You have no idea how terrifying they are. Qin Zhang ignored Bai Liuli, his gaze fixed straight ahead. A faint smile curved his lips. I look forward to witnessing his terror. Bai Liuli. Seeing the void carrier show no sign of halting its assault, her expression turned grim. Damn it! Seeing Qin Zhang's impassive expression, she abruptly flew toward the void carrier, attempting to directly stop Haotian from acting. Boom! However, just as Bai Liuli neared the void carrier, a protective barrier instantly rose from its hull, blocking her from approaching. Stop this! Bai Liuli shouted, her face flushing with embarrassment. Are you trying to get us killed? Stop! Haotian's gaze involuntarily shifted toward Qin Zhang's position. Seeing no sign of intervention from him, the corner of Hua's mouth lifted slightly. Not for a moment. Such a golden opportunity to impress Qin Zhang. How could he let it slip away? Boom! In an instant, the terrifying cannons on the void carrier rapidly coalesced into completion. Sorry. My Dao Sect doesn't welcome uninvited guests. Haotian looked up at the void and chuckled. Care for a shot? So it was you who attacked my great dream immortal realm. The aura in the void instantly grew heavy. A bunch of overconfident ants. Today, I'll teach you what it means to know your place. Amidst the boundless immortal realm, it seemed as though a pair of eyes slowly opened, gazing intently upon the entire Dao Sect. Even the mysterious entity within the void paused in surprise upon noticing the colossal void carrier. I never imagined such a decaying realm as yours would possess a treasure of this caliber. No wonder you dared to attack our great dream immortal realm. As it spoke, The voice in the void grew colder still, but such a thing should not exist in your hands. In an instant, an invisible giant hand descended rapidly, as if breaking through the final barrier. No! In an instant, the sky darkened completely, and countless souls seemed enveloped in the shadow of death at that very moment. Even the great emperor, Chu woman and the others felt cold sweat beating on their foreheads as their expressions turned grim and guarded. Elder, I am of the Lioli immortal realm. Can you spare us out of respect for our lineage? Bai Lioli gritted her teeth, hoping the opponent would show mercy for the sake of the Lioli immortal realm. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar. A blinding light instantly swept over every person present. In that instant, all darkness vanished in an instant. The hole in the void gradually expanded, and the colossal hand was utterly obliterated in an instant. The terrifying assault spread. Nothing seemed capable of withstanding its power along its path. Boom! Boom! The great dream immortal realm. An elderly man with white hair lay sprawled on the ground, clutching his severed arm with all his might. His eyes were filled with endless terror. How could this be? Soon, cracks rapidly spread across his body as the Dao essence contained within the attack began to corrode his flesh. No! A guttural scream erupted from his lips. How could this be? It was merely a shattered world. How could it harbor an existence of such magnitude? What on earth was happening? Boom! As the cracks on his body multiplied, his fear grew more intense. His hands formed seals in rapid succession as he continuously pulled treasures from his storage pouch and devoured them, desperately trying to halt the spread of the cracks. But it was utterly futile. No! With a tearing sound, the white-haired elder crumbled into ashes amidst his terror. This is bad. The dream-awakened immortal king of Tiantai Palace has fallen. Great dream immortal realm. Countless beings sensed the occurrence and rushed to the scene in disbelief. Boom! Rumble! Especially upon seeing the suddenly appearing cavern and the relentless onslaught still raging, their hearts trembled uncontrollably. Everyone knew. A new era was dawning. Sendai Palace was the most formidable power in the great dream immortal realm. Now, an entire immortal king had fallen. After today, the entire great dream immortal realm would likely face a seismic upheaval. Dao Sect. Countless people froze in place. That formless giant hand had vanished? Countless gazes turned toward the gaping hole in the void, where boundless and terrifying energy surged. Though it had been punched through, no one could see its end, nor did they know where it led. When countless eyes returned to the void carrier, the energy that had once radiated from it had vanished. Only a wisp of lingering white mist remained where the cannon barrel had been. No way? That mysterious entity was destroyed? Countless people stared at the void carrier in disbelief. What kind of terrifying artifact was this? How could the Dao Sect possess a treasure of such caliber? They had never heard of it before. Countless demonic cultivators exchanged stunned glances, a chill creeping up their spines. Had they come to annihilate the Dao Sect? Had they been too rash? Some demonic powerhouses couldn't help but glance toward the demon emperor ahead. How could this be? The demon emperor watched as the void gradually returned to its original tranquility, repeatedly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Earlier, he had actually intended to intercept the strike from that void carrier? Was he trying to get himself killed? Fortunately, this figure had suddenly appeared, indirectly saving his life. Otherwise, had he truly absorbed that terrifying blow, what would have become of him? Just how many secrets does the Dao Sect conceal? The demon emperor sighed, his gaze drifting involuntarily toward Bai Lioli beside him. Bai Lioli remained silent as well. Her gaze fixed intently on the void carrier. Could it truly be that this void carrier had killed that mysterious being with a single shot? And they said it happened before the enemy even attacked. Had she revealed her identity, causing the other party to depart of its own accord? She didn't know. But the Dao Sect before her eyes had clearly surpassed her expectations, disrupting the plan she had meticulously laid out. She had been given a second chance at life. Could she still not alter the ultimate outcome? If that catastrophe descended, who could possibly remain unscathed? No! Bai Lioli's gaze hardened as if she had made up her mind. She must unify the realm. No matter what secrets the Dao Sect harbors, no matter how powerful they are, they cannot halt her advance. If she couldn't even handle a minor sect like the Dao Sect now, how could she possibly confront that impending catastrophe? Chapter 60, How about we make a deal? 3,000 continents. The vast expeditionary force of the Immortal Hall marched toward the Dao Sect. As they drew ever closer to the Dao Sect, the Lord of the Immortal Hall seated at the head of the table naturally sensed the commotion unfolding in the direction of the Dao Sect. After all, the commotion was simply too great. What's happening? The patriarch of the Taishan sect appeared beside the Lord of the Immortal Hall, his gaze turning toward the Dao Sect's location as a hint of concern flashed across his face. Merely putting on a show. The Lord of the Immortal Hall rose slowly, his tone cold. Merely using sleight of hand to deceive a few. They hope to deceive others through such means, rallying them against us? Posturing? The patriarch of the Taishan sect paused, his gaze drifting toward the Dao sect before he chuckled. So, Your Excellency suggests they're merely bluffing? I never imagined they'd have the audacity to hold a military review there. The Lord of the Immortal Hall spoke with utter indifference, waving his hand dismissively. I wonder if they can withstand the personal inspection of this emperor's great army. Issue the command. Advance at full speed. Upon reaching the Dao sect, spare no words. Immediately and swiftly level the Dao sect to the ground. Leave not a single soul standing. The tone of the Lord of the Immortal Hall grew increasingly icy. This battle. He was making it crystal clear to the world and the demonic tribes, from this day forward, this era belonged to the Immortal Hall. This battle would be the Divine Hall's defining moment of power. Therefore, decisive action was imperative. Understood. A nearby Immortal Hall disciple bowed his hands upon hearing this, immediately relaying the message to all the worships. Furthermore, no surrender will be accepted from any disciples of the Dao sect. Kill them on sight. The Lord of the Immortal Hall added. Thump! Thump! Soon. The thunderous roar of war drums soon echoed across the Immortal Hall's expeditionary fleet as countless warships scrambled to accelerate. They were all sects recently forced to join the Immortal Hall. Having made their choice, they naturally seized the chance to impress the Lord of the Immortal Hall. Perhaps one day, they might truly grasp the opportunity to attain enlightenment through the Immortal Hall. Observing this scene, a faint smile played at the corners of the Immortal Hall Lord's lips. Seemingly quite satisfied with the scene before him. The more joy you feel now. A hint of mocking amusement flickered across the Lord of the Immortal Hall's lips. Soon. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, but perhaps it wouldn't hurt to let you taste despair a little early. In an instant, a long sword slowly materialized above his head. A smile gradually spread across his lips. Go forth. Let the Dao sect experience firsthand the overwhelming might of an imperial weapon. Though separated by countless continents, their fleet couldn't swiftly reach the Dao sect, but he could use secret arts to have his imperial weapon descend first. Let the Dao sect live in terror, plunging them into a death countdown. As the Immortal Hall's mechanism activated, the flying sword he had summoned swiftly transformed into a streak of light, vanishing rapidly into the horizon, heading straight toward the location of the Dao sect. At this moment, Dao sect. Everyone except the Dao sect disciples stared at the gaping hole in the sky. Of course, Zhang Teng, with his back turned to the crowd, could not see it. As the entire sky fell into complete stillness, it seemed they could only accept that reality. The mysterious powerhouse who had earlier made them feel suffocated had vanished. And this void carrier had only unleashed a single strike. A single move could vanish a powerhouse of this caliber. What level of artifact was this void carrier? No one dared to imagine. Master. Lin Yi took a deep breath and quickly corrected himself. Daoist Hua, what about that mysterious figure? Under Chu Woman's direction, Lin Yi also looked up at Hua Jian, seeking the true answer. Below, the assembled Shushan elites all turned their gaze toward Hua Jian, their faces brimming with envy. If only they could obtain treasures of such caliber. They too could join the Dao sect. Rebellious disciple. Chu Woman cursed inwardly. What do you think? Hua Jian did not respond directly. A wave of relief washed over him. As for whether the person was dead or not, he wasn't entirely sure either. After all, his role on this void carrier was limited to firing the cannons. As for the outcome of the shots, his cultivation levels simply didn't allow him to know. Hua Jian glanced at the gazes of those around him, then shrugged his shoulders. But rest assured, even if he isn't dead, he's crippled. It won't affect our grand ceremony. A smile then spread across his face as he turned to Qin Zhang, seeking praise. First Patriarch, what do you think? Dismissed. Qin Zhang offered no further comment. This warship was indeed impressive. He hadn't expected that a single concentrated strike could slay a king-level immortal. The Dao sect wasn't as pathetic as he'd imagined. He hoped it would continue to surprise him in the days ahead. Not dead, but crippled? Countless powerhouses stared blankly at Hua Jian. So that mysterious figure had truly laughed himself to death? At that moment, they all sucked in a sharp breath. Who could have imagined a warship of such caliber existed? How could this be? The powerful figures kneeling before the Dao sect stared at the vanishing invisible giant hand, equally stunned. Wasn't this supposed to be divine punishment from the heavens upon the Dao sect? How could it be the gods who were punished? Some wore expressions of profound embarrassment. Others were overcome with deep regret. Originally, they could have been honored guests like the Zhao family patriarch, celebrating this grand ceremony alongside the Dao sect. But because of a single moment of misjudgment, now they could only kneel on the ground in humiliation. They were filled with regret. At this moment, besides these powerful figures kneeling before the Dao sect, the demonic clan's elite who had come to witness the Dao sect's downfall but ended up seated in the Dao sect's viewing area also felt profoundly uneasy. The Dao sect had completely surpassed their expectations. Even the white-faced king, who had been the most arrogant at the start, had admitted his voice had grown noticeably quieter in recent times. Bai Liuli, standing nearby, had clearly noticed this shift. She slowly stepped forward, approaching Qin Zhang once more. By now, she understood that this man was the undisputed leader of the entire Dao Sect. It must be said. Qin Zhang's appearance and demeanor both stirred something deep within her. But soon, she shook her head swiftly, turning to Qin Zhang and continuing, "How about we make a deal?" "What? You still want to take that void carrier's attack head-on?" Haotian spoke angrily on Qin Zhang's behalf. Upon hearing this, the demon emperor behind Bai Liuli immediately stiffened, lifting his head to stare at her. Could this cotton-padded coat really be letting in drafts? Bai Liuli merely gave Haotian a fleeting glance before turning her attention back to Qin Zhang. "I can share with you a piece of information that concerns the very fate of your Dao Sect." Chapter 61, Interest in You. Not interested? Qin Zhang chuckled. During the years he had been away, the Dao Sect had survived countless calamities. Now that he had returned, no one could dictate the sect's fate. Bai Liuli's face twitched. "No interest?" Her carefully prepared words were abruptly shattered by Qin Zhang's single phrase, "Not interested." "Oomph. I fear that what you see as your Dao Sect's grand military parade today may become your collective funeral tomorrow." Bai Liuli snorted coldly, her gaze fixed on the still unmoved Qin Zhang as she continued, "Do you know of the Immortal Hall? Are you implying that the so-called Immortal Hall is about to attack our Dao Sect right now?" "Not far away." Lu Daoxian strode over, appearing beside Qin Zhang, his gaze cold as he looked at Bai Liuli. "You know about it?" Bai Liuli looked at Lu Daoxian in surprise. "You should ask who here doesn't know." Lu Daoxian was momentarily speechless. What were these demonic beings thinking? Qin Zhang had arranged for the Imperial Hall's military review to be broadcast live throughout the Dao Sect. What could possibly happen at the Immortal Hall that they wouldn't know? He seriously doubted whether these fiends were still living in their own little world. Bai Liuli's gaze swept around the room. She found everyone utterly unconcerned, as if they had long known the Immortal Hall's armies were marching to conquer the Dao Sect. Especially those kneeling outside the Dao Sect. Bai Liuli could see traces of regret on their faces. Damn it! The powerful figures kneeling outside were furious. It was precisely because they had witnessed the live broadcast of the Immortal Hall's military review that they had chosen to defect at the last moment. Now they faced this bitter outcome. Had they known the Dao Sect was this terrifying, they never would have made such a choice. Now, with the Dao Sect clearly showing no mercy, their only hope lay in the Immortal Hall's army arriving swiftly to rescue them. "Now that you know the Dao Sect is coming to attack you, aren't you afraid?" Bai Liuli asked coldly. But the moment the words left her lips, she realized she was stating the obvious. Given the power the Dao Sect had demonstrated, it might not be inferior to that so-called Immortal Hall. They truly had no reason to panic. "Hand over that void carrier to us," Bai Liuli declared after a deep breath. "Our demon clan will eliminate every last one of those Immortal Hall scum for you." Little did she expect that the demon clan had originally come to watch the spectacle unfold. They'd hoped to witness the Immortal Hall and the Dao Sect battle to the death, but now they had no choice but to intervene on the Dao Sect's behalf, turning the Dao Sect into the spectators. There was no other way. She must obtain that void carrier. Only with that carrier could she better defend against the impending catastrophe. "What do you say?" she asked Qin Zhang, who remained silent. She believed he wouldn't refuse her request. After all, though the Dao Sect feared no heavenly temple, war inevitably brought casualties. Even if the Dao Sect emerged victorious, it would not be easily won. After all, the Immortal Hall now possessed true immortals. Defeating the Immortal Hall would not be easy for these individuals. If a single magical artifact could spare the Dao Sect from casualties, she believed Qin Zhang would make his choice. "Rest assured. After obtaining the void carrier, we demons will not lay a finger on your Dao Sect. Even if we unify the world in the future, we will spare your Dao Sect, allowing you to preserve your lineage." "How does that sound?" Bai Liuli continued. "Surely you wouldn't want to see your Dao Sect disciples sent to their deaths for no reason?" Bai Liuli's voice echoed throughout the surroundings. As Bai Liuli spoke, below, countless human cultivators turned their anxious gazes toward Qin Zhang. After all, the Dao Sect was their last hope now. If the Dao Sect truly chose to agree to the Demon Clan's demands, what would become of them then? Would the Demon Clan or the Immortal Hall spare them? "I told you they were colluding with the Demon Clan. See? They've shown their true colors." The powerful figures kneeling before the Dao Sect exclaimed with heightened emotion. Their hearts were profoundly comforted. They hadn't chosen wrong. The Dao Sect had indeed defected to the demonic forces. "Well," Bai Liuli paid no heed to the crowd around her, continuing to look at Qin Zhang as she spoke, her gaze occasionally drifting toward the void carrier. "Not interested." Qin Zhang shook his head, somewhat speechless. While the void carrier was indeed a treasure in his eyes, was it worth such obsession? Just how broken was this world? "Not interested?" Bai Liuli's smile froze instantly on her face. Seeing Qin Zhang's unmoved expression, she clenched her teeth and snapped, "Then what are you interested in?" She had to obtain that void carrier. No matter the cost, she would try. Truth be told, hadn't the Dao Sect recently demonstrated a level of power that made her wary, she might have already made her move. She never imagined. Last time, the sect that had endured so long in that catastrophe far exceeded her expectations, even though she had already greatly overestimated the Dao Sect. It was said that beyond the Immortal Hall, there were no other great emperors left in the 3,000 continents. In her view, the Dao Sect could only conceal a handful of great emperors at most. She never imagined they would also harbor an existence like Chen Yi. Moreover, they possessed treasures like the Void Carrier. Moreover, this was merely the beginning of the Dao Sect's military review. What else might follow? The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. She clenched her fists as she stared at Qin Zhang. "I'm interested in you." Qin Zhang was utterly speechless. It was clear this woman harbored some unknown secrets. "What did you say?" Bai Liuli's eyes flicked nervously, her expression darkening instantly. Even in her past life, she had never been touched by a man. How dare someone in this small, broken place be so insolent toward her? How dare you? Demon Clan viewing area. The Demon Emperor's expression also darkened slightly. "Are you trying to hit on my daughter right in front of me? Change the terms." Bai Liuli's gaze shifted to Qin Zhengdao. If her strength hadn't yet recovered, she'd show this guy whether he'd dare take an interest in her again. At her peak, Qin Zhang could only dream of reaching her level. "Shut up." Qin Zhang waved his hand. The white crystal that had appeared nearby swiftly plummeted back into the Demon Clan's viewing section. Her entire body froze instantly. She couldn't even speak. "Since you're here to observe, then observe properly. If you wish to leave, I can grant you that favor." Qin Zhang's voice echoed coldly throughout the area. "Continue." Qin Zhang's gaze returned to the parade ground. Bai Liuli stared wide-eyed at Qin Zhang. But soon, as her gaze shifted, a long sword swiftly descended from the distance toward the Dao Sect. "The Immortal Hall's people have arrived?" Instantly, a flash of coldness flickered in Bai Liuli's eyes. She was eager to see whether the Dao Sect could withstand the Immortal Hall. If they couldn't hold out or both suffered heavy losses, then this void carrier would still be hers. Chapter 62, All Imperial Weapons? What's going on? In an instant, countless powerful beings sensed a terrifying Imperial aura drawing near. It's the god-slaying sword of the Immortal Hall's master. That's an Imperial weapon. Is the Immortal Hall's army about to arrive? Countless mighty beings kneeling before the Dao Sect gazed upon the suddenly appearing Imperial weapon, their eyes instantly brimming with boundless fervor. Some even recognized the identity of this Imperial weapon immediately. It was none other than the god-slaying sword, the life-bound treasure of the Immortal Hall's ruler. "Ha ha ha ha. We're saved." The Blood Moon Sect master's face darkened with gloom. As the leader of his sect, he was forced to kneel here in humiliation. When the Immortal Hall's forces arrived, he would surely join their ranks to slaughter the Dao Sect cleanly, then seize that void carrier for himself. The Qingxian sect will mourn the Dao Sect. Chu Qing clenched his fists, as if his humiliating kneel was merely a burden of endurance. The appearance of the Immortal Hall Lord's Imperial weapon undoubtedly offered them a glimmer of hope. Indeed, even if the Dao Sect was powerful, so what? The Immortal Hall was the foremost sect under heaven. As long as its armies arrived, they still had hope. This was far from over. Watch out! Dao Sect's viewing area. The Zhao family patriarch and other powerful figures instantly rose to their feet, their gazes fixed intently on the Imperial weapon suddenly circling above the Dao Sect. "What's going on?" Chu woman asked in confusion. "Is that the Imperial weapon of that fellow?" As some of the few top-tier powerhouses across the 3,000 continents, they naturally recognized each other. He recognized it instantly as the life-bound treasure of the Lord of the Immortal Hall. This was an Imperial weapon. Though he had now attained the status of a great emperor, he still couldn't produce an Imperial weapon himself. All he possessed was a quasi-Imperial artifact. Thus, even he was visibly shaken upon witnessing the Divine Hall Master's Imperial weapon appear. Is the Immortal Hall preparing to attack the Dao Sect? Chu woman looked at the Divine Slayer sword of the Immortal Hall's ruler with some confusion. He hadn't witnessed the Immortal Hall's military review, so he was unaware of their plans to attack the Dao Sect. His conjecture stemmed from was because he had heard rumors about the incident where a group had previously stormed the Dao Sect. After all, his renegade disciple was the sole survivor. Rumor had it that all the others had perished. These were all renowned figures across the 3,000 continents, yet they all met their end within the Dao Sect. Of course, he had been deeply shocked by this incident before coming to the Dao Sect. But now, having witnessed the Dao Sect's terrifying might and the people kneeling before it to watch the military parade, he no longer found it surprising. Boom! The terrifying pressure of the Imperial weapon relentlessly closed in on the Dao Sect, as if attempting to crush it under its weight. Ha 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 ha! You traitors colluding with the demonic race! Kneel and confess your crimes at once. Should the Lord of the Immortal Hall and the ancestral patriarch of the Immortal Hall arrive, you won't get the chance. Do you truly believe a mere broken aircraft carrier grants you free reign? This is an imperial weapon. Even ordinary great emperors rarely possess such power. The Blood Moon Sect master knelt on the ground, his voice raspy with rage, his face twisted into a terrifying grimace. Boom! In an instant, the god-slaying sword hovering above the Dao Sect struck directly toward the direction of the Dao Sect with a single palm strike. This was the warning from the ruler of the Immortal Hall. It also signaled to the Dao Sect and all present that the Immortal Hall's forces were arriving at any moment. It was a preemptive strike. I'll handle it. The Zhao family patriarch soared high into the air. Having received Qin Zhang's blessing, he could not stand idly by. Even when facing the overwhelming pressure of an imperial weapon, he now felt no fear whatsoever. Ha 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 ha. The moment the Zhao family patriarch soared high into the air. As the void carrier receded into the distance, another figure slowly emerged from the secret realm, preparing to face Qin Zhang's inspection. Honored guests. Such a minor matter scarcely warrants your intervention. Soon, the voice grew icy. And who said my Dao Sect no longer possesses imperial weapons? In an instant, countless flying swords surged forth from the secret realm, creating a scene like 10,000 blades unleashed before everyone's eyes. A blacksmith rode upon a sword. What is this? Countless onlookers stared wide-eyed at the spectacle. They had witnessed countless scenes of 10,000 swords unleashed, yet the awe this spectacle evoked far surpassed any previous experience. Each of these blades radiated a terrifying imperial aura. Not a single one carried less pressure than that brought by the Lord of the Immortal Hall earlier. Before these swords, the Divine Slayer sword of the Immortal Hall's ruler seemed like the most insignificant speck of dust. Clang! With a sharp, crisp sound, countless blades pierced straight through the god-slaying sword. In an instant, it shattered into countless fragments, ultimately crumbling into a pile of iron dust. The god-slaying sword is broken? Countless onlookers stared in horror at the scene. Imperial weapons. An existence of supreme power. Sometimes even rarer than an emperor himself. Who could have imagined that at this very moment, an imperial weapon was shattered into iron dust right before their eyes? Everyone was left speechless. Most crucially, countless imperial weapons now lay before them. And all these imperial weapons were now controlled by a single individual. How could this be? Countless powerful figures kneeling before the Dao Sect were utterly bewildered at that moment. The instant the Divine Hall Master's imperial weapon shattered, they felt their own hearts shatter along with it. The hope that had just begun to ignite was utterly extinguished in that instant. Especially when they witnessed those weapons radiating the overwhelming pressure of an emperor, they were utterly at a loss. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have doubted whether these were truly imperial weapons. When had there ever been so many imperial weapons? They were rare even across the entire 3,000 continents, yet the Dao Sect had suddenly produced so many, as if they were practically free. Was this even plausible? Who exactly is he? Someone stared intently at the figure flying ahead on a sword and asked, who? What's happening? What imperial weapon? Zhang Tong, who had been facing away from the crowd, suddenly asked as well. But no one paid him any mind. Every gaze was fixed on the front, toward the demonic forces. Countless demonic warriors gradually froze in place. Still here at this moment. They all felt uneasy, for they had come to annihilate the Dao Sect. The very thought made them break out in a cold sweat. The white-faced king's eyes twitched. Even a single one of these imperial weapons would grant him a leap in power. Yet this man seemed to be giving them away like they were worthless. Even the demon emperor sucked in a sharp breath, his gaze involuntarily shifting to Bai Liuli beside him. Bound to the spot, Bai Liuli, who had been struggling moments before, froze in shock at the scene unfolding before her. So many imperial weapons? Though imperial weapons were treasures she looked down upon, could a normal sect truly produce so many at once? Chapter 63, Has the Dao Sect truly fallen? Qin Jian, 27th generation disciple of the Dao Sect, reporting for inspection by the first patriarch of the Dao Sect. As countless flying swords streaked across the plaza, Qin Jian, soaring atop his sword, immediately bowed to Qin Zhang. Approved. Qin Zhang said nothing further. Compared to the awe surrounding him, he remained largely unimpressed. The sight of countless imperial weapons soaring through the air could indeed awe many, but they were ultimately just imperial weapons. Is that all? Qin Zhang inquired. The moment those words left his lips, before Qin Jian could respond, the surrounding spectators, all formidable figures, were left utterly dumbfounded. That's it? The crowd was momentarily at a loss for words. This was the presence of countless imperial weapons. Wasn't that enough? Consider this. If any single one of these imperial weapons were placed in the 3,000 continents, it could easily plunge the entire world into chaos. Not only did the Dao Sect possess numerous such imperial weapons, the real shocker was that they were actually being looked down upon. Is this even something a human would say? Just who is this man? All eyes instinctively turned to Qin Zhang. Whether it was his appearance or his aura, Qin Zhang's mere presence made him impossible to ignore. But the crucial point was, they could detect no cultivation at all in Qin. The first patriarch? When exactly did the Dao Sect originate? Beyond the sect itself, no one in this world knew, not even the current generation of disciples could likely say. If Qin Zhang truly belonged to that era, and had lived until now, what kind of terrifying existence would he be? Immortal and indestructible? The thought flickered through the minds of the crowd before they quickly shook their heads, unable to bear the imagination. Impossible. On the demon side, Bai Liuli also had that thought. But she swiftly dismissed it. In this shattered realm of the lower world, where even attaining the status of a great emperor was now difficult, how could such an existence possibly appear? Imperial weapons were, after all, just imperial weapons. Even if there were countless more, they would still be nothing more than imperial weapons. If Qin Zhang was a terrifyingly powerful being, it would be perfectly natural for him to look down upon these imperial weapons. But Bai Liuli's expression darkened. If things truly unfolded as she feared, then their ambition to swallow the Dao Sect whole was no longer a realistic prospect. Even her current situation was perilous. This won't do. Chen Jian looked at Qin Zhang, his mood seeming somewhat low. It seemed the first patriarch of the Dao Sect was dissatisfied with their current performance. Judging by the performances of Chen Yi and Hua Huajian, he seemed to fall far short. Clash. In an instant, he roared. Countless flying swords began to align in perfect formation in the air, as if converging into one. A terrifying imperial aura rapidly spread and merged. At that moment, the heavens and earth seemed to transform into a smelting furnace, resonating with the clanging sounds of forging iron. Countless imperial weapons were briefly fused and tempered within a short span. What is he doing? Countless onlookers watched in horror. The sight of 10,000 imperial weapons unleashed simultaneously had already been utterly staggering. Yet, unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, these imperial weapons were being melted away. No! No! My God! What the hell is this guy doing? These are all imperial weapons. You don't have to give them to me, but don't destroy them. Yeah. If your first patriarch doesn't want them, I'll take them. Give them to me. Give them to me, and I'll kneel down right now and call you dad. Watching countless imperial weapons melt away in midair, countless mighty warriors felt as though their very souls were bleeding. Imperial weapons so rare they could scarcely be found across the 3,000 states were simply melted away like this. What utter extravagance! Among them, some sects didn't even possess a single quasi-imperial weapon, or treasured theirs as their sect's most sacred relic, only to see others burn imperial weapons as if they were worthless. It was enough to drive anyone mad with envy. What on earth is he doing? Demon Clan viewing area. Even the Demon Emperor was bewildered. Though he had now ascended to true immortal strength, he still carried an imperial weapon that had accompanied him for years, treasuring it like a precious jewel. But now, the thing he treasured seemed utterly worthless before others, melting away before his eyes? Moreover, he could clearly sense the grade of the imperial weapon Chen Jian had melted. It appeared far superior to the grade of the imperial weapon in his own hands. Both the materials within and the profound Dao laws contained within these imperial weapons were extraordinary. So many imperial weapons just melted away. The Demon Emperor continued to stare at Chen Jian, his heart equally bleeding. A complex mix of emotions churned within him. He dared not watch the rest of the Dao Sect's military parade. Earlier, when observing the Immortal Hall's parade, he had adopted a mocking demeanor. Even the Immortal Hall's overwhelming display of power seemed insignificant before him, despite the emergence of a true immortal patriarch. But at the Dao Sect, it had utterly shattered his expectations. Though Bai Liuli had prepared him mentally for the Dao Sect's potential hidden depths, but he never imagined. The Dao Sect was nothing short of a bottomless pit. He had anticipated the Dao Sect holding back a bullet, but never imagined they would immediately unleash an atomic bomb. This was utterly unpredictable. The shock of the void carrier still lingered, its aftereffects refusing to subside, when suddenly Chen Jian appeared, treating an imperial weapon like scrap metal. His gaze instinctively turned toward the torn open secret realm space. He feared what kind of terror might emerge next from within. Forcing himself to steady his breathing, the Demon Emperor took a deep breath and glanced at Bai Liuli beside him. Is he forging something? Bai Liuli's heart was equally unsettled. At her former level, she too looked down on these so-called imperial weapons. She wouldn't dismiss so many imperial weapons as scrap metal. Yet witnessing Chen Jian's current actions, her eyes widened in utter disbelief. Using the heavens and earth as his forge. Forging weapons. This was absolutely beyond the capabilities of any forger below the level of an emperor. In other words, Chen Jian was likely a terrifying existence at the true immortal level as well. How could this be? Bai Liuli activated an ancient secret technique, struggling to break free from the restraints binding her. But witnessing Chen Jian's current actions, she felt as if all her strength had been drained. She neither screamed nor felt the energy to do anything else. This shattered world claimed no one could ascend to immortality, and even attaining the status of a great emperor was difficult. Could it be that all those who had achieved immortality were here in the Dao Sect? What kind of existence was this Dao Sect? The previous life. Has the Dao Sect truly been destroyed? Bai Liuli sighed to herself. For the first time, doubt crept in. After her death in the previous life, had this last sect standing amidst the ruins been swallowed by that great calamity? Alas! In her previous life, she had never witnessed those events. All she retained of the Dao Sect were the final images before her death. Chapter 64, I'll use secret arts to help you. Soon. Bai Liuli shook her head again. That catastrophe proved far more terrifying than she had ever imagined. At her cultivation level back then, she wouldn't have stood a chance against that catastrophe. How could the Dao Sect possibly withstand it? Though the Dao Sect's current performance exceeded her expectations, it was only relative to her current self. No matter how much the Dao Sect concealed its true strength, it still paled in comparison to her former self from the previous life. But then, as if something occurred to her, Bai Liuli's face flushed with embarrassment. After all, she was not the same as in her previous life. Her cultivation remained firmly at the Great Emperor realm. Look! What is that? Soon. All eyes fixed on the front, where the relentless fusion of imperial weapons ignited searing flames that began to melt everything in their path. At that moment, everyone held their breath. What's happening? Why did everyone suddenly go quiet? What's this about 10,000 swords unleashed? Isn't that something any swordsman could do? Zhang Teng, with his back to the crowd, was utterly confused. He was right there at the Dao Sect's military review, yet somehow remained unaware of what was unfolding. Yet he could vaguely sense that something was amiss. Have those scoundrels from the Dao Sect been intimidated by the imperial weapon of the Immortal Hall's ruler? Zhang Teng pressed further. The others were momentarily speechless. The Divine Lord's imperial weapon? That thing had long since become scrap metal, hadn't it? Not only that. Everyone witnessed that when the flames in Qin Jian's hands melted those imperial weapons, the emperor's scrap metal was also melted. But Qin Jian simply treated it as impurities and tossed it aside. Everyone. Who would have thought imperial weapons would be treated like trash? The crowd felt deeply moved. Look! It's a soul fragment, a strand of the Immortal Hall Lord's soul hidden within his life-bound artifact. Soon. The crowd realized. At the very instant the Immortal Palace Lord's imperial weapon vanished completely. A strand of soul essence transformed into a frigid attack, striking toward Qin Jian in an attempt to halt his actions. Qin Jian looked up ahead. He was momentarily taken aback, nearly forgetting that this was the opponent's life-bound artifact, bound to its master. This is useful. Soon. A meaningful smile curved the corners of Qin Jian's mouth. As he reached out and grabbed it, the soul essence, now resembling a medicinal herb, was seized in his hand and tossed directly into the flames to melt away. Everyone. At that moment, many couldn't help but silently mourn for the Lord of the Immortal Hall. How could they have imagined things would come to this? How could this happen? Those powerful figures kneeling outside the Dao Sect felt utterly defeated. If we're talking about it, when the Divine Palace's ruler, the Emperor's weapon, was shattered into scrap metal, their hearts were broken. Now, their hearts are dead. When the Imperial weapon descended with overwhelming force, they had kindled hope. Little did they expect that what awaited them in the end was utter despair. Why do I feel like the Immortal Hall has come here to deliver their own heads on a platter? Some kneeling outside murmured with peculiar expressions. Though he understood clearly, an unexpected incident at the Immortal Hall wouldn't be favorable for them, an uneasy feeling still lingered. At that moment, in the boundless void, the Immortal Hall Expeditionary Force accelerated its advance. On the flagship, the ruler of the Immortal Hall spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. Damn it! What the hell is going on? His eyes were clearly bloodshot, his fists clenched tightly. Put. Soon. Another mouthful of blood sprayed onto the deck, his breathing becoming wildly erratic. He felt it clearly. The connection to his life-bound imperial weapon, which had flown toward the Dao Sect, was severed completely at that moment. But not long after. Even his very soul was swiftly severed, severing all connection as well. And precisely because of this, he now suffered severe backlash. He swiftly crouched cross-legged on the ground, attempting to steady his breath, yet found it utterly impossible. Dao Sect. The Lord of the Immortal Hall gritted his teeth. Who could it be? Who could sever even his life-bound imperial weapon? Imperial weapons carried the weight of an emperor's authority. He had intended to strike first and seize the initiative. Yet he had unwittingly shot himself in the foot. Lu Daoxian, you all just wait for this emperor. I will ensure not a single trace of your Dao Sect remains, the Lord of the Immortal Hall declared, his gaze darkening. Lord Palace Master? The patriarch of the Taishian sect reappeared on the Divine Hall Master's flagship. He watched the scene unfold with some surprise. Had he suffered backlash? Though the Lord of the Immortal Hall said little, he instantly recalled the earlier scene of the Lord's imperial weapon flying out. Needless to say, it was bound for the Dao Sect. But now, the patriarch of the Taishan sect took a deep breath. Clearly, something unexpected had occurred. As things stood now, the Dao Sect might not be as formidable as imagined. His gaze drifted toward the depths of the void. He knew. The ancient ancestor of the Immortal Hall lurked in the shadows, a true Immortal-level powerhouse whose presence ensured no unforeseen events would arise. The fiercer the Dao Sect resisted now, the more terrifying the wrath they would face later. Hall Master, are you injured? Soon. Seeing the Immortal Hall's master spit a deckful of blood, the young master of the Immortal Hall immediately appeared in the main hall, asking with concern. His gaze swept repeatedly over the Hall Master's body. I'm fine. Upon seeing the young master of the Immortal Hall, the Lord of the Immortal Hall instantly sat up straight, his gaze darkening as he said, those Dao Sect people are getting too lively. Go give them a warning first. Me? The young master's eyes twitched as he replied, Lord, it'll take me some time to reach the Dao Sect from here. I will employ secret methods to assist you. The Lord of the Immortal Hall declared coldly. Upon hearing this, the young master of the Immortal Hall instantly fell silent. Watching the palace master suffer backlash, a chill crept into his heart. If only this old fool would just die. With the Immortal Hall on the verge of unification, the patriarch would only remain behind the scenes. With the old man gone, he would immediately become the new ruler of the Immortal Hall, unifying the world under his command. He would be the sovereign who founded the dynasty. At present, the old man clearly grew wary after being wounded. Sending me to the Dao Sect first, isn't that just a ploy to have me wear down the Dao Sect first? Understood. The young master of the Immortal Hall bowed respectfully. The crucial point was that he couldn't refuse this matter, even if it meant suffering backlash. The figure before him was, after all, an emperor, and with the ancient ancestor watching from behind, he couldn't act rashly. For now, he could only head to the Dao Sect. Perhaps if he could deliver a stunning performance on the Dao Sect battlefield, the sect's patriarch might personally support him. Oomph. The Lord of the Immortal Hall let out a cold snort. As a ruler, how could he not know what his subordinates were thinking? If he didn't know, he'd have lived all these years for nothing. Chapter 65, So Shabby? Dao Sect. The viewing area. Countless eyes were fixed on Chen Jian. This scene utterly defied all their expectations. From the moment Chen Yi's arrow pierced the heavens, opening the parade, then came the countless warships emerging from the secret realm. The colossal void carriers stunned them, only to be followed by a single cannon blast obliterating the mysterious celestial being. They had scarcely processed any of these events. The Emperor's weapon of the Immortal Hall descended with overwhelming might. Everyone had assumed this was a warning from the Immortal Hall. Yet unexpectedly, after the Immortal Hall produced an imperial weapon, it seemed as if the timing was perfect. Within the Dao Sect's secret realm, a barrage of 10,000 swords erupted simultaneously. And they were all imperial weapons. In an instant, they reduced the divine weapon of the Immortal Hall's ruler to molten iron. Now, even the sliver of divine soul hidden within the imperial weapon had been consumed as nourishment. Is he forging a sword? Some eyes turned toward Chen Jian. Soon, others gradually discerned Chen Jian's intentions. How can he forge swords without a forge? No. He uses the heavens and earth as his forge, tempering with the true fire. This is the legendary forging method, achievable only by true masters of the craft. Someone gasped. Their eyes brimmed with astonishment, their hearts slow to settle. Clang! Amidst a deafening clang, countless imperial weapons merged into the true fire. The embryonic form of a colossal sword gradually took shape, surrounded by countless true laws of the universe. A piercing, shrill sound echoed. At that moment, the great sword seemed to be imbued with life. What kind of god-tier forging technique is this? This is terrifying. The scene. Countless people watched the scene unfold. Especially the forging masters among them, utterly captivated by the spectacle. Clang! With a series of clangs, all the swords melted in an instant, their essence converging upon the final great sword. It's done! At that moment, countless people held their breath. Even Qin Zhan watched the scene with some surprise. He hadn't anticipated Chen Jian melting all the swords in an instant and forging them into a brand new blade. Clang! Another crisp sound echoed. Countless eyes turned toward Chen Jian. It's shrinking. The sword's aura is contracting. As it shrinks, its aura not only fails to weaken but grows even more intense. What grade is this sword? Countless people sucked in their breath, their voices trembling. This Dao Sect wasn't holding some military parade. This was clearly meant to open their eyes. Even if they'd seen it with their own eyes, they never would have imagined anyone could forge a sword like this. I just don't get it. Some powerful individuals who had studied forging watched Chen Jian's process, trying to calm their minds to grasp the essence. Yet they found themselves utterly unable to comprehend even a fraction of it. They were simply not on the same level as Chen Jian. Everything Qin Jian did was utterly baffling to them. What is this? Bai Liuli held her breath almost completely, a bead of cold sweat forming involuntarily in the palm of her hand. She looked up at Chen Jian. Could this Dao Sect truly harbor a forger of such caliber? She could tell. Though Qin Jian's forged artifacts weren't at the Immortal Emperor tier, it was merely due to limitations in materials and his own strength. If he could join their demonic clan, he might well become the most formidable forger across all realms in the future. Bai Liuli's gaze involuntarily drifted toward Qin Zhang's location. The urge to poach talent stirred within her once more. How could this small Dao sect harbor so many extraordinary talents? Bai Liuli took a deep breath. But recalling how she had been bound earlier, a chill of fear crept into her heart. Breaking free had cost her dearly. Moreover, she could sense it. This wasn't the full extent of the restriction itself, but merely a fraction of its power. If the opponent had been slightly more serious, she would never have been able to break free with her current strength. Ultimately, her gaze withdrew from Qin Zhang. This time, she chose not to act impulsively. She would observe further. Her gaze shifted toward the secret realm where the Dao Sect was preparing for the military review, a faint sense of anticipation stirring within her. What kind of surprise would the Dao Sect bring her? Sword formed. Soon. A blinding streak of light flashed. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Jian formed seals with both hands. As the ripples around the new sword dissipated, Chen Jian instantly seized the new sword materializing in midair. Examining its intricate patterns, a rare smile spread across his face. Not bad at all. He immediately looked up expectantly at Qin Zhang ahead and bowed his hands, saying, Disciple Qin Jian humbly requests the first patriarch to bestow a name upon this new sword. What a clever move. Many Dao Sect disciples watched Chen Jian. Who would have thought all his scheming was hidden here, even going so far as to ask the first patriarch to bestow a name? That was a pretty clever move, wasn't it? Name it? Qin Zhang also looked at Chen Jian with some surprise. It must be said. Compared to the scene of 10,000 swords unleashed, Chen Jian melting them all and forging a new sword right there did bring something different to him. After a moment's thought, Qin Zhang's gaze swept around the room before he spoke. Our Dao Sect has always cherished peace and shunned worldly strife. In that case, then let us name it the Sword of Peace. Upon hearing this, Chen Jian's face lit up with delight. He immediately bowed his hands and said, Thank you, First Patriarch, for bestowing this name. For the disciples of the Dao Sect, Qin Zhang bestowing a name upon the weapon they wielded was the ultimate honor. Even an ordinary sword. If named by Qin Zhang, its value would far surpass that of any ordinary blade, let alone this divine sword, forged from the essence of countless imperial weapons. Rise. Chen Jian gave a light flick of his wrist. His entire body shot upward in a swift leap, initiating sword-riding flight mode. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying sound shattered the solemn atmosphere of the Dao Sect's military review. Peace? After today, I fear your Dao Sect will be utterly annihilated. A cold voice echoed relentlessly. In an instant, a colossal warship materialized as if teleported, appearing abruptly at the Dao Sect's parade ground. On the deck, several figures began to materialize one after another. Each radiated a terrifying aura, standing with hands clasped behind their backs as they looked down upon the Dao Sect members below. Most crucially, banners fluttered atop the warship, boldly displaying the characters Immortal Hall. The Dao Sect colludes with the demonic tribes. Do you intend to continue aiding the tyrant? The young master of the Immortal Hall spoke with a chill in his voice. Below, countless gazes were drawn to the appearance of the Immortal Hall, especially as familiar figures emerged atop it, causing expressions to grow distinctly peculiar. How shabby. Dao Sect's viewing area. A powerful figure curled his lips in disdain, showing no trace of panic or excitement. He merely found the individuals who had appeared from the Immortal Hall to be far too shabby. There was nothing to be done. Though the Dao Sect's military review had only just begun, it had clearly whetted their appetites. Chapter 66, just what we needed for a sword trial. Shabby? The young master of the Immortal Hall, who had arrived using secret techniques, flinched slightly before his expression darkened. It seems you truly don't know when to quit. The young master of the Immortal Hall swept a cold gaze around the crowd, his expression darkening slightly as he fixed his eyes on those seated in the Dao Sect's viewing section. Though he had been sent here as the vanguard, and had been forcibly transported here via secret arts against his will. But now that he was here, now was his moment to shine. After all, their venerable ancestor was watching from behind. If he distinguished himself, and became the foremost contributor to the destruction of the Dao Sect, he might just seize that position. Do you intend to continue aligning yourselves with the Dao Sect? The young master of the Immortal Hall spoke coldly, his gaze sweeping over the Zhao family patriarch and the assembled powerhouses below. His aura instantly expanded. The patriarch of the Taishan sect appeared beside him, accompanied by several other formidable figures, all terrifying quasi-emperor level beings. The Zhao family patriarch and the others glanced up at the young master of the Immortal Hall, their expressions turning peculiar. The young master of the Immortal Hall was currently only at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. Even that mysterious powerhouse in the void had been obliterated by a single blast from the Dao Sect's void carrier. Had the Immortal Hall faction rushed here prematurely, only to court their own demise? They didn't even need the Dao Sect to intervene. Having received Qin Zhang's divine blessing, he could now defeat any of them. Oomph. Seeing that the crowd below paid him no heed, the young master of the Immortal Hall's face instantly turned awkward. He had descended with such force, shouldn't these people have been intimidated into defecting? Soon. His gaze shifted. He turned to the powerful figures kneeling outside the Dao Sect, furrowing his brow. What is the meaning of this? Why are you kneeling before the Dao Sect? Soon. He spotted Chu Qing and the others dressed in white mourning robes within the crowd. Consider this. The Qingxian sect, currently ranked third in the world, had already joined their Immortal Hall. What did it mean for them to kneel before the Dao Sect now? Why these people? Countless powerful figures kneeling before the Dao Sect's gates flinched. Good news. The vanguard of the Immortal Hall has arrived. Bad news. The highest cultivation level among these vanguard forces is only that of a quasi-emperor. Wasn't this just rushing to their deaths? Present. Whether it's the Blood Moon sect master or Chu Qing, Zhang Tang, and the others, their cultivation levels aren't much weaker than this Immortal Hall young masters. Yet now they were all forced to kneel before the Dao Sect's doorstep, enduring utter humiliation. The crowd silently bowed their heads. Despair grew within their hearts. Boom! The young master of the Immortal Hall unleashed a furious palm strike. Very well. Very well. He nodded repeatedly, his voice tinged with mocking fury as if anger had turned to laughter. Not a single soul has ever dared to ignore this young master. Since none of you knew of this young master's arrival, he declared. The young master's tone grew increasingly ominous as he declared, then I shall announce it to you now. I have arrived. The aura emanating from the young master of the Immortal Hall surged violently. You're here? In an instant. Chen Jian, wielding the sword of peace, materialized before the young master of the Immortal Hall like a phantom. No one could fathom how he had done it. Just what I needed for a sword test. A meaningful smile curved the corners of Chen Jian's lips. You. The young master of the Immortal Hall stared at Chen Jian, who had suddenly materialized before him, and instantly sucked in a sharp breath. Form the formation, everyone. His gaze swept over the surrounding powerful figures as he roared the command. He dared to come to the Dao Sect. He certainly wouldn't rely solely on his quasi-emperor peak cultivation. After all, Wu Quan before him had been a true emperor, yet he still met his end within the Dao Sect. Though Wu Quan's emperor status could only be considered a pseudo-emperor, it still indirectly proved the extraordinary might of the Dao Sect. At this moment, he appeared at the Dao Sect as the vanguard, having made thorough preparations. As long as they united, even if the Dao Sect truly harbored an emperor, they could remain unbeatable. Soon, several terrifying figures on the deck of the Immortal Hall warship immediately sprang into action, instantly surrounding Chen Jiantuan. An insignificant insect I've never even heard of, yet you dare to act so brazenly before me. The young master of the Immortal Hall roared, his hands swiftly forming seals. Chen Jian watched the scene calmly, as if an adult were observing a child's futile struggle. Boom! In that instant, his expression turned icy. The moment the young master and his followers moved to attack, the sword of peace unleashed a slash of sword energy. Boom! Boom boom boom! The young master of the Immortal Hall stared wide-eyed at Chen Jian. A trickle of blood seeped from his neck before his head rolled clean off onto the ground. Not a single word escaped his lips before death claimed him. The other Immortal Hall elites surrounding him were likewise cleaved down by a single sword strike. The sword chi sliced through the Immortal Hall's warship, instantly cleaving it in two. It soon disintegrated into dust with a deafening explosion. Who are you? The patriarch of the Taishian sect staggered and collapsed to the ground. Every single visitor from the Immortal Hall, except for him, had been slain in an instant. Even the prodigiously talented young master of the Immortal Hall was among the fallen. At that moment, his entire body trembled uncontrollably as terror filled his eyes as he looked at Chen Jian. The Immortal Hall's main forces will arrive shortly. They won't let you off. Our Dao Sect has always cherished peace. I implore you, fellow Daoist, refrain from reckless actions. Otherwise, the peace sword in my hand may not remain as peaceful as I am. Chen Jian smiled. Peace sword? The ancient patriarch of the Taishian sect's heartstrings trembled violently. He gritted his teeth and said, the peace sword that sees blood? This monster. A single strike had slain so many quasi-emperor level powerhouses it defied all comprehension. Even the Immortal Hall's elders had to act together. Even an emperor would have been powerless against them. Yet they were instantly annihilated by a single strike. How could he remain calm? He finally understood why the Divine Hall Lord's imperial weapon had been severed, leading to such severe backlash. It was likely the work of the figure before him. Now he even suspected. It was precisely because he had witnessed the backlash against the Immortal Hall's master that the other party had sent him to the Dao Sect to die, knowing full well that such a terrifying existence existed within the sect. Don't you know, fellow Taoist, that peace is forged through slaughter? Chen Jian shook his head and smiled. He gazed at the sword of peace in his hand. He understood perfectly well. True peace is never achieved through inaction, but by safeguarding it with absolute strength. Had the Dao Sect lacked such power today, it would become a hellish realm trampled by the Immortal Hall. What peace? Peace was never something to be spoken of lightly. Damn it! The patriarch of the Taotian sect gritted his teeth, his face twisted with embarrassment as Chen Jian approached him. It was clear. The other party would not let him off. Run! The Grandmaster of the Taotian sect swiftly transformed into a streak of light and fled. If this continued, he would surely meet his end. Boom! In an instant, a colossal Buddha statue materialized before the Taotian sect patriarch, its palm descending like the five-finger mountain, crushing down upon him. Chapter 67, doesn't seem that special, does it? Amitabha Buddha. The colossal phantom Buddha withdrew its hand, then pressed its palms together. In an instant, it reduced the fleeing Grandmaster of the Taotian sect to ashes. Countless onlookers witnessed this scene. Couldn't help but gasp in horror. What kind of monster had suddenly appeared? The Immortal Hall's vanguard is gone, and their young master is dead. The shock in everyone's eyes lingered for a long time. First, the Divine Hall Lord's imperial weapon had been forcibly descended upon and instantly melted. Now, the vanguard force they sent to reinforce them, only to be sent to their deaths one by one in a line. The gazes of the crowd grew increasingly peculiar. Though they had already witnessed some of the Dao Sect's terrifying power, this outcome had been anticipated by many. Yet witnessing it firsthand delivered a shock far more immediate than any imagination could have conjured. Finally, the sudden appearance of the giant Buddha's illusory form made their eyes widen in disbelief. Could this be yet another terrifying new entity from the Dao Sect? Slaying with a single sword strike. This Demon Clan Observation Area. The demonic clan's elite exchanged uneasy glances, their hearts pounding with panic. Some sat rigidly upright, as if fearing they might provoke the Dao Sect. The white-faced king sat as still as a child, his entire body radiating discomfort. Beside him, King Kokuei's gaze darted between the demon emperor and Bai Lioli, fearing they might act impulsively and needing to restrain them. What level of artifact is this? The demon emperor stared at the sword of peace in Chen Jian's hand, taking a deep breath before asking. His gaze then drifted involuntarily toward Bai Lioli. Bai Lioli remained silent. Truly, the Dao Sect had consistently surpassed her imagination, and not just by a little. Like the Divine Hall's military parade. Whether it was the puppet approaching the level of an emperor or the captured great demon, both were sufficient proof of the Immortal Hall's might, serving as a deterrent to the 3,000 continents. Yet all this remained within the bounds of reason. It was also within the expectations of their demonic clan. Even the Immortal Hall's ancient ancestor, who appeared as the trump card at the end, did not surprise him. After all, she had known from her previous life that remnant immortals existed within the Immortal Hall. All in all, the Immortal Hall's parade did indeed leave them in awe, but everything remained within the bounds of reason, falling squarely within their realm of acceptance. But with the Dao Sect, it was different. It was also a military parade. The Dao Sect's parade opened with an entity potentially surpassing true immortal rank, whose single arrow pierced the heavens. He had assumed this was the Dao Sect's ultimate trump card. But immediately after, over 100 terrifying warships were enough to leave them all speechless, but the most astonishing sight was that void carrier. Even in her previous life, she had rarely encountered warships of this caliber. It had obliterated that terrifying entity from the Great Dream Immortal Realm with a single blast. Though this remained questionable, that entity might have departed merely to save face. But this alone was sufficient proof of the Dao Sect's void carrier's terrifying might. However, just as she breathed a sigh of relief, and thought the Dao Sect's parade would return to normal after all, in her view, the Dao Sect had reached its limit in concealment. After all, this was ultimately just a shattered world. Yet soon, the Dao Sect's imperial weapon unleashed 10,000 swords simultaneously, delivering a swift slap to her face. The peace sword, forged from countless imperial weapons within the heavenly forge, moved even her. It felt like witnessing the work of a world-class weapon forging genius. Yet this was far from over. Not again, is it? Bai Lioli's gaze involuntarily turned toward the colossal Buddha statue in the void, her heart stirred with unease. She dared not even glance at the secret realm breach opened by the Dao Sect, unsure how many more terrifying entities lurked within. At that moment, many others shared her thoughts. What else is the Dao Sect hiding? Countless people sucked in a sharp breath. The powerful figures seated in the viewing area felt increasingly at ease, their sense of security growing ever stronger. Meanwhile, cold sweat beaded on the foreheads of the powerful figures kneeling before the Dao Sect's gates. Even figures like the Blood Moon Sect's sect master and Shu Qing of the Qingxian sect were no exception. They finally understood why the Dao Sect had made them kneel here to watch the parade. Humiliation was merely secondary. The true intent was to make them live in the terror of impending death. At this moment, The more powerful figures of the Dao Sect appeared, the deeper their dread grew, as if witnessing the countdown to their own lives. Damn it! Someone stared fixedly at the colossal Buddha's shadow ahead. You bald-headed monk! Are you trying to steal the kill? Chen Jian stared at the Buddha's image in the void. Soon. He turned his gaze back toward the entrance of the secret realm. Monk Wen Yuan emerged slowly from the secret realm, his hands pressed together in prayer. The colossal Buddha image dissolved into a streak of light, merging with him in an instant. You're too slow. Monk Wen Yuan pressed his palms together, gazing at the unconvinced Chen Jian as he continued. Besides, this immortal hall was mine to claim from the start. The invitation itself was bestowed by this humble monk. Ba. You. Chen Jian gritted his teeth. He desperately wanted to cleave this bald monk in two with a single sword strike. Monk Wen Yuan paid Chen Jian no mind, continuing forward until he reached the center of the square. Clasping his hands together, he bowed to Qin Zhang and declared, Zhang Wen Yuan, 27th generation disciple of the Dao Sect, presents himself for inspection by the first patriarch. Approved. Qin Zhang said nothing further. Ba. Monk Wen Yuan immediately pressed his palms together, his gaze instinctively sweeping across the crowd. In an instant, a radiant aura of Buddha's light surged from his body as he began chanting sutras. That bald-headed donkey. Chen Jian witnessed this, gritted his teeth and stepped back. This was the Dao Sect's military review, with the first sect master still watching. He couldn't just attack this guy outright. But as he watched the other chanting sutras, he instantly understood the man's intent and immediately retreated. So the Dao Sect actually has monks after all. All around. Countless eyes widened in astonishment. Whether it was the human race's mighty figures seated in the viewing area, or the beings kneeling outside the realm, all eyes widened in unison as if witnessing something utterly extraordinary. The Dao Sect. To many, the Dao was the very essence of cultivation. Yet here stood a monk within the Dao Sect practicing Buddhist teachings? Everyone was utterly bewildered. Though some had heard of this before arriving at the Dao Sect. After all, back then, Monk Wen Yuan had openly carried the head of Emperor Wu to the Immortal Hall. Yet now, witnessing a monk within the Dao Sect firsthand, they still found it rather peculiar. Everyone. Our Dao Sect teaches without discrimination. Noticing the confusion around him, Lu Daoxian stepped forward and declared, No discrimination in teaching? All eyes turned to Lu Daoxian, yet no one spoke. Yet the shock on their faces remained unshaken. What is he doing? Some noticed a faint aura of Buddha's light emanating from Monk Wen Yuan, as if he were chanting sutras. It doesn't seem particularly special, though. Seeing no changes materialize around them, the crowd instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Though the appearance of a monk in the Taoist sect had surprised them. At least the Dao Sect had finally produced a normal person. Thankfully, this monk didn't seem to possess any special abilities. Chapter 68, Internal Strife Among the Demon Clan? Thank goodness. The group exchanged glances. Some eyes lingered on Monk Wen Yuan. Seeing that he wasn't merely chanting sutras, they instantly relaxed. After all, the Dao Sect is a place for cultivating the Dao. While it teaches without discrimination, Buddhism is simply not its forte. Indeed. It's no fault of this monk. Though he joined the Dao Sect, it remains fundamentally not a Buddhist sanctuary. His mediocre abilities are only natural. Amidst the crowd, many voices chimed in. At last, things had returned to normal. If the entire Dao Sect were filled with monsters, they truly wouldn't be able to survive. Thankfully, Monk Wen Yuan is a normal person. Is he really normal? Someone asked doubtfully, what was that Buddha statue projection just now? Can a normal person strike down a quasi-emperor level powerhouse with a mere Buddha statue illusion? Who among you can honestly say you could defeat that ancient ancestor from the Taotian sect? At these words, the crowd fell silent once more. The statement was undeniably true. Having been spoiled by the Dao Sect's military parade, they now realized they'd mistakenly regarded Wen Yuan the monk who had crushed the Taotian patriarch with a single palm strike as an ordinary mortal. What had come over them? Some among them had come with their elders, possessing cultivation levels only around the golden core or nascent soul stages. Yet now they regarded beings of such caliber as ordinary mortals. If this continues, wouldn't it be long before they started viewing the great emperor as mere ants? At the scene, countless gazes grew increasingly peculiar. Actually, I've got some inside scoop, someone whispered from the crowd, glancing cautiously at Monk Wen Yuan. What kind of inside scoop? I heard this monk is just a lowly sweeper at the Dao Sect, someone said with great seriousness. No way? Such an existence as merely a sweeper monk at the Dao Sect? Sure, he's the sane one among those freaks at the Dao Sect, but surely he's not just sweeping floors? Don't they have menial disciples there? Soon, the crowd's expressions turned peculiar. On the demon clan side, the gazes of the gathered powerhouses also fell upon Monk Wen Yuan. Seeing him merely chant sutras upon his arrival, with nothing out of the ordinary happening around him, they breathed a sigh of relief. If the Dao Sect were to unleash another monstrous entity, would it be too late to surrender now? The sweeping monk? Bai Liuli's gaze also fixed on Monk Wen Yuan, sensing something extraordinary about him. Who would have thought such a talent would be wasted in the Dao Sect? To have fallen so low as a sweeping monk. Such an existence, if he were to join their demonic clan, would undoubtedly be treated as an honored guest. In the future, he might even become a crucial ally in weathering that impending catastrophe. Here in the Dao Sect, his talents were truly wasted. In her previous life, she had dealt with those from the Buddhist sect before and possessed some of their cultivation techniques. If this person were to join the demon clan, she might just be able to help him. In an instant, Bai Liuli once again entertained thoughts of poaching talent, and this time she was utterly confident. After all, Monk Wen Yuan appeared weaker than others in cultivation, and within the Dao Sect, he was merely a lowly sweeper in a corner, held in little regard. In that instant, Bai Liuli stepped forward once more, lifting her gaze to meet that of Monk Wen Yuan ahead. The holy maiden truly lives up to her reputation as the most beautiful woman under heaven. If I could have her, I would die without regret. Ha 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 ha. That old bastard, the demon emperor. I hope the Dao Sect folks smack him dead in a moment. Then I can snatch the holy maiden away in broad daylight. That Bai Liuli, always hiding behind that veil. One day I'll tear off every last bit of her disguise and pin her to the ground, kneading her body mercilessly. What's with the aloofness? Give me face and you're the holy maiden. Deny me face and you'll end up as my plaything sooner or later. That Bai Liuli, I'd love to rip her ugly face off and let her go seduce everyone. A barrage of venomous whispers echoed from behind Bai Liuli. She froze in her tracks, having just stepped out to recruit new members. She whipped around, her aura instantly turning icy. What are you saying? What holy maiden? She's nothing but a plaything. Damn it, what am I saying? Ha 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 ha. Think she's something special? Better not let her fall into my hands. The one who snuck into the Demon Clan palace last night was actually me. Damn it, I was so close to succeeding. Demon Clan viewing area. Countless demonic powerhouses kept speaking, some nearly crying tears, clamping their mouths shut. Their bodies still seemed beyond their control. Especially when Bai Liuli and the Demon Emperor's gaze fell upon them, cold sweat of terror kept breaking out on their faces. Inside, they screamed like groundhogs. Shut your mouth already. Ha 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 ha. What a joke of a Demon Emperor. He's just as useless as that holy son, nothing but a fool. Unify the world? Little did they know it was all part of the Demon King's scheme. With just a minor ploy, we could send that ignorant holy son to the human realm to meet an untimely end, thereby igniting war. Too bad an accident happened. That good-for-nothing didn't he die, just vanished unexpectedly. A demon general glared at the Demon Emperor with a vicious glint in his eyes. But it doesn't matter, you ignorant fool. You've already used this excuse to launch your unification war. Still dreaming of your grand unification scheme? Ha 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 ha. All this is part of the Demon King's scheme. You're just the one doing the dirty work up front. The demon general who spoke caught the Demon Emperor's darkening gaze and felt as if his own eyes were about to bleed. No, Demon Emperor. This is a misunderstanding. It's not true. Ha 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 ha. He said. The demon general then turned to Bai Liuli beside him. And you worthless. You've already been claimed by the Demon King's heir. Scrub yourself clean and wait for him. Boom. In an instant. The Demon Emperor materialized before the speaking demon general. Are you seeking death? No. Your Majesty, this is a misunderstanding. It's not true. The demon general's eyes were filled with terror. He had no idea what was happening. Why had he uttered those words? At that moment, he could clearly sense the murderous intent emanating from the Demon Emperor. How dare you? The white-faced king beside him glared angrily at the speaking demon general. Ha 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 ha. White-faced king, there's no need to pretend here. Don't you know exactly what the Demon King is thinking? In truth, he has sought you out. In an instant, the white-faced king's expression darkened instantly. He immediately turned to the Demon Emperor beside him and declared, Your Majesty, this is absolutely untrue. I believe you. The Demon Emperor nodded. His expression remained grim. He never imagined such an incident could occur, regardless of what the white-faced king had done. Now, his vast forces were already under the control of the Demon King. It was not yet time for him to confront others openly, especially while still on the territory of the Dao Sect and the human race. Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. The white-faced king immediately bowed his hands in return. Fight it out. A mutually destructive outcome would be most ideal. Demon Emperor. Don't blame me. Your power is too great now. If you were to die after unification, that would be the best outcome. After all, the Demon King is far easier to deal with than you. The moment the pale-faced king finished speaking, he froze solid in place, his entire body trembling with terror. Chapter 69. What if I said it was a joke? No? What was wrong with him? His entire body seemed utterly beyond his control. Bang! In that instant, Kokuawan, standing nearby, plunged a dagger straight into his own chest. The piercing agony made him momentarily forget everything. As if terrified he might utter something equally terrible. Damn it! Fool! The entire demonic spectator area had clearly turned into a confession session. Beside them, the demon emperor's expression darkened slightly. He hadn't expected that his breakthrough to true immortal, which should have been a cause for celebration. Now he was mobilizing troops. Preparing to unify all tribes. He never imagined his subordinates harbored hidden agendas, and that he himself had fallen into their trap. Your Majesty! A misunderstanding! This is a misunderstanding! The demon general stared at the demon emperor, his face contorted with terror. Your Majesty, this isn't real. It can't be real. He knew. Once such matters were exposed, the figure before him would never let him off. Demon Emperor! This isn't. Boom! In an instant. The speaking demon general instantly turned to ash, completely vaporized on the spot. The rage burning within him grew more intense, as if he had casually crushed an insignificant insect beneath his heel. He cared not for the other's reasons. He knew the words spoken were nothing but damnation. Forgive me, Demon Emperor. Seeing this, the assembled demonic elites knelt in unison, terrified that they might blurt out words no deity could protect them from. They wished they could seal their own mouths shut at once. The demon emperor remained silent. Instead, his gaze settled upon the white-faced king. He had clearly offered the man a way out. Yet when those words came out of the other's mouth, it had become rather difficult for him. Father! Lioli's expression also darkened. She glanced at the hesitating demon emperor, signaling him to calm down first. Under normal circumstances, she would have dealt with each of them individually. But now they had already mobilized their forces, and they were on the territory of the Dao Sect. This situation was not favorable for them. What exactly is going on? The demon emperor fixed his gaze ahead, his clenched fists pulsing with demonic might. He understood perfectly well. These words were spoken out of sheer desperation, otherwise they would never have uttered them in his presence. They seemed clearly manipulated, or perhaps their minds were being affected. And this influence was not something ordinary people could withstand. Is it him? Lioli's gaze involuntarily shifted to the monk Wen Yuan, who had been chanting sutras all along. His expression instantly turned cold. Could it be that this man was behind it all? At that moment, the atmosphere on the demon clan's side grew strangely tense. What's happening to these demons? On the Shushan side, the expressions of the crowd also turned peculiar. Out of nowhere, they'd started fighting amongst themselves. These fiends are inherently brutal. What's so strange about them fighting amongst themselves? Shu Woman remarked nonchalantly. His gaze drifted toward the demon emperor ahead, a mocking smile playing on his lips. They haven't even fully subjugated their own demonic race, yet they dare dream of ruling all the races under heaven? As he spoke, Shu Woman turned to Lin Yi beside him and patiently instructed, see this? This is the true nature of demons. My Shushan disciples must never associate with demonic beings. Understood? Master. What did you just say? Lin Yi, who had been distracted, turned his head to look at Shu Woman beside him, utterly surprised. The demons were actually squabbling amongst themselves, even voicing their inner thoughts aloud. Though it seemed as if they were under some kind of control. Didn't these demons possess any willpower at all? Take Kokuewu, he even resorted to self-mutilation to resist. Shu Woman. Shu Woman took a deep breath, blaring at Lin Yi as he spoke again, did you see it or not? Master. I saw it. I saw Master's wife bathing. Lin Yi blurted out with complete honesty. After speaking. Noticing Master Shu Woman's stunned expression, he immediately covered his mouth in surprise, his eyes widening in shock. No, Master. I didn't see the Master's wife bathing, Lin Yi hastily shook his head in denial. I was watching the junior sister. You little brat. Shu Woman's face instantly flushed with rage. He never imagined that just moments after mocking those demonic tribesmen, his own backyard would be ablaze. I'll beat you to a pulp. Shu Woman seethed at the sight of Lin Yi. I'll have you peeping at baths. Senior brother. The Supreme Elder of Shushan Mountain quickly intervened on Lin Yi's behalf, blocking Shu Woman's path. It's just a little peeping during a bath. It's no big deal. Why get so angry? Shu Woman turned to the Supreme Elder in disbelief. What did you say? Well, the Supreme Elder of Shushan Mountain looked at Shu Woman with a hint of exasperation. It's just peeking at your sister-in-law bathing. I've seen mine too. She's very fair-skinned. Boom. Shu Woman's face twitched violently as he unleashed a palm strike directly at the Supreme Elder of Shushan. He felt like grass was about to sprout from his scalp. What did he mean by very white? He feared the next line might be very smooth. These damn bastards. How dare they? If they hadn't spoken up themselves, he'd still be in the dark. Enough. An elder of Shushan Mountain roared in anger, immediately halting the two. If you two keep this up, do you think Shushan has no dignity? The elder's words were written in blood as Kokuewang's sword pierced his chest. These two men. One was the sect leader. The other was the Supreme Elder. How could this possibly be tolerated? Hearing this, Shu woman beside him also regained his composure. His gaze swept over Linny and the Supreme Elder, a chill creeping into his expression. With a dismissive flick of his sleeve, he coldly declared, "Forget it. I'll settle accounts with you later." But ear was forcibly taken from a prodigy by me. I doubt you witnessed that either. No one knows about this matter, for those involved are all dead except for that demonic fiend from back then. Therefore, this old man must kill those fiends. Under no circumstances can this affair be exposed. Enough! Shu woman waved his hand dismissively and returned to his seat. Yet as the gazes of those around him turned toward him, he rose from his seat, feeling as if he were sitting on pins and needles. He wished he could sink into a hole right then and there. How could this be? A bead of cold sweat formed on Shu woman's forehead. He was an emperor-level powerhouse, yet he'd lost control and blurted out words buried deep within his heart. He noticed the gazes of those around him all turning toward him. At that moment, Shu woman's face twisted into an agonized expression. He forced a smile and said, "Everyone, if I told you I was joking just now, would you believe me?" Chapter 70, Master Chu. Words are useless. Would you believe me? The gazes of the crowd immediately turned somewhat peculiar. Did they believe him? Had it not been for today's events, no one would have imagined such a thing could happen at the venerable Mount Shu. I always wondered why those old Taoists were always shouting about exorcising demons and upholding the way. I used to think they genuinely cared about the common folk. Turns out it's all about themselves? Exorcising demons isn't about protecting the common folk, it's about preserving their own purity. Below, whispers began to rise one after another. Their gazes turned even stranger as they looked at the group from Shushan, their expressions practically screaming hypocrites. No wonder these people hate the demon clan so much. The current leader of Shushan actually committed such an act as forcibly abducting a maiden? Shock lingered on many faces. Oomph. The white-faced king swept his sleeve aside, glaring coldly at Shu woman and his companions. A bunch of hypocrites, as expected. At that moment, he immediately seized upon the turmoil at Shushan to diffuse the awkwardness on his own side. He understood all too well. Given the demon emperor's methods, if certain matters weren't handled properly today, the other party wouldn't let him off easily. And then there was Bai Lioli. Don't be fooled by her youth. But to attain the path of the emperor in such a short time, she too harbors numerous secrets. She, too, was a ruthless and cunning presence. Yes. I've always wondered when our demon clan ever crossed these old Taoists. No wonder they strike us hardest every time the two realms clash. Demonic clan elites kept speaking up, using the turmoil at Mount Shu to deflect attention from their own awkward situations. At that moment, the eyes of Shushan's elite warriors twitched. Shu woman's face was particularly grim, wishing he could sink into a crack in the ground. His aged face burned fiercely. What on earth had happened? He had finally attained the status of a great emperor. Why had he blurted out those words beyond his control? In that instant, he felt as if his very soul had been cleansed. What kind of technique was this? Master of Shushan. The assembled powerhouses kneeling before the Dao Sect's headquarters also noticed the sudden change at Mount Shu. Shu Qing, clad in white mourning robes, immediately turned to Chu woman and exclaimed with emotion, "Master Chu, Jingxian sect believes in you. I know everything you've said is false. Someone deliberately employed demonic arts to frame you. This is nothing but the despicable tactics of demonic practitioners." As he spoke, Shu Qing's gaze fixed directly on the monk Wen Yuan, who stood in the center of the square, hands pressed together in prayer, still chanting sutras. His voice turned cold as he declared, "This demonic monk is the one behind it all. He is the one using demonic arts to slander you." Hearing this, Shu woman and the surrounding crowd all turned their gaze toward monk Wen Yuan. Could it be him? The crowd collectively sucked in a sharp breath. Could all this have been orchestrated by this seemingly ordinary, harmless monk? Though it was hard to believe, it somehow made sense. After all, the strange occurrences did seem to begin around the time monk Wen Yuan started chanting. What exactly was he doing? Is it him? At that moment, both the demonic hordes and the Shu warriors turned their gaze toward monk Wen Yuan. #. Monk Wen Yuan pressed his palms together in prayer, seemingly oblivious to the crowd's attention. "Master Chu." Before the Dao Sect's gates. Kneeling on the ground, Shu Qing cried out once more, "I know you've been wrongfully accused. How can the Dao Sect act in such a manner? Where does this leave Mount Shu? Where there's a will, there's a way to frame someone. Why admit to something you didn't do?" The Blood Moon Sect master shot a peculiar glance at Shu Qing beside him before immediately turning to Chu woman. "I've heard Shushan and the Dao Sect have always been on good terms. I never imagined you'd be treated this way. It's truly disheartening. Indeed. Those Dao Sect scoundrels are utterly despicable. Who would have thought they could sink so low? I suspect they orchestrated this themselves. Their goal is to frame others." Below, the powerful figures kneeling before the Dao Sect's headquarters began speaking one after another. "Damn it! Shu Woman's expression darkened slightly. At that moment, his expression was deeply awkward. Shushan Mountain did indeed maintain friendly relations with the Dao Sect. During the demonic invasion, under the guidance of the Immortal Hall, those sects exerted pressure on the Dao Sect, seeking to probe its true capabilities. Given the prevailing circumstances, it wasn't that he didn't want to help the Dao Sect. But in those circumstances, he simply couldn't help them. If he stood idly by, and those sects actually discovered treasures within the Dao Sect, wouldn't Mount Shu suffer a tremendous loss? They might even fall behind the other sects. That's why he sent Haotian along with them to the Dao Sect. But in the end, didn't he also lose an heir? He never imagined the Dao Sect would humiliate him so thoroughly now. Shu Woman's gaze fell upon the crowd kneeling outside the Dao Sect. These people were right. As long as he denied it, who could easily frame him? He was now a Dao-realized emperor. Master Chu. Further words are pointless. I believe you've been wronged. What you've described never happened, Shu Qing continued. The Dao Sect had become terrifyingly powerful. Their goal was clearly to sow discord, and at the same time, currying favor with an emperor like Shu Woman was undoubtedly advantageous. Precisely. Shu Woman stepped forward as well, his tone utterly cold. Every word I've spoken is true. Not a single falsehood. You little darlings. You don't seriously believe I'm here to exorcise demons and uphold the Dao, do you? As Shu Woman finished speaking, the expressions on everyone's faces grew increasingly peculiar. Damn it! Shu Woman wished he could slap himself silly, feeling tears welling up in his eyes. He hadn't meant to say it like that. Why did it all change the moment it left his mouth? In that moment, he felt the weight of the Emperor's powerlessness. Why did it have to be like this? Below, Shu Qing and the others kneeling before the Dao Sect's gates were utterly bewildered. No one forced you to admit it, so why deny it? Shu Qing's gaze instinctively shifted toward Monk Wen Yuan. Could this man truly be behind it? He quickly averted his gaze and stepped in to smooth things over, addressing Chu Woman, Master Chu. Why did you admit to it? Just like me. Even after personally killing our Qingxian sect's leader, I never admitted it. But now I lead Qingxian sect, clad in mourning robes, to the Dao Sect. By framing everything on the Dao Sect, I not only demonstrate my desire for vengeance, but also made those fools believe it. As he spoke, Shu Qing felt a chill run down his spine, sensing countless Qingxian sect disciples behind him fixing their gaze upon him. It's over. The bullets were starting to hit him. Chapter 71, The Confession. He had clearly intended to continue persuading Chu Woman not to confess. But the words that came out were completely different. He felt as though he'd lost control of himself. Most crucially, what he uttered truly reflected his deepest thoughts and every word was genuine. Given that, Chu Woman and the Demon Clan's words were likely true as well. Noticing the strange looks from those around him, Shu Qing couldn't help but shiver. He knew. What he should be concerned about now was not Chu Woman, but himself. At this thought, Shu Qing immediately waved his hands frantically at those around him, exclaiming, misunderstanding. This isn't true. It was the Dao Sect, as everyone knows. It was the Dao Sect that took our Qingxian sect's sect master. The Dao Sect sent my Qingxian sect patriarch back safely. It was me. I personally led the attack and completely annihilated the sect master. In fact, I recognized his identity right after the annihilation. But I had no intention of holding back. After all, with the patriarch dead, I'm the prime candidate to succeed him. Ha 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 ha. Shu Qing's maniacal laughter echoed throughout the surroundings, though at this moment, his grin looked far more wretched than tears could ever be. Senior brother Chu, you. Behind him. Several Qingxian sect disciples stared at Shu Qing in disbelief. Senior brother Chu, so you've been deceiving us all along? Did no one else know about this besides you? You kept us all in the dark. For some Qingxian sect disciples, had it not been for Chu Qing speaking it himself, they would never have believed that their sect master, the revered senior disciple they had always looked up to, had been betrayed by none other than him. You're misunderstanding, senior brother. Several core disciples beside Chu Qing casually interjected. Soon, everyone turned to look at the disciples beside Chu Qing. Could there be a misunderstanding? Of course there's a misunderstanding. The core disciple of Qingxian sect beside Chu Qing declared. Upon hearing this, the Qingxian sect disciples collectively breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed they had overthought things and misunderstood Chu Qing. I told you senior brother Chu Qing wouldn't do something like this. Exactly. If there's any misunderstanding, please explain it to us. The disciples' gazes turned collectively toward the direct lineage disciple standing beside Chu Qing. Beside Chu Qing, the direct lineage disciple's eyes twitched. Hearing the crowd's anticipation, he covered his mouth and blurted out, of course there's a misunderstanding. Who said only senior brother Chu Qing knew about this? We took action too. In the end, it was me who dragged the sect master's body out to feed the beasts. The words fell. The direct disciple who spoke was on the verge of losing his mind, nearly going mad. He knew. Once those words were spoken, Even without the Dao Sect intervening, once these Qingxian sect disciples broke free from their restraints, they wouldn't let him off. You! The Qingxian sect disciples glared at Xu Qing and the core disciples, their faces twisted with fury. Xu Qing couldn't see the situation behind him, but he could feel the rage of the Qingxian sect disciples surging. He knew very well. If he didn't handle this matter properly, he would find it difficult to establish himself within the Qingxian sect going forward. Fellow disciples, this is all a misunderstanding. It's all part of the Dao Sect's scheming. Don't let him deceive you. Xu Qing shouted angrily, his voice gradually turning cold and deep. You truly misunderstand me. Do you think I merely killed the sect master? It's far more than that. Remember the exceptionally gifted Lu? I poisoned him with snakes. The disciples who never returned from the Qingxian secret realm? I dealt with them too. No. Xu Qing's furious gaze fixed on the monk Wen Yuan nearby. His entire being froze, his heart feeling as though it had been struck twice at that moment. If this continued, he felt like he was standing naked in the street, with not a single secret left hidden. Senior brother Chu. You. Damn it. I never imagined you'd be this kind of person. I'll kill you. And I trusted you so much before. Countless Qingxian sect disciples turned crimson with rage, their eyes flashing with icy murderous intent. Was this the senior brother they had revered? Who would have thought he harbored such depths of treachery behind closed doors? The gazes of countless onlookers turned strange. The Qingxian sect marched out in mourning, a mighty force intent on punishing the Dao Sect. Who would have thought the real culprit was their own leader? Xu Qing is truly ruthless, killing his own master and acting as if nothing happened. That's nothing. The worst part is he fed the Qingxian sect master's corpse to beasts. Just think, once a formidable leader, now reduced to this. Countless spectators sighed inwardly. Witnessing this scene, Xu Qing's expression grew increasingly grim. Crucially, he was now bound and kneeling in place, utterly powerless to act. He dared not utter another word. He feared he might blurt out something he shouldn't. Originally, he had intended to sow discord between Shushan and the Dao Sect, plunging the entire parade into chaos. Little did he expect that at this very moment, his own inner courtyard had caught fire first. So what if I killed a sect master? I've done it too, the Blood Moon sect master declared nonchalantly from the side. Not only did I kill the previous master of Blood Moon sect, I also raped his wife. What can anyone do to me? Of course. There were some rebels. Some tried to avenge the previous sect master and were discovered fleeing to a small mortal kingdom. I went and slaughtered that entire kingdom. Guess what happened? The survivors of that kingdom actually ended up worshipping me as their guardian deity, convinced my appearance saved them. Ha 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 ha. The Blood Moon sect master blurted out some secrets he couldn't control. His face instantly turned a shade of embarrassment. If word of this got out today, he knew his already tarnished reputation would be utterly ruined. Actually, I'm not my father's biological son. Ha 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 ha. Gradually, throughout the viewing area, people began revealing their own hidden secrets one after another. The crowd shifted from mere spectators to becoming directly involved, until finally some wished they could sew their own mouths shut. You bastard! What on earth did you do? Xu Qing and the others stared at Monk Wen Yuan in shock. At that moment, everyone had realized. All this seemed to be the work of that damned monk. Why was he chanting sutras here for no reason? If the Taoists earlier had delivered a visual spectacle, then this bald-headed monk had instilled genuine terror in their hearts. No one knew what he might blurt out in the next second. What unspeakable secrets might tremble out? Chapter 72, An Accident? Amitabha Buddha. Monk Wen Yuan pressed his palms together and looked up at the crowd around him. The Buddha teaches, follow your true heart. This humble monk merely seeks to help you all reveal your true selves. Monk Wen Yuan spoke without a trace of self-consciousness. Damn it! He admitted it. It was that bald-headed monk all along. The crowd fixed their eyes on Monk Wen Yuan, clenching their fists tightly. One may die, but one must leave one's integrity intact in this world. For some, this act of psychological warfare was far more unbearable than dying directly on the battlefield. They felt utterly disgraced. The cultivation world was rife with deceit and treachery. At their level, having lived countless ages, whose hands are truly clean. Even if they don't say it. Many knew the truth as clearly as a mirror. But the problem was that once it was spoken aloud, everyone felt awkward and suddenly didn't know how to handle it. Especially on the demonic side. How could the demon emperor not know that his subordinates might harbor ulterior motives? The demon clan reveres might above all else. Where could true, absolute loyalty possibly exist? Faced with his overwhelming power, even those harboring dissent dared not act recklessly. As long as no one openly defied him, he needn't fear direct action from them. Instead, he could keep them perpetually under his control. But once the cards were laid bare, how would he deal with them? Suddenly, he found himself in a difficult predicament. To kill them would be to sever his own arms. If he spared them, he would struggle to establish his authority. That was precisely why he had earlier executed an insignificant demon general. What surprised him most, however, was that the demon king had already taken action, something he had completely failed to notice. First, he was immersed in the joy of his breakthrough to true immortal. Second, he had become overly confident after achieving that breakthrough. This debt, he would settle it with them properly in due time. The demon emperor forced himself to endure. His gaze remained fixed on the monk Wen Yuan ahead, his entire being maintaining extreme vigilance. Since the monk was still chanting sutras, it meant this was far from over. He must remain cautious. This form of killing without trace proved far more unpredictable than the previous adversaries from the Dao Sect. Thankfully, not far away. Huajian gazed at the location of Mount Shu, then shifted his gaze back to monk Wen Yuan, letting out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he was a disciple of the Dao Sect. Otherwise, who doesn't have a few secrets? His gaze drifted involuntarily to Chen Jin standing nearby. No wonder that guy had immediately stepped back, distancing himself from monk Wen Yuan. Who dared to listen? In other words, monk Wen Yuan's attacks were intangible, utterly impossible to guard against. Even in death. Some even doubted whether they could still utter secrets that would haunt them beyond the grave. The gaze of the Zhao family patriarch and others grew peculiar. In the viewing area, everyone held their breath in tense anticipation, daring not to speak carelessly, as if afraid they might utter something they shouldn't. To their surprise, however, as the friendly faction steadfastly aligned with the Dao Sect, no one on their side seemed to utter anything they wished they hadn't. As time passed, countless eyes turned to monk Wen Yuan. Is it over? Some merely wished for this ordeal to end swiftly, their fear of monk Wen Yuan stemming from a deep-seated dread in dread. In the center of the square, Qin Zhang watched the scene unfold with a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected a monk from their Taoist sect to display such a technique that pierced straight into the heart. Observing the expressions of those around him, Qin Zhang nodded approvingly at monk Wen Yuan. Well done. Hearing this, monk Wen Yuan's face lit up instantly. He immediately pressed his palms together and addressed Qin Zhang. Thank you for your kind words, First Patriarch. Bald-headed monk. Is this still going on? Just as monk Wen Yuan was basking in his joy, a voice of impatience suddenly echoed through the Dao Sect's secret parade ground. Finished? Monk Wen Yuan shook his head. It's only just begun. We humbly request the First Patriarch to conduct the inspection. As his words fell, golden light began to emanate from his body. Oh no! Below, countless powerful figures watching this scene were terrified out of their wits. Some even resorted to mimicking the King of Peeping's method, deliberately injuring themselves in advance. No! He's projecting his golden body. Bai Liuli said, her gaze growing grave. Golden body projection? The demon emperor immediately turned his gaze forward. Recalling how the fleeing grand ancestor of the Taishan sect had been struck dead with a single palm earlier, he instantly sucked in a sharp breath. As a true immortal level powerhouse, he too possessed the ability to forcibly project a fragment of his essence onto specific locations. But what was this monk trying to do? At that moment, both the demonic forces and the other present powerhouses clearly noticed certain changes in monk Wen Yuan. Some were filled with dread. Others held their breath in utter silence, afraid that the slightest movement might draw the others' attention. At that moment, in a patch of void not far from the Dao Sect, the Immortal Hall's warship swiftly traversed the dimensional barrier, racing full speed toward the Dao Sect. Countless battle flags fluttered in the wind. Cultivators stood in perfect formation on the decks of each warship, poised for battle, as if ready to strike at any moment. On the flagship of the Immortal Hall, the Lord of the Immortal Hall abruptly opened his eyes. He quickly checked the connection with the young master of the Immortal Hall in disbelief, his entire face twitching. An accident occurred? A look of embarrassment flashed across his face. Soon, he retrieved a container holding several soul lamps of powerful beings from his person, gazing at the extinguished lamps within. His expression darkened completely. Dead? All of them? The Lord of the Immortal Hall leapt to his feet in agitation. Even if these men were pigs, they wouldn't have perished so swiftly, would they? By the timeline, with him employing secret techniques, they should have only recently arrived at the Dao Sect. How much time has truly passed? And now they're dead? What a Dao Sect! At that moment, the expression on the Immortal Hall master's face darkened completely. Though the young master of the Immortal Hall harbored ill intentions, to him, the young master was merely a tool he could use. Yet now, he was dead. He found it hard not to be furious. Most crucially, the powerful figures he had brought along were no ordinary beings. What on earth had transpired within the Dao Sect? This is bad. This is bad. At that very moment, as the Immortal Hall's expeditionary force advanced, a piercing alarm sounded instantly. What's happening? The ruler of the Immortal Hall snapped his head up, his gaze freezing in place as his eyes widened in shock. A colossal golden Buddha statue materialized directly before the marching army, gazing at them as if slowly awakening from slumber. Chapter 73. Do you know you're asking for death? Stand down. Everyone, be on guard. In an instant, the command echoed through the vast celestial worship. Countless pairs of eyes fixed warily on the golden Buddha statue that had suddenly materialized before them, fists clenching instantly. Amitabha Buddha. The colossal golden Buddha statue stood like a giant before the Immortal Hall Expeditionary Force, hands pressed together in prayer. It would be impolite not to reciprocate your visit. Since the Immortal Hall had sent envoys ahead to their Taoist sect, then why couldn't he arrive early too, giving these people a little shock? It's you? That's the golden statue of that bald monk. He's from the Dao Sect. Soon, someone in the Immortal Hall's Expeditionary Force recognized the identity of the golden Buddha statue of Monk Wen Yuan. This projection resembled an enlarged version of Monk Wen Yuan, except now he was radiating golden light from head to toe. Damn it! It's him! It was this bald monk who brought Emperor Wu's severed head to our Immortal Hall earlier to provoke us. Now he's marching against the Dao Sect. This man is on our Immortal Hall's death list. I never imagined this bald monk would dare to block our path. Countless Immortal Hall warriors instantly surged onto the deck. Gazing upon the colossal golden Buddha statue blocking their path, the aura radiating from their bodies erupted in an instant. Smash him to pieces. Soon, a powerful figure immediately issued the command. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar. Countless warships of the Immortal Hall instantly aimed their cannons at the golden Buddha statue ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, countless attacks surged forward in an instant. Explosions sent shockwaves rippling outward. Overestimating your strength. Even using you as a sacrificial offering wouldn't be a bad choice. Witnessing this scene, the Lord of the Immortal Hall's gaze was filled with cold indifference. To dare block the path of their Immortal Hall's advancing tide, wasn't that courting death? Amitabha Buddha. As the ripples of the explosion faded away, the golden radiance of the Buddha statue seemed to grow even more dazzling. This is bad. The Immortal Hall's elite warriors tensed as if facing a formidable foe. Their eyes fixed intently on the golden Buddha statue of Monk Wen Yuan, they couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Increase the assault. Someone roared in fury. Soon, his voice abruptly cut off and he froze in place as if struck by lightning. In that instant, a colossal Buddha's hand slowly extended, instantly enveloping the Divine Palace's expeditionary force. A terrifying pressure instantly descended upon the crowd, forcing countless warships to halt their momentum. Some smaller vessels with weaker resistance were instantly crushed by the overwhelming pressure. This monk dislikes taking lives. I implore you all to meet your end. In that instant, a colossal Buddha's hand crashed down upon the expeditionary force heading toward the Immortal Palace. No! Fellow Taoist! I was forced to join the Immortal Hall. I had no choice. No, please don't. I never intended to attack your Dao Sect. As the colossal Buddha's hand descended to engulf them, some of the powerful figures begged for mercy in sheer terror. They never could have imagined. They had marched forth in overwhelming numbers. They had already deemed the Immortal Hall invincible, believing their march on the Dao Sect would be nothing but a cakewalk. They even feared arriving too late to claim their share of kills. Yet before they even reached the Dao Sect, they had already encountered a devastating setback here. Now, gazing upon that oppressive Buddha's hand descending, they felt their very heartstrings trembling violently. Sizzle! Cracks began to form across the deck of the warship beneath their feet. Boom! Rumble! The terrifying Buddha's hand struck down in an instant. The entire phantom figure instantly rolled away in a cloud of dust. The battle flags of the Immortal Palace's expeditionary force were consumed by the flames of war, and countless warships burst into flames in an instant. Damn it! The ruler of the Immortal Hall watched the flames engulfing the surface of the flagship, his expression darkening instantly. Had it not been for this warship's terrifying propulsion capabilities, and for the secret techniques he had deployed, he too might have been crushed flat by that terrifying Buddha's hand. After all, he was an emperor-level powerhouse, one who had long since ascended to emperorhood. Yet even he felt a lingering dread when confronted with such an assault. In the void, those who had survived the Buddha's hand's first assault stared in disbelief at the golden statue of Monk Wen Yuan. Damn it! Is he really a powerhouse from the Dao Sect? Li, hair disheveled and blood dripping from his body, struggled to climb onto a warship split clean in two. His gaze fixed intently on the golden Buddha statue ahead. Surveying the devastation around him, he never imagined a single strike from the enemy could inflict such terrifying destruction. If this man truly was a Dao Sect powerhouse, then what fate awaited those from the Qingxin sect who had set out in mourning robes to confront the Dao Sect? By now, those who had departed earlier should have arrived long ago. At this thought, Li clenched his fists in despair. So powerful. Countless survivors who had narrowly escaped death now felt their hearts race with unease. A single strike inflicted such devastating losses. What kind of monster was this? At that moment, even those who had narrowly escaped death felt their confidence plummet. They had come in great numbers. Originally, they had believed this would be a battle where they swept through their opponents. This battle was to be their first opportunity to establish their authority after joining the Immortal Hall, so each of them was brimming with fighting spirit. They couldn't wait to rush into the Dao Sect and make their mark. Yet the outcome was unforeseen. The Dao Sect had merely displayed a golden Buddha statue, yet it had inflicted such devastating losses upon them. What on earth happened at the Dao Sect's military review? A powerful cultivator who had voluntarily joined the Immortal Hall gasped for breath, his gaze fixed intently on the golden Buddha statue ahead. The Immortal Hall's military parade. It had delivered a profound shock. No one had imagined the Immortal Hall harbored such profound depths. Could it be that the Dao Sect had been holding back its true strength all along? Similar thoughts flashed through the minds of the surviving elites. But now, they couldn't afford to dwell on such matters. Facing the golden Buddha statue blocking their path, survival itself was uncertain. Amitabha Buddha. In the void. Observing the remaining elites of the Immortal Hall, Monk Wen Yuan continued to gaze upward as a terrifying sutra began to coalesce in his palm. He stretched out his hand once more, enveloping the crowd below. Holy monk! It's all a misunderstanding. I was truly forced into it. One of the powerful figures, gazing at the golden Buddha statue in the void, blurted out, "Damn it! If I'd known the Immortal Hall was this ruthless, why would I have joined them in the first place?" The speaker's eyes widened in disbelief. In a daze. He felt utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how his innermost thoughts had just been voiced aloud. He looked at the golden statue of Monk Wen Yuan in terror and stammered, "Holy monk! So then, you regret joining our Immortal Hall, do you?" The Lord of the Immortal Hall materialized instantly behind the speaker, his gaze icy cold, a wisp of lingering white mist still clinging to his palm. The man who had spoken moments before collapsed to the ground, his forehead pierced clean through. The Lord of the Immortal Hall paid no heed to the corpse on the ground. Instead, he looked up at the golden statue of Monk Wen Yuan in the void and said coldly, "Do you know you're courting death?" Chapter 74, Let It End. Amitabha. The golden Buddha statue of Monk Wen Yuan pressed its palms together, murmuring softly. Countless scriptures poured forth from his mouth, like invisible chains of law surging toward the Lord of the Immortal Hall. Boom! In an instant. The ruler of the Immortal Hall, who had stood before the golden Buddha statue just a second earlier with an air of authority, demanding to know how the statue would meet its end. The next second, his entire body was violently hurled backward, smashing through several warships behind him before finally stabilizing. How could this be? Blood spilled from the Immortal Hall master's lips as he stared forward in utter disbelief. His hands formed seals. A protective energy shield rapidly materialized around him, shielding his body. Ahead. Monk Wen Yuan's golden Buddha statue continued its relentless advance. Countless sutras coalesced, and the shattered warships exploded like fireworks. The entire starry sky instantly transformed into a sea of fire. Damn it! Countless Immortal Hall elites glared at the scene, clenching their fists tightly. What kind of monster is this? How could it be so terrifying? Standing in the void. Even those who had narrowly survived the earlier assault now spoke with trembling voices. At this moment, they suddenly resembled a band of defeated soldiers, the earlier gleam gone from their eyes. The more spirited they had been before, the more despair they felt now. Perhaps. They never imagined that their grand expedition against the Dao Sect would be halted here by a single golden Buddha statue. What do we do now? Many eyes turned involuntarily to the Lord of the Immortal Hall, whose face was equally grim. At this moment, apart from him and the ancient ancestor of the Immortal Hall, no one could stop this golden Buddha statue. If this continued, forget attacking the Dao Sect, they might all be wiped out here. Damn it! The Immortal Hall's master's face darkened considerably. His gaze drifted toward the depths of the void, only to find that his own venerable ancestor showed no intention of intervening. His expression darkened further. Even if he refused to admit it. He knew. The golden Buddha statue before him, wielded by Monk Wen Yuan, possessed power that matched his own. And now, with his own body suffering backlash, the opponent's strength far surpassed his own. If this continued, his situation would become precarious. But his gaze shifted. Observing the gloomy mood around him, and even some thoughts of escape among the crowd, his expression darkened slightly. If this continued, all the efforts the Immortal Hall had made earlier would be in vain. He must now find a way to steady the group. The reason the venerable ancestor hadn't intervened might simply be to test him. With that elder as a safety net, nothing major should go wrong. Everyone, the more they panic, the more it proves the Dao Sect is desperate. Do not be afraid. He roared at the disheartened crowd around him. This golden Buddha statue is merely a projection. It won't be long before it dissipates on its own. Perhaps this is the full-scale preparation the Dao Sect has undertaken. The Lord of the Immortal Hall roared at the crowd, his gaze fixed intently on the golden Buddha statue before him. Deep down, they refused to believe this was the work of a single Dao Sect disciple. After all, the Immortal Hall had spent years preparing for this moment, only to be stopped by the Dao Sect alone. This was an outcome he refused to accept from the bottom of his heart. He preferred to believe this was only possible with the combined might of the entire Dao Sect. Only then would the Immortal Hall retain any hope. It will dissipate soon? Many gazed at the golden Buddha statue ahead with dismay. At this moment, this figure had already cast a profound shadow over them. Even a single glance caused involuntary tremors within their hearts. Yet when their gazes fell upon the Lord of the Immortal Hall, hesitation crept into their expressions. After all, they had witnessed the Immortal Hall's military review. That awe-inspiring spectacle remained vividly etched in their minds. Surely the Celestial Hall's might couldn't be surpassed by a mere second-rank Taoist sect? Exactly. Everyone, don't panic. Don't lose your composure. Lili roared back at the surrounding chaos, his gaze fixed firmly ahead as he spoke. He, too, refused to acknowledge the Dao Sect's might. If that were the case, then those from the Qingshan sect who had gone to the Dao Sect were likely in grave danger. Having provoked them thus, the Dao Sect wouldn't spare anyone, and certainly wouldn't spare the Qingshan sect. Observing Li, the Lord of the Immortal Hall nodded with satisfaction. Seeing the crowd's emotions gradually settle, he continued addressing the assembly. Once this Dao golden body dissipates, no one in this world will be able to withstand the advance of my Immortal Hall. You shall become the meritorious ministers who unite the 3,000 continents for my Immortal Hall. How could he have failed to foresee this? They had marched forth in mighty numbers to attack the Dao Sect, preparing to unify the world, only to suffer immense losses here. Not a single member of their vanguard force returned alive. Yet the Dao Sect sent forth a single man, was poised to shatter them completely. Now, all they could do was hope that all of this represented the Dao Sect's final trump card, a terrifying force forged by the combined might of the entire sect. Otherwise, they had no chance of victory. Amitabha Buddha. The golden Buddha statue of Monk Wenyuan loomed like a colossus, gazing down from above. This Buddha has heard your long-cherished vows. Alas! The Buddha does not save those without karmic affinity. In an instant, the Monk Wenyuan's sacred chant enveloped the crowd suspended in the void ahead. How can you be a Buddha? Someone blared at Monk Wenyuan. You are clearly a demon, having caused so much slaughter. Demon? The golden statue of Monk Wenyuan remained unperturbed. Indeed, this Buddha has come to subdue demons. This Buddha shall deliver them. The crowd. At that moment, they stared at the golden statue of Monk Wenyuan, finding it both hateful and laughable. Boom! In an instant, the Lord of the Immortal Hall, catching Monk Wenyuan off guard, swiftly launched a surprise attack from behind, once again charging toward the monk. Boom! In that instant, the Lord of the Immortal Hall's fist struck as though against a thick iron block. His face flushed crimson in an instant. He let out a muffled groan. He flew backward. Let's end this. Monk Wenyuan pressed his palms together, murmuring, it's rather rude to keep the first patriarch waiting this long. In an instant, a colossal Buddha's hand once again descended upon the crowd within the Immortal Hall. At the same time, at the Dao Sect's military review site, the entire scene unfolding ahead instantly materialized before everyone's eyes, like a live broadcast. The powerful figure kneeling before the Dao Sect's gates felt a wave of despair wash over him at this sight. Is the Immortal Hall to be annihilated even before reaching its destination? At that moment, countless people drew sharp breaths. Chapter 75, Plan Change, Preparing to Withdraw. Unexpectedly, the Immortal Hall marched forth in grand procession, intent on unifying the realm, preparing to sacrifice the Dao Sect as a banner. Yet, unexpectedly, before even reaching the Dao Sect, they faced annihilation. Both sent out vanguard forces. One came to sacrifice themselves, while the other came to reap the spoils. What kind of monster is he? Some eyes involuntarily turned toward Monk Wenyuan. They had thought his ability to force people to speak the truth was terrifying enough, but when he actually took action, he possessed direct offensive capabilities as well. What should we do? The peeping Demon King glanced uneasily at the Demon Emperor beside him. Throughout the Demon Clan's viewing section, all the powerful demons sat stiffly upright, like well-behaved children, afraid the enemy might discover their true purpose, to annihilate the Dao Sect. The Demon Emperor beside him fell silent, his gaze fixed on the projected images. If it were him, could he withstand the attack of that Buddha statue's golden body? Originally, according to the plan, he had intended to appear here and let the Immortal Hall and the Dao Sect fight each other to exhaustion, then reap the benefits as the third party. He never expected that the moment they appeared, the Dao Sect would discover them. Now he was forced to appear in the Dao Sect's viewing area. And before the Immortal Hall even reached the Dao Sect, they suffered heavy losses, for Monk Wenyuan alone had nearly wiped them out. At this moment, they felt trapped here like turtles in a jar, completely at the mercy of the Dao Sect. Unconsciously, his gaze drifted toward Bai Liuli, his daughter, who seemed to know everything. How could this be? It shouldn't be like this. Why? Bai Liuli murmured to herself. The situation had far exceeded her expectations. Wasn't it said that no one could ascend to immortality in this shattered world anymore? Yet why did the Dao Sect seem to harbor so many such beings? What kind of sect is this Dao Sect? It seemed beyond her understanding. As a reincarnated soul, she knew everything that had transpired in her previous life, and many events had been confirmed in this one as well. Armed with the experience of her past life and these uncanny foresight abilities, she was confident she could transcend her past life and prevent that catastrophe from unfolding. Yet, unexpectedly, just as her meticulously planned course was unfolding, she encountered an obstacle at the Dao Sect, a minor sect. Moreover, this was the second-ranked sect across the 3,000 continents. If it claimed second place, who dared claim the top spot? Of course, it wasn't that she feared the Dao Sect's strength. In her previous life, she had encountered sects far more formidable entities whose might ranked among the pinnacle across all celestial realms. Take the powerful cultivators of the Great Dream Immortal Realm, for instance. In her recollection, the Great Dream Immortal Realm housed a Dao tradition called the Immortal Platform Palace, the most ancient lineage in existence, teeming with countless mighty cultivators. But the problem was, these sects were like open cards to her as a reincarnated being. She knew them inside out, even holding some of their secrets in her grasp. Yet this particular Taoist sect, because she had died too quickly, the sect she glimpsed before her death became a fatal flaw in her rebirth. She knew absolutely nothing about this sect. Could it truly have survived that catastrophe? Impossible. Bai Lioli blurted out. Only those who had personally endured that catastrophe understood its true horror. Even though the Dao Sect members displayed terrifying strength, it still paled in comparison to the scale of that catastrophe. What's impossible? The Demon Emperor looked at Bai Lioli in confusion. The surrounding crowd was instantly drawn to Bai Lioli's sudden outburst. Even Qin Zhang, seated at the center of the plaza, turned his gaze toward Bai Lioli. Was this woman trying to poach someone again? Qin Zhang's eyes betrayed little emotion. While these Dao Sect disciples did bring him some pleasant surprise, he could clearly see that this world was no longer the same as the era he had left behind. The entire cultivation realm had nearly ground to a halt. The prowess of this current batch of Dao Sect disciples was merely relative to others in this present world. When viewed against the vast expanse of history, they still fell short. Of course, now that he has returned, these disciples do possess remarkable talent. With him present, they may well achieve great things in the future. Immediately, Qin Zhang's gaze also turned toward Bai Lioli. This woman possessed some decent talent, though she harbored quite a few ulterior motives. No. Noticing Qin Zhang's gaze, Bai Lioli immediately shook her head at the Demon Emperor. Taking a deep breath, she immediately transmitted her voice to the Demon Emperor. The plan has changed. Prepare to withdraw. Though the Dao Sect disciples were no match for the terror of that great calamity, it didn't mean she could handle them now. After all, she had only recently ascended to the Great Emperor realm. With the Celestial Hall already facing unforeseen calamity, lingering any longer would prove highly detrimental to the Demon Clan's situation. Having lived 2 lifetimes, she must be more composed than she had been in her previous life. Earlier, when he had sought to recruit members from the Dao Sect, she had still possessed confidence in her own strength. She believed that by deploying her trump cards and drawing upon the experience of her previous life, she might not necessarily fear the Dao Sect publicly poaching disciples. It was also a way to bury a trap for the Dao Sect, carrying the implication of secretly sowing discord. But now, as the Dao Sect's military review progressed, the emerging powerhouses grew increasingly monstrous. She feared that if the Immortal Hall were to be destroyed, the next to fall will likely be the demon race. Having been reborn after so much hardship, if she were to die now without even witnessing the cataclysm, it would be a terrible injustice. Agreed. Seeing this, the Demon Emperor hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. Unconsciously clenching his fists, the situation had indeed surpassed their expectations. Moreover, internal issues had also arisen within their demonic faction. With vast forces still under the control of the Demon King, should any unforeseen calamity befall their own ranks, then the true beneficiary would be that traitor. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. Everyone's gaze remained fixed on the projection. On the screen, countless warships were crushed and shattered by the Buddha's palm. Countless mighty warriors perished in an instant. Unexpectedly, the Celestial Hall's expeditionary force of such immense scale seemed destined to perish in this sea of flames. Something's wrong. The Lord of the Immortal Hall seems unharmed, and some other powerful beings are still standing. Soon, someone's gaze fell upon the projected image. What's going on? Could it be that the fallen immortal from the Immortal Hall has intervened? Everyone sucked in a sharp breath, staring at the projection in disbelief. At that moment, even the physical form of Monk Wen Yuan, standing at the center of the Dao Sect's parade ground, furrowed his brow. This development had clearly caught him off guard.